it's a small auction, but small auctions have thrown up some surprises. But you asked me, okay, you're asking about two franchises. आप मुझे कोई भी franchise को लेकर, पूछो कुछ. I still don't see, barring 2-3 names, any player. Rachin Ravindra is one name who I expect to go. Teams will go for, क्योंकि ओपनिंग कर सकते हैं, 3 पे खेल सकते हैं, फिनिशर बन सकते हैं, बढ़िया फील्डर है, अच्छे खासे स्पिनर भी है. But in the past, there have been a lot of such overseas names who haven't gone for that. So it's one of those strange auctions where personally, खुद की बात करूं, I cannot tell you right now. We talk about top 5. I can't even name 5 players who I think are going to get big bucks. So very very keen to see कि कल होगा क्या.
I'm talking about Gujarat Titans, Jamie. They have a good budget, 38.15 crores, and they just need to fill up 7 slots, if I'm not mistaken. तो पैसे हैं, budget अच्छा है. Can they go big on someone, because we have been talking about कि उनके पास एक overseas fast bowler का slot खाली है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे सिर्फ उनके पास Josh Little है. तो can they go big on someone like a Pat Cummins probably?
Look, they're going to have to. It's not just about the absence. I mean, look, if Mohammad Shami and Mohit Sharma are your main fast bowlers, you're not going to win a title with these guys. हो गया एक बार, और Mohit Sharma, hats off to him for taking all those wickets. दोबारा करने के chances बहुत कम है. And then, like you mentioned, अगर Josh Little आपका main overseas bowler है, तो of course you're going to go. Also, you need to find a replacement for Hardik Pandya, right? Hardik Pandya is gone. अब आपके पास पैसे बहुत हैं, but it's not just one fast bowler. They're also going to look for an all-rounder. Pat Cummins, हालांकि उनके T20 आंकड़े इतने अच्छे नहीं है, and I think he'd be the first to admit that he didn't live up to his standards in regards to the couple of years that he did service for KKR. But if you want one bowler who touches everything and it becomes gold, it's Pat Cummins. He's won the WTC, he's won the IPL, the World Cup, bowled brilliantly. So, because, like I was saying, auctions are very strange. You might look at Pat Cummins and say, "Arey, kya karta hai? 2 seasons se bowling nahi chali." Okay, he's got a 14-ball 50. But maybe a team that wants a leader, someone inspirational, someone like a Gujarat, there's a captaincy vacuum there. They might go for someone like Pat Cummins just because, like I said, whatever that man touches this year, it turns to gold. So definitely, I think a team like Gujarat should be going for someone like Pat Cummins.
And Chetan bhai, contrasting things here for LSG. LSG के पास budget उतना ज़्यादा नहीं है, but they have some slots to fill, right? तो क्या लगता है? How are they going to go for it? They have just a budget of 13.15 crores.
I think LSG. Can we have the squad for LSG? Is there a slide for the squad for LSG?
I'll just read out.
नहीं, it's okay. मेरे पास खुला हुआ है. I don't think उनको इतना कुछ करने की जरूरत है. So, I mean, if you look at it, they got Devdutt Padikkal. ठीक है, हम बात करते हैं कि उनके जो कौन मेन प्लेयर्स होने वाले हैं. काइल मायर्स हैं उनके पास, Devdutt Padikkal हैं, क्विंटन हैं, या है उनके पास निकोलस पूरन है. आप देखिए उनका मिडिल ऑर्डर, मेरे ख्याल से उनको एक बैट्समैन चाहिए जो टॉप 4 में स्लॉट हो सके. लेकिन अब वहां पे भी ये चीज है कि केएल राहुल नीचे मिडिल ऑर्डर में आ रहे हैं. सो दे हैव देवदत्त पाटिकल हु कैन स्लॉट इन एट द टॉप. अगर हम उनके गेंदबाजों की बात करें, मार्क वुड, ही इज बीन ट्रेमेंडस फॉर देम. रवि बिश्नोई, ही इज बीन ट्रेमेंडस फॉर देम. नवीन-उल हक हैज बीन ग्रेट फॉर देम. तो फ्रॉम दैट एस्पेक्ट आल्सो आई थिंक दे आर प्रीटी मच सेटल्ड इन दैट सेंस. यश ठाकुर और मोहसिन खान, उन्होंने भी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंसेस दिया है उसके लिए. मेरे हिसाब से दे आर प्रीटी मच अ सेटल्ड साइड इन टर्म्स ऑफ व्हाट दे हैव और किस तरीके से वो उसको इस्तेमाल करेंगे. तो उनका जो बजट है, आई एम नॉट वेरी वरीड अबाउट इट. आई थिंक दे स्पेंड वेरी नाइसली. आई थिंक अब अगर आप जब देवदत्त पाटिकल ने ज्वाइन किया था एलएसजी, इट डिड नॉट मेक सेंस. क्योंकि केएल राहुल भी हैं वहाँ पे, क्विंटन डिकॉक भी हैं, काइल मायर्स भी हैं, और दीपक हुडा भी हैं, आयुष बदोनी भी हैं. If you look at it now, KL Rahul slots in the middle. It is suddenly a much more balanced middle order. It is suddenly a much more balanced top order with Devdutt Padikkal slotting in that top 3. So I don't think they need to do a lot. Maybe अगर मैं प्लेयर्स की लिस्ट देखूं तो यहाँ पे 1-2 प्लेयर्स जो हैं, जैसा मैंने कहा कि उनको इंडियन प्लेयर्स चाहिए. आई डोंट थिंक उनको ओवरसीज प्लेयर की इस समय जरूरत है. how many overseas slots do they have remaining?
They have two. They have two left.
Two. So I don't think they want, and 13 crores may they might pick up an Adil Rashid maybe, or not for 13 crores, obviously, for a lower amount. So it just depends कि क्या करना चाहेंगे. ये याद रखिए उन्होंने राशिद खान को लेने की बहुत भरपूर कोशिश की थी, but Rashid Khan had already signed up with GT. So that's why Lucknow did not get Rashid Khan. लेकिन मुजीब available है इस बार. So will they make a play for Mujib? That is something that I want to see. But again, क्या करेंगे वो मुजीब को लेके? Because अगर आप मुजीब को ले लेंगे, then Ravi Bishnoi is your prime spinner. तो फिर आपका एक overseas batsman जो है, Kyle Myers, आप तीन players खिला रहे हैं, आपके पास Stoinis भी हैं. Last year they had trouble balancing out their overseas players. Quinton de Kock did not play a lot of the IPL. So I don't think उनको इतनी necessity है overseas players की. लेकिन अगर मैं देखूं कि इंडियन प्लेयर्स कौन-कौन से उनको जरूरत पड़ सकती है. They could go for somebody like a Manish Pandey, they could go for somebody like a Karun Nair. I'm not saying कि उनको एक प्राइमरी बैट्समैन चाहिए, उनको एक बैकअप चाहिए. ठीक है. जेमी ने कहा कि he doesn't see a few players going big price. I can name at least 3-4 जिन पे पानी की तरह पैसा बहने वाला है, and I'm not just talking about LSG here.
Yeah.
You have Shardul Thakur. ठीक है.
True.
He's an all-rounder. ठीक है. T20 क्रिकेट में उनको नंबर 6 या 7 पे आके बल्ला घुमाना है, and he can bowl 3 to 4 overs. He's going to go for big money. Harshal Patel, tapped Indian player, again big money. ठीक है. He can be a death bowler. I think Chennai will like to spend on Harshal Patel. उसका reason ये है because he likes to bowl only slower deliveries.
Yeah.
उनको slower delivery के अलावा कुछ नहीं आता है. And if you're playing in Chennai with those pitches, Harshal Patel is going to be a handful with the Chennai pitches. So Chennai might make a big play for him. Now, Shardul, MS Dhoni is a huge fan of Shardul Thakur. He might make a big play for him. एक fast bowler जो मैं देख रहा हूँ, Mitchell Starc. If he actually is serious about playing, okay, मेरे को बस यही देखना है कि ये बहुत बार हुआ है. He puts in his name, gets a bid, gets a good team, and then he pulls out 2 months later. ठीक है. इस बार I don't see a reason for him to pull out. If he's actually serious, and it's not just me talking, the other everybody in those franchises sitting on those tables, they need to believe कि Mitchell Starc is actually going to be available. ये हमारा पैसा नहीं बर्बाद करवाएगा. 7-8 करोड़ आराम से इनको मिल जाएंगे if he's actually serious about it. Pat Cummins, I think he might end up being the most expensive player. ठीक है. We might see
overall, overseas or overall.
Overall. He has that. I don't see any other player who can beat Pat Cummins. ठीक है. He's an all-rounder. He's an overseas player. He brings the captaincy thing. From that perspective, Rachin Ravindra is there. He has the World Cup thing coming in, but he didn't play in a T20 style. He's unknown in that sense. Plus his bowling. Rachin Ravindra's bowling was okay. Yeah. Well, he's left-hand spin, but he didn't settle the World Cup. The World Cup उन्होंने headlines was not because of his spin bowling. It was because of his batting. So I still think Pat Cummins could really light up the auctions. I'm thinking 15 crores easy.
Okay.
Somebody like a GT will be very happy to get him. Maybe a Delhi Capitals might be very happy to get him. KKR might again go for him. But again, KKR के साथ issue ये है कि KKR फंसा हुआ है Andre Russell और सुनील नारायण में. I think it is stupidity to keep on retaining them year after year. I think उनसे returns अब नहीं आ रहे हैं. It's diminishing returns from them. So yeah, but LSG के my last point on LSG is they don't need those overseas players. Maybe they need an Indian bowler. They might go in for Herschel. They might go in for a backup Indian batsman. That's something to remember.
Okay, Chetan bhai just mentioned about KKR. Now KKR has
32 crores.
32 crores with 12 slots left and overseas 4 overseas slots left. Who do you think can be their pick? And I have a comment from Jason here. is some
Who's it? कोई
Chetan,
चलो.
Taus bhai. Yeah,
Can you hear me?
yeah, perfect. So I have a comment here from Jason. I have a question. In fact, can Lance Morris attract the bidders? So do you think KKR might go for it because unka captaincy, vice captaincy, everything is sorted right now. So probably they can just be different about all about this. Can he be the one?
KKR is the second most team, yeah, to have the biggest purse, and I think they lack most of the pieces. Yeah, KKR. I was just looking at the squad. जिसमें मतलब कम से कम प्लेयर्स है तो उनको अगर चूज करने में कितनी आसानी होगी अगर वो भरे नहीं. बट देन या आई एग्री विद चेतन भाई कि भाई दे हैव बीन परसिस्टिंग विद these सुनील नरेन एंड आंद्रे रसेल, बट उनको उसके आगे दिखता ही नहीं है रोड. उनको रोड मैप क्लियर दिख रहा है. लकीली गौतम गंभीर वापस आए हैं तो शायद एवरीथिंग विल बी सॉर्टेड आउट. देयर विल बी मच क्लियरर पिक्चर बिकॉज I mean, if you don't have a senior guy in the squad, somebody who has been there, who has seen, who's played a lot of IPL, which Gautam Gambhir has, like how an MS Dhoni was, or maybe is for CSK, or maybe Rohit Sharma for Mumbai Indians. तो वो गाइडेंस वो बीच में चला गया था. एक बार गौतम गंभीर चले गए थे, कप्तानी छोड़ी, कप्तानी से रिटायरमेंट ले लिए थे, फिर डीसी चले गए थे. तो बहुत बहुत उनके पास मतलब they have got the purse, they have to fill in the spots. A few spots are left. तो मुझे लगता है कि देखिए इंडियन प्लेयर्स से भरे नहीं पड़े. फॉरेन प्लेयर्स मिक्स है. इंडियन प्लेयर्स वेंकटेश अय्यर, आई मीन जिस तरह से प्रॉमिस डिलीवर किए थे वो कंटिन्यूटी नहीं मिल पाई है उनको. आप देखेंगे या वरुण चक्रवर्ती जो प्रॉमिस हैं, जो मतलब जिस तरह दे कैन द पोटेंशियल दैट दे हैव, वो डिलीवर नहीं कर पाया है वो लेवल पे एक्सपेक्टेशन पे. बट देन गुड दैट and Harshit Rana, these guys, so good they persisted with the Indian talent. But yeah, Lance Morris, I mean I mean देखिए अब इनके आगे सोचते नहीं है आंद्रे रसेल या सुनील नरेन के. तो आई मीन हाउ वुड यू यूटिलाइज दिस गाय, हाउ वुड यू आई मीन कहाँ पे इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे, क्योंकि आपके पास एक ऑलराउंड टॉप ऑर्डर बैट्समैन भी है फॉरेन, रहमानुल्लाह गुरबाज. तो आपको लिमिटेड है 4 स्पॉट की जगह है फॉरेनर्स की. आप वो किस तरह से यूटिलाइज करेंगे, किस तरह से. सी जेराल्ड कोएट्ज़ी will also be an expensive player. See, यही सब these kind of players, they'll attract bid like Mitchell Starc and Gerald Coetzee or maybe Pat Cummins. ये ऑलराउंडर्स का स्पॉट बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है आईपीएल के फॉर्मेट में. ये खास करके हार्दिक पांड्या चले गए मुंबई इंडियंस में, बहुत ज्यादा वैक्यूम हो गया. वो भी विजय शंकर को शायद एक स्टेटस उनका बढ़ जाए वहां पर गुजरात टाइटंस में. बट देन हाँ मतलब केकेआर इज समथिंग they have to work upon. They'll sit down. गौतम गंभीर राह दिखाएंगे. वो क्या राह दिखाएंगे मुझे लगता है अभी ऑलराउंडर की जरूरत नहीं केकेआर को. बट देन दे नीड फ्यू मोर बैट्समैन इन द टॉप ऑर्डर, मिडिल ऑर्डर में, और स्पिनर्स जो इफेक्ट कर सकते हैं. दैट इज समथिंग
at the squad, Jimmy, of KKR squad. I mean, you don't really have a experienced fast bowler, right? Vaibhav Arora is there, Harshit Rana is there, Venkatesh medium pacer, Andrew Russell of course is there, but medium pacer. A proper fast bowler who is experienced as well in this format, they need someone of that sort. Jimmy, your thoughts?
Look, they put a lot of time and money into Lockie Ferguson, right? But Lockie Ferguson only had that one good season. That was when the IPL took place in the UAE. Look at the IPL that happened in India. Lockie Ferguson really hasn't done anything. Pat Cummins was there for a while. He's had a couple 45, 50 plus run spells. So they've struggled. Mitchell Starc was one of the guys which they had, and he also vanished. So yes, Gerald Coetzee could be someone that they invest in. But again, with KKR, I'm surprised that team has not won more titles. They often assemble smart units, but something, I go back to what Chetan said. If you're still depending on Andre Russell and Sunil Narayan in 2024, God help you. So I just don't know. I mean, I would assume, yes, if they have a vacancy for fast bowlers, they might chase someone like Coetzee, but many great players have gone through the KKR corridors and have actually come out worse. So that's a franchise which remains somewhat suspect to me.
Yeah. Okay. Chinmay, coming to the big one, the Mumbai Indians, जिसने सबसे बड़ा न्यूज़ दिया ahead of the auctions. What do you make of this? Because अगर उनका पर्स हम देखें, पर्स उतना ज़्यादा नहीं है, 17.75 crores. They have some slots to fill, right? यहाँ पे slot fill up करना पड़ेगा. Will they go to the uncapped players, Indian uncapped जो players हैं, या they would want someone of someone like a Gerald Coetzee, क्योंकि कैमरन ग्रीन के साथ उनका उतना अच्छा नहीं एक बैठा, and he has now shifted to RCB. So do you think they can go for someone
कैमरन ग्रीन के साथ उनके साथ सब बैठ गया था, उनको एडजस्ट करना था, हार्दिक पांड्या का पर्स एडजस्ट करना था. Wait and watch how RCB waste Cameron Green this year, and then next year he'll be back in the mega auction and MI will get him back. Cameron Green, see आप देखो कि उनके अभी forget Cameron Green for a moment, जैसा मैंने बताया Cameron Green they got rid of because they needed to fit in Hardik Pandya's 15 crores. Okay. अब आप ये देखो कि कैमरन ग्रीन को हटा के एक फायदा हुआ है कि सबसे बड़ी बात उनका एक ओवरसीज स्लॉट फ्री हो गया है. ठीक है, इनको जरूरत किस चीज की है? आप बैटिंग में देखो, इनको बैटिंग में इतनी जरूरत नहीं है. ठीक है, आप कैमरन ग्रीन को नहीं खिला रहे तो आप ट्रिस्टन स्टब्स को लगा सकते हो, डेवॉल्ट ब्रेविस को. लास्ट ईयर ब्रेविस डिड नॉट प्ले एट ऑल and he's considered to be, and then obviously there is Tristan
Stubbs is in the auctions. Stubbs
in the auction.
He's released, I guess. Anyway, so they still have Tim David. Okay, उनके पास वो फिनिशर रोल करने के लिए टिम डेविड है. ठीक है, they can give जो कैमरन ग्रीन का स्लॉट है वो डेवॉल्ट ब्रेविस को दे सकते हैं. तिलक वर्मा है, निहाल वधेरा ने पिछले साल बहुत अच्छा किया था. So in a way they have Rohit Sharma and now they have Hardik Pandya. ठीक है, to fit in those slots. So batting में उनको इतना ज्यादा नहीं है. Maybe they need an all-rounder who can again come in at 4, 5, 6 depending on how they are looking at, what is the opening combination going to be. Who's Surya might slot in at 3, Hardik might slot in at 4. What they need to look at is obviously Ishan Kishan bhi hai, so they could open with Ishan Kishan and Rohit and then slot in the other wides. I think main चीज जो उनको देखनी है is fast bowling. मुंबई का हमेशा से एक टेम्पलेट था, you play your 3 fast bowlers and then you have 2 good quality spinners. वो चीज उनके पास नहीं है जो हमने पिछले 2 साल में देखी है. They don't have good quality spinners and they don't have good quality fast bowlers. एक बुमराह को अगर आप छोड़ दो, आपकी टीम में अभी भी स्क्वाड में पीयूष चावला दिखाई दे रहा है, which means there is something wrong there. तो अब आप देखो कि जो प्राइमरी लिस्ट है उसमें फास्ट बॉलर कौन है. Mitchell Starc, I think they would love to have Mitchell Starc, but again, is he going to be available? तो दूसरे जो फास्ट बॉलर हैं Gerald Coetzee. I think Gerald Coetzee, Mumbai Indians, I think Mumbai Indians will go after Gerald Coetzee really, really happily. उसके अलावा आपके पास options हैं. You have somebody like an Umesh Yadav. Again, as a backup bowler, you can use him as an option. You have different options you can play around with. आपके पास Gerald है. Spin में आपके पास क्या option है? आप ये देखो, Mujib is an option. वो एक आपका ओवरसीज स्लॉट लेता है. शिवम मावी इज एन ऑप्शन, चेतन साकरिया इज एन ऑप्शन. आप बॉलर्स की तरफ जाओ, स्पिन एंड पेस, जो आपको प्राइमरी वहां पे प्लेयर्स दिखाई देंगे, आप उस तरफ जाओ. आप ये भूल जाओ कि दे आर गोइंग टू गो फॉर बिग नेम्स इन बैटिंग. दे डोंट हैव द पर्स. देयर मेन थिंग राइट नाउ विल बी बॉलिंग. कैसे वो अपना स्पिन करें. मुझे कोई इंडियन स्पिनर नहीं दिख रहा है, कोई बड़ा नाम नहीं दिख रहा है. So they will struggle there. So maybe they will want to bring an overseas pick over there, and maybe bring another overseas fast bowler, and then get.
हाँ, जो हम सबकी फेवरेट है और सरप्राइज देती है वो है सनराइजर्स हैदराबाद. जेमी, I'll start with you. A purse of 34 crores, slots to fill 6, overseas slots left 3. किसको लेंगे? ये सबको ले लेंगे क्या?
Again, now one of those strange franchises. They do decently well to get to the knockouts, but इनमें कभी वो killer instinct मुझे दिखता नहीं है. As long as David Warner was there, I think they had something. But again, Kane Williamson runs बनाते हैं, but you just need some characters. I think someone like a Travis Head, again, recency bias. They might go for someone like him. Not a young player, but form. भाई देखो WTC final. अपने दम पे जिताया, man of the match in the semi-final, man of the match in the final. Took him 48 hours to recover, as Mitchell Marsh said. But when he played the remainder of the T20 against India, he got I think he got 3 scores in the 30s. gun fielder. His catch is gonna. I mean, there's the Kapil Dev's catch in '83, and his catch is there. So if you want someone just on like Pat Cummins, ये जो छूता है ये गोल्ड बन जाता है. आपके पास ये है. I'm not saying he's gonna break the bank and go for 8, 9, 10 crores, but I mean, he's one player. I think a lot of franchises and mainly someone like Hyderabad would want to get because they've always had that one, if not two, overseas openers and number 3 Johnny Bairstow ko dekh lo, Kane Williamson, David Warner. So I think he's going to go to Hyderabad. For how much? I don't know. Baki again, I mean, all rounders. They've tried Jason Holder. I think they had Brathwaite for a while. वो कुछ कर नहीं पाते हैं. Off top of my head, I don't know any world class all rounders apart from Pat Cummins we've discussed who could slot in. But they might go for them as well because I think for them, looking at the purse, this is like a reset button for them because I think they were pretty bad last. Harry Brook was a disaster, right? 100, and then I think in 10 innings he didn't cross 25, or I'm not mistaken. So that's a franchise which has a lot of money to spend. But kisko lenge wo? Beyond Travis Head, I can't think of one name they'll chase hard.
Do you think क्योंकि जब यहाँ पर जो ऑलराउंडर्स हैं they are more of spin ऑलराउंडर्स. एक अब्दुल समद को अगर हम हटा दें वहाँ पर तो और सानवीर सिंह को तो रवि तेजा का नाम he has been performing decently well in the recent past. Can he be the one? क्योंकि एक 20-30 लाख का base price है, can bat in the middle order, it can share the ball.
I mean, he got the form. I think he was the highest wicket taker inside Mustaq Ali. So that's a good option. But again, I think this is a team which had Rashid for a while, Mohammad Nabi, like I mentioned, Holder, Brathwaite. They probably will want to chase that somewhat hefty overseas all-rounder. But again, I can't think off the top of my head, what the options would be. Spinner इनके पास कौन है आजकल?
Spinner इनके पास बहुत सारे हैं. So I'll just
नहीं, but like who's? हाँ, बता.
Is the frontline spinner. उसके अलावा अभिषेक शर्मा, Washington Sundar and Shahbaz Ahmed.
Shahbaz Ahmed, okay, decent middle rung. Abhishek Sharma, they didn't bowl him as much. When they did bowl him, he was hammered. I think he's a fantastic opener. I hope they don't. I think उसने कहा भी था कि मैंने ब्रायन लारा से कहा था कि आप मुझे क्यों नहीं खिला रहे हो. I think if I'm not mistaken, उनको 2-3 मैच लगे अभिषेक को 11 में डालने में. But I think उससे पहले साल he had like a 450 run year. I hope they back him as an opener in every single match because that's a match winner. But again, he's not a reliable spinner. वो डालते होंगे पंजाब के लिए, but I think they're gonna, like I said, the all-rounder factor. Hyderabad will need someone because that's a franchise that traditionally had a lot of good overseas all-rounders.
Yeah. Quickly moving
on. In fact, I just want to add over here. I think this Daryl Mitchell could be a factor here. I mean, we were talking about how David Warner or maybe कौन था David Warner के साथ I forgot the name, the English guy, somebody who was
Johnny Bairstow.
Johnny West, the superstar, yeah, one of my favorites. I mean, he can play that role in the top order. Kane Williamson नहीं है, New Zealand आगे बंदा और I mean, this guy knows exactly how to bat in the top order. अब फिर innings through कैसे लेके जाए. So Daryl Mitchell would play a key role अगर they can go for it, go for this guy. Roman Powell is also an all-rounder, right, from the West Indies. They can.
यार पर वो bowling बहुत कम डालता है and he's very hit or miss. I think Daryl Mitchell is one more name which they should go for.
Yeah, because
the thing is, I'll tell you something with SRH. The problem is, they can't afford more overseas players who's not a spinner. अगर आप उनका lineup देखो, they have Marco Jansen, Heinrich Klaasen, Aiden Markram, Glenn Phillips. इसमें से 3 तो खेलेंगे ही खेलेंगे.
Yeah.
They have no options.
So
they can only go and their spinners में आप देखो ना, who do they have? Mayank Markande. They already have Lakh Faruqi, who's a pacer. ठीक है.
Yeah.
Only उसके बाद इमरान मलिक 3 राजन भुवनेश्वर कुमार. तो वहाँ पे रोटेशन हो रहा है. मयंक मार्कंडे हैं जो उनके स्पिन ऑप्शन हैं. Washington Sundar if he's fit.
Yeah.
And lot depends on Washington Sundar's fitness. And then you have Glenn Phillips and Aiden Markram जो spin कर सकते हैं थोड़ा. So if their overseas spot has to go, I think they will be interested in. Adil Rashid did not work out for them. I think Mujib is somebody. जितने भी ये 30 करोड़ वाले हैं ना, Mujib gives you 4 overs and he gives you 4 overs in the power play.
Yeah.
As in not all 4 overs in the power play, but he bowls in the power play. You getting my point?
Very economical on that front.
Yeah, and he's a wicket-taking bowler. So I think Mujib is going to be a very big buy क्योंकि वो आपको power play में spin bowling देता है. And yeah, I think they have 34 crores. So I think they will make it for Mujib. I won't be surprised if they go for Mujib, and they need somebody to fill Rashid Khan's shoes here, and who better than Mujib? You know?
True.
Adil Rashid did not work out for them. I doubt they'll go for Hasaranga. ठीक है? So let's see. I don't think Hasaranga के लिए वो 12-15 करोड़ की बेट लगेगी. I doubt it. I very much doubt.
जाना नहीं चाहिए, जिस तरीके का परफॉर्मेंस पिछली बार था उसके हिसाब से नहीं.
Exactly. So I think Mujib is somebody to watch out for.
Yeah. Okay. Quickly moving on to the other two franchises. ताउस भाई आपसे पूछूंगा, पंजाब किंग्स 29.1 करोड़ का बजट है, स्लॉट्स आर 8 and 2 overseas slots they have. So
SRH के मैं एक चीज जरूर बोलूंगा कि I hope they get airports this time. मेरे को बहुत इरिटेशन होती है जब वो तार वाले कान के लेके आते हैं ना. 34 करोड़, इतने करोड़ों का बजट है कि एयरपोर्ट खरीद लो यार.
ताउस भाई
पंजाब किंग्स यार पंजाब किंग्स शिखर धवन. I mean they सैम करन ऑलराउंडर है, कगिसो रबाड़ा है इनके पास. दे हैव अ गुड लाइनअप यार अभी इनको, मगर आई थिंक दे विल हैव टू गो फॉर अ स्पिनर दैट एवरी टीम इज लुकिंग फॉर. मोस्ट ऑफ द टीम क्वालिटी स्पिनर, और यहाँ पर मुझे दिख रहा नहीं है कोई यहाँ पर इनकी तरफ से कोई क्वालिटी. एक सिकंदर रजा है जो ऑलराउंडर है, मगर हाउ मच ही इज गोइंग टू प्ले, हाउ मच ही इज गोइंग टू, क्योंकि टॉप 4 ही खिला सकते फॉरेनर.
उतनी स्पिन तो लिविंगस्टोन भी डाल देता है.
लिविंगस्टोन डालते हैं, मगर लिविंगस्टोन को इतना ओवर नहीं मिलता जितना उनका बैटिंग.
They relied on Harpreet Brar and what's his name?
राहुल
Chahar.
राहुल
बहुत
चार
rely करते हैं. Harpreet Brar पे उन्होंने काफी rely किया था. So they don't have spin options है नहीं यार इसमें.
कोई
spin options है नहीं.
और इंडियन स्पिन ऑप्शन भी नहीं है.
Indian spin options.
Hasaranga is the guy. I mean they'll Hasaranga is going to get some good crores यार.
29 crore. I see Adil Rashid going over there. I think Adil Rashid को लेने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे.
Yeah.
So spinners will be the steal this season right now for each करोड़ों में जाएंगे spinners.
For a lot of teams.
डालना है, अभी भी टाइम है.
I don't have time for IPL. Man.
You know what will be funny if RCB are not able to land up a quality spinner. कि आपने चहल को भी जाने दिया, हसरंगा को भी जाने दिया, क्योंकि आपके पास लिटरली 3 स्पिनर हैं यार.
ने दिया.
हाँ,
आपने जैम्पा को भी जाने दिया.
जैम्पा तो चलो छोड़ दो, वो पहले ही जाने दिया था. बट माय पॉइंट इज कि if they are not able to land in any of these three, Adil, Mujib and हसरंगा, अगर इन टीमें कितनी सारी हैं, किन-किन को स्पिनर्स चाहिए? एमआई को चाहिए, पंजाब को चाहिए, राजस्थान को नहीं चाहिए, आरसीबी को चाहिए, एसआरएच को चाहिए. 3 स्पिनर है, 5 टीमों को चाहिए. There goes your 12 crores. 12 crores का bet.
Mujib has played for Punjab, right?
Sorry?
Mujib has played for Punjab before.
Yeah. Mujib, yes.
Yeah.
It was Kings 11.
Kings 11, yeah. So
no, but he can go back. Probably could they can always take him back. So
yeah. Okay.
But
quick.
My point is कि 5 टीमें हैं and 3 स्पिनर हैं.
Okay, Jimmy, quickly, last team, Delhi Capitals, total budget of they have 28.95 crores, 9 slots in which they have 4 overseas players. More or less, इनकी जो lineup है वो तो settled ही है. What do you have to say, Jimmy?
Again, I mean, look, they need another keeper for sure. I mean, look, Rishabh Pant, he might come back, but there's no guarantee. तो सबसे पहले इनको ऋषभ पंत का रिप्लेसमेंट सोचना पड़ेगा. आप ये नहीं सोच सकते हो कि अच्छा he'll come back in 1 month. Let's assume he doesn't come back. They have to be thinking that way, right? They need a top order keeper. They had Phil Salt. I think he's been released. Phil Salt recency bias just got 100. कौन?
Josh Inglis.
Josh Inglis is another guy. You know, he got that 100. Again, it's this World Cup में जो चला. Again, Sri Lankans do not do well, but Kusal Mendes is a dynamite pick. I know he won't go for big bucks, but he's had a tremendous, he's got runs against India. So ये players जो opening करते हैं, जो 3 करते हैं, Kusal Mendes, I know he won't go for big bucks, but to my mind, a team like Delhi, I would snap him up, because स्टीव स्मिथ उनके लिए नहीं चले, रॉबिन पावर उनके लिए नहीं चले, राइली रूसो उनके लिए नहीं चले. They're coming off a long phase where their overseas players haven't done well. I would have loved to see them persist with Phil Salt. I think he'll do well.
How much money do they have?
They have
पता नहीं यार.
28.95.
Josh Inglis is a good name.
They will go hard for Travis Head क्योंकि they need somebody to replace Prithvi Shaw. Prithvi Shaw doesn't give them too much.
Yeah.
बंदे को फील्डिंग नहीं कराते वो लोग, इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर की तरह यूज करते हैं. They will go hard for Travis Head. They will corner Travis Head at the top and then Mitchell Marsh to follow.
सही बात है.
They will go hard for Travis Head.
For wicket keeping, they still have Abhishek Porel in the squad. So
yeah, but they still need a backup. Porel is not going to see. You still need a backup. There is not going to be. They have the option of going for KS Bharat, Kusal Mendes. ये दो आपके cheap options हैं. हो सकता है किसी को junior batch से भी उठा सकते हैं. I don't have the entire. I just have 50 names in front of me. जो top 50 names है, मैं उसमें से बोल रहा हूँ. So they will pick somebody as a backup keeper for sure this time.
Yeah.
But what they need, problem सिर्फ उनके उसमें नहीं थी कि ऋषभ पंत available नहीं थे. You know, the problem was also they did not have somebody to replace Prithvi Shaw. And that's वहाँ पे कुछ change नहीं होने वाला है. He's not going to be able to field again.
Yeah.
They will go hard for Travis Head.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
चलिए तो जिस सेशन का सिर्फ इतना है कि स्पिनर्स आर गोइंग टू गेट द बिग बक्स और दिल्ली कैपिटल्स को एक कीपर की जरूरत है. वेल थैंक यू गाइस, थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग दिस लाइव सेशन. इसको यहीं एंड करेंगे क्योंकि हमें और बहुत सारी बातें करनी है और थोड़ा सा टाइम रह गया आईपीएल ऑक्शन के लिए, आईपीएल 2024 ऑक्शन के लिए. तो जाएंगे, वो एंजॉय करेंगे. वेल थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग मी इन दिस सेशन. लवली चैटिंग विद यू एज ऑलवेज.
फास्टेस्ट क्रिकेट स्कोर अपडेट्स या सबसे डिटेल्ड स्टैट्स,
क्रिकेट के अंदर बाहर की खबरें
या हेल्दी डिबेट्स,
सबसे एक्यूरेट एनालिसिस
या फैंस का क्रेज, सबके लिए एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म, क्योंकि क्रिकेट मतलब क्रिकेट नेक्स्ट. फास्टेस्ट क्रिकेट स्कोर अपडेट्स या सबसे डिटेल्ड स्टैट्स,
क्रिकेट के अंदर बाहर की खबरें
या हेल्दी डिबेट्स,
सबसे एक्यूरेट एनालिसिस
या फैंस का क्रेज, सबके लिए एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म, क्योंकि क्रिकेट मतलब क्रिकेट नेक्स्ट.
हेलो एंड वेलकम टू क्रिकेट नेक्स्ट. मैं हूं सौम्य कपूर और 19 दिसंबर इज अ बिग डे. इट्स आईपीएल 2024 ऑक्शन डे और मोर देन 300 प्लेयर्स आर गोइंग टू गो अंडर द हैमर. वेल इसके बारे में बात करेंगे ताउस लिस्बी, जेमी ऑल्टर और चेतन नरूला से इस लाइव सेशन में. और क्या पर्सेस हैं, कौन कौन से प्लेयर्स हैं और कौन कौन से प्लेयर्स पे फोकस रहेगा, ये सारी हम बातें करेंगे. बस उससे पहले वेलकम टू क्रिकेट नेक्स्ट ऑल ऑफ यू. जेमी, आई विल स्टार्ट विद यू. वी हैव बीन टॉकिंग अबाउट द पर्सेस. सीएसके और जीटी की मैं बात करूंगा जो उनके रिक्वायरमेंट्स है. 31.4 करोड़ का पर्स है सीएसके के पास. व्हाट डू यू थिंक हु कैन बी द प्लेयर्स दे विल बी फोकसिंग ऑन?
यार it's a interesting one because it depends कि इन दोनों franchise को क्या चाहिए. Like we were discussing before the show started, will CSK want to go for another keeper? I mean, we know कि Dhoni is the best keeper, but he's 43. You never know. I mean, it's with each passing year. मेरे ख्याल से पिछले 3 साल से कम से कम हम लोग कह रहे हैं यार कि धोनी का आखिरी साल होगा. What happens if he gets injured? So definitely that's one thing. So again, I was going through the list, the long list, in fact, of all the players. Maybe I'm still stuck on, and it's strange that exactly a month from that disaster of the World Cup, maybe I've still not recovered from the abject failure of the team. But going to that list, 2-3 नाम को छोड़ के मुझे personally, and I know I'll be proven wrong tomorrow, मुझे personally 2-3 नाम से ज्यादा लगा नहीं कोई player is going to break the bank like we've seen. Maybe this will be a more sobering IPL in the sense that यार Sam Curran के लिए इतने पैसे गए, क्या किया? It's a small auction, but small auctions have thrown up some surprises. But you're asking me about 2 franchises. आप मुझे कोई भी franchise को लेकर पूछो कुछ. I still don't see, barring 2-3 names, any player. Rachin Ravindra is one name who I expect to go. Teams will go for क्योंकि opening कर सकते हैं, 3 पे खेल सकते हैं, finisher बन सकते हैं, बढ़िया fielder हैं, अच्छे खासे spinner भी है. but in the past there have been a lot of such overseas names who haven't gone for that. So it's one of those strange auctions where personally खुद की बात करूं, I cannot tell you right now. We talk about top 5. I can't even name 5 players who I think are going to get big bucks. So very very keen to see कि कल होगा क्या.
I'm talking about Gujarat Titans, Jamie. They have a good budget, 38.15 crores, and they just need to fill up 7 slots, if I'm not mistaken. So पैसे हैं, budget अच्छा है. Can they go big on someone, because we have been talking about कि उनके पास एक overseas fast bowler का slot खाली है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे सिर्फ उनके पास Josh Little है. So can they go big on someone like a Pat Cummins probably?
Look, they're going to have to. It's not just about the apps. I mean, look, if Mohammad Shami and Mohit Sharma are your main fast bowlers, you're not going to win a title with these guys. हो गया एक बार, और Mohit Sharma, hats off to him for taking all those wickets. दोबारा करने के chances बहुत कम है. And then, like you mentioned, अगर Josh Little आपका main overseas bowler है, तो of course you're going to go. Also, you need to find a replacement for Hardik Pandya, right? Hardik Pandya is gone. अब आपके पास पैसे बहुत हैं, but it's not just one fast bowler. They're also going to look for an all-rounder. Pat Cummins, हालांकि उनके T20 आंकड़े इतने अच्छे नहीं है, and I think he'd be the first to admit that he didn't live up to his standards in regards to the couple of years that he did service for KKR. But if you want one bowler who touches everything and becomes gold, it's Pat Cummins. He's won the WTC, he's won the IPL, the World Cup, bowled brilliantly. So, because, like I was saying, auctions are very strange. You might look at Pat Cummins and say, "Arey, kya karta hai? 2 seasons se bowling nahi chali." Okay, he's got a 14-ball 50. But maybe a team that wants a leader, someone inspirational, someone like a Gujarat, there's a captaincy vacuum there. They might go for someone like Pat Cummins just because, like I said, whatever that man touches this year, it turns to gold. So definitely, I think a team like Gujarat should be going for someone like Pat Cummins.
And Chetan bhai, contrasting things here for LSG. LSG के पास budget उतना ज़्यादा नहीं है, but they have some slots to fill, right? तो क्या लगता है? How are they going to go for it? They have just a budget of 13.15 crores.
I think LSG. Can we have the squad for LSG? Is there a slide for the squad for LSG?
I'll just read out.
नहीं, it's okay. मेरे पास खुला हुआ है. I don't think उनको इतना कुछ करने की जरूरत है. So, I mean, if you look at it, they got Devdutt Padikkal. ठीक है, हम बात करते हैं कि उनके जो कौन मेन प्लेयर्स होने वाले हैं. कायल मायर्स हैं उनके पास, Devdutt Padikkal हैं, Quinton हैं, या आपका है उनके पास निकोलस पूरन है. आप देखिए उनका मिडिल ऑर्डर, मेरे ख्याल से उनको एक बैट्समैन चाहिए जो टॉप 4 में स्लॉट हो सके. लेकिन अब वहां पे भी ये चीज है कि केएल राहुल नीचे मिडिल ऑर्डर में आ रहे हैं. सो दे हैव देवदत्त पाटिकल हु कैन स्लॉट इन एट द टॉप. अगर हम उनके गेंदबाजों की बात करें, मार्क वुड, ही इज बीन ट्रेमेंडस फॉर देम. रवि बिश्नोई, ही इज बीन ट्रेमेंडस फॉर देम. नवीन उल हक हैज बीन ग्रेट फॉर देम. तो फ्रॉम दैट एस्पेक्ट आल्सो आई थिंक दे आर प्रीटी मच सेटल्ड इन दैट सेंस. यश ठाकुर और मोहसिन खान, उन्होंने भी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंसेस दिया है उसके लिए. मेरे हिसाब से दे आर प्रीटी मच अ सेटल्ड साइड इन टर्म्स ऑफ व्हाट दे हैव और किस तरीके से वो उसको इस्तेमाल करेंगे. तो उनका जो बजट है, आई एम नॉट वेरी वरीड अबाउट इट. आई थिंक दे स्पेंड वेरी नाइसली. आई थिंक अब अगर आप जब देवदत्त पाटिकल ने ज्वाइन किया था एलएसजी, इट डिड नॉट मेक सेंस. क्योंकि केएल राहुल भी हैं वहाँ पे, क्विंटन डिकॉक भी हैं, कायल मायर्स भी हैं, और दीपक हुडा भी हैं, आयुष बदोनी भी हैं. If you look at it now, KL Rahul slots in the middle.
Yeah.
It is suddenly a much more balanced middle order. It is suddenly a much more balanced top order with Devdutt Padikkal slotting in that top 3. So I don't think they need to do a lot. Maybe अगर मैं प्लेयर्स की लिस्ट देखूं तो यहाँ पे 1-2 प्लेयर्स जो हैं, जैसा मैंने कहा कि उनको इंडियन प्लेयर्स चाहिए. आई डोंट थिंक उनको ओवरसीज प्लेयर की इस समय जरूरत है. How many overseas slots do they have remaining?
They have 2 left.
2. So I don't think they want, and 13 crores mein they might pick up an Adil Rashid maybe, or not for 13 crores obviously, for a lower amount. So it just depends कि क्या करना चाहेंगे. ये याद रखिए, उन्होंने राशिद खान को लेने की बहुत भरपूर कोशिश की थी, but राशिद खान had already signed up with GT. So that's why Lucknow did not get Rashid Khan. लेकिन मुजीब available है इस बार.
Hmm.
So will they make a play for Mujib? That is something that I want to see. But again, क्या करेंगे वो मुजीब को लेके? Because अगर आप मुजीब को ले लेंगे, then Ravi Bishnoi is your prime spinner. तो फिर आपका एक overseas batsman जो है, Kyle Myers, you know, आप 3 players खिला रहे हैं, आपके पास Stoinis भी हैं. Last year they had trouble balancing out their overseas players. Quinton de Kock did not play a lot of the IPL. So I don't think उनको इतनी necessity है overseas players की. लेकिन अगर मैं, you know, मैं देखूं कि इंडियन प्लेयर्स कौन-कौन से उनको जरूरत पड़ सकती है. You know, they could go for somebody like a Manish Pandey, they could go for somebody like a Karun Nair. I'm not saying कि उनको एक प्राइमरी बैट्समैन चाहिए, उनको एक बैकअप चाहिए. ठीक है. जेमी ने कहा कि he doesn't see a few players going big price. I can name at least 3-4 जिन पे पानी की तरह पैसा बहने वाला है. And I'm not just talking about LSG here.
Yeah.
You have Shardul Thakur. ठीक है.
True.
He's an all-rounder. ठीक है. T20 क्रिकेट में उनको नंबर 6 या 7 पे आके बल्ला घुमाना है. And he can bowl 3 to 4 overs. He's going to go for big money. Harshal Patel, tapped Indian player. Again, big money. ठीक है. He can be a death bowler. You know. I think Chennai will like to spend on Harshal Patel. उसका reason ये है because he likes to bowl only slower deliveries.
Yeah.
उनको slower delivery के अलावा कुछ नहीं आता है. And if you're playing in Chennai with those pitches, Harshal Patel is going to be a handful with the Chennai pitches. So Chennai might make a big play for him. Now, Shardul, MS Dhoni is a huge fan of Shardul Thakur. He might make a big play for him. एक fast bowler जो मैं देख रहा हूँ, Mitchell Starc. If he actually is serious about playing, okay, मेरे को बस यही देखना है कि ये बहुत बार हुआ है. He puts in his name, gets a bid, gets a good team, and then he pulls out 2 months later. ठीक है. इस बार I don't see a reason for him to pull out. If he's actually serious, and it's not just me talking, the other everybody, you know, in those franchises sitting on those tables, they need to believe कि Mitchell Starc is actually going to be available. ये हमारा पैसा नहीं बर्बाद करवाएगा. 7-8 करोड़ आराम से इनको मिल जाएंगे if he's actually serious about it. Pat Cummins, I think he might end up being the most expensive player. ठीक है. We might see.
Or overall, overseas or overall?
Overall. He has that. I don't see any other player who can beat Pat Cummins. ठीक है. He's an all-rounder. He's an overseas player. He brings the captaincy thing. From that perspective, Rachin Ravindra is there. You know, he has the World Cup thing coming in, but he didn't play in a T20 style. He's unknown in that sense. Plus his bowling. Rachin Ravindra's bowling was okay. Yeah. Well, he's left-hand spin, but he didn't settle the World Cup. The World Cup उन्होंने headlines was not because of his spin bowling. It was because of his batting. So I still think Pat Cummins could really light up the auctions. I'm thinking 15 crores easy.
Okay.
Somebody like a GT will be very happy to get him. Maybe Delhi Capitals might be very happy to get him. KKR might again go for him. But again, KKR के साथ issue ये है कि KKR फंसा हुआ है Andre Russell और सुनील नारायण में. I think it is stupidity to keep on retaining them year after year. I think उनसे returns अब नहीं आ रहे हैं. It's diminishing returns from them. So yeah, but LSG के my last point on LSG is they don't need those overseas players. Maybe they need an Indian bowler. They might go in for Herschel. They might go in for a backup Indian batsman. That's something I'm looking at.
Okay, Chetan bhai just mentioned about KKR. You know, now KKR has
32 crores.
32 crores with 12 slots left and overseas 4 overseas slots left. You know, who do you think can be their pick? And I have a comment from Jason here. There's something.
Who's it? कोई चलो.
Tauj bhai. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. So I have a comment here from Jason. I have a question. In fact, can Lance Morris attract the bidders? So do you think, you know, KKR might go for it? Because unka captaincy, vice captaincy, everything is sorted right now. So probably they can, you know, just being different about this? Can he be the one?
KKR is the second most team, yeah, to have the biggest purse, and I think they lack most of the pieces, yeah. KKR, I was just looking at the squad, जिसमें मतलब कम से कम प्लेयर्स है तो उनको अगर चूज करने में कितनी आसानी होगी अगर वो भरे नहीं. बट देन या आई एग्री विद चेतन भाई कि भाई दे हैव बीन परसिस्टिंग विद these सुनील नरेन एंड आंद्रे रसेल, बट उनको उसके आगे दिखता ही नहीं है रोड. उनको रोड मैप क्लियर दिखा. लकीली गौतम गंभीर वापस आए हैं तो शायद एवरीथिंग विल बी सॉर्टेड आउट. देयर विल बी मच क्लियरर पिक्चर बिकॉज I mean, if you don't have a senior guy in the squad, somebody who has been there, who has seen, who's played a lot of IPL, which Gautam Gambhir has, like how an MS Dhoni was, or maybe is for CSK, or maybe Rohit Sharma for Mumbai Indians. तो वो गाइडेंस वो बीच में चला गया था. एक बार गौतम गंभीर चले गए थे, कप्तानी छोड़ी, कप्तानी से रिटायरमेंट ले लिए थे, फिर डीसी चले गए थे. तो बहुत बहुत उनके पास मतलब they have got the purse, they have to fill in the spots. A few spots are left. तो मुझे लगता है कि देखिए इंडियन प्लेयर्स से भरे नहीं पड़े. फॉरेन प्लेयर्स मिक्स है. इंडियन प्लेयर्स वेंकटेश अय्यर, आई मीन जिस तरह से प्रॉमिस डिलीवर किए थे वो कंटिन्यूटी नहीं मिल पाई है उनको. आप देखेंगे या वरुण चक्रवर्ती जो प्रॉमिस हैं, जो मतलब जिस तरह दे कैन द पोटेंशियल दैट दे हैव, वो डिलीवर नहीं कर पाया है वो लेवल पे, एक्सपेक्टेशन पे. बट देन गुड दैट and Harshit Rana, these guys, so good they persisted with the Indian talent. But yeah, Lance Morris, I mean I mean देखिए अब इनके आगे सोचते नहीं है आंद्रे रसेल या सुनील नरेन के. तो आई मीन हाउ वुड यू यूटिलाइज दिस गाय, हाउ वुड यू आई मीन कहाँ पे इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे? क्योंकि आपके पास एक ऑलराउंड टॉप ऑर्डर बैट्समैन भी है फॉरेन, रहमानुल्लाह गुरबाज. तो आपको लिमिटेड है 4 स्पॉट की जगह है फॉरेनर्स की. तो आप वो किस तरह से यूटिलाइज करेंगे, किस तरह से? सी जेराल्ड कोएत्ज़ी will also be an expensive player. See, यही सब these kind of players, they'll attract bid like Mitchell Starc and Gerald Coetzee or maybe Pat Cummins. ये ऑलराउंडर्स का स्पॉट बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है आईपीएल के फॉर्मेट में. ये खास करके हार्दिक पांड्या चले गए मुंबई इंडियंस में, बहुत ज्यादा वैक्यूम हो गया. वो भी विजय शंकर को शायद एक स्टेटस उनका बढ़ जाए वहां पर गुजरात टाइटंस पे. बट देन हाँ मतलब केकेआर इज समथिंग they have to work upon. They'll sit down. गौतम गंभीर राह दिखाएंगे. वो क्या राह दिखाएंगे मुझे लगता है अभी ऑलराउंडर की जरूरत नहीं केकेआर को. बट देन दे नीड फ्यू मोर बैट्समैन इन द टॉप ऑर्डर, मिडिल ऑर्डर में, और स्पिनर्स जो इफेक्ट कर सकते हैं. दैट इज समथिंग.
At the squad, Jamie, of KKR squad, I mean, you don't really have a experienced fast bowler, right? Vaibhav Arora is there, Harshit Rana is there, Venkatesh medium pacer, Andrew Russell of course is there, but medium pacer. A proper fast bowler who is experienced as well in this format, they need someone of that sort. Jamie, your thoughts?
Look, they put a lot of time and money into Lockie Ferguson, right? But Lockie Ferguson only had that one good season. That was when the IPL took place in the UAE. Look at the IPL that happened in India. Lockie Ferguson really hasn't done anything. Pat Cummins was there for a while. He's had a couple 45, 50 plus run spells. So they've struggled. Mitchell Starc was one of the guys which they had, and he also vanished. So yes, Gerald Coetzee could be someone that they invest in. But again, with KKR, I'm surprised that that team has not won more titles. They often assemble smart units, but something, I mean, I go back to what Chetan said. If you're still depending on Andre Russell and Sunil Narayan in 2024, God help you. So I just don't know. I mean, I would assume, yes, if they have a vacancy for fast bowlers, they might chase someone like a Coetzee, but many great players have gone through the KKR corridors and have actually come out worse. So that's a franchise which remains somewhat suspect to me.
Yeah. Okay. Chenbai, coming to the big one, the Mumbai Indians, जिसने सबसे बड़ा न्यूज़ दिया ahead of the auctions. What do you make of this? Because अगर उनका पर्स हम देखें, पर्स उतना ज्यादा नहीं है, 17.75 crores. They have some slots to fill, right? यहाँ पे slot fill up करना पड़ेगा. Will they go to the uncapped players, Indian uncapped जो players हैं, या they would want someone of someone like a Gerald Coetzee, क्योंकि कैमरन ग्रीन के साथ उनका उतना अच्छा नहीं एक बैठा, and he has now shifted to RCB. So do you think they can go for someone like
ग्रीन के साथ उनके साथ सब बैठ गया था, उनको एडजस्ट करना था. हार्दिक पांड्या का पर्स एडजस्ट करना था. Wait and watch how RCB waste Cameron Green this year, and then next year he'll be back in the mega auction, and MI will get him back.
Yeah.
Cameron Green, see, आप देखो कि उनके अभी forget Cameron Green for a moment. जैसा मैंने बताया, Cameron Green they got rid of because they needed to fit in Hardik Pandya's 15 crores. Okay.
Yeah.
अब आप ये देखो कि कैमरन ग्रीन को हटा के एक फायदा हुआ है कि सबसे बड़ी बात उनका एक ओवरसीज स्लॉट फ्री हो गया, ठीक है. इनको जरूरत किस चीज की है? आप बैटिंग में देखो, इनको बैटिंग में इतनी जरूरत नहीं है, ठीक है. आप कैमरन ग्रीन को नहीं खिला रहे तो आप जस्टिन स्टब्स को लगा सकते हो, डेवॉल्ट ब्रेविस को. लास्ट ईयर ब्रेविस डिड नॉट प्ले एट ऑल, and he's considered to be, you know, and then obviously there is Justin
Stubbs is in the auctions. Stubbs
in
is
the
there.
auction.
Stubbs has released, I guess. Anyway, so they still have Tim David. ठीक है, उनके पास वो फिनिशर रोल करने के लिए टिम डेविड है, ठीक है. They can give जो कैमरन ग्रीन का स्लॉट है वो डेवॉल्ट ब्रेविस को दे सकते हैं. तिलक वर्मा है, निहाल वधेरा ने पिछले साल बहुत अच्छा किया था. So in a way they have Rohit Sharma and now they have Hardik Pandya, ठीक है, to fit in those slots. So batting में उनको इतना ज्यादा नहीं है. Maybe they need an all-rounder who can again come in at 4, 5, 6 depending on how they are looking at, you know, what is the opening combination going to be. Who's Surya might slot in at 3, Hardik might slot in at 4. What they need to look at is obviously Ishan Kishan bhi hai, so you know they could open with Ishan Kishan and Rohit and then slot in the other wides. I think main चीज जो उनको देखनी है is fast bowling. मुंबई का हमेशा से एक टेम्पलेट था, you play your 3 fast bowlers and then you have 2 good quality spinners. वो चीज उनके पास नहीं है जो हमने पिछले 2 साल में देखी है. They don't have good quality spinners and they don't have good quality fast bowlers. एक बुमराह को अगर आप छोड़ दो, आपकी टीम में अभी भी स्क्वाड में पीयूष चावला दिखाई दे रहा है, which means there is something wrong there. तो अब आप देखो कि जो प्राइमरी लिस्ट है उसमें फास्ट बॉलर कौन है. Mitchell Starc, I think they would love to have Mitchell Starc, but again, is he going to be available? तो दूसरे जो फास्ट बॉलर हैं Gerald Coetzee. I think Gerald Coetzee, Mumbai Indians, I think Mumbai Indians will go after Gerald Coetzee really, really happily. उसके अलावा आपके पास options हैं. You know, you have somebody like an Umesh Yadav. Again, as a backup bowler, you can use him as an option. You know, you have different options you can play around with. आपके पास Gerald है. Spin में आपके पास क्या option है? आप ये देखो, Mujib is an option, but वो एक आपका overseas slot लेता है. Shivam Mavi is an option. Chetan Sakaria is an option. You know, आप bowlers की तरफ जाओ, spin and pace. जो आपको प्राइमरी वहां पे प्लेयर्स दिखाई देंगे, आप उस तरफ जाओ. आप ये भूल जाओ कि they are going to go for big names in batting. They don't have the purse. Their main thing right now will be bowling. कैसे वो अपना स्पिन करें. मुझे कोई इंडियन स्पिनर नहीं दिख रहा है, कोई बड़ा नाम नहीं दिख रहा है. So they will struggle there. So maybe they will want to bring an overseas pick over there, and maybe bring another overseas fast bowler, and then get a couple, you know, Indian names. Shardul comes to mind. Umesh comes to mind. Shardul will actually be a very good buy for them क्योंकि वो number 7, number 8 पे they can have somebody who bats and can bowl 3-4 overs. You know, and मुंबई के pitch पे आपको कोई मिल जाएगा जो variation करा सकता है, कुछ करा सकता है. So you never know. I don't think they will go for Harshal Patel. Harshal Patel वानखेड़े में is a sitting duck. ठीक है. Most of the stadiums में he's a sitting duck. ठीक है. I think Chennai would be very interested in him. So Umesh, Mitchell Starc, Gerald Coetzee, Shivam Mavi. I think Shivam Mavi में उनका बहुत interest रहेगा because he's young. You know, उसको आप develop कर सकते हो. He's been hit with injuries. Otherwise, he's been a decent performer. ठीक है. तो they will want to reinforce their bowling. Sadly, I don't think they have many options in spin. But they would want to go for good reinforcements in pace.
ताउस भाई, यहाँ पर जो पर्स है, जिस तरीके का पर्स है, ऑलराउंडर से हट के, क्योंकि इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर यू डू हैव इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर एज वेल, तो क्या एक स्पेसिफिक रोल के लिए आप प्लेयर्स पिक कर सकते हैं? यू नो, समवन लाइक ऑब्वियसली जैसे चेतन भाई ने बोला उमेश यादव, क्या आप उन्हें सिर्फ 2 या 3 या 4 ओवर डलवाने के लिए आप पिक कर सकते हैं? डू यू थिंक वो भी माइंड में होगा कहीं ना कहीं कि ऑलराउंडर्स पे उतना पैसा खर्चने की शायद अभी जरूरत है नहीं?
हो सकता है ये, यार. दैट कुड बी वन ऑफ द थिंग्स दैट द फ्रैंचाइज मस्ट बी थिंकिंग, यार. इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर रूल्स but then वो advantage एक ले आता है ना ऑलराउंडर एक certain like if he is a really big ऑलराउंडर, छोटे मोटे ऑलराउंडर पे खर्चा नहीं होगा यहाँ पर कि यार एक छोटे लोकल अनकैप प्लेयर कोई ऑलराउंडर है तो उसको ले लिया करोड़ों रुपए में लाखों रुपए में, तो मुझे लगता नहीं है ऐसा कुछ होगा. चेतन यू सिंह सर.
या आई जस्ट वांट टू ऐड, अभी मैंने उनका स्क्वाड देखा है पूरा. कैमरन ग्रीन के जाने से ये हुआ है कि दी ओनली कंफर्म्ड ओवरसीज स्लॉट फॉर मुंबई इज टिम डेविड. आप डेवॉल्ट ब्रेविस को खिलाना चाहेंगे, ग्रेट, दैट टेक्स योर अदर स्पॉट. यू स्टिल हैव 2 ओवरसीज स्पॉट्स लेफ्ट. तो आप एक पेसर और एक स्पिनर बड़े आराम से खिला सकते हैं. और अगर आप डेवॉल्ट ब्रेविस को हटा देंगे, देन यू कैन हैव इवन ऑप्शंस. सो आई थिंक दे विल मेक अ प्ले फॉर इट. आदिल रशीद हैं, मुजीब हैं, जेराल्ड कोएत्ज़ी, मिचेल स्टार्क, इन चारों पे उनकी नजर रहेगी. साथ में दे विल आल्सो हैव एन आई ऑन बैकअप ऑप्शंस लाइक शार्दुल एंड उमेश यादव. आई थिंक उमेश माइट get a buy Shivam Mavi. So from that perspective, I think they will go bowler heavy. Though overseas picks in spin and pace, they will definitely go for.
Can they go for Pat Cummins? This I'll take from Jamie. Jamie, can Mumbai just think of Pat Cummins?
Look, they could go for Pat Cummins. Like I said, I mean, he's got terrific form. He's got some confidence around him. You might lead in the leadership. But again, Rohit Sharma let's not forget, Rohit Sharma is not going anywhere. So, आपके पास Hardik Pandya or Rohit Sharma. More than that, I think someone like a Dilshan Madhushanka, whose base price is just 50, third highest wicket taker in the World Cup. That ball he bowled at the Wankhede to Rohit Sharma. Exactly. So I'll tell you why. Now, traditionally, Sri Lankan fast bowlers have not done much. But you have the fact that he bowled Rohit Sharma. लोग अभी भी याद है, और पिछले साल T20 वर्ल्ड कप में, T20 एशिया कप में, the ball he bowled to Virat Kohli. So you've got the wickets which still are in the mind of many fans. Bowled Virat Kohli, bowled Rohit Sharma. Recency bias, 18 wickets. At one point for about 10 days, he was the leading wicket taker. Now what Dhoni has done with Pathirana, people are going to, what, this guy's only 50 lakhs. He might not be a Pathirana. He's actually better. Doesn't have the aura of CSK/Dhoni around him, but many captains might be like, जो धोनी ने उठा के पतिराना को इतना बेहतरीन, and look, Pathirana helped him win the title this year. Madhushanka, I'm not saying he's going to go for big money, but someone like him, 50 lakhs, if he goes for 5-6 crores, that's a steal deal because he's in the memory right now.
Yeah. Yes.
And let's not forget, Malinga has gone back as the bowling coach of Mumbai Indians. And Malinga is now
there you go.
Bench.
And exactly, now sorry, it just came to mind. It didn't prove to be a smart buy, but Mumbai Indians had Jofra Archer, Riley Meredith, and I think Jai Ritson. All of them at some point were on their rosters. So a team that doesn't mind spending big bucks on 3 overseas fast bowlers, this guy on our screen, for me, he's a shoo-in. No, and now when you mentioned the Malinga factor.
And they could also go for Vanindu Hasaranga, क्योंकि आपको एक spinner मिल गया, and he's a good
there
spinner.
There you go.
Spinner, and he's a decent bat as well. 7-8 के लिए he's a pretty decent bat. Yeah. Pat Cummins might be very, very expensive. Hasaranga might not be that expensive this time around. There's a reason why RCB released him, because he was proving to be really expensive at 10 crores.
Yeah.
ऐसा नहीं है कि RCB might not go back for Hasaranga. They might try to get him for 7 crores. एक ये भी स्ट्रैटेजी रहती है टीम्स की, जब आप प्लेयर्स को रिलीज करते हो, कि जो प्लेयर 10 करोड़ में है, शार्दुल ठाकुर इतने महंगे गए थे, आई थिंक 14 करोड़ पे गए थे. There is a strategy. KKR might go back for Shardul. So KKR did not buy Shardul. KKR traded Shardul from Delhi, and Delhi got 14 crores में Shardul. And why didn't CSK go for Shardul again? क्योंकि उनके पास 14 करोड़ बचे ही नहीं थे. 14 crores was proving to be a big amount for Shardul. Yeah. And I'm sure he will go for 10 crores plus easily. But 10 or 14 में भी 4 crore का difference है in such an auction. So I think price correction होगा, and that happens a lot in these mini auctions, to be honest. And some of the players might just come down from their previous buy. Hasaranga for a 7 crore is a decent buy.
The way he's, the whatever he brings to the table, he can bat. You're pretty right on that part. So he bats really well in that 7-8 ka position.
Yeah. And how many overseas slots have Mumbai left? I think they have a lot of overseas slots left.
They do.
Yeah, they have 4 overseas slots left.
Easy. So they can pick 3 first team players in those 4 overseas slots. क्योंकि आप देखो, उनके पास बेहरनडॉफ है, उनके पास रोमारियो शेपर्ड है, ठीक है? And they have obviously they have Tim David and Devol Brevis. So again, only one Tim David is confirmed starter for them. None of the others are confirmed starters at the moment.
And you
In
don't
fact, mhm.
you don't need dual brevis, right? You look at Rohit, Ishan
Exactly.
Kishan,
Exactly.
Surya Kumar Yadav, your top Hardik Pandya, Tim David,
मैंने कहा,
your top six is bloody brilliant. You know, you can afford. I'm not saying they'll get Coetzee, Madhushanka, and Hasaranga, but one of those two fast bowlers and Hasaranga on the Wankhede track as opposed to RCB Chinnaswamy, that's a very good option to get.
No. So Dewald Brevis, they can obviously, bench him. They have an option
Correct,
of not
correct.
playing Dewald Brevis because
Yeah.
they have Vadhera, they have Tilak Verma, they have Ishan Kishan. Pandya is also
They need
there.
bowling more, basically. You're
They
saying.
need bowling more. So
Yeah,
उनको
yeah.
मुजीब, हसरंगा और आदिल रशीद में से एक स्पिनर चाहिए. ठीक है?
Correct.
That's your one overseas slot. And then you need two pacers because they are a pace-based franchisee more often than not. So
Yeah.
Mitchell Starc, Gerald Coetzee, Madhushanka, in तीन में से they can easily go for one and then they can go for one backup. So it just depends really what they're trying to do.
Okay. Taos bhai, coming to one of my favorite franchises, जिसके पास ट्रॉफी नहीं है लेकिन फैंस बहुत हैं, रॉयल चैलेंजर्स बैंगलोर. Jokes apart, उनके पास बर्थ अच्छा है and उनके पास slots काफी filled up हैं. They can go for some Indian players, right? For the first time in the history of IPL, आरसीबी के पास एक स्पेस है जहां वो कहीं ना कहीं इंडियन यंगस्टर्स को ग्रूम करने का एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी उठा सकते हैं. व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से अबाउट दैट? They have. I'll just read out the purse. They have 23.25 crores. They have 6 slots left and 3 overseas out of that.
Absolutely, or best time to groom under Virat Kohli. But then important, they have some good players.
Yeah.
Glenn Maxwell, Virat. Look at the lineup: Rajat, Dinesh Karthik. Oh wow, Siraj, Richi, Topley. तो इंडियन कैमरन ग्रीन. अभी इतने बड़े बड़े प्लेयर्स होने के बाद तो अभी इंडियन प्लेयर्स है उनके पास ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं है, बिल्कुल भी है उनके पास बहुत सारा ऐसा कॉम्बिनेशन अच्छा है, लाइनअप अच्छा है, बट देन वो ब्रेक करना उनको, उनका जो हिस्ट्री चले आ रहा है लेगेसी हारने का, उनको टाइटल जाके जीतने का वो इम्पोर्टेंट है. कोई भी प्लेयर्स ले बड़ा राइट नाउ. कैमरन ग्रीन इज अ बिग जैकपॉट. या आई एग्री विद दिस गाय रवि शंकर. इंडियन प्लेयर्स पे अभी स्ट्रेस करके फायदा क्या? कितना 13 करोड़ यू सेड?
23 crores, 23.25.
23.25. तो अभी मतलब दे कैन बाय सम टैलेंटेड यंगस्टर्स जिनके जो परफॉर्म डिलीवर किए हैं, विजय हजारे, मुश्ताक अली में एंड कैप प्लेयर्स आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट. विल दे गो फॉर शाहरुख खान राइट नाउ? आई मीन ही इज द मोस्ट सॉफ्ट आफ्टर प्लेयर. और जेमी भाई, शाहरुख खान, डू यू नीड दैट गाय? और मे बी दे हैव ग्लेन मैक्सवेल फॉर दैट रोल.
भाई एक ही शाहरुख खान इस महीने चलने वाले हैं, वो जिनकी फिल्म आ रही है डंकी, ठीक है. बाकी ये दूसरे जो शाहरुख खान है, आई मीन आई एंगेज with someone on Twitter this afternoon. I mean, what no offense, he won TNPL, that SMAT some years ago. Look at his numbers. The guy averaged like 8 in this year's SMAT. He averaged not much in the Vijay Hazare. Okay, striker was 190, but I mean, you talk about overrated players. I mean, no offense, but that guy on the screen, I mean, again, auctions have proven bizarre. Sometimes they look at what someone can do, but if you want someone who has not done anything across IPL seasons, there's the man on the screen. I don't know which franchise would go for him.
RCB.
चेतन भाई यहाँ पे
Obviously.
यार मैं थोड़ा आपका क्रिकेटिंग एक्सपर्टीज लेना चाहूंगा. आरसीबी का स्क्वाड देखें आप, जितना इतना अच्छा स्माइल और स्मॉक दे रहे हो ना यार, मेरे को, मैं बहुत वेट कर रहा था आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछने के लिए. Do they really need Shahrukh Khan in that lineup? I mean, if you just look at the squad, right? You have Faf, Virat, Rajat Patidar, Suresh Prabhudesai, DK, Glenn Maxwell. I mean, you don't even need him.
It's not about need. It's about कि आप देखो क्या होता है कि let's not talk about whether they need Shahrukh Khan. Let's talk about the fact, do they need a finisher? Shahrukh Khan का और कोई रोल नहीं है. आप उनको और कोई रोल दोगे तो चलेगा नहीं. एंड आरसीबी का बैटिंग लाइनअप फिक्स्ड है. ठीक है, Faf and Virat, then you have Rajat Patidar, and then you have Glenn Maxwell, and then you have Cameron Green, which is stupidity in itself, क्योंकि आप Cameron Green को नंबर 5 पे खिलाओगे. रजत पाटीदार को नंबर 5 पे आप नहीं खिला सकते. They're going to try that. Eventually they will try that, but again वो सेम चीज हो जाएगी जब टॉप 4 हेवी हुआ करते थे आरसीबी के और फिर बॉटम में कोई नहीं होता था. एंड देन दे विल डिपेंड. द पॉइंट इज, कैन यू डिपेंड जस्ट ऑन दिनेश कार्तिक टू फिनिश? और हमने देखा है पिछले 2 सीजन में, एक सीजन वो चले, जब T20 वर्ल्ड कप की सिलेक्शन दाव पे थी और उनको डिज्नीलैंड की टिकट मिल गई
हाँ,
और लास्ट ईयर हमने देख लिया क्या हुआ. He was
Yeah.
nowhere. And I don't expect much from Dinesh Karthik because let's be very honest, I think he's pushing it. I think he's he should have retired already, to be very honest. I don't think, personally, that's my opinion, I don't think he is playing at that particular level. I'll be very happy to be proven wrong. But given the struggles that he had last year, you could see that he's well past his best. Or up, because you know what? T20 has evolved to such a degree कि आप सिर्फ एक फिनिशर का रोल नहीं निभा सकते at that level. जिस लेवल पे दिनेश कार्तिक का मैं कहूँगा स्टैचर है या जिस जितना वो उनका कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल अमाउंट है. इफ यू हैव अ शाहरुख खान जिसको आप 2 करोड़ में उठा रहे हो ना, चलता है. He can be a finisher, not a Dinesh Karthik who is at that particular level of pay. And I'm sure he's does anybody remember how much he was bought for or retained for?
Shahrukh Khan.
No,
Dinesh Karthik.
no,
It is not
really.
less than 5 CR. I'm sure
Yeah.
about that. So for that amount of money, you can't just be a finisher. कि आप 13th ओवर में बैटिंग करने आओगे तो you are at sea. So I think what RCB need is, what are their options for 5, 6 and 7? Forget Shah Rukh Khan for a moment. What are their options for 5, 6 and 7? What are their bowling options? क्योंकि they released Chahal, then they bought Hasranga for 10.75 crores.
I have a
and then
comment. I have a
and then
comment.
they released Hasranga. And then हर्षल पटेल भी नहीं है इस बार उनके पास. तो जब मैंने ये देखा कि उन्होंने दोनों हसरंगा और हर्षल पटेल को रिलीज कर दिया है, तो आई वाज लाइक, अरे वाह, दिस इज टिपिकल आरसीबी. what is the plan here? So they have a good purse, but like Mumbai Indians, they need to go buy good bowlers. आप इस टाइम देखो उनके पास, if your lead spinner is Karan Sharma and your lead pacer is Mohammad Siraj, and Mohammad Siraj is a good bowler, but his economy in IPL is 9.5. His economy last year was, I think, around 10 throughout the tournament. That's not a lead pacer. That cannot be a lead pacer. Okay. So, yeah, I think they need bowlers. They've released both
the main players. Why Harry Brook? चेतन वहाँ पे हम महिपाल लोमरोर को भूल गए हैं. हम महिपाल लोमरोर को
बैटिंग कहाँ कराओगे? हैरी ब्रूक को बेंच पे बैटिंग कराओगे? Anyway, my point is, but I can expect others from RCB कि एक mindless decision ले लो. But Andy Flower हैं इस बार वहाँ पे, so I'm thinking कि let's see वो क्या करते हैं, because he's not somebody who makes mindless decisions. They need bowlers. If they don't get bowlers, they will score 200 at Chinnaswamy. They will be chased down. पिछली बार the 200 targets were chased down in 19th and 20th over. This time they will be chased down in 16 overs given their bowling attack.
Because you're totally right on this, and Jimmy, I'll come to you for that. अगर आप bowling attack देखें तो ये सारे जो pacers हैं, जो fast bowlers हैं, they leak runs, from Siraj to Akashdeep to Vaishak as well. Reece Topley, I'm not really sure who is.
Reece Topley also takes an overseas spot, na?
Yeah, he also takes
Reece Topley, आप Cameron Green, Glenn Maxwell, Faf और Reece को खिलाओगे तो बचा क्या उसके बाद? क्या रह क्या गया? और इंडियन स्पिनर है नहीं ऑप्शन लिस्ट में. Has anybody seen an Indian spinner? या तो आप जूनियर प्लेयर्स में से उठाओगे. So they have no option but to go for either Adil, Mujib or Hasaranga again.
Yeah.
These are the 3 prime spinners in that list. Am I missing anyone? There is no top quality Indian spinner in that list. Hrithik Shauqeen is not, sorry to say, Hrithik Shauqeen is not bigger than Adil, Hasaranga or Mujib. आप उस लेवल के स्पिनर की बात करो. There is no top dollar spinner Indian नहीं है. Top dollar spinner में सिर्फ ये 3 नाम हैं, मुजीब, आदिल and Hasaranga. So RCB has no option but to go again for one of these.
Our producer is saying RCB can go for one more bad decision. कितने बहुत टाइम हो गया है वेट करते.
अभी शंकर ने तो बोल दिया ना, हैरी ब्रूक को ले लो. That will be the biggest. That will be the best decision.
Was you don't really have a pacer who can contain, right? Who can play that containing role.
तभी तो मैंने कहा कि इस बार अगर पिछले साल तक 200 रन जो उनके चेज होते थे उनके अगेंस्ट वो 19 और 20 में होते थे, 19वें ओवर में या 20वें ओवर में। इस बॉलिंग अटैक के साथ इस साल 15वें 16वें ओवर में 200 चेज हो जाएगा। So they really need bowlers.
Jamie, what are your thoughts? Need a containing bowler
Look,
or Murugan Ashwin? Can they go for him?
Look, just because it's RCB, it's very tough to take this team seriously. They've had Tim Southee, they've had Chris Jordan, they've had Kyle Jamieson, they've had Colin de Grandhomme. I mean, Kyle Jamieson basically got 15 times what he thought of because he got Virat Kohli out in that 2000. I think Chetan must have been there on that 2021 tour. विराट कोहली बोला ये इसने मेरे को आउट किया यार, इसकी चलो इसको मेरे टीम में क्या किया क्या उसने didn't score 50 runs across the whole season and his bowling was atrocious. So RCB we can expect, but now getting serious, I'm just looking at the options. You're talking about spinners. Ashton Agar nahi jayenge, Cas Ahmed nahi jayenge, Rehan Ahmed has backed out, Michael Bracewell is still on the injury. I mean, George Linde is not going to go. No, but it's RCB. It's RCB. I'm saying it from that lens, right? Keshav Maharaj, Tabrez Shamsi, Ish Sodhi. They're capable of picking up any of these guys for too much and then not knowing. They had Zampa, let's not forget. So it's not about they can pick the best bowlers.
Zampa is a top dollar spinner, na? But they did not use him.
That's what I'm saying. So when we're giving any serious, and I'm being very serious analysis about RCB, understand that they can pick anyone. But that guy, I said this, Ravi Shankar said something about Cameron Green. I said it on this very channel when the news came. I said, I fear for that boy. His IPL career could be ending after one season. He's a jackpot deal, but watch RCB kill that boy's confidence. Yeah, there's a reason, my friend. RCB has not won a franchise. They are disaster. Those are art. Say they put that test team together. Or last year, forget fast bowling. The Indian bench strength.
Yeah.
They don't have Indian bench strength. There's Virat Kohli with a million runs, and then there's Devdutt Padikkal with 1100 runs. I think Dravid had 1100. They don't know how to build.
And then they let
RCB is a disaster. They are the South Africa of the IPL. वो मेरे lifetime में IPL trophy नहीं जीत पाएगी. And I say this in all seriousness. 15 साल से मैं देख रहा हूँ उस फालतू टीम को. नहीं होगा उनसे यार, नहीं होगा. Just watch tomorrow what they do. My gosh.
This has been a problem with the RCB. जो requirement नहीं होता वो उस player को pick कर लेता है. I won't be surprised they go for Shah Rukh Khan for 5 crores and not pick a bowler.
Yeah.
Or Harry Brook.
हाँ, for that matter. Or Harry Brook. जबकि आप महिपाल लोमरोड को वो रोल दे चुके हो. आपने वो कहीं ना कहीं उसको बोला है कि आप वहां जाके तेज बैट कर सकते हो नीचे बैटिंग करके. But again, that's all disaster. Okay, coming to another franchise, South bhai. Rajasthan Royals, 14.5 crores का उनका पर्स है और 8 slots to fill. How are you going to do that? South bhai.
Rajasthan Royals. I was just looking at the lineup. Sanju Samson is your captain. George Butler. I think देखो इनको खाली मुझे लगता है trend. I mean they have a good all-round batting lineup. All-round combination again. I mean last few matches KKR VKR देखे या हमने DC अगर अभी तक उसकी बात नहीं की तो बहुत कम टीम्स है जिनके पास एक all-round combination है. उनमें से Rajasthan Royal is one team that is very good when it comes to having good combination of batters, fast bowlers in Trent Bolt. And then spinner in a Yuzvendra Chahal or maybe an Adam Zampa. I think they should have traded. यार RCB should have gone for at least trade करते Adam Zampa के लिए या Yuzvendra के लिए, although नहीं देते, but try करने में क्या होता? So they could have solved that problem. But then they see Hetmyer, Riyan Parag, they have a good lineup यार. तो अभी वो जाएंगे तो किसके लिए जाएंगे? All rounder के लिए एक they can go for maybe a Pat Cummins. Rajasthan Royals SMS batting wickets रहती है mostly you enjoy with or maybe a Shardul Thakur, somebody but then again impact player role आ जाता है तो क्या इसमें
South भाई लेकिन यहाँ पे पैसा भी तो बहुत रखना पड़ेगा ना. They don't really have that kind of a budget.
So
I'll come to
how much they have? फिर से बताएंगे.
They have 14.5 crores.
14.5 crores यार. So maybe a national international player के लिए इनके पास बजट है ही नहीं. फिर इसके बाद
overseas slot they have
नहीं, उनको एक इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर चाहिए which who can be a first teamer. अगर आप उनका लाइनअप देखो they have exactly that's भाई क्या बात कही है मैं बोल.
Back to Rajasthan Royals. Why would they get him back? He was there for 3 years. They didn't play him.
Yeah, but उस टाइम पे different situation ना. Now they have a different situation. आप देखो RR के पास क्या नहीं है. They have a foreign spinner in Adam Zampa. They have a foreign pacer in Trent Bolt. They have 2 foreign batsmen in Shimron and Josh Butler, who are your first team starters. So कहने का मतलब ये है कि आपके पास ये 4 player जो हैं, they are first team starters. अब Zampa is not going to start all your matches. He is going to be there for हमको spin जब extra खिलाना है. So Ashwin and Chahal, so that leaves you one spot. अब आपको वो one spot किस में लेना है? Whether you want to go for a fast bowler, क्योंकि उनके पास fast bowler नहीं है. लेकिन look at who they traded for Devdutt Padikkal. They got Avesh Khan. That tells you Prasidh Krishna, Navdeep Saini, ठीक है? Kuldeep Sen. He did a tremendous job in the last 2 years for them. So आप देखो, Trent Bolt, he will lead them, and then they have these 4 players, and then they can look for an all-rounder, an overseas all-rounder. They can go hard for Pat Cummins. They can go hard for Gerald Coetzee. और कौन है? Daryl Mitchell है. So they need somebody. उनके पास main चीज क्या नहीं थी? उनके पास एक बैटिंग mainstay नहीं है जो नंबर 4 जो नंबर 4 और नंबर 6 का जो गैप है वो भर सके. उनके पास वो नहीं है. आपके टॉप 3 कौन हो गए? आपके टॉप 3 हो गए जॉस बटलर, जायसवाल एंड संजू सैमसन. 5 और 6 पे they are really betting on Riyan Parag. I think this is his last season at this level. Agar if he doesn't click, so 6 पे they are going for them, and then they have Tewatia also. Don't they have Tewatia?
No, Tewatia has gone to Gujarat. No, he was there 2 years.
Sorry. 1 minute.
They might go for this Shah Rukh Khan fellow. They might.
Yeah. So again,
bowling.
Tewatia is Gujarat. Sorry, got confused. So Riyan Parag 6 and 5. So that's what I'm saying. They don't have anybody between 3 and 5. उनको वहां पे एक प्लेयर चाहिए. अब प्रॉब्लम ये है कि उनके पास सिर्फ 14.5 crores हैं. So either they get somebody like a Harry Brook for a lower price, क्योंकि उनके पास एक ओवरसीज स्लॉट भी है, बट क्योंकि फिर इंडियन बैट्समैन नहीं बचा ना. They don't really have big name Indian batsmen. आपके पास सिर्फ कौन है वो? 2 मनीष पांडे हैं and who's the other guy?
शाहरुख खान ही बचते हैं.
करुण नायर.
शाहरुख खान के अलावा भी बहुत प्लेयर्स होंगे यार. But
वो है ना that अपना झारखंड fellow who finishes off matches यार, वो कीपर भी है, वो कुशाग्रा, वो they go for someone like him also.
Kumar Kushagra.
Because you're right, you need that Indian lower middle order player, correct?
Yeah, so they will go for 1 or 2 overseas players, but not at a very high cost, 5-6 crores, and then pick from the lower pool, from the incoming players, under 19 players, जो भी आपके हैं uncapped players, from that pool. So उनको basically they are set in spin, they are set in pace. Maybe they need a backup in pace for Trent Bolt, okay? And then they need couple of batsmen for the top order. That is it.
But Jamie, यहाँ पे अगर आपको, क्योंकि आपके पास जॉर्ज बटलर और संजू सैमसन दोनों हैं, तो instead of कुमार कुशाग they can also go for a Virat Singh, decent batter who can.
हाँ, मतलब you just need someone जो स्मैट में 3-4 बार अपना हाथ खड़ा कर चुका है, right? Forget about lack of IPL. You need someone young. You need someone who bats not so much 4, I think 5, 6, and you need someone who's done something, not just one inning, but someone who's done things in smat. So if these 2 guys have done things, I mean, and again, they'll come very cheap. So I think more than anything else, they need to bolster that middle order. Hetmeyer is inconsistent. Like Chetan said, Riyan Parag, Bihu dance zyada acha karte hain than other things. So, again, he had a tremendous smat. He got some 750s in a row. Hopefully he does half of that, but you still need to bolster your uncapped Indian all-rounder and batsman pool.
JB, जो रियान ने वहां पे करा ना असम के लिए, there's a difference, okay? So he played at 4 there. वहां उसका पोजीशन फिक्स था. यहाँ he's not there who can play at 6.
Bowling
but you have to do that.
Bowling lineup पे भी तो फर्क पड़ता है ना. Here half your bowling lineup is international quality.
I'm just saying, you had a fixed position. कि आपको एक फ्रीडम मिला हुआ था अपनी टीम से कि ठीक है आप 4 नंबर ही खेलो.
I don't think he's had a fixed position at RR also. उनको 5-6 पे ही दिया गया है. He has a fixed role. हाँ, हम ध्रुव जुरैल को भूल गए. So last year ध्रुव जुरैल और पाडिक्कल प्लेयर की तरह यूज किया गया था. This time Dhruv Jurel opens also, but they don't need an opener. They need somebody at 4. So Dhruv Jurel might slot in at number 4. So yeah, that's Travis Head के पैसे नहीं है उनके पास. 14 करोड़ में पूरा स्क्वाड बनाना है उन्हें. Travis Head के पैसे नहीं है उनके पास. Dilshan Madhukshanka yes, but there are others who can outbid them for एक लेवल होता है जितने लेवल तक आप बिड कर सकते हो जब आपका पर्स ही 14 करोड़ का है. आप 4-5 करोड़ के ऊपर किसी बड़े प्लेयर के लिए नहीं जाओगे.
और अब जब आपके पास ट्रेंट बोल्ट है तो ओवरसीज.
हाँ, so they can go for somebody like different low level bowlers. जो outbid जहाँ पे वो outbid नहीं होंगे. But for me, their main area of concern is at 4 and 5. They need options for 4 and 5. You have Dhruv Jurel, you have Hetmeyer, you have Riyan Parag, but you need 2 good players over there. One in an all-round role maybe, and maybe one somebody who can really back them up. Harry Brook, I think they will try to go for Harry Brook. लेकिन 6.5 पे they will say कि okay बहुत हो गया.
Can Vibrant be that option then? Vibrant Sharma.
I haven't seen much of him. किसी ने दीपक हुडा का नाम लिया था. Deepak Huda is in LSG, so I'm not sure LSG will let him go. No. But yeah, I haven't seen much of Vibrant, so maybe Jamie has or Taus has.
He just got to play one innings and पिछले IPL में और वहाँ पे उन्होंने एक quick fire 69 किया था if I'm not mistaken. So
I don't recall it too much. So.
Yeah. Okay, coming to our favorite franchise, हाँ जो हम सबकी favorite है और surprise देती है वो है Sunrisers Hyderabad. Jamie, I'll start with you. A purse of 34 crores, slots to fill, 6 overseas slots left, 3. किसको लेंगे? ये सबको ले लेंगे क्या?
Again, now one of those strange franchises. They do decently well to get to the knockouts, but इनमें कभी वो killer instinct मुझे दिखता नहीं है. As long as David Warner was there, I think they had something. But again, Kane Williamson runs बनाते हैं, but you just need some characters. I think someone like a Travis Head, again, recency bias. They might go for someone like him. Not a young player, but form. भाई देखो WTC final अपने दम पे जिताया. Man of the match in the semi-final. Man of the match in the final. Took him 48 hours to recover, as Mitchell Marsh said. But when he played the remainder of the T20 against India, he got I think he got 3 scores in the 30s. Gun fielder, his catch is going to there's the Kapil Dev's catch in 83 and his catch is there. So if you want someone just on like Pat Cummins, ये जो छूता है ये गोड़ बन जाता है, आपके पास ये है. I'm not saying he's going to break the bank and go for 8, 9, 10 crores, but he's one player I think a lot of franchises and mainly someone like Hyderabad would want to get, because they've always had that one, if not 2, overseas openers, and number 3 Johnny Bairstow ko dekh lo, Kane Williamson, David Warner. So I think he's going to go to Hyderabad. For how much? I don't know. Baki again, all-rounders, they've tried Jason Holder. I think they had Brathwaite for a while. वो कुछ कर नहीं पाते हैं. Off top of my head, I don't know any world-class all-rounders apart from Pat Cummins we've discussed who could slot in. But they might go for them as well, because I think for them, looking at the purse, this is like a reset button for them, because I think they were pretty bad last. Harry Brook was a disaster, right? 100, and then I think in 10 innings he didn't cross 25, or I'm not mistaken. So that's a franchise which has a lot of money to spend. But kisko lenge wo? Beyond Travis Head, I can't think of one name they'll chase hard.
Do you think क्योंकि यहाँ पर जो all-rounders हैं, they are more of spin all-rounders. एक अब्दुल समद को अगर हम हटा दें वहाँ पर तो और सानवीर सिंह को, रवि तेजा का नाम, he has been performing decently well in the recent past. Can he be the one? क्योंकि एक 20-30 लाख का base price है, can bat in the middle order, it can share the ball.
He got the form. I think he was the highest wicket taker inside Mustaq Ali. So that's a good option. But again, I think this is a team which had Rashid for a while, Mohammad Nabi, like I mentioned, Holder, Brathwaite. They probably will want to chase that somewhat hefty overseas all-rounder. But again, I can't think off the top of my head, what the options would be. Spinner इनके पास कौन है आजकल?
Spinner इनके पास बहुत सारे हैं. So I'll just
नहीं, but like who's? हाँ बता.
Is the frontline spinner. उसके अलावा अभिषेक शर्मा, Washington Sundar and Shahbaz Ahmed.
Shabaz Ahmed, okay, decent middle run. Abhishek Sharma, they didn't bowl him as much. When they did bowl him, he was hammered. I think he's a fantastic opener. I hope they don't. I think उसने कहा भी था कि मैंने ब्रायन लारा से कहा था कि आप मुझे क्यों नहीं खिला रहे हो. I think if I'm not mistaken, उनको 2-3 मैच लगे अभिषेक को 11 में डालने में. But I think उससे पहले साल he had like a 450 run year. I hope they back him as an opener in every single match because that's a match winner. But again, he's not a reliable spinner. वो डालते होंगे पंजाब के लिए, but I think they're gonna, like I said, the all-rounder factor. Hyderabad will need someone because that's a franchise that traditionally had a lot of good overseas all-rounders.
Yeah. Quickly moving
In fact, I just want to add over here. I think this Daryl Mitchell could be a factor, yeah. I mean, we were talking about how David Warner or maybe on the David Warner is I forgot the name, the English guy, somebody who was
Johnny Bairstow.
Johnny
Yes.
West, the superstar, yeah, one of my favorites. I mean, he can play that role in the top order. Kane Williamson नहीं है, New Zealand आगे बंदा और I mean this guy knows exactly how to bat in the top order. अब फिर innings through कैसे लेके जाए. So Daryl Mitchell would play a key role अगर they can go for it, go for this guy. Roman Powell is also an all-rounder, right, from the West Indies. They can.
यार पर वो bowling बहुत कम डालता है and he's very hit or miss. I think Daryl Mitchell is one more name which they should go for it.
because
The
they
thing
have
is, no,
Yeah.
I'll tell you something with SRS. The problem is, they can't afford more overseas players who's not a spinner. अगर आप उनका lineup देखो, they have Marco Jansen, Heinrich Klaasen, Aiden Markram, Glenn Phillips. इसमें से 3 तो खेलेंगे ही खेलेंगे.
Yeah.
They have no options.
So
So they can only go and their spinners में आप देखो ना, who do they have? Mayank Markande. They already have Lakh Faruqi, who's a pacer. ठीक है.
yeah.
Only
उसके बाद इमरान मलिक, 3 नटराजन, भुवनेश्वर कुमार. तो वहाँ पे रोटेशन हो रहा है. मयंक मार्कंडे हैं जो उनके स्पिन ऑप्शन है. Washington Sundar, if he's fit.
Yeah.
And lot depends on Washington Sundar's fitness. And then you have Glenn Phillips and Aiden Markram जो spin कर सकते हैं. So if their overseas spot has to go, I think they will be interested in. Adil Rashid did not work out for them. I think Mujib is somebody. जितने भी ये 30 करोड़ वाले हैं ना, Mujib gives you 4 overs and he gives you 4 overs in the power play.
Yeah.
As in not all 4 overs in the power play, but he bowls in the power play. You getting my point?
Very economical on that front.
Yeah, and he's a wicket-taking bowler. So I think Mujib is going to be a very big buy क्योंकि वो आपको power play में spin bowling देता है. And yeah, I think they have 34 crores. So I think they will make it for Mujib. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for Mujib, and they need somebody to fill Rashid Khan's shoes there, and who better than Mujib? You know?
True.
Adil Rashid did not work out for them. I doubt they'll go for Hasaranga. ठीक है? So let's see. I don't think Hasaranga के लिए वो 12-15 करोड़ की bid लगेगी. I doubt it. I very much doubt.
जाना नहीं चाहिए. जिस तरीके का परफॉर्मेंस पिछली बार था उसके हिसाब से.
Exactly. So I think Mujib is somebody to watch out for.
Yeah. Okay. Quickly moving on to the other 2 franchises. ताऊ भाई आपसे पूछूंगा. पंजाब किंग्स 29.1 crores का बजट है. Slots are 8 and 2 overseas slots they have. So
SRH को मैं एक चीज जरूर बोलूंगा कि I hope they get airports this time. मेरे को बहुत इरिटेशन होती है जब वो तार वाले कान के लेके आते हैं ना. 34 करोड़ इतने करोड़ों का बजट है कि एयरपोर्ट खरीद लो यार.
ताऊ भाई.
Punjab Kings, yeah, Punjab Kings. Shikhar Dhawan. I mean, Sam Curran all-rounder है, Kagiso Rabada है. इनके पास they have a good lineup यार. अभी इनको मगर I think they'll have to go for a spinner that every team is looking for. Most of the teams quality spinner और यहाँ पर मुझे दिख रहा नहीं है कोई यहाँ पर इनकी तरफ से कोई quality. एक सिकंदर रजा है जो all-rounder है मगर how much he's going to play, how much he's going to क्योंकि टॉप 4 ही खिला सकते फॉरेनर.
उतनी स्पिन तो लिविंगस्टोन भी डाल देता है.
लिविंगस्टोन डालते हैं मगर लिविंगस्टोन को इतना ओवर नहीं मिलता जितना उनका बैटिंग.
They relied on Harpreet Brar and what's his name?
Rahul
Chahar.
राहुल चार
करते हैं. Harpreet Brar पे उन्होंने काफी रिलाई किया था. So they don't have spin options है नहीं यार.
वही
spin options है नहीं.
और इंडियन स्पिन ऑप्शन भी नहीं है.
Indian spin options
Hasaranga is the guy. I mean they'll Hasaranga is going to get some good crore yaar.
29 crore. I see Adil Rashid going over there. I think Adil Rashid को लेने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे ये.
The spinners will be the steal this season right now for each करोड़ों में जाएंगे spinners.
For a lot of
Maybe
people.
भाई
For a lot of
डालना है अभी भी time है.
I don't have time for IPL. Man.
You know what will be funny if RCB are not able to land up a quality spinner. या आपने चहल को भी जाने दिया, हसरंगा को भी जाने दिया, क्योंकि आपके पास लिटरली 3 स्पिनर हैं यार.
दे दिया.
हाँ?
आपने जैम्पा को भी जाने दिया.
जैम्पा को चलो छोड़ दो, वो पहले ही जाने दिया था. But my point is कि if they are not able to land in any of these two, Adil, Mujib and हसरंगा, अगर इन टीमें कितनी सारी हैं, किन को स्पिनर्स चाहिए? MI को चाहिए, पंजाब को चाहिए, राजस्थान को नहीं चाहिए, RCB को चाहिए, SRH को चाहिए. 3 स्पिनर है, 5 टीमों को चाहिए. There goes your 12 crores. 12 crores का bet.
Mujib has played for Punjab, right?
Sorry?
Mujib has played for Punjab before.
Yeah.
Mujib, yes.
Yeah.
It was Kings 11.
Kings 11 यार तो
No, but he can go back. Probably they can always take him back. So
Okay,
but
quick.
my point is कि 5 टीमें हैं and 3 स्पिनर हैं.
Okay, Jimmy, quickly, last team Delhi Capitals, total budget of they have 28.95 crores, 9 slots in which they have 4 overseas slots. More or less इनकी जो lineup है वो तो settled ही है. What do you have to say, Jimmy?
Again, I mean, look, they need another keeper for sure. I mean, look, Rishabh Pant, he might come back, but there's no guarantee. तो सबसे पहले इनको ऋषभ पंत का रिप्लेसमेंट सोचना पड़ेगा. आप ये नहीं सोच सकते हो कि अच्छा he'll come back in 1 month. Let's assume he doesn't come back. They have to be thinking that way, right? They need a top order keeper. They had Phil Salt. I think he's been released. Phil Salt recently just got 100. कौन?
Josh Inglis.
Josh Inglis is another guy. You know, he got that 100. Again, it's this World Cup में जो चला. Again, Sri Lankans do not do well, but Kusal Mendes is a dynamite pick. I know he won't go for big bucks, but he's had a tremendous, he's got runs against India. So ये players जो opening करते हैं, जो team करते हैं, Kusal Mendes, I know he won't go for big bucks, but to my mind, a team like Delhi, I would snap him up, because Steve Smith उनके लिए नहीं चले, Robin Powell उनके लिए नहीं चले, Riley Russo उनके लिए नहीं चले. They're coming off a long phase where their overseas players haven't done well. I would have loved to see them persist with Phil Salt. I think he'll do well. How
much money do they have?
They have 28.95.
Josh Inglis is a good name.
They will go hard for Travis Head because they need somebody to replace Prithvi Shaw. Prithvi Shaw doesn't give them too much.
Yeah.
बंदे को fielding नहीं कराते वो लोग, impact player की तरह use करते हैं. They will go hard for Travis Head. They will corner Travis Head at the top and then Mitchell Marsh to follow.
सही बात है.
They will go hard for Travis Head.
For wicket keeping, they still have Abhishek Porel in the squad. So
yeah, but they still need a backup. Porel is not going to see. You still need a backup. There is not going to be. They have the option of going for KS Bharat, Kusal Mendes. ये दो आपके cheap options हैं. हो सकता है किसी को junior batch से भी उठा सकते हैं. I don't have the entire list. I just have 50 names in front of me. जो top 50 names हैं मैं उसमें से बोल रहा हूँ. So they will pick somebody as a backup keeper for sure this time. Yeah. But what they need, problem सिर्फ उनके उसमें नहीं थी कि ऋषभ पंत available नहीं थे. The problem was also they did not have somebody to replace Prithvi Shaw. And that's वहाँ पे कुछ change नहीं होने वाला है. He's not going to be able to field again.
Yeah.
They will go hard for Travis Head.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
चलिए तो जिस सेशन का सिर्फ इतना है कि स्पिनर्स आर गोइंग टू गेट द बिग बक्स और दिल्ली कैपिटल्स को एक कीपर की जरूरत है. वेल, थैंक यू गाइस, थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग दिस सेशन. इसको यहीं एंड करेंगे क्योंकि हमें और बहुत सारी बातें करनी है और थोड़ा सा टाइम रह गया आईपीएल ऑक्शन के लिए, आईपीएल 2024 ऑक्शन के लिए. तो जाएंगे, वो एंजॉय करेंगे. वेल, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग मी इन दिस सेशन. लवली चैटिंग विद यू एज ऑलवेज.
फास्टेस्ट क्रिकेट स्कोर अपडेट्स या सबसे डिटेल्ड स्टैट्स,
क्रिकेट के अंदर बाहर की खबरें
या हेल्दी डिबेट्स,
सबसे एक्यूरेट एनालिसिस
या फैंस का क्रेज, सबके लिए एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म, क्योंकि क्रिकेट मतलब क्रिकेट नेक्स्ट। फास्टेस्ट क्रिकेट स्कोर अपडेट्स या सबसे डिटेल्ड स्टैट्स,
क्रिकेट के अंदर बाहर की खबरें
या हेल्दी डिबेट्स,
सबसे एक्यूरेट एनालिसिस
या फैंस का क्रेज, सबके लिए एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म, क्योंकि क्रिकेट मतलब क्रिकेट नेक्स्ट।
Hello and welcome to Cricket Next. मैं हूं सौम्य कपूर और 19 दिसंबर is a big day. It's IPL 2024 auction day और more than 300 players are going to go under the hammer. Well, इसके बारे में बात करेंगे टाउस फिल्सबी जेमी
year मेरे ख्याल से पिछले 3 साल से कम हम लोग कह रहे हैं यार कि धोनी का आखिरी साल होगा. What happens if he gets injured? So definitely that's one thing. So again, I was going through the list, the long list, in fact, of all the players. Maybe I'm still stuck on, and it's strange that exactly a month from that disaster of the World Cup, maybe I've still not recovered from the abject failure of the team. But going through that list, दो तीन नाम को छोड़ के मुझे personally, and I know I'll be proven wrong tomorrow, मुझे personally दो तीन नाम से ज्यादा लगा नहीं कोई player is going to break the bank like we've seen. Maybe this will be a more sobering IPL in the sense that यार Sam Curran के लिए इतने पैसे गए, क्या किया? It's a small auction, but small auctions have thrown up some surprises. But you're asking me about two franchises. आप मुझे कोई भी franchise को लेकर पूछो कुछ. I still don't see, barring 2-3 names, any player. Rachin Ravindra is one name who I expect to go. Teams will go for क्योंकि opening कर सकते हैं, 3 पे खेल सकते हैं, finisher बन सकते हैं, बढ़िया fielder हैं, अच्छे खासे spinner भी है. But in the past, there have been a lot of such overseas names who haven't gone for that. So it's one of those strange auctions where personally खुद की बात करूं, I cannot tell you right now. We talk about top 5. I can't even name 5 players who I think are going to get big bucks. So very, very keen to see कि कल होगा क्या.
I'm talking about Gujarat Titans, Jamie. They have a good budget, 38.15 crores, and they just need to fill up 7 slots, if I'm not mistaken. तो पैसे हैं, budget अच्छा है. Can they go big on someone, because we have been talking about कि उनके पास एक overseas fast bowler का slot खाली है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे सिर्फ उनके पास Josh Little है. So can they go big on someone like a Pat Cummins probably?
Look, they're going to have to. It's not just about the apps. I mean, look, if Mohammad Shami and Mohit Sharma are your main fast bowlers, you're not going to win a title with these guys. हो गया एक बार, और Mohit Sharma, hats off to him for taking all those wickets. दोबारा करने के chances बहुत कम है. And then, like you mentioned, अगर Josh Little आपका main overseas bowler है, तो of course you're going to go. Also, you need to find a replacement for Hardik Pandya, right? Hardik Pandya's gone. अब आपके पास पैसे बहुत हैं, but it's not just one fast bowler. They're also going to look for an all-rounder. Pat Cummins, हालांकि उनके T20 आंकड़े इतने अच्छे नहीं है, and I think he'd be the first to admit that he didn't live up to his standards in regards to the couple of years that he did service for KKR. But if you want one bowler who touches everything and it becomes gold, it's Pat Cummins. He's won the WTC, he's won the IPL, the World Cup, bowled brilliantly. So, because, like I was saying, auctions are very strange. You might look at Pat Cummins and say, "Arey, kya karta hai? 2 seasons se bowling nahi chali." Okay, he's got a 14-ball 50. But maybe a team that wants a leader, someone inspirational, someone like a Gujarat, there's a captaincy vacuum there. They might go for someone like Pat Cummins just because, like I said, whatever that man touches this year, it turns to gold. So definitely, I think a team like Gujarat should be going for someone like Pat Cummins.
And Chetan, by contrasting things here for LSG. LSG के पास budget उतना ज़्यादा नहीं है, but they have some slots to fill, right? तो क्या लगता है? How are they going to go for it? They have just a budget of 13.15 crores.
I think LSG. Can we have the squad for LSG? Is there a slide for the squad for LSG?
I'll just
मुझे नहीं
read
लगता
out.
कि नहीं
Yeah.
it's okay, मेरे पास खुला हुआ है. I don't think उनको इतना कुछ करने की जरूरत है. So I mean, if you look at it, they got Devdutt Padikkal. ठीक है, हम बात करते हैं कि उनके जो कौन मेन प्लेयर्स होने वाले हैं. काइल मायर्स हैं उनके पास, देवदत्त पाडिक्कल हैं, क्विंटन है, ये आपका टॉप होगा, मार्कस स्टॉइनस है उनके पास निकोलस पूरन है. आप देखिए उनका मिडिल ऑर्डर, मेरे ख्याल से उनको एक बैट्समैन चाहिए जो टॉप 4 में स्लॉट हो सके. लेकिन अब वहां पे भी ये चीज है कि केएल राहुल नीचे मिडिल ऑर्डर में आ रहे हैं. सो दे हैव देवदत्त पाडिक्कल हु कैन स्लॉट इन एट द टॉप. अगर हम उनके गेंदबाजों की बात करें, मार्क वुड, ही इज बीन ट्रेमेंडस फॉर देम. रवि बिश्नोई, ही इज बीन ट्रेमेंडस फॉर देम. नवीन उल हक हैज बीन ग्रेट फॉर देम. So from that aspect also, I think they are pretty much settled in that sense. यश ठाकुर और मोहसिन खान, उन्होंने भी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंसेस दिया है उसके लिए. मेरे हिसाब से they are pretty much a settled side in terms of what they have और किस तरीके से वो उसको इस्तेमाल करेंगे. तो उनका जो बजट है, I am not very worried about it. I think they spent very nicely. I think अब अगर आप जब देवदत्त पाडिक्कल ने ज्वाइन किया था LSG, it did not make sense. क्यों? क्योंकि केएल राहुल भी हैं वहाँ पे, क्विंटन डिकॉक भी हैं, काइल मायर्स भी हैं और दीपक हुडा भी हैं, आयुष बदोनी भी हैं. If you look at it now, KL Rahul slots in the middle.
Yeah.
It is suddenly a much more balanced middle order. It is suddenly a much more balanced top order with Devdutt Padikkal slotting in that top 3. So I don't think they need to do a lot. Maybe अगर मैं प्लेयर्स की लिस्ट देखूं तो यहाँ पे एक दो प्लेयर्स जो हैं, जैसा मैंने कहा कि उनको इंडियन प्लेयर्स चाहिए. I don't think उनको ओवरसीज प्लेयर की इस समय जरूरत है. How many overseas slots do they have remaining?
They have two left.
2. So I don't think they want, and 13 crores mein they might pick up an Adil Rashid maybe, or not for 13 crores obviously, for a lower amount. So it just depends कि क्या करना चाहेंगे. ये याद रखिए, उन्होंने राशिद खान को लेने की बहुत भरपूर कोशिश की थी, but Rashid Khan had already signed up with GT. So that's why Lucknow did not get Rashid Khan. लेकिन मुजीब available है इस बार. So will they make a play for मुजीब? That is something that I want to see. But again, क्या करेंगे वो मुजीब को लेके? Because अगर आप मुजीब को ले लेंगे, then Ravi Bishnoi is your prime spinner. तो फिर आपका एक ओवरसीज बैट्समैन जो है काइल मायर्स, आप 3 प्लेयर्स खिला रहे हैं, आपके पास स्टॉइनस भी हैं. Last year they had trouble balancing out their overseas players. Quinton de Kock did not play a lot of the IPL. So I don't think उनको इतनी नेसेसिटी है ओवरसीज प्लेयर्स की. लेकिन अगर मैं देखूं कि इंडियन प्लेयर्स कौन-कौन से उनको जरूरत पड़ सकती है, they could go for somebody like a Manish Pandey, they could go for somebody like a Karun Nair. I'm not saying कि उनको एक प्राइमरी बैट्समैन चाहिए, उनको एक बैकअप चाहिए. ठीक है. जेमी ने कहा कि he doesn't see a few players going big price. I can name at least 3-4 जिन पे पानी की तरह पैसा बहने वाला है, and I'm not just talking about LSG here. You have Shardul Thakur. ठीक है.
True.
He's an all-rounder. ठीक है. T20 क्रिकेट में उनको नंबर 6 या 7 पे आके बल्ला घुमाना है, and he can bowl 3 to 4 overs. He's going to go for big money. Harshal Patel, tapped Indian player, again big money. ठीक है. He can be a death bowler. And if you're playing in Chennai with those pitches, Harshal Patel is going to be a handful with the Chennai pitches. So Chennai might make a big play for him. Now, Shardul, MS Dhoni is a huge fan of Shardul Thakur. He might make a big play for him. एक fast bowler जो मैं देख रहा हूँ, Mitchell Starc. If he actually is serious about playing, okay, मेरे को बस यही देखना है कि ये बहुत बार हुआ है, he puts in his name, gets a bid, gets a good team, and then he pulls out 2 months later. Okay. Is bar, I don't see a reason for him to pull out. If he's actually serious, and it's not just me talking, the other everybody, in those franchisees sitting on those tables, they need to believe that Mitchell Starc is actually going to be available. ये हमारा पैसा नहीं बर्बाद करवाएगा. 7-8 crore आराम से इनको मिल जाएंगे if he's actually serious about it. Pat Cummins, I think he might end up being the most expensive player. Okay, we might
or overall, overseas or overall.
Overall, he has that. I don't see any other player who can beat Pat Cummins. Okay, he's an all-rounder. He's an overseas player. He brings the captaincy thing. From that perspective, Rachin Ravindra is there. He has the World Cup thing coming in, but he didn't play in a T20 style. He's unknown in that sense. Plus his bowling. Rachin Ravindra's bowling was okay. Yeah. Well, he's left-hand spin, but he didn't settle the World Cup. The World Cup unhone headlines was not because of his spin bowling. It was because of his batting. So I still think Pat Cummins could really light up the auctions. I'm thinking 15 crores easy.
Okay.
Somebody like a GT will be very happy to get him. Maybe a Delhi Capitals might be very happy to get him. KKR might again go for him. But again, KKR के साथ issue ये है कि KKR फंसा हुआ है Andre Russell और सुनील नारायण में. I think it is stupidity to keep on retaining them year after year. I think उनसे returns अब नहीं आ रहे हैं. It's diminishing returns from them. So yeah, but LSG के my last point on LSGs, they don't need those overseas players. Maybe they need an Indian bowler. They might go in for Herschel. They might go in for a backup Indian batsman. That's something I'm looking at.
Okay, Chetan bhai just mentioned about KKR. Now KKR has
32 crores.
32 crores with 12 slots left and overseas 4 overseas slots left. Who do you think can be their pick? And I have a comment from Jason here. There's some.
Who's it? Chalo.
Taus bhai. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Perfect. So I have a comment here from Jason. I have a question. In fact, can Lance Morris attract the bidders? So do you think KKR might go for it? Because unka captaincy, vice captaincy, everything is sorted right now. So probably they can just being different about about this. Can he be the one?
KKR is the second most team to have the biggest purse, and I think they lack most of the pieces. KKR, I was just looking at the squad. इसमें मतलब कम से कम प्लेयर्स है तो उनको अगर चूज करने में कितनी आसानी होगी अगर वो भरे नहीं. But then I agree with Chetan bhai कि भाई they have been persisting with these Sunil Narine and Andre Russell, but उनको उसके आगे दिखता ही नहीं है रोड. उनको रोड मैप क्लियर दिख रहा है. Luckily गौतम गंभीर वापस आए हैं तो शायद everything will be sorted out. There will be much clearer picture because I mean, if you don't have a senior guy in the squad, somebody who has been there, who's played a lot of IPL, which Gautam Gambhir has, like how an MS Dhoni was or maybe is for CSK or maybe Rohit Sharma for Mumbai Indians. तो वो गाइडेंस वो बीच में चला गया था. एक बार गौतम गंभीर चले गए थे, कप्तानी से रिटायरमेंट ले लिए थे, फिर DC चले गए थे. तो बहुत उनके पास मतलब they have got the purse, they have to fill in the spots. A few spots are left. तो मुझे लगता है कि देखिए इंडियन प्लेयर्स से भरे नहीं पड़े. फॉरेन प्लेयर्स मिक्स है. इंडियन प्लेयर्स वेंकटेश अय्यर, आई मीन जिस तरह से प्रॉमिस डिलीवर किए थे वो कंटिन्यूटी नहीं मिल पाई है उनको. आप देखेंगे या वरुण चक्रवर्ती जो प्रॉमिस हैं, जो मतलब जिस तरह दे कैन द पोटेंशियल दैट दे हैव, वो डिलीवर नहीं कर पाया है वो लेवल पे एक्सपेक्टेशन पे. बट देन गुड दैट and Harshit Rana, these guys, so good they persisted with the Indian talent. But yeah, Lance Morris. I mean, देखिए अब इनके आगे सोचते नहीं है आंद्रे रसेल या सुनील नरेन के. तो I mean, how would you utilize this guy? How would you, I mean, कहाँ पे implement करेंगे? क्योंकि आपके पास एक ऑलराउंडर टॉप ऑर्डर बैट्समैन भी है फॉरेन, रहमानुल्लाह गुरबाज. तो आपको लिमिटेड है 4 स्पॉट की जगह है फॉरेनर्स की. तो आप वो किस तरह से यूटिलाइज करेंगे, किस तरह से. सी जेराल्ड कोएट्ज़ी will also be an expensive player. See, यही सब these kind of players, you know, they'll attract bid like Mitchell Starc and Gerald Coetzee or maybe Pat Cummins. ये ऑलराउंडर्स का स्पॉट बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है आईपीएल के फॉर्मेट में। ये खास करके हार्दिक पांड्या चले गए मुंबई इंडियंस में, बहुत ज्यादा वैक्यूम हो गया। वो भी विजय शंकर को शायद एक स्टेटस उनका बढ़ जाए वहां पर गुजरात टाइटंस में। बट देन हाँ, मतलब केकेआर इज समथिंग दे हैव टू वर्क अपॉन, दे विल सिट डाउन। गौतम गंभीर राह दिखाएंगे, वो क्या राह दिखाएंगे मुझे लगता है अभी ऑलराउंडर की जरूरत नहीं केकेआर को, बट देन दे नीड फ्यू मोर बैट्समैन इन द टॉप ऑर्डर, मिडिल ऑर्डर में, और स्पिनर्स जो इफेक्ट कर सकते हैं।
Looking
दैट इज
at this
समथिंग
looking at the squad, Jamie, of KKR squad, I mean, you don't really have a experienced fast bowler, right? Vaibhav Arora is there, Harshit Rana is there, Venkatesh medium pacer, Andrew Russell of course is there, but medium pacer. A proper fast bowler who is experienced as well in this format, they need someone of that sort. Jamie, your thoughts?
Look, they put a lot of time and money into Lockie Ferguson, right? But Lockie Ferguson only had that one good season. That was when the IPL took place in the UAE. Look at the IPL that happened in India. Lockie Ferguson really hasn't done anything. Pat Cummins was there for a while. He's had a couple 45, 50 plus run spells. So they've struggled. Mitchell Starc was one of the guys which they had, and he also vanished. So um, yes, Gerald Coetzee could be someone that they invest in. But again, with KKR, I'm surprised that that team has not won more titles. They often assemble smart units, but something, I mean, I go back to what Chetan said. If you're still depending on Andre Russell and Sunil Narayan in 2024, God help you. So I just don't know. I mean, I would assume yes, if they have a vacancy for fast bowlers, they might chase someone like a Kutsia, but many great players have gone through the KKR corridors and have actually come out worse. So that's a franchise which remains somewhat suspect to me.
Yeah. Okay. Chinmay, coming to the big one, the Mumbai Indians, जिसने सबसे बड़ा न्यूज दिया ahead of the auctions. What do you make of this? Because अगर उनका पर्स हम देखें, पर्स उतना ज्यादा नहीं है, 17.75 crores. They have some slots to fill, right? यहाँ पे slot fill up करना पड़ेगा. Will they go to the uncapped players, Indian uncapped जो players हैं? Yeah, they would want someone of someone like a Gerald Coetzee, क्योंकि कैमरन ग्रीन के साथ उनका उतना अच्छा नहीं एक बैठा, and he has now shifted to RCB. So do you think they can go for someone like
कैमरन ग्रीन के साथ उनके साथ सब बैठ गया था, उनको एडजस्ट करना था, हार्दिक पांड्या का पर्स एडजस्ट करना था. Wait and watch how RCB waste Cameron Green this year, and then next year he'll be back in the mega auction and MI will get him back.
Yeah.
Cameron Green, see, आप देखो कि उनके अभी forget Cameron Green for a moment. जैसा मैंने बताया, Cameron Green they got rid of because they needed to fit in Hardik Pandya's 15 crores. Okay.
Yeah.
अब आप ये देखो कि कैमरन ग्रीन को हटा के एक फायदा हुआ है कि सबसे बड़ी बात, उनका एक ओवरसीज स्लॉट फ्री हो गया है. ठीक है. इनको जरूरत किस चीज की है? आप बैटिंग में देखो, इनको बैटिंग में इतनी जरूरत नहीं है. ठीक है. आप कैमरन ग्रीन को नहीं खिला रहे तो आप जस्टिन स्टब्स को लगा सकते हो, डेवॉल्ट ब्रेविस को. लास्ट ईयर ब्रेविस डिड नॉट प्ले एट ऑल, and he's considered to be, and then obviously there is Tristan
Stubbs is in the auctions. Stubbs
In
is
the
there.
auction.
Stubbs has released, I guess. Anyway, so they still have Tim David. ठीक है. उनके पास वो फिनिशर रोल करने के लिए टिम डेविड है. ठीक है. They can give जो कैमरन ग्रीन का स्लॉट है वो डेवॉल्ट ब्रेविस को दे सकते हैं. तिलक वर्मा है, निहाल वधेरा ने पिछले साल बहुत अच्छा किया था. So in a way they have Rohit Sharma and now they have Hardik Pandya. ठीक है. To fit in those slots. So batting में उनको इतना ज्यादा नहीं है. Maybe they need an all-rounder who can again come in at 4, 5, 6 depending on how they are looking at what is the opening combination going to be. Who's Surya might slot in at 3, Hardik might slot in at 4. What they need to look at is obviously Ishan Kishan bhi hai, so they could open with Ishan Kishan and Rohit and then slot in the other wides. I think main चीज जो उनको देखनी है is fast bowling. मुंबई का हमेशा से एक टेम्पलेट था, you play your 3 fast bowlers and then you have 2 good quality spinners. वो चीज उनके पास नहीं है जो हमने पिछले 2 साल में देखी है. They don't have good quality spinners and they don't have good quality fast bowlers. एक बुमराह को अगर आप छोड़ दो, आपकी टीम में अभी भी स्क्वाड में पीयूष चावला दिखाई दे रहा है, which means there is something wrong there. तो अब आप देखो कि जो प्राइमरी लिस्ट है उसमें फास्ट बॉलर कौन है. Mitchell Starc, I think they would love to have Mitchell Starc, but again, is he going to be available? तो दूसरे जो फास्ट बॉलर हैं Gerald Coetzee. I think Gerald Coetzee, Mumbai Indians, I think Mumbai Indians will go after Gerald Coetzee really, really happily. उसके अलावा आपके पास options हैं. You know, you have somebody like an Umesh Yadav. Again, as a backup bowler, you can use him as an option. You know, you have different options you can play around with. आपके पास Gerald Coetzee है. Spin में आपके पास क्या option है? आप ये देखो, Mujib is an option. वो एक आपका overseas slot लेता है. Shivam Mavi is an option. Chetan Sakaria is an option. You know, आप bowlers की तरफ जाओ, spin and pace. जो आप primary वहाँ पे players दिखाई देंगे, आप उस तरफ जाओ. आप ये भूल जाओ कि they are going to go for big names in batting. They don't have the purse. Their main thing right now will be bowling. कैसे वो अपना spin करें? मुझे कोई Indian spinner नहीं दिख रहा है, कोई बड़ा नाम नहीं दिख रहा है. So they will struggle there. So maybe they will want to bring an overseas pick over there, and maybe bring another overseas fast bowler, and then get a couple, you know, Indian names. Shardul comes to mind. Umesh comes to mind. Shardul will actually be a very good buy for them because वो number 7, number 8 पे they can have somebody who bats and can bowl 3-4 overs. You know, and Mumbai के pitch पे आपको कोई मिल जाएगा जो variation करा सकता है, कुछ करा सकता है. So you never know. I don't think they will go for Harshal Patel. Harshal Patel Wankhede में is a sitting duck. ठीक है. Most of the stadiums में he's a sitting duck. ठीक है. I think Chennai would be very interested in him. So Umesh, Mitchell Starc, Gerald Coetzee, Shivam Mavi. I think Shivam Mavi में उनका बहुत interest रहेगा because he's young. You know, उसको आप develop कर सकते हो. He's been hit with injuries. Otherwise, he's been a decent performer. ठीक है. तो they will want to reinforce their bowling. Sadly, I don't think they have many options in spin. But they would want to go for good reinforcements in pace.
ताऊ भाई, यहाँ पर जो पर्स है, जिस तरीके का पर्स है, ऑलराउंडर से हट के, क्योंकि इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर यू डू हैव इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर एज वेल, तो क्या एक स्पेसिफिक रोल के लिए आप प्लेयर्स पिक कर सकते हैं? यू नो, समवन लाइक ऑब्वियसली जैसे चेतन भाई ने बोला उमेश यादव, क्या आप उन्हें सिर्फ 2 या 3 या 4 ओवर डलवाने के लिए आप पिक कर सकते हैं? डू यू थिंक वो भी माइंड में होगा कहीं ना कहीं कि ऑलराउंडर्स पे उतना पैसा खर्चने की शायद अभी जरूरत है नहीं?
हो सकता है ये यार, दैट कुड बी वन ऑफ द थिंग्स दैट द फ्रेंचाइज मस्ट बी थिंकिंग यार. इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर रूल्स, बट देन वो एडवांटेज एक ले आता है ना ऑलराउंडर, एक सर्टेन लाइक इफ ही इज अ रियली बिग ऑलराउंडर. छोटे मोटे ऑलराउंडर पे खर्चा नहीं होगा यहाँ पर कि यार एक छोटे लोकल अनकैप प्लेयर कोई ऑलराउंडर है तो उसको ले लिया करोड़ों रुपए में, लाखों रुपए में. तो मुझे लगता नहीं है ऐसा कुछ होगा. चेतन, यू थिंक?
Yeah, I just want to add, अभी मैंने उनका स्क्वाड देखा है पूरा. कैमरन ग्रीन के जाने से ये हुआ है कि the only confirmed overseas slot for Mumbai is Tim David. आप डेवॉल्ड ब्रेविस को खिलाना चाहेंगे, great. That takes your other spot. You still have 2 overseas spots left. तो आप एक पेसर और एक स्पिनर बड़े आराम से खिला सकते हैं. और अगर आप डेवॉल्ड ब्रेविस को हटा देंगे, then you can have even options. So I think they will make a play for it. आदिल रशीद हैं, मुजीब हैं, जेराल्ड कोएत्ज़ी, मिचेल स्टार्क. इन चारों पे उनकी नजर रहेगी. साथ में they will also have an eye on backup options like Shardul and Umesh Yadav. I think Umesh might get a buy, Shivam Mavi. So from that perspective, I think they will go bowler heavy. Though overseas picks in spin and pace, they will definitely go for.
Can they go for Pat Cummins? This I'll take from Jamie. Jamie, can Mumbai Indians think of Pat Cummins?
Look, they could go for Pat Cummins. Like I said, you know, I mean, he's got terrific form. He's got some confidence around him. You might lead in the leadership, but again, Rohit Sharma is. Let's not forget, Rohit Sharma is not going anywhere. So, आपके पास Hardik Pandya or Rohit Sharma. More than that, I think someone like a Dilshan Madhushanka, whose base price is just 50, third highest wicket taker in the World Cup. That ball he bowled at the Wankhede to Rohit Sharma. Exactly. So I'll tell you why. Now, traditionally, Sri Lankan fast bowlers have not done much, but you have the fact that he bowled Rohit Sharma. लोग अभी भी याद है, और पिछले साल T20 वर्ल्ड कप में, T20 एशिया कप में, the ball he bowled to Virat Kohli. So you've got the wickets which still are in the mind of many fans. Bowled Virat Kohli, bowled Rohit Sharma. Recency bias, 18 wickets. You know, at one point for about 10 days, he was the leading wicket taker. You know, now what Dhoni has done with Pathirana, people are going, you know what, this guy's only 50 lakhs. He might not be a Pathirana. He's actually better. doesn't have the aura of CSK/Dhoni around him, but many captains might be like, जो धोनी ने उठा के पतिराना को इतना बेहतरीन, and look, Patirana helped him win the title this year. Madhu Shankar, I'm not saying he's going to go for big money, but someone like him, 50 lakhs, if he goes for 5-6 crores, that's a steal deal because he's in the memory right now.
Yeah. Yes.
And let's not forget, Malinga has gone back as the bowling coach of Mumbai Indians. And Malinga is now
There
on
you
the
go.
bench.
And exactly now, sorry, it just came to mind. It didn't prove to be a smart buy, but Mumbai Indians had Jofra Archer, Riley Meredith, and I think Jai Ritson. All of them at some point were on their rosters. So a team that doesn't mind spending big bucks on 3 overseas fast bowlers, this guy on our screen, for me, he's a shoo-in.
No,
and now when you mentioned the Malinga factor.
And they could also go for Vanindu Hasaranga, क्योंकि आपको एक spinner मिल गया, and he's a good
There
spinner.
you go. There you go.
Spinner, and he's a decent bat as well. 7-8 के लिए he's a pretty decent bat.
Yeah.
Pat Cummins
Correct,
might
correct.
be very, very expensive. Hasaranga might not be that expensive this time around. There's a reason why RCB released him, because he was proving to be really expensive at 10 crores.
Yeah.
ऐसा नहीं है कि RCB might not go back for Hasaranga. They might try to get him for 7 crores. एक ये भी strategy रहती है teams की जब आप players को release करते हो कि जो player 10 करोड़ में है, शार्दुल ठाकुर इतने महंगे गए थे, I think 14 crores पे गए थे.
Yeah, somewhere.
There's a strategy. KKR might go back for Shardul. So KKR did not buy Shardul. KKR traded Shardul from Delhi, and Delhi got 14 crores में Shardul. And why didn't CSK go for Shardul again? क्योंकि उनके पास 14 करोड़ बचे ही नहीं थे. 14 crores was proving to be a big amount for Shardul.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he will go for 10 crores plus easily. But 10 or 14 में भी 4 crore का difference है in such an auction. So I think price correction होगा. And that happens a lot in these mini auctions, to be honest. And some of the players might just, come down from their previous buy. Hasaranga for a 7 crore is a decent buy.
The way he's, the whatever he brings to the table, he can bat. You're pretty right on that part. He bats really well in that 7-8 position.
Yeah. And how many overseas slots have Mumbai left? I think they have a lot of overseas slots left.
They do.
Yeah, they have 4 overseas slots left.
Easy. So they can pick 3 first team players in those 4 overseas slots. क्योंकि आप देखो, उनके पास Behrendorff है, उनके पास Romario Shepherd है, ठीक है? And they have obviously they have Tim David and Gerald Brevis. So again, only one Tim David is confirmed starter for them. None of the others are confirmed starters at the moment.
And you don't need dual Brevis, right? You look at Rohit, Ishan Kishan, Suryakumar Yadav, your top, Hardik Pandya, Tim David, your top six is bloody brilliant. You can afford, I'm not saying they'll get Coetzee, Madhu Shankar and Hasaranga, but one of those 2 fast bowlers and Hasaranga on the Wankhede track as opposed to RCB Chinnaswamy, that's a very good option to get.
Yeah. No. So Dewald Brevis, they can obviously, bench him. They have an option
correct,
of not
correct.
Dewald Brevis because they have Vadhera, they have Tilak Varma, they have Ishan Kishan. Pandya is also
they need
there.
bowling more, basically, you're saying.
They need bowling more. So
उनको
Mujib, Hasaranga और Adil Rashid में से एक spinner चाहिए. ठीक है? That's your 1 overseas slot. And then you need 2 pacers because they are a pace-based franchisee more often than not. So Mitchell Starc, Gerald Coetzee, Madhu Shankar, in 3 में से they can easily go for 1 and then they can go for 1 backup. So it just depends really what they're trying to do.
Yeah. Okay. Tauzai, coming to one of my favorite franchises, जिसके पास trophy नहीं है, लेकिन fans बहुत हैं. Royal Challengers Bangalore. Jokes apart, उनके पास berth अच्छा है and उनके पास slots काफी filled up हैं. They can, go for some Indian players, right? For the first time in the history of IPL, RCB के पास एक space है जहाँ वो कहीं ना कहीं Indian youngsters को groom करने का एक responsibility उठा सकते हैं. What do you have to say about that? They have. I'll just read out the purse. They have 23.25 crores. Slots, they have 6 slots left and 3 overseas out of that.
Absolutely, or best time to groom under Virat Kohli. But then important, they have some good players. Glenn Maxwell, Virat. Look at the lineup: Rajat, Dinesh Karthik. Oh wow, Siraj, Richi, Topley. तो इंडियन कैमरन ग्रीन, अभी इतने बड़े बड़े प्लेयर्स होने के बाद तो अभी इंडियन प्लेयर्स है उनके पास ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं है, बिल्कुल भी है उनके पास बहुत सारा ऐसा कॉम्बिनेशन अच्छा है, लाइनअप अच्छा है, बट देन वो ब्रेक करना उनका जो हिस्ट्री चले आ रहा है लेगेसी हारने का, उनको टाइटल जाके जीतेगा वो इम्पोर्टेंट है. कोई भी प्लेयर्स नहीं बड़ा राइट नाउ. कैमरन ग्रीन इज अ बिग जैकपॉट. या आई एग्री विद दिस गाय रवि शंकर. इंडियन प्लेयर्स पे अभी स्ट्रेस करके फायदा क्या? कितना 13 करोड़ ही सेट.
23 crores, 23.25.
3 करोड़ 23.25. तो अभी मतलब दे कैन बाय सम टैलेंटेड यंगस्टर्स जिनके जो परफॉर्म डिलीवर किए हैं. विजय हजारे, मुश्ताक अली में एंड कैप प्लेयर्स आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट. विल दे गो फॉर शाहरुख खान राइट नाउ? आई मीन ही इज द मोस्ट सॉफ्ट आफ्टर प्लेयर.
Do you really?
और जेमी भाई,
Do you
शाहरुख खान,
really?
do you need that guy? Or maybe they have Glenn Maxwell for that role.
भाई एक ही शाहरुख खान इस महीने चलने वाले हैं, वो जिनकी फिल्म आ रही है डंकी, ठीक है. बाकी ये दूसरे जो शाहरुख खान है, आई मीन I engaged with someone on Twitter this afternoon. I mean, what? No offense. He won TNPL, that SMAT some years ago. Look at his numbers. The guy averaged like 8 in this year's SMAT. He averaged not much in the Vijay Hazare. Okay, striker was 190, but I mean, you talk about overrated players. I mean, no offense, but that guy on the screen. I mean, again, auctions have proven bizarre. Sometimes they look at what someone can do, but if you want someone who has not done anything across IPL seasons, there's the man on the screen. I don't know which franchise would go for him.
RCB.
चेतन भाई यहाँ पे
Obviously,
यार मैं थोड़ा आपका क्रिकेटिंग एक्सपर्टीज लेना चाहूंगा. आरसीबी का स्क्वाड देखें आप, जितना इतना अच्छा स्माइल और स्मॉक दे रहे हो ना यार, मेरे को, मैं बहुत वेट कर रहा था आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछने के लिए. Do they really need Shah Rukh Khan in that lineup? I mean, if you just look at the squad, right? You have Faf, Virat, Rajat Patidar, Suyash Prabhudesai, DK, Glenn Maxwell. I mean, you don't even need him.
It's not about need. It's about कि आप देखो क्या होता है कि let's not talk about कि whether they need Shah Rukh Khan. Let's talk about the fact, do they need a finisher? Shah Rukh Khan का और कोई रोल नहीं है. आप उनको और कोई रोल दोगे तो चलेगा नहीं. एंड आरसीबी का बैटिंग लाइनअप फिक्स्ड है. ठीक है, Faf and Virat, then you have Rajat Patidar, and then you have Glenn Maxwell, and then you have Cameron Green, which is stupidity in itself, क्योंकि आप Cameron Green को नंबर 5 पे खिलाओगे. रजत पाटीदार को नंबर 5 पे आप नहीं खिला सकते. They're going to try that. Eventually they will try that, but again वो सेम चीज हो जाएगी जब टॉप 4 हेवी हुआ करते थे आरसीबी के, और फिर बॉटम में कोई नहीं होता था. एंड देन दे विल डिपेंड. द पॉइंट इज, कैन यू डिपेंड जस्ट ऑन दिनेश कार्तिक टू फिनिश? और हमने देखा है पिछले 2 सीजन में, एक सीजन वो चले जब T20 वर्ल्ड कप की सिलेक्शन दाव पे थी और उनको डिज्नीलैंड की टिकट मिल गई. और लास्ट ईयर हमने देख लिया क्या हुआ. ही वाज नोवेयर. एंड आई डोंट एक्सपेक्ट मच फ्रॉम दिनेश कार्तिक, बिकॉज लेट्स बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, आई थिंक ही इज पुशिंग इट. आई थिंक ही इज वेरी he should have retired already, to be very honest. I don't think, personally, that's my opinion, I don't think he is playing at that particular level. I'll be very happy to be proven wrong, but given the struggles that he had last year, you could see that he's well past his best. Or up, because you know what, T20 has evolved to such a degree कि आप सिर्फ एक फिनिशर का रोल नहीं निभा सकते at that level. जिस लेवल पे दिनेश कार्तिक का मैं कहूंगा स्टैचर है, या जिस जितना वो उनका कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल अमाउंट है. इफ यू हैव अ शाहरुख खान जिसको आप 2 करोड़ में उठा रहे हो ना, चलता है. ही कैन बी अ फिनिशर, नॉट अ दिनेश कार्तिक who is at that particular level of pay. And I'm sure he's does anybody remember how much he was bought for or retained for?
Shahrukh Khan?
No,
it is not less than 5 CR. I'm sure about that. So for that amount of money, you can't just be a finisher. कि आप 13th ओवर में बैटिंग करने आओगे तो you are at sea. So I think what RCB need is, what are their options for 5, 6 and 7? Forget Shah Rukh Khan for a moment. What are their options for 5, 6 and 7? What are their bowling options? क्योंकि they released Chahal, then they bought Bahasanga for 10.75 crores.
I have a comment. I have a comment.
They released Bahasanga, and then हर्षल पटेल भी नहीं है इस बार उनके पास. तो जब मैंने ये देखा कि उन्होंने दोनों हसरंगा और हर्षल पटेल को रिलीज कर दिया है, तो आई वाज लाइक, अरे वाह, दिस इज टिपिकल आरसीबी. what is the plan here? So they have a good purse, but like Mumbai Indians, they need to go buy good bowlers. आप इस टाइम देखो उनके पास if your lead spinner is Karan Sharma and your lead pacer is Mohammad Siraj, and Mohammad Siraj is a good bowler, but his economy in IPL is 9.5. His economy last year was, I think, around 10 throughout the tournament. That's not a lead pacer. That cannot be a lead pacer. Okay. So, yeah, I think they need bowlers. They've released both
the main players. Why Harry Brook? You know, चेतन भाई वहाँ पे हम महिपाल लोमरोर को भूल गए हैं. हम महिपाल लोमरोर को
बैटिंग कहाँ कराओगे हैरी ब्रूक को? बेंच पे बैटिंग कराओगे? Anyway, my point is, but I can expect this from RCB कि एक mindless decision ले लो. But Andy Flower हैं इस बार वहाँ पे, so I'm thinking कि let's see वो क्या करते हैं, because he's not somebody who makes mindless decisions. They need bowlers. If they don't get bowlers, they will score 200 at Chinnaswamy. They will be chased down. पिछली बार the 200 targets were chased down in 19th and 20th over. This time they will be chased down in 16 overs given their bowling attack.
Because you're totally right on this, and Jimmy, I'll come to you for that. अगर आप bowling attack देखें तो ये सारे जो pacers हैं, जो fast bowlers हैं, they leak runs, you know, from Siraj to Akashdeep to Vaishak as well. You know, Reece Topley, I'm not really sure who is.
Reece Topley also takes an overseas spot, na?
He also takes
Reece Topley, आप Cameron Green, Glenn Maxwell, Faf और Reece को खिलाओगे तो बचा क्या उसके बाद? क्या रह क्या गया? और Indian spinner है नहीं auction list में. Has anybody seen an Indian spinner? या तो आप junior players में से उठाओगे. So they have no option but to go for either Adil, Mujib or Hasaranga again. These are the three prime spinners in that list. Am I missing anyone? There is no Indian top quality Indian spinner in that list. Hrithik Shauqeen is not. Sorry to say, Hrithik Shauqeen is not bigger than Adil, Hasaranga or Mujib. आप उस level के spinner की बात करो. There is no top dollar spinner Indian नहीं है. Top dollar spinner में सिर्फ ये तीन नाम हैं, Mujib, Adil and Hasaranga. So RCB has no option but to go again for one of these.
Our producer is saying RCB can go for one more bad decision. कितने बहुत time हो गया है wait करते.
रविशंकर ने तो बोल दिया ना हैरी ब्रूक को ले लो. That will be the biggest. That will be the best decision.
Was, you know, you don't really have a pacer who can contain, right? Who can play that containing role.
तभी तो मैंने कहा कि इस बार अगर पिछले साल तक 200 रन जो उनके चेज होते थे उनके अगेंस्ट वो 19 और 20 में होते थे. 19वें ओवर में या 20वें ओवर में. इस बॉलिंग अटैक के साथ इस साल 15वें 16वें ओवर में 200 चेज हो जाएगा. So they really need bowlers.
Jamie, what are your thoughts? Need a containing bowler or Murugan Ashwin? Can they go for him?
Look, just because it's RCB, it's very tough to take this team seriously. They've had Tim Southee, they've had Chris Jordan, they've had Kyle Jamieson, they've had Colin de Grandhomme. I mean, Kyle Jamieson basically got 15 times what he thought of because he got Virat Kohli out in that 2020. I think Chetan must have been there on that 2021 tour. विराट कोहली बोला ये इसने मेरे को आउट किया यार, इसकी चलो इसको मेरे टीम में क्या किया उसने. Didn't score 50 runs across the whole season and his bowling was atrocious. So RCB we can expect. But now getting serious, I'm just looking at the options. You're talking about spinners. Ashton Agar nahi jayenge, Cas Ahmed nahi jayenge, Rehan Ahmed has backed out. Michael Bracewell is still on the injury. I mean, George Linde is not going to go. No, but it's RCB. It's RCB. I'm saying it from that lens, right? Keshav Maharaj, Tabrez Shamsi, Ish Sodhi. They're capable of picking up any of these guys for too much and then not knowing. They had Zampa, you know, let's not forget. So it's not about they can pick the best bowler.
Zampa is a top dollar spinner, nah? But they did not use him.
That's what I'm saying. So when we're giving any serious, and I'm being very serious analysis about RCB, understand that they can pick anyone. But that guy, I said this, Ravi Shankar said something about Cameron Green. I said it on this very channel when the news came. I said, I fear for that boy. His IPL career could be ending after one season. You know, he's a jackpot deal, but watch RCB kill that boy's confidence. Yeah, there's a reason, my friend. RCB is not won a franchise. They are disaster. 2008 say they put that test team together, or last year. Forget fast bowling. The Indian bench strength. They don't have Indian bench strength. There's Virat Kohli with a million runs, and then there's Devdutt Padikkal with 1100 runs. I think Dravid had 1100. They don't know how to build.
And then they let
RCB is a disaster. They are the South Africa of the IPL. वो मेरे lifetime में IPL trophy नहीं जीत पाएगी. And I say this in all seriousness. 15 साल से मैं देख रहा हूँ उस फालतू टीम को. नहीं होगा उनसे यार, नहीं होगा. Just watch tomorrow what they do. My gosh.
This has been a problem with RCB. जो requirement नहीं होता वो उस player को pick कर लेता है. I won't be surprised they go for Shah Rukh Khan for 5 crores and not pick a bowler.
Yeah.
Or Harry Brook.
हाँ, for that matter. और Harry Brook. जबकि आप महिपाल लोमरोड को वो रोल दे चुके हो. आपने वो कहीं ना कहीं उसको बोला है कि आप वहां जाके तेज बैट कर सकते हो नीचे बैटिंग करके. But again, that's all disaster. Okay, coming to another franchise, South भाई. Rajasthan Royals 14.5 crores का उनका पर्स है और 8 slots to fill. How are you going to do that? South भाई.
Rajasthan Royals. I was just looking at the lineup. Sanju Samson is your captain. George Butler. I think देखो इनको खाली मुझे लगता है trend. I mean they have a good all-round batting lineup. All-round combination again. I mean last few matches KKR देखें या हमने DC अगर अभी तक उसकी बात नहीं की तो बहुत कम टीम्स है जिनके पास एक all-round combination है. उनमें से Rajasthan Royal is one team that is very good when it comes to having good combination of batters, fast bowlers in Trent Bolt. And then spinner in a Yuzvendra Chahal or maybe an Adam Zampa. I think they should have traded. यार RCB should have gone for at least trade करते Adam Zampa के लिए या Yuzvendra के लिए. Although नहीं देते, but try करने में क्या होता? So they could have solved that problem. But then Hetmeyer, Riyan Parag, they have a good lineup यार. तो अभी वो जाएंगे तो किसके लिए जाएंगे? All rounder के लिए एक they can go for maybe a Pat Cummins. Rajasthan Royals SMS batting wickets रहती है mostly you enjoy over there or maybe a Shardul Thakur, somebody but then again impact player role आ जाता है तो क्या इसमें
South भाई लेकिन यहाँ पे पैसा भी तो बहुत रखना पड़ेगा ना. They don't really have that kind of a budget.
So
I'll come to
how much they have? फिर से बताएंगे.
They have 14.5 crores.
14.5 crores यार. So maybe a national international player के लिए इनके पास बजट है ही नहीं. फिर इसके बाद
overseas slot they have
नहीं. उनको एक इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर चाहिए which who can be a first teamer. अगर आप उनका लाइनअप देखो they have exactly that's भाई क्या बात कही है मेहुल.
Still
back to Rajasthan Royals. Why would they get him back? He was there for 3 years. They didn't play him.
Yeah, but उस टाइम पे different situation ना. Now they have a different situation. आप देखो RR के पास क्या नहीं है. They have a foreign spinner in Adam Zampa. They have a foreign pacer in Trent Bolt. They have 2 foreign batsmen in Shimron and Josh Butler who are your first team starters. तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि आपके पास ये 4 प्लेयर जो हैं they are first team starters. अब Zampa is not going to start all your matches. He is going to be there for हमको spin जब extra खिलाना है. So Ashwin and Chahal, so that leaves you one spot. अब आपको वो one spot किस में लेना है? Whether you want to go for a fast bowler, क्योंकि उनके पास fast bowler नहीं है. लेकिन look at who they traded for Devdutt Padikkal. They got Avesh Khan. That tells you Prasidh Krishna, Navdeep Saini, ठीक है? Kuldeep Sen. He did a tremendous job in the last 2 years for them. So आप देखो Trent Bolt, he will lead them, and then they have these 4 players, and then they can look for an all-rounder, an overseas all-rounder. They can go hard for Pat Cummins. They can go hard for Gerald Coetzee. और कौन है? Daryl Mitchell है. So they need somebody. उनके पास main चीज क्या नहीं थी? उनके पास एक बैटिंग mainstay नहीं है जो नंबर 4 जो नंबर 4 और नंबर 6 का जो गैप है वो भर सके. उनके पास वो नहीं है. आपके टॉप 3 कौन हो गए? आपके टॉप 3 हो गए जॉस बटलर, जायसवाल एंड संजू सैमसन. 5 और 6 पे they are really betting on Riyan Parag. I think this is his last season at this level. Agar if he doesn't click, so 6 पे they are going for them, and then they have Tewatia also. Don't they have Tewatia?
No, Tewatia has gone to Gujarat. Na, he was there 2 years.
Sorry. 1 minute.
They might go for this Shah Rukh Khan fellow. They might.
Yeah. So again,
Based on his bowling performance.
Tewatia is Gujarat. Sorry, got confused. So
Fair.
Riyan Parag 6 and 5. So that's what I'm saying. They don't have anybody between 3 and 5. उनको वहां पे एक प्लेयर चाहिए. अब प्रॉब्लम ये है कि उनके पास सिर्फ 14.5 crores हैं. So either they get somebody like a Harry Brook for a lower price, क्योंकि उनके पास एक ओवरसीज स्लॉट भी है. बट क्योंकि फिर इंडियन बैट्समैन नहीं बचा ना, they don't really have big name Indian batsmen. आपके पास सिर्फ कौन है वो दो, मनीष पांडे हैं and who's the other guy?
तो शाहरुख खान ही बचते हैं.
करुण नायर.
शाहरुख खान के अलावा भी बहुत प्लेयर्स होंगे यार. बट
वो है ना that अपना झारखंड फेलो who finishes off matches यार, वो कीपर भी है, वो कुशाग्रा, वो they go for someone like him also.
कुमार कुशाग्रा.
Because you're right, you need that Indian lower middle order player, correct?
Yeah, so they will go for 1 or 2 overseas players, but not at a very high cost, 5-6 crores, and then pick from the lower pool, from the incoming players, under 19 players, जो भी आपके हैं uncapped players, from that pool. So उनको basically they are set in spin, they are set in pace. Maybe they need a backup in pace for Trent Bolt, ठीक है? And then they need couple of batsmen for the top order. That is it.
बट जेमी यहाँ पे अगर आपको, क्योंकि आपके पास जॉर्ज बटलर और संजू सैमसन दोनों हैं, तो इंस्टेड ऑफ कुमार कुशाग्रा दे कैन आल्सो गो फॉर विराट सिंह, decent batter who can.
हाँ, मतलब you just need someone जो स्मैट में 3-4 बार अपना हाथ खड़ा कर चुका है, right? Forget about lack of IPL. You need someone young. You need someone who bats not so much 4, I think 5, 6, and you need someone who's done something, not just one inning, but someone who's done things in smat. So if these two guys have done things, I mean, and again, they'll come very cheap. So I think more than anything else, they need to bolster that middle order. Hetmeyer is inconsistent. Like Chetan said, Riyan Parag, Bihu dance zyada acha karte hain than other things. So, again, he had a tremendous smat. He got some 750s in a row. Hopefully he does half of that, but you still need to bolster your uncapped Indian all-rounder and batsman pool.
ये भी जो रियान ने वहां पे करा ना असम के लिए, there's a difference. Okay, so he played at 4 there. यहाँ वहां उसका पोजीशन फिक्स था. यहाँ he's not there who can play at 6.
But you have to do that.
Bowling lineup पे भी तो फर्क पड़ता है ना. Here half your bowling lineup is international quality.
I'm just saying, you had a fixed position. कि आपको एक फ्रीडम मिला हुआ था अपनी टीम से कि ठीक है आप 4 नंबर ही खेलो. कुछ भी.
I don't think that he's had a fixed position at RR also. उनको 5-6 पे ही दिया गया है. He has a fixed role. हाँ, हम ध्रुव जुरैल को भूल गए. So last year ध्रुव जुरैल और पार्टिकल प्लेयर की तरह यूज किया गया था. This time ध्रुव जुरैल opens also, but they don't need an opener. They need somebody at 4. So ध्रुव जुरैल might slot in at number 4. So yeah, that's ट्रैविस हेड के पैसे नहीं है उनके पास. 14 crore में पूरा स्क्वाड बनाना है उन्हें. ट्रैविस हेड के पैसे नहीं है उनके पास. दिलशन मधुशंका yes, but there are others who can outbid them for एक लेवल होता है जितने लेवल तक आप बिड कर सकते हो. जब आपका पर्स ही 14 crore का है, आप 4-5 crore के ऊपर किसी बड़े प्लेयर के लिए नहीं जाओगे.
और अब ओवरसीज जब आपके पास ट्रेंट बोल्ट है तो ओवरसीज.
हाँ, so they can go for somebody like different low level bowlers. जो आउटबिड, जहां पे वो आउटबिड नहीं होंगे. बट फॉर मी देयर मेन एरिया ऑफ कंसर्न इज दैट 4 and 5. They need options for 4 and 5. You have Dhruv Jurel, you have Hetmeyer, you have Riyan Parag, but you need 2 good players over there. One in an all-round role maybe, and maybe somebody who can really back them up. Harry Brook, I think they will try to go for Harry Brook. लेकिन 6.5 पे they will say कि okay boss हो गया.
Can Vivrant be that option then? Vivrant Sharma.
I haven't seen much of him. किसी ने दीपक हुडा का नाम लिया था. दीपक हुडा is in LSG, so I'm not sure LSG will let him go. No. But yeah, I haven't seen much of Vivrant, so maybe Jamie has or Taus has.
He just got to play 1 innings and पिछले IPL में, और वहाँ पे उन्होंने एक quick fire 69 किया था, if I'm not mistaken. So
I don't recall it too much. So.
Yeah. Okay, coming to our favorite franchise, हाँ जो हम सबकी favorite है और surprise देती है, वो है Sunrisers Hyderabad. Jamie, I'll start with you. A purse of 34 crores, slots to fill, 6 overseas slots left, 3. किसको लेंगे? ये सबको ले लेंगे क्या?
Again, now one of those strange franchises. They do decently well to get to the knockouts, but इनमें कभी वो killer instinct मुझे दिखता नहीं है. You know, as long as David Warner was there, I think they had something. But again, Kane Williamson runs बनाते हैं, but you just need some characters. You know, I think someone like a Travis Head, again, recency bias. They might go for someone like him. Not a young player, but you know, form. भाई देखो WTC final अपने दम पे जिताया, man of the match in the semi-final, man of the match in the final. You know, took him 48 hours to recover, as Mitchell Marsh said. But when he played the remainder of the T20 against India, he got, you know, I think he got 3 scores in the 30s. Gun fielder, his catch is going to be, I mean, there's the Kapil Dev's catch in 83 and his catch is there. So if you want someone just on like Pat Cummins, ये जो छूता है ये gold बन जाता है, आपके पास ये है. I'm not saying he's going to break the bank and go for 8, 9, 10 crores, but you know, I mean, he's one player I think a lot of franchises and mainly someone like Hyderabad would want to get, because they've always had that one, if not two, overseas openers, and number 3 Johnny Bairstow को देख लो, Kane Williamson, David Warner. So I think he's going to go to Hyderabad. For how much? I don't know. Baki, again, I mean, all-rounders, they've tried Jason Holder. I think they had Brathwaite for a while. वो कुछ कर नहीं पाते हैं. Off top of my head, I don't know any world-class all-rounders apart from, you know, Pat Cummins we've discussed who could slot in, but they might go for them as well. Because I think for them, looking at the purse, this is like a reset button for them, because I think they were pretty bad last. Harry Brook was a disaster, right? 100, and then I think in 10 innings he didn't cross 25, or I'm not mistaken. So that's a franchise which has a lot of money to spend. But kisko lenge wo? Beyond Travis Head, I can't think of one name they'll chase hard.
Do you think, you know, क्योंकि जब यहाँ पर जो ऑलराउंडर्स हैं, they are more of spin ऑलराउंडर्स. एक अब्दुल समद को अगर हम हटा दें वहाँ पर, तो और सानवीर सिंह को, तो रवि तेजा का नाम, you know, he has been performing decently well in the recent past. Can he be the one? क्योंकि एक 20-30 लाख का base price है, can bat in the middle order, it can share the ball. You know,
I mean, he got the form. I think he was the highest wicket taker inside Mustaq Ali, you know, so that's a good option. But again, I think this is a team which had Rashid for a while, Mohammad Nabi, like I mentioned, Holder, Brathwaite. They probably will want to chase that somewhat hefty overseas all-rounder. But again, I can't think off the top of my head, you know, what the options would be. Spinner इनके पास कौन है आजकल?
Spinner इनके पास बहुत सारे हैं. So I'll just
नहीं, but like who's? हाँ, बता.
Is the frontline spinner. उसके अलावा अभिषेक शर्मा, Washington Sundar and Shahbaz Ahmed.
Shahbaz Ahmed, okay, decent middle rung. Abhishek Sharma, they didn't bowl him as much. When they did bowl him, he was hammered. I think he's a fantastic opener. I hope they don't. I think उसने कहा भी था कि मैंने Brian Lara से कहा था कि आप मुझे क्यों नहीं खिला रहे हो. I think if I'm not mistaken, उनको 2-3 मैच लगे अभिषेक को 11 में डालने में. But I think उससे पहले साल he had like a 450 run year. I hope they back him as an opener in every single match, because that's a match winner. But again, he's not a reliable spinner. वो डालते होंगे पंजाब के लिए, but I think they're gonna, like I said, the all-rounder factor. Hyderabad will need someone, because that's a franchise that traditionally had a lot of good overseas all-rounders.
Yeah. Quickly moving
on. In fact, I just want to add over here. I think this Daryl Mitchell could be a factor here. I mean, we were talking about how David Warner or maybe on the David Warner के साथ, I forgot the name, the English guy, somebody who was
Johnny Bairstow.
Johnny West, the superstar, yeah, one of my favorites. I mean, he can play that role in the top order. Kane Williamson नहीं है, New Zealand आगे बंदा, और I mean, this guy knows exactly how to bat in the top order. अब फिर innings through कैसे लेके जाएं. So Daryl Mitchell would play a key role अगर they can go for it, go for this guy. Roman Powell is also an all-rounder, right, from the West Indies. They can.
Yeah, but वो bowling बहुत कम डालता है, and he's very hit or miss. I think Daryl Mitchell is one more name which they should go for.
Yeah, because
the thing is, I'll tell you something with SRH. The problem is, they can't afford more overseas players who's not a spinner. अगर आप उनका lineup देखो, they have Marco Jansen, Heinrich Klaasen, Aiden Markram, Glenn Phillips. इसमें से 3 तो खेलेंगे ही खेलेंगे.
Yeah.
They have no options.
So
they can only go, and their spinners में आप देखो ना, who do they have? Mayank Markande. They already have Abdullah Farooqi, who's a pacer. ठीक है
Yeah.
Only
उसके बाद
like-
उमरान मलिक 3 नटराजन भुवनेश्वर कुमार, तो वहां पे रोटेशन हो रहा है। मयंक मार्कंडे हैं जो उनके स्पिन ऑप्शन है। Washington Sundar if he's fit,
Yeah.
and lot depends on Washington Sundar's fitness, and then you have Glenn Phillips and Aiden Markram जो spin कर सकते हैं थोड़ा बहुत। So if their overseas spot has to go, I think they will be interested in Adil Rashid. Did not work out for them. I think Mujib is somebody, जितने भी ये 30 करोड़ वाले हैं ना, Mujib gives you 4 overs and he gives you 4 overs in the power play.
Yeah.
As in not all 4 overs in the power play, but he bowls in the power play. You getting my point?
Very economical on that front.
Yeah, and he's a wicket-taking bowler. So I think Mujib is going to be a very big buy क्योंकि वो आपको power play में spin bowling देता है. And yeah, I think they have 34 crores. So I think they will make it for Mujib. I won't be surprised if they go for Mujib, and they need somebody to fill Rashid Khan's shoes here, and who better than Mujib? You know?
True.
Adil Rashid did not work out for them. I doubt they'll go for Hasaranga. ठीक है? So let's see. I don't think Hasaranga के लिए वो 12-15 करोड़ की बेट लगेगी. I doubt it. I very much doubt.
जाना नहीं चाहिए, जिस तरीके का परफॉर्मेंस पिछली बार था उसके हिसाब से नहीं।
Exactly. So I think Mujib is somebody to watch out for.
Yeah. Okay, quickly moving on to the other two franchises. ताउस भाई आपसे पूछूंगा, पंजाब किंग्स 29.1 करोड़ का बजट है, स्लॉट्स आर 8 and 2 overseas slots they have. So
SRH का मैं एक चीज जरूर बोलूंगा कि I hope they get airports this time. मेरे को बहुत इरिटेशन होती है जब वो तार वाले कान के लेके आते हैं ना। 34 करोड़, इतने करोड़ों का बजट है कि एयरपोर्ट खरीद लो यार।
ताउस भाई
पंजाब किंग्स यार पंजाब किंग्स शिखर धवन अब आई मीन दे सैम करन ऑलराउंडर है, कगिसो रबाडा है इनके पास, दे हैव अ गुड लाइनअप यार अभी इनको, मगर आई थिंक दे विल हैव टू गो फॉर अ स्पिनर दैट एवरी टीम इज लुकिंग फॉर, मोस्ट ऑफ द टीम क्वालिटी स्पिनर, और यहाँ पर मुझे दिख रहा नहीं है कोई यहाँ पर इनकी तरफ से कोई क्वालिटी। एक सिकंदर रजा है जो ऑलराउंडर है, मगर हाउ मच ही इज गोइंग टू प्ले, हाउ मच ही इज गोइंग टू, क्योंकि टॉप 4 ही खिला सकते फॉरेनर्स।
उतनी स्पिन तो लिविंगस्टोन भी डाल देता है,
लिविंगस्टोन डालते हैं, मगर लिविंगस्टोन को इतना ओवर नहीं मिलता जितना उनका बैटिंग।
They relied on Harpreet Brar and what's his name?
राहुल
Chahar.
राहुल चार
बहुत rely करते हैं Harpreet Brar पे, उन्होंने काफी rely किया था। So they don't have spin options है नहीं यार इसमें,
कोई
spin options है नहीं,
और इंडियन स्पिन ऑप्शन भी नहीं है।
Indian spin options
Hasaranga is the guy. I mean, they'll Hasaranga is going to get some good crore यार।
29 crore. I see Adil Rashid going over there. I think Adil Rashid को लेने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे।
Yeah.
So spinners will be the steal this season right now for each करोड़ों में जाएंगे spinners।
For a lot of
भाई डालना है, अभी भी टाइम है।
I don't have time for IPL. Man.
You know what will be funny if RCB are not able to land up a quality spinner। कि आपने चहल को भी जाने दिया, हसरंगा को भी जाने दिया, क्योंकि आपके पास लिटरली 3 स्पिनर हैं यार।
दिया
हाँ,
आपने जैम्पा को भी जाने दिया।
जैम्पा तो चलो छोड़ दो, वो पहले ही जाने दिया था, बट माय पॉइंट इज कि if they are not able to land in any of these two, Adil, Mujib and हसरंगा, अगर इन टीमें कितनी सारी हैं, किन किन को स्पिनर्स चाहिए? एमआई को चाहिए, पंजाब को चाहिए, राजस्थान को नहीं चाहिए, आरसीबी को चाहिए, एसआरएच को चाहिए, 3 स्पिनर है, 5 टीमों को चाहिए। There goes your 12 crores. 12 crores का bet.
Mujib has played for Punjab, right?
Sorry?
Mujib has played for Punjab before.
Yeah.
Mujib, yes.
Yeah.
It was Kings 11.
Kings 11, yeah. So
no, but he can go back. Probably could they can always take him back. So
yeah. Okay.
But
Quick.
My point is कि 5 टीमें हैं and 3 स्पिनर हैं।
Okay, Jamie, quickly, last team, Delhi Capitals, total budget of they have 28.95 crores, 9 slots in which they have 4 overseas slots. More or less, इनकी जो lineup है वो तो settled ही है. What do you have to say, Jamie?
Again, I mean, look, they need another keeper for sure. I mean, look, Rishabh Pant, he might come back, but there's no guarantee. तो सबसे पहले इनको ऋषभ पंत का रिप्लेसमेंट सोचना पड़ेगा। आप ये नहीं सोच सकते हो कि अच्छा he'll come back in 1 month. Let's assume he doesn't come back. They have to be thinking that way, right? They need a top order keeper. They had Phil Salt. I think he's been released. Phil Salt, recency bias, just got 100. Kon?
Josh Inglis.
Josh Inglis is another guy. You know, he got that 100. Again, it's this World Cup mein jo chala. Again, Sri Lankans do not do well, but Kusal Mendes is a dynamite pick. I know he won't go for big bucks, but he's had a tremendous, you know, he's got runs against India. So ये players जो opening करते हैं, जो team करते हैं, Kusal Mendes, I know he won't go for big bucks, but to my mind, a team like Delhi, I would snap him up, you know, because Steve Smith उनके लिए नहीं चले, Robin Powell उनके लिए नहीं चले, Riley Russo उनके लिए नहीं चले. They're coming off a long phase where their overseas players haven't done well. I would have loved to see them persist with Phil Salt. I think he'll do well. Huh?
How much money do they have?
They have 28.95.
Josh Inglis is a good name.
They will go hard for Travis Head because they need somebody to replace Prithvi Shaw. Prithvi Shaw doesn't give them too much. बंदे को fielding नहीं कराते वो लोग, impact player की तरह use करते हैं. They will go hard for Travis Head. They will corner Travis Head at the top and then Mitchell Marsh to follow.
सही बात है.
They will go hard for Travis Head.
For wicket keeping, they still have Abhishek Porel in the squad. So
yeah, but they still need a backup. Porel is not going to see. You still need a backup. There is not going to be. They have the option of going for KS Bharat, Kusal Mendes. ये दो आपके cheap options हैं. हो सकता है किसी को junior batch से भी उठा सकते हैं. I don't have the entire list. I just have 50 names in front of me. जो top 50 names है मैं उसमें से बोल रहा हूँ. So they will pick somebody as a backup keeper for sure this time. Yeah. But what they need, problem सिर्फ उनके उसमें नहीं थी कि ऋषभ पंत available नहीं थे. You know, the problem was also they did not have somebody to replace Prithvi Shaw. And that's वहाँ पे कुछ change नहीं होने वाला है. He's not going to be able to field again. Yeah. They will go hard for Travis Head.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
चलिए तो जिस सेशन का सिर्फ इतना है कि स्पिनर्स are going to get the big bucks और दिल्ली कैपिटल्स को एक कीपर की जरूरत है. वेल थैंक यू गाइस, थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग दिस लाइव सेशन. इसको यहीं एंड करेंगे क्योंकि हमें और बहुत सारी बातें करनी है और थोड़ा सा टाइम रह गया आईपीएल ऑक्शन के लिए, आईपीएल 2024 ऑक्शन के लिए, तो जाएंगे वो एंजॉय करेंगे. वेल थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग मी इन दिस सेशन. लवली चैटिंग विद यू एज ऑलवेज.
फास्टेस्ट क्रिकेट स्कोर अपडेट्स या सबसे डिटेल्ड स्टैट्स,
क्रिकेट के अंदर बाहर की खबरें
या हेल्दी डिबेट्स,
सबसे एक्यूरेट एनालिसिस
या फैंस का क्रेज, सबके लिए एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म, क्योंकि क्रिकेट मतलब क्रिकेट नेक्स्ट. फास्टेस्ट क्रिकेट स्कोर अपडेट्स या सबसे डिटेल्ड स्टैट्स,
क्रिकेट के अंदर बाहर की खबरें
या हेल्दी डिबेट्स,
सबसे एक्यूरेट एनालिसिस
या फैंस का क्रेज, सबके लिए एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म, क्योंकि क्रिकेट मतलब क्रिकेट नेक्स्ट.
हेलो एंड वेलकम टू क्रिकेट नेक्स्ट. मैं हूं सौम्य कपूर और 19 दिसंबर इज अ बिग डे. इट्स आईपीएल 2024 ऑक्शन डे और मोर देन 300 प्लेयर्स आर गोइंग टू गो अंडर द हैमर. वेल इसके बारे में बात करेंगे टाउस लिस्बी, जेमी ऑल्टर और चेतन नरूला से इस लाइव सेशन में. और क्या पर्सेस हैं, कौन कौन से प्लेयर्स हैं और कौन कौन से प्लेयर्स पे फोकस रहेगा, ये सारी हम बातें करेंगे. बस उससे पहले वेलकम टू क्रिकेट नेक्स्ट ऑल ऑफ यू. जेमी, आई विल स्टार्ट विद यू. वी हैव बीन टॉकिंग अबाउट द पर्सेस. सीएसके और जीटी की मैं बात करूंगा जो उनके रिक्वायरमेंट्स है. 31.4 करोड़ का पर्स है सीएसके के पास. व्हाट डू यू थिंक हु कैन बी द प्लेयर्स दे विल बी फोकसिंग ऑन?
यार it's a interesting one because it depends कि इन दोनों franchise को क्या चाहिए. Like we were discussing before the show started, will CSK want to go for another keeper? I mean, we know that Dhoni is the best keeper, but he's 43. You never know. I mean, it's with each passing year. मेरे ख्याल से पिछले 3 साल से कम से कम हम लोग कह रहे हैं यार कि धोनी का आखिरी साल होगा. What happens if he gets injured? So definitely that's one thing. So again, I was going through the list, the long list, in fact, of all the players. Maybe I'm still stuck on, and it's strange that exactly a month from that disaster of the World Cup, maybe I've still not recovered from the abject failure of the team. But going to that list, दो तीन नाम को छोड़ के मुझे personally, and I know I'll be proven wrong tomorrow, मुझे personally दो तीन नाम से ज्यादा लगा नहीं कोई player is going to break the bank like we've seen. Maybe this will be a more sobering IPL in the sense that यार Sam Curran के लिए इतने पैसे गए क्या किया. It's a small auction, but small auctions have thrown up some surprises. But you asked me, okay, you're asking about two franchises. आप मुझे कोई भी franchise को लेकर पूछो कुछ. I still don't see, barring 2-3 names, any player. Rachin Ravindra is one name who I expect to go. Teams will go for क्योंकि ओपनिंग कर सकते हैं, 3 पे खेल सकते हैं, फिनिशर बन सकते हैं, बढ़िया फील्डर हैं, अच्छे खासे स्पिनर भी है. But in the past, there have been a lot of such overseas names who haven't gone for that. So it's one of those strange auctions where personally खुद की बात करूं, I cannot tell you right now. We talk about top 5. I can't even name 5 players who I think are going to get big bucks. So very, very keen to see कि कल होगा क्या.
I'm talking about Gujarat Titans, Jamie. They have a good budget, 38.15 crores, and they just need to fill up 7 slots, if I'm not mistaken. तो पैसे हैं, budget अच्छा है. Can they go big on someone, because we have been talking about कि उनके पास एक overseas fast bowler का slot खाली है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे सिर्फ उनके पास Josh Little है. तो can they go big on someone like a Pat Cummins probably?
Look, they're going to have to. It's not just about the absence. I mean, look, if Mohammad Shami and Mohit Shami.
Cricket next, I'm Soumya Kapoor, and it's the big day. It's auction day. IPL auctions are going to happen in Dubai. Over 300 players are going to go under the hammer. Well, I have with me Sahil Malhotra, Chetan Narula, K. Srinivas Rao, and Jamie Alter join me as the panelists. But before that, let's take a look at the preview of this auctions.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Cricket Next YouTube channel. The day is about to get over and tomorrow we'll get to see the IPL 2024 auctions. बहुत बड़े auctions हैं और हर IPL auction में काफी धमाका देखने को मिलता है और कल भी कुछ ऐसे ही expectations है fans की अपनी particular team से लेकर और बहुत 8-10 टीमें हैं, सबके पास एक limited purse है, लेकिन कुछ ऐसे खिलाड़ी हैं auction में जिनके लिए काफी लंबा खर्चा किया जा सकता है टीम्स के द्वारा. So I'll start with the basic purses that all the teams have. We'll start with the team that is RCB, and RCB has 23.25 crore rupees, whereas CSK has 31.40 crore rupees. Gujarat Titans has 38.15 crore rupees. MI has 17.75 crore. KKR has 32.70 crore. DC has 28.95 crore. SRH has 34.00 crore. LSG has 13.15 crore and Punjab has 29.10 crore. There are 333 players in the IPL auctions, out of which 214 are Indian, whereas 119 are overseas, जिसमें से 2 एसोसिएट नेशंस के खिलाड़ी हैं और काफी काफी टक्कर का मुकाबला होगा. देखना है कौन सी टीम किस प्लेयर के पीछे जाएगी, लेकिन कुछ प्लेयर्स जैसे कि मैंने शुरुआत में कहा था, there are few players who will take big numbers home, and some of those players are number one Mitchell Starc. We all know what Mitchell Starc did in the IPL when he used to play. It has been a long time since he played in the IPL. वो हर auction से पहले अपना नाम वापस ले लेते थे, but this time he has put his name in the auction list, and the reason being the T20 World Cup next year, which will start right after the IPL. And Mitchell Starc उसके लिए प्रिपेयर करना चाहते हैं, and that is the reason Mitchell Starc ने अपना नाम इस IPL ऑक्शन में डाला है. एक टाइम पे आरसीबी के लिए खेलते थे, अब क्या आरसीबी उनको वापस लेगा या कोई और टीम उन पे पैसा लगाएगी, ये देखना बनता है. The next player is Pat Cummins. Pat Cummins was bought by KKR at the whooping price of 15.5 crore in the IPL 2020 auctions, but now he's back in the auction list. And it remains to be seen कौन सी टीम उनके लिए जाएगी, because he's not just a good bowler, he's also an excellent batter जो आपको कभी कभार, क्योंकि वो KKR की जो innings थी उनकी 56 runs of 14 balls, I don't think anyone can forget that innings. So Pat Cummins, the World Cup winning captain, he will be coming in as the World Cup winning captain now, is a very crucial player. The next name is Rachin Ravindra, the New Zealand opener, the Kiwi opener, who impressed everyone in the World Cup with his batting prowess and the way he scored runs, not just the amount of runs that he scored, but the way he scored those runs. I'm pretty sure all the IPL teams will be eager to have him in their team. And the last name, although there are too many names, but we can't take all the names, but इस list में एक आखिरी uncapped player जिसका जिसका प्राइस हाई जा सकता है वो है शाहरुख खान. आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट द एक्टर शाहरुख खान, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द प्लेयर शाहरुख खान जो पंजाब के लिए खेलते थे, बट नाउ he is back in the auction list. Punjab have let him go and he is back in the auction list. So now we'll have to wait and see if any team goes for it because he is a great finisher and we'll have to wait and see क्या वो अपनी फिनिशिंग जो एबिलिटीज हैं किस टीम के लिए इस बार दिखाएंगे और दिखाएंगे तो कितने पैसों में दिखाएंगे. एंड दिस इज what IPL auction is all about. कौन सा player कहाँ गया कितने पैसों में गया. This is the interest that forms on social media, not just amongst the team but also amongst the IPL team fans. I was there for the WPL auctions few days back in Mumbai hotel and I saw what all teams went through right after every set. They used to sit together, discuss, और वही एक auction का मजा होता है, be it the WPL auction or the IPL auction. So as I said, the fans are really excited, the teams are really excited. I am pretty sure you guys are also very excited. So stay tuned to the Cricket Next YouTube channel and hit the bell icon. We have another fan. I suppose we have one more IPL fan amongst us, and it seems that she's also excited for the upcoming IPL auctions. Meanwhile, oh, she jumped. You guys, please stay tuned to Cricket Next YouTube channel. Hit the bell icon and follow us across all our social media platforms. Thank you so much.
So this was Kana who was talking about. The teams, the purses. Srini, I'll start with you. So Chennai Super Kings, 31.4 crores. Slots left are 6 and 3 are the overseas slots. क्या requirement है उनकी? Do you think एक keeper के लिए शायद वो जा सकते हैं because you have Devon Conway apart from MS?
You still have a season before they have to worry about the keeper. Right now, I think they have to bolster the middle order. Ambati Rayudu चले गए हैं.
Yeah.
Ambati Rayudu available नहीं है और Ben Stokes का you know वो एक option जो उनके पास always available था वो भी नहीं है. Right now उनकी priority तो यही होगी कि bolstering the middle order. उनके पास पर्स है.
Yeah.
मेरा ये मानना है कि स्टीवन फ्लेमिंग बैठे हैं और अभी तो वो विकेट कीपर के इतना वो चिंता नहीं करेंगे. मुझे लगता है वो जाएंगे रचिन रविंद्र के पीछे. You know that gives them a brilliant all-round option. And Stephen Fleming बैठे हैं dressing room, you know, kind of auction table पे. So that could be one of the thing. And हाँ, wicket keeper की चिंता तो वो long term problem है.
Still have a
उसका
season.
resolution चाहिए उनको.
Yeah. But Sai, do you think Rachin Ravindra के लिए इस समय Chennai Super Kings will bid because you know कहीं ना कहीं वो overseas slot तो pick करेंगे और जब से impact player आया all-rounders की उतनी requirement क्या आपको है?
No, but you know, Rachin Ravindra is one player. He did so well in the World Cup and has been doing consistently and considerably well for New Zealand ever since he has arrived on the big stage. But what he brings to the table is an option at top of the order and a bowler who can give you at least 2 overs in a T20 game. So that's a luxury to have. And considering that Chennai will be playing at Chepauk, where wickets are going to tire out as the season progresses, I think he's going to be a good buy. And don't rule out that Stephen Fleming factor because that is what is keeping Michelle Santner going even after staying at the bench for so long. So Fleming is going to play a big role there because they would want to get someone like Rachin Ravindra, because I'm not sure about Moeen Ali's availability at this stage because there were some reports that he may not be available for the entire season. And if that happens, then Rachin Ravindra at 3 could be a very good option for CSK.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on, Chetan bhai, from Chennai Super Kings to Gujarat Titans, बड़ा बजट है उनके पास. 38.15 crores is the purse they have. They have 8 slots left, and in that they have 2 slots for overseas players. Whom do you think? क्योंकि captaincy sorted है, middle order भी sorted है. Whom do you think they're going to go for?
कहना आसान है कि कैप्टनसी सॉर्टेड है, लेकिन देखिए शुभमन गिल, I mean we don't know what sort of leadership credentials he has. डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट में अगर उन्होंने थोड़ा बहुत लीड किया है या जूनियर लेवल पे थोड़ा बहुत लीड किया है, दैट्स ऑल फाइन. बट उसके बाद यू नो दिस इज अ टोटली डिफरेंट प्रेशर गेम. हमने रविंद्र जडेजा के साथ देखा कि थोड़ा सा भी स्लिप अप जहां होता है ना, तो उसके बाद टीम नीचे जाती रहती है. एंड आई डोंट थिंक यू वुड वांट दैट टू हैपन, क्योंकि यू हैव लॉस्ट सच अ बिग प्लेयर जो आपको 2 लगातार फाइनल में लेकर गए हैं. फॉर अ न्यू फ्रेंचाइजी to get into 2 consecutive finals was a huge thing. Winning one, obviously, that was a huge thing as well. So Gujarat Titans चाहेंगे कि उनकी जो performance है उसमें dip ना आए, जो भी changes हुए हैं उसके बावजूद. So I think they would want somebody who has leadership skills as well. जैसे Pat Cummins जैसा हमने player है, तो you know they have the purse. Pat Cummins is an all-rounder. You know he's very useful with the ball, with the bat. They also need somebody to back up their bowling thing. So from that perspective, they will want somebody who can bring a little bit leadership ability as well into the team.
Jimmy,
as Chetan bhai said, they need someone, okay, who can bring that leadership as well as the bowling. और bowling की अगर बात करूँ तो overseas slot में सिर्फ Josh Little है उनके पास fast bowling में. Do you think Pat Cummins can be a good option?
Absolutely, I have to second what Chetan said. Look, you have to look at हार्दिक पांड्या जो है वो अब उसका नहीं है. वर्ल्ड कप में देख लो 7 मैच हार्दिक पांड्या नहीं थे. He's replaced by 2 players, right?
Yeah.
So either you replace him with another world-class all-rounder in someone like Pat Cummins, and I'm saying this world-class. We know that Pat Cummins in the IPL, larger picture in T20 cricket, he's not had outstanding numbers, but he's still Pat Cummins. और इस साल आप देखें, just to follow up on what Chetan said, अगर आपको leadership चाहिए, इस बंदे ने आपको वर्ल्ड कप जिताया ऑस्ट्रेलिया को और उससे 4-5 महीने पहले WTC फाइनल, राइट? सो व्हाट ही इज डूइंग राइट नाउ, ही इज गिविंग यू अ वायबल लीडरशिप एंड अ सीनियर रोल. देन ऊपर से यू नीड समवन टू फिल द वैक्यूम ऑफ हार्दिक पांड्या. ऊपर से अगर आपके आधे मैचेस अहमदाबाद स्टेडियम में होंगे, दिस recency bias is going to come in. Pat Cummins read the Ahmedabad pitch better than anyone in the whole World Cup. Small things like this, it might not seem as big a factor a month on from that World Cup final, but I got a feeling franchises that need a leader are going to say pick someone like Pat Cummins. And like you said in the package, kind of mentioned a 14-ball 50 to boost him. आप expect नहीं करते हो कि हर मैच में आके वो करेंगे, but if you have someone who can give you the joint fastest 50 as well as being a brilliant tactician, a man manager, a leader, and a damn good bowler, very good option for someone like GT.
Coming to Lucknow Super Giants, Srini, अगर उनका स्क्वाड देखें, अगर उनके स्लॉट्स देखें जो लेफ्ट है उनके पास, तो 6 हैं. दैट सीम्स टू बी अ बिग नंबर, बट बैलेंस है, जरूरत नहीं है. 13.15 करोड़ का उनका पर्स है. डू यू थिंक दे कैन गो फॉर द डोमेस्टिक प्लेयर्स, द अनकैप्ड प्लेयर्स टू जस्ट बूस्ट अप दैट बेंच स्ट्रेंथ प्रॉब्ली?
डू यू को चेंज करके दे शुड कर दो. I would like to think that but then that is something that I would like every franchise to kind of do. But वहाँ पे ना, there is a flip side to that thinking also, which I was kind of talking about just before this show, which is you identify a player, you invest in a young player at the let's say you identify a player at the grassroots level, an uncapped player as you asked. Then you invest in that player, you kind of put in time, money, effort to kind of teach him the ropes of sustaining at this level, to see what next year the player going away when retentions happen. So I think there is a larger issue here. So for me, this IPL is momentary. This is only about 2.5 months. Even if you've identified someone, why are you going to go and put your cards on the table now? Because you have a big picture to see next year. So I really don't think teams are going to be looking at this auction to actually play that big picture card. They would rather have a momentary angle to this. Get somebody on board who can see me through this season, who can see me through the next couple of months. Let this season get over, then BCCI will plan a mega auction anyway. Price purse is going to increase. More options are going to come, and then I'll put my talent scouting team and everything to work. Then I'll also have that 6 to 7 month cushion, in order to plan better from a long-term perspective. I think that's going to be playing on the minds of franchisees.
Sal, do you think on the same lines? Because I differ a bit, because हमने पहले भी देखा है कि in the mini auctions purses जाते हैं, बड़े दाव लगते हैं, but वो ज़्यादा capitalize नहीं कर पाती teams, and they miss out on having some uncapped players as well जिनको आप groom कर सकते हैं. Do you think on the same lines?
No, just let's take into account last season, the bigger buys, Sam Curran, Harry Brook. Those were like mindless auctions, to be honest. You can't go to 18.5 crore, if I'm not wrong, for a Sam Curran and Harry Brook. You were expecting to play him in Hyderabad at top of the order without even having that sample size of him being tested in these conditions. So that wasn't a good move any which way. Now, Cameron Green was a big buy. It made sense for MI back then, because 17.5 crore for a young all-rounder who has skills with both bat, ball, and he's a gun fielder. So he made a lot of sense. But, not all of these bids make sense, because it's more governed by the need factor. Because right now, teams are filling in those crucial gaps. Now, when you talk about Lucknow Super Giants, they don't have many slots to fill, but they need to address the seam bowlers option, because abhi you have Mohsin Khan, you have Mark Wood. So aap in dono ke upar you can't rely the entire season. Mohsin is very injury prone. That after that shoulder injury hasn't been playing a lot of cricket. Similarly for Mark Wood, you just can't expect him to play all 14 games. Jab aapne Unatkar, Daniel Sams and Avesh Khan has been traded to RR. So you need to fill in those holes when it comes to seamers. And they definitely need a top order bat now that Mr. KL Rahul has said that I'll bat in the middle order. So you need someone at top of the order, probably at 3. considering the run Deepak Hooda had last year. So
Yeah.
you need someone at 3-4 for sure. But middle order is sorted because the Rock KL Rahul is there.
KL Rahul वाला discussion बाद में करेंगे. That's a different topic. Moving on to Kolkata Knight Riders, Chetan bhai, 32.7 crores. They have 12 slots left. Overseas slots left are 4. But they have a lot to fix up. बहुत सारी puzzles में वो missing pieces हैं. Do you think?
बहुत कुछ करना है. अगर हम बात करें कुछ टीमों की, I think Mumbai Indians ऐसी टीम है, RCB ऐसी टीम है. You look at Delhi Capitals, वो एक ऐसी टीम है. I think KKR. I think ये 4 टीमें हैं जिन्हें बहुत कुछ करना है इस players auction में. SRH to a certain degree also, उन्हें भी काफी कुछ करना है. तो ये 5 टीमें हैं. And this is a team that is going in with a good purse as well.
Yeah.
So from that perspective, they placed well. मुझे ये चीज समझ नहीं आती कि ये लोग कब तक आंद्रे रसल और सुनील नारायण पे रिलाई करते रहेंगे, because that
True.
impacts their strategy, that impacts the way they play. ठीक है, हो गया, move on. It's time to move on. I think at least, in my opinion, they should have let go at least one of them.
Yeah.
क्योंकि उससे क्या होता है, आपका एक स्पिन स्पॉट चला गया, एक आपका ऑलराउंडर स्पॉट चला गया,
Overseas चला गया.
एंड मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंटली आपके 2 ओवरसीज स्पॉट्स चले गए और ये दोनों खेलते ही खेलते हैं. Then you don't have too much wiggle room. They need top order batsmen. They need batsmen who can not only bat in top 3, but they can also bat in 4 and 5. They need backups उस position में. They need bowlers. They need pacers. I think spin is the only department जहाँ पे they are okay. So Neil Narayan, Varun Chakravarti, and Suyash. Although Jamie is not a big fan of Varun Chakravarti, but KKR will still deploy him. So the point here is very simple. कि Russell और Narayan को use करके they get very, very restricted. Still, they'll be restricted this season, but I hope they have some good buys. Otherwise, it'll be another long season for them.
And spin काफी हद तक sorted है क्योंकि वहाँ नीतीश राणा भी हैं.
और वो vice captain भी है.
और vice captain भी है. Jimmy, what do you think? They need a lot of different options क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं सुनील नारायण और एंड्रे रसल as Chetan भाई said 11 में भी खेलेंगे. अब 12 हो गई है क्योंकि impact play rate. Do you really need them now?
Look, I'm getting a sense of deja vu when you were asking Chetan about KK. I think it was last year around this time when the previous auction was there. And I remember saying, yaar, कि देखो Andre Russell, हम जानते हैं कि वो क्या कर सकते हैं, what he brings. But he's like one slide at third man or fine leg away from injuring his knees, अब हाल ही में, I think 2-2.5 साल के बाद, 2 साल के बाद वो वापस आए West Indies के लिए. In his first match back, he was man of the match. Yeah. He took 3 wickets. Didn't even give 20 runs and then got that cameo. But दूसरे match में आखिरी over में he had to defend 21 and he gave it in 5 balls. Yeah. Now I understand कि ये fickle format है, but someone like Russell, yes, he's massive and he brings so much to it. But like Chetan said, in 20, you're going to 24. Yes, he's economical, but he stopped running through teams 5 years. Soumya last have a settled batting unit. I remember Dinesh Karthik batting from opener to number 8, Owen Morgan up and down, Nitish Rana opening 3-4. I think they need to really fix out Venkatesh Iyer. They really need to figure out their batting. You can expect कि अगर Andre Russell 50% performance दे तो आप कुछ कर पाओगे. बाकी 50% आप उम्मीद करते हो कि Russell Narayan stands up. But beyond these obvious weak links, despite being T20 superstars, I think they have to, spin bowling, I agree with Chetan. They have 3 very good spinners. Pace bowling ठीक ठाक है, पर आपका जो बैटिंग है, overall batting is what wins you tournaments. I know लोग कहते हैं bowling से भी ठीक है, आपका बैटिंग है ही नहीं. So I hope they're looking for a second keeper. I think they've let go of Sheldon Jackson, if I'm not mistaken. Who's your second, your batter? They open with Gurbaz and kabhi Jason Roy, तो कभी वो N Jagadisan. You keep shuffling your order every 5 matches. आप कहाँ से trophy जीतोगे? Let's hope for KKR's fans' sake that they get some stable batting options.
I can just add about KKR. I think they have already made their most important purchase before the auctions, and that's Gautam Gambhir. He's like that headmaster. मतलब कुछ गड़बड़ हो रहा है ना, तो या वो फूफा जी नहीं होते कि शादी अभी ठीक से हमको करनी है, लेकिन टेंट ठीक से लगा नहीं है, खाना अरेंज नहीं हुआ है, लास्ट डे हो गया है, शादी का टाइम हो गया है, और वो फूफा जी आते हैं और कहते हैं कि नहीं, and then he gets everything in order. He is that फूफा जी. He'll come and he'll get the house in order. He did that with LSG. He gave them a base. KKR ka order, the house is not in order. He'll come back and he's just going to do that. I think that's a very, very important buy. If somebody can tell KKR it's time to move on from Russell and Narayan, that's Gautam Gambhir.
Also, carrying that same line of thought forward, I get this feeling that he's just about come, Gautam Gambhir, and it's just about kind of getting an idea as to So he would need time. Kind of there's been an existing management for a long time. Gotham would obviously have come with fresh ideas. He's obviously has had his share of experience as at LSG doing what he was doing. So now, if he had his share of ideas bringing to the table, he would need time to implement them. That perhaps is one of the reasons why KKR decided to continue with the Nareen and Andre Russell this thing, because it just allows them to get over with this season with a squad that they understand, they know, and kind of whatever they can identify with. You go in with a completely new set, the coach and the new team would probably have lesser time, to adjust. They have that much more time once they get through the season.
And probably they'll have a better purse in the mega auction if they release
Of
both
course.
of them.
Of course.
Yes, I.
No, just talking about KKR's batting, I think it hasn't looked this convincing before. If you talk about their batting order right now, just what they have Shreyas Iyer at 3, they have a Rana coming in at 4, they have a Rinku Singh at 5, they can have a Andre Russell at 6. So that makes a very formidable middle order composition, so to say.
But again, they'll have a problem with the opening slot because
so you have Jason Roy, you have Gurbaz, you can try Venkatesh Iyer.
They need Venkatesh to open that.
Yeah, so now whether Gambhir would want that or not, because he's not a big fan of these makeshift opening things, having followed him so closely in Delhi Ranji also, he sticks to those specialist things. And if you see how he operated at LSG too, वो Venkatesh Iyer wala experiment is something which I don't think will last that long. But you have good options in Jason Roy. Jason Roy did considerably well in the little period he played last year. Gurbaz is again a very promising player. But as Jamie said, they need a good...
That takes up a lot of overseas slot. Gurbaz, Jason Roy, Anderson.
Yeah, that is going
all
to
the
be a
four,
big
all the four.
Yeah, अगर आपने Gurbaz, Roy, Narayan, Russell को खिलाया, you have no room to
for
maneuver
in
in your pace department. आपके पास कोई room नहीं बचेगा. The problem with KKR is, and they need Indian batsmen. They need somebody from obviously Indian origin to step up, an Indian batter to step up. वो नहीं हो रहा है उनके पास. And the problem is, and I think ये problem सारे franchises को आएगी, who need Indian batsmen. I'm looking at RCB. कौन है? You don't have Indian batsmen in the auction pool established. Youngsters हैं, but youngsters are not going to win you the IPL. They will be your support base. वो आपको सपोर्ट करेंगे आपके बिग प्लेयर्स को. KKR के साथ ये प्रॉब्लम है कि they don't need a support Indian batter. They need an Indian batter who can step up. Will they go back for Manish Pandey? That's a very, very important question.
But again, then that takes up a opening slot. No, that will take up a opening slot.
No, I mean, Manish Pandey is not going to open
with whom you open with whom?
I'm just saying कि they don't have an option. आपके पास है ही नहीं ना opening batter. ये चीज सब टीमों के लिए लागू है. KKR के लिए भी ये लागू है. They need to find a solution. They don't have a solution. How are they going to move that solution around, move players around to get that solution, to arrive at that solution? वो बहुत important.
I'll quickly move to the
one last thought. When you were talking about openers, Gautam Gambhir, Nitish Rana, you need an opener. There's a Dhruv Shore in the auction list. So I'm like widely thinking now, because this is the first time he has come in the auction list after like 3 years. After playing for CSK back in 2018, he had a good season for Vidarbha where he has moved base. So Dhruv Shore could be one.
Brilliant season with Delhi.
Dhruv Shore could be one option. But yes, Chetan is right. You don't have... I was just quickly scrolling through the list in my mind. Those are 300 names, but not one Indian established player comes to mind. And Karun Nair and Manish Pandey, I don't know, man.
Yeah. आपके पास Indian spinners नहीं है आज लिस्ट में, Indian batters नहीं है आज लिस्ट में. That's going to be a very, very crucial aspect. कैसे teams उस weakness को, जिसकी भी ये weakness है, उसको कैसे उसकी भरपाई करेंगे, that is going to be very, very important.
Quickly moving on to the next team, Srini, Delhi Capitals. बहुत सारी बातें हो रही हैं. क्रिकेटिंग रीजन से नहीं, लेकिन वैसे बहुत सारी बातें होती हैं because of Rishabh Pant and everything. They have a purse of 28.95 crores. 9 slots they have. Overseas are 4 slots that they are left with. Whom do you think they can go for? They have a Abhishek Porel in the squad, but do you think they can go for a keeper, just a backup keeper?
Yeah, so I was very excited at the prospect of Rishabh Pant coming back, and in fact, Sahil had some great details to share about kind of how he's recovering, and the fact that he'll be kind of available for this IPL. I don't know what kind of workload will Rishabh be able to take.
True.
To be fair to the boy, he's been literally away from any kind of cricket, kind of for a full year. It is miraculous. Let me put it this way: his return, it's very heartening, and it's miraculous the way he's come back. But I still think that Delhi will have to take that call to have a backup at any given point in time, because IPL is a long tournament. crossing 2 months, and I don't think he would have played any other cricket coming into the IPL.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is probably one of the things. But as Chetan was saying, that Indian batter, that elephant in the room, wo kaun hai? That is a problem with Delhi also. The moment Shreyas left, Delhi, that middle order has suddenly, look at. For me, Delhi is the squad that they had come up with in 2020, the IPL which they played in Dubai.
Yeah.
The first year of the pandemic. When they played the final.
The final, yeah.
What a team it was. And for me, for once, after having seen Delhi disappoint year after year after year, I was finally beginning to think that, okay, finally they're just getting it right, in terms of what kind of approach. And it was a very Team India centric approach, young India centric approach that Delhi began to have. But then things have just fallen. Look at Prithvi Shaw, classic example. A boy with so much talent. There are backers, there are people who still have nothing but positive things to say about Prithvi year after year after year. And but I mean, to the common eye, we all know what we're looking at, right? So there are a lot of corrections required. Now, how is Delhi seeing this? How does Delhi want to see this? Do they want to use this season to kind of somehow get through and then probably plan? See, this is I keep on repeating this. I'll give an example. Delhi, considering the Bombay bunch that they have in the middle order, by now they would have identified that here is this young boy Mushir who they can invest in, right? Let's say they buy Mushir. Any franchise, I'm thinking, would want to buy Mushir Khan, would buy with the option that they can retain him next year. Because this boy is going to be picked up at a good thing should he come back into the mega auction list, right? So franchise would be looking to buy a Mushir now, keep him kind of whatever at the lowest salary grade, retain him, so that you don't really have to think about it in the mega auction. So that is something I would like to see Delhi doing, which is use this to kind of look at the big picture and kind of play the game of patience.
Jimmy, but barring the couple of innings here and there, Prithvi Shaw ka jo pichla season tha, looking at that, can Delhi go for someone who is also a keeper and can bat up the order, like probably in the opening slot? What do you have to say?
They'll have to. Look, we discussed this yesterday. Delhi need an overseas opener and a keeper, and like we discussed yesterday, they need an Indian opener. Because Prithvi Shaw, fitness issues and form, this is always going to be a problem with him, even in the best of times and the worst of times. So if they're planning their batting around Prithvi Shaw being a reliable opener, unfortunately, I think they're not going to go very far. Again, we discussed it yesterday. They have David Warner, World Cup winner, as opener. They have Mitchell Marsh, World Cup winner, at number 3. Why not go for Travis Head? You know, Travis Head is the flavor of this year, along with Pat Cummins. Man of the match in the World Cup final, man of the match in the World Cup semi-final, man of the match in the WTC final. So the 3 tournaments, the 3 big matches for Australia this year, Travis Head has been a constant. Recency bias bhi hai. He made a late start to the World Cup, got a blistering some 68 ball 100. Uske baad, when he took, like I said yesterday also, when he took 2-3 days to recover from the high of the World Cup, he played just 3 T20s. In those 3 T20s in Indian conditions, he gave blazing starts, 35, 34, 28. So a team like Delhi, I would imagine, would see someone like Travis Head. Now, they also need a keeper because Rishabh Pant aa sakte hain, but Delhi Capitals को फिलहाल ये सोच के जाना पड़ेगा कि ऋषभ पंत नहीं आ रहे. That's your worst case scenario. आएंगे तो great. You need someone. Josh Inglis is there. Kusal Mendes is there. You need keepers who, like you said, top order batsmen. Josh Inglis got a blistering 100. It came in a lost cause. But recency bias, you might see him get some bidding. Kusal Mendes, traditionally Sri Lankan keeper batsman, कभी नहीं गए IPL में, but someone like him can open, can bat 3. So Delhi's main weakness is जब से शिखर धवन गए, वो जूझ रहे हैं कौन आएगा next. I would say go for either Travis Head, like you rightly said, keeper चाहिए, Josh Inglis है, Kusal Mendes है. Do not go, without being disrespectful, do not go to that Abhishek Porel type level. हो सके युवा खिलाड़ी है, बहुत talent है. You need to be made of slightly suffer mentality. That's why in the history of the IPL, only one uncapped keeper batsman has come to the fore, and that's Rishabh Pant. No disrespect, कोई और खिलाड़ी ऐसा नहीं कर पाया. I would want to see them go for international top order keeper batsman.
Chinmay, I'll just come to you. Sahil, considering the purse they have, Delhi Capitals, 28.95 crores, they can bid for someone like a Travis Head or Kushal Mendes.
They should, they will. And they will go for Travis Head, that is for sure, because Warner, you are not sure how long he's going to play, right? And again, this is like a 2.5 month thing, but if you get someone like a Travis Head really cheap, you can also end up retaining him before the mega auction, because he's someone you can like invest in for the next 2-3 years, as Srini said, keeping the big picture in mind. But the keeping option, I think Abhishek Porel, they definitely, I don't know why he's still retained. I don't
That's
see
a
any,
backup, I guess.
but still, there are plenty of good keepers in India right now, and Abhishek Porel, except playing for Bengal, hasn't done anything of major note that he was retained. And last year, Delhi were all at sea, boss. You can't have a Abhimanyu Easwaran, a Priyam Garg giving trials mid-season. Abhimanyu Easwaran, you want in a T20 side. What was happening there? And that was all baffling. And right now, I think Urvil Patel is one keeper. Gujarat, top order batter, scored a 40-50 ball 100 this year only. Gun player, was with Gujarat Titans, was released. But I think that is one backup keeper they can have. But completely agree with Jamie that you need quality at top of the order. That's for sure.
With that, we have started with the auctions as well. But Chetan, you were saying something.
If there's anybody who knows what is the exact status of Rishabh Pant, that is Delhi Capitals. They can't afford another season without him. उनका season शुरू होने से पहले ही खत्म हो गया था last year. Like Sahil said, they were giving tryouts mid-season. They need so much in terms of their batting, and Rishabh Pant is not just a keeper; he's a captain. He's a prime batsman. It's just they know what is going to happen, and I think this time they are going to prepare in case Pant is not available. But without Pant, I don't see them going anywhere.
Moving on to Mumbai Indians, Srini, 17.75 crores overseas. They have total of 8 slots, 4 overseas. What do they need? Just because almost everything is sorted for them. Bowlers.
Desperately. Mitchell Starc, Vanindu Hasaranga. Or that guy, Gerald Coetzee. One of these three is a must. And if they can bolster their bowling attack, they are literally they are very much in his favourites.
And the way Coetzee performed in the World Cup, that just adds up.
Yes, but then also Hasaranga, especially in conditions like Wankhede, I wouldn't be surprised.
Jamie, what do you think? Left arm spinner or a premium pacer?
Look, I think this has also been said before also. Piyush Chawla was exceptional. But if you're relying on Piyush Chawla to do it again back-to-back years, आपकी bowling थोड़ी कम है. You have Kumar Karthike, Ritik Shaukin अभी नहीं है. You need to replace, like Shane said, you need a fast bowler and you need a spinner. अब Lasith Malinga वापस आए हैं. Someone like a Dilshan Madhushamka, again, I go back to recency bias. Coetzee was brilliant, but where did Madhushamka first make his name in that World Cup? Second ball, Wankhede when he bowled Rohit Sharma, right? At one point for about 10 days, वो इस one-day World Cup के leading wicket taker थे. समाप्ति पर वो number 3 पे थे. 18 wickets he had, 18 wickets Gerald Coetzee had. Both are, but 23, 24, left armor, Malinga factor, and I'm going to have to agree with Srini. Hasaranga ki zarurat padegi, and maybe Malinga will rope in these two players.
Okay, Sahil, just coming to RCB, a budget of 23.25 crores. They have 6 slots left, 3 overseas. A lot to fix up. Though they have a pretty balanced squad, they have a Lomro probably in the middle order for now. Anuj Rawat is there, DK is there, then Virat, Faf, and Maxwell. But they still need, bowlers who can contain.
Their top 7 are sorted. You have Faf, Virat, Rajat Patidar, Glenn Maxwell, Cameron Green, Dinesh Karthik. Then you can have probably
also Suyesh Prabhudesai.
Suyesh Prabhudesai you can chip in, or you can try a Mahipal Lomrod, who has been doing well for Rajasthan in the domestic circuit. So I think the 7 is sorted. You have Karan Sharma as your leggy. You have Mohammad Siraj. I think what they need right now is a bloody good death bowler. That is something which is required after Harshal Patel's inconsistent returns last season. I think they need someone at the death. They have Topley. I think they have retained Topley, but you can't trust Topley to last 14 games. So you need a good medium pacer for sure.
They need someone who can play that containing role, or probably someone who can bowl in the death. Because you talk about Vijay Kumar Vaishya, Siraj, Akashdeep, Topley, they give away runs at times. So do you think they need a containing bowler, probably in the power plays more than the...
They need good fast bowlers for sure, because see, you need to fill in Hazelwood's shoes also, and he was very good for RCB. He wasn't that bad. With Siraj, with the new ball, I think both of them made a good pairing. And so you need some sort of bowler in that mold who can do the job up front and in the final overs. But more than that, I think they still haven't found that perfect bowler to replace Yuzvendra Chahal. Even that Hasaranga experiment fell flat. So they need definitely a good left arm spinner or leg spinner for sure, who has the heart to bowl at Chinnaswamy. Not the skills. Everyone has the skills. You need a big heart to bowl at Chinnaswamy.
Yeah, but again, you also need somebody from the domestic circuit who has been performing really well, uncapped one. Do you think RCB can make that change? Can go for that innovation this time?
So see, RCB camp, from what I heard, they had a camp right before the auction, and there was a Delhi bowler, Mani Grewal, who attended those camps, and I think he bowls quick. He's 145 plus, very strongly built boy, hits the deck hard, and he's strong, six-pack abs and all that jazz. So he's strong and hasn't played a lot of cricket for Delhi, but he's in the under-23 CK and IPL probables this year. There's another spinner who I have played a lot of cricket with, Digvesh Rathi, another Delhi boy, played under-23, under-25, mystery spinner, has the ability to bowl 4 different deliveries. So he could be one bowler to watch out for too, but I think Anshul Kamboj, you were mentioning right before the auction that he was a net bowler last time around. So they need those bowlers, but I think more than that, they need an out-and-out good fast bowler, and they could well go for Mitchell.
And he's coming from a very good Vijay Hazare tournament. He picked up 15 odd wickets in those games for Haryana. There's a bidding war going on for Robin Paul, who had a 1 CR of base price, and it's between KKR and Rajasthan, if I'm not mistaken. Chetan bhai.
Yeah, a little surprising that Rajasthan Royals are going for it. I'm not sure where do they have a spot for him, because maybe as a backup batsman, because Josh Butler might not be available for the entire season. So they are looking at, he's obviously the mini auction. So you're looking at somebody who's there just for a season. They're looking for a backup for Josh Butler, is my thought. They have Shimron Hetmeyer in the middle order. Unka middle order mein, I thought they need somebody else. Not somebody like a Robin Powell. And KKR again, I'm not sure, because they do need a top order batsman. Like he has an issue against spin. That's very, very widely known. But let's see how it goes. For now, these are the two sides which are going for him. It'll be interesting to see which of them gets it, and उनका किस तरीके से change होगा dynamics team का, वो देखना बहुत ज़रूरी है. For now, I think both of them are actually. Did we get a green light there? Has some team got it?
7.4.
But it's hilarious, because RR have had a budget before this of 14.5 crores.
And they've spent 7 crores.
7.4 crores.
7 crores on
Robin Powell.
And they still have 7 slots and 2 overseas left now, if they've picked him up.
This is another Rian Parag move. No, he bats 5-6.
But why would they need...
Jimmy, I'll just...
This just goes to say, while you were talking, I was looking at the other screen, I'm just laughing, हम इतने सोच के आते, plan बनाते आते, हम यहाँ बैठे, हमें घंटा मालूम कि ये franchises कैसे सोचते हैं. Who would have thought, just yesterday on Cricket Next, Soumya, I was saying that I'm struggling to put together 5 names. Did anyone think the first name, Robin Powell, would go for 7? Like Chetan said, he does not bowl. He's got a spin problem. He's been extremely inconsistent in the IPL. But he just got a match-winning 50, 5 days ago. So forget the World Cup. People are probably, picking him on what he did last week. Very, very surprised that RR have spent half their money.
No, but they're missing one point here. He's the captain of Barbados Royals. Rajasthan Royals sister concern.
That's fine.
Concern. So they are.
Tournament आपको India में खेलना है.
No, that's fine. नहीं India में खेलना है. But I'm saying कि they are taking a look at the performances. Hear me out.
Look at the budget.
Yeah, that's fine. Budget की तो आप छोड़ दो. अब आप auction में आते हो, budget के बारे में नहीं सोचते हो. This is a huge, I don't know, it's a negative for them to go at 7.4 crores. But what I'm saying is, they've seen his performances in the CPL. They've seen what he can do. They've seen something that DC didn't see, we didn't see. Sahil obviously has just said he bats at 5-6. He bats at 5-6 because Delhi mein he was not going to get that top order spot. You look at CPL, he bats in the top 4. But यहाँ पे, from that perspective, how are you? Rajasthan Royals ka top 3 is fixed, unless and until you're thinking.
Do you think then Riyan Parag gets his position to bat at? If you have Robin Powell at 5 or 6, he can bat at 4.
I don't know. I can't make sense of this price tag for sure. The auction, okay, fine. You wanted Robin Powell, you get Robin Powell, but why so much interest in Robin Powell on basis of one CPL? We saw what happened with him at DC, boss. We saw what happened with him at DC. He was struggling. He wasn't able to read the googlies.
Yeah. Okay, on a serious note, Srini, I'll just read out the squad now, including Roman Paul for Rajasthan Royals, Josh Butler, Sanju Samson, Yashasvi Jaiswal, Shimron Hetmyer, Kunal Singh Rathore, Dhruv Jurel, Domin Ferreira, Ryan Parag, Ashwin, Chahal, Adam Zampa, Trent Bolt, Kuldeep Sen, Avesh Khan, Prasidh Krishna, Sandeep Sharma, and Navdeep Saini. Where do you play him?
Well, as I said, I mean, looking to the only connect that I can see is the Caribbean Royals, kind of the link that they're trying to, and this is something that even KKR, by virtue of having run their CPL franchise, they always had players who could give them that cross connect, between their Indian franchise and the Caribbean franchise. Maybe it's a branding exercise. Other than that, I don't see any reason why Roman Powell for 7.4 crores. I mean, let us shut shop and go back, because I don't know why are we even discussing.
And on that note, Jamie, really Rosso has got unsold. Expected?
Yeah, absolutely expected. Look, he's done some fantastic things for South Africa and across the T20 franchise landscape, but unfortunately last year he didn't do anything. और जब आपको बहुत बड़ा मौका मिलता है, लगातार 3 पे खेल रहे हो, 4 पे खेल रहे हो, when you don't do anything in 8, 9, 10 games, very, very tough. Yeah. You can do what you want to do in the BBL and CPL and all those leagues. अगर आप Indian conditions में 1 साल तक कुछ नहीं करते हो, मुश्किल है आपको वापस आना. And I don't know why he set his base price so high.
For me, this is a surprise.
7.4 is a surprise,
No, it is. But what I'm saying is कि अगर आप Roman Powell के लिए जा रहे हो, तो why is KKR not going for Riley Russo? He does the same job. That's in the middle.
Sorry to interrupt you, Chetan. RR are going for Harry Brook, Hammer and Tongs.
Wait.
The bid is over 3 crores already.
No, wait. We'll get to that. But my point is कि Riley Russo को अगर आपको चाहिए, KKR, they've missed out on. It just does not make sense. Why did they not go for Riley Russo at all?
Because they were saving money for Harry Brook. Rajasthan are going for Harry Brook. Right?
Rajasthan and DC are in a bidding war, so to say. 3.4 crores already.
DC I understand.
DCI,
because they need थोड़ा meat चाहिए उनको middle order में. अगर especially if Rishabh Pant is not there, they need somebody जो Mitchell Marsh के बाद आके कर सके. And Harry Brook is going to do that role only. वो हम देख चुके हैं. He's not going to be a top order batsman. So and DC have the money. Rajasthan 5 crore के बाद तो राजस्थान चुप हो जाएगा ना.
But I think उनको ज़्यादा shopping का ज़रूरत भी नहीं है. 11 तो उनका मैं उंगली पे गिन सकता हूँ.
किसका?
राजस्थान
का ज़रूरत नहीं है.
I think
but
just
a couple of doesn't make sense for Roman Powell to go at 7.4. 5 was still fine.
If Rajasthan needed a middle order batsman, then they should have saved their money for Harry
Brook. Exactly.
The only reason Roman Powell they went hammer and tongs for 7 point, it does not make sense. The only reason is he is Barbados Royals ka captain. They know what he's capable of, but in a different league. His performances in the IPL do not, and I think we are all in agreement here. His performances in the IPL do not warrant 7.4 CR. That too, जब राजस्थान के पास सिर्फ 14-15
they have everyone. Yeah, and they have everyone. That's a balance squad.
Maybe I was thinking they would use their money to go after another bowler to back up to be with.
Probably a domestic left arm bowler.
Yeah. And yesterday we were talking about Madhushanka, who has a base price of 50 lakhs, but they could get into a bidding war for Madhushanka, and the other teams they might have their money. Auction में एक चीज आपको डायनामिक जरूर ध्यान में रखना पड़ता है कि आपके पास कितना पैसा है और कितना बाकी टीम्स आपको उस पैसे की वजह से कितना मैन्यूवर आउट कर सकती हैं. If somebody has 20 crores in their pocket and Rajasthan has only 7 crores, आप कितना दूर चले जाओगे उस bidding war में? I think that's, I don't know. I mean, I'm not the expert I don't have the analysis that Rajasthan Royals does, but they know something that we clearly don't.
But Srini, why is Sunrisers not bidding for Harry Brook? They haven't gone for Roman Paul. They do make these kind of decisions and they have the budget, they have the purse. Sunrisers haven't, have they? They haven't.
Wasn't Sunrisers, Harry Brook was with Sunrisers.
Was with Sunrisers. Right?
So they released him.
Yeah, they released him. I don't know what to get him.
Harry Brook has been sold to Delhi for 4 crores.
Horrible.
That's a steal.
4 crore.
Horrible.
That's a steal. You are expecting him to score at a tired Kotla Square, which will be hosting 4 Ranji Trophy games. You remember what happened at Kotla, where DC were all crybabies that the pitch is tired.
I think that 4 crore Harry Brook is not
It's a
bad.
steal. It's a steal.
But that's last year he went for 13 crores. 4 crores.
7.4 crores.
No.
11 crores.
There are two things here. 4 crores से आपको ये पता चलता है कि first of all, he was overpriced at 13 crore, which everybody knows.
Yes. Yeah.
Second, not everybody is sold on the way Harry Brook has performed.
Yeah.
They don't think that he can perform in these conditions.
Yeah.
That's why he's at 4 crore. He's a steal.
He's just
Forget-
I think at 4 crore,
forget
Harry Brooke is very good.
can't
price.
lag.
नहीं यार, you need नहीं.
But
See,
Sahil,
you look at
it's also about the
DC's
hype that
background.
the player has. No,
Huh?
it's also about the hype that the player has.
But barring that one inning last season,
True.
he
Agree to that.
You
was
look
all
at-
sea.
Agree to that.
No, I don't agree to the fact कि जो slow pitch है and all of that, IPL के लिए pitches अच्छे से तैयार हो जाती है. My point is this much: DC need somebody in their middle order. Mitchell Marsh के बाद ऋषभ पंत के वहाँ पे.
But I'll tell you
Go
where
ahead.
I think they're going to bat him. They're going to bat him as an opener because
Opener.
he will. I agree
Actually,
with
we have the
Sahil,
first
he will
bid
struggle
for,
at the Kotla. His best chances to get runs.
He's not an opener. He's
It's
not
a
an
steal.
opener.
But he opened.
You can
after 8 matches, they opened it with him before matches last year.
SRH, now you're talking about.
Hyderabad,
But
yes.
it did not work.
Correct. But if you have, I agree, it's a steal deal. But to my mind, it's still 4 crores wasted by DC. If he's being picked, Licky Lelo, they're going to open with him because they need an opener. If they're batting him in the middle order,
Travis Head.
they're
Okay,
finishing
so
10 out
we
of
have a
10.
bidding war between
Yeah.
CSK and SRH for Travis Head. There you go.
No, ये अभी ये बहुत लंबा जाएगा.
Yeah.
He's a top buy, and I
10
think
to
there will
12
be
crores
other
probably?
teams.
10 to 12 crores probably.
I'm waiting to see who jumps in at what they see.
Yeah, somebody will jump in at
Yeah,
7 crores.
7 crores.
Exactly.
7 crores.
Yesterday, we discussed 2 franchises which desperately need
DC.
Travis Head.
DC was one of
and
them.
Hyderabad.
But no,
Correct.
but look, DC have now got Harry Brooke, and if you're saying he's
DC
going to
now
bat in the
wouldn't
top
come in.
order,
Yeah.
If I'm saying,
If-
my gut feeling is,
no,
if,
I don't think so.
If they wasted 4 crores, they will get nothing out of batting.
But
in the middle
Jamie,
order.
if you have a Harry Brooke, and if I'm saying Rishabh Pant is 50-50, just thinking, you are exhausting all your overseas slots in the batters. Who will bowl for?
But you
Delhi-
don't really need to play him.
David Warner,
they don't need to
Rishabh
play
is
him in
in
every
every
match.
if,
No,
if they
don't
don't,
need to
if they
play him
don't,
every
like you
match.
just said, if they don't make a sudden bid for him, it's going to be David Warner, Harry Brooke, and Mitchell Marsh are your top 3. उसके बाद lottery.
जिसका मतलब पृथ्वी शॉ का पत्ता कट.
जो होना भी
जो
चाहिए.
होना चाहिए. They might use him for they might use him as an
Impact player.
impact player.
Correct,
But
correct, correct.
I mean,
I just
so
don't.
I still don't think Harry Brooke as a top
Opener?
order batsman. I think he will bat at 5 or 6. जो Robin Powell उनको नहीं दे पाए,
और जो Riley Russo,
जो Riley Russo नहीं दे पाए. That is something that what DC will try and get.
Can Harry Brooke, Srini, can he come at number 3 because you have David Warner, Mitchell Marsh probably opening or probably
Marsh
swapping
three.
Marsh 3 and
March, I think 3.
Harry
best
Brooke
ever
opening?
team.
Probably that can
Rather
be the
than
lineup.
I don't see Harry Brooke as an opener. That's
Yeah.
for sure. It has to be after that number 4
Yeah.
or number 5. I don't know if this was what Delhi was planning.
Yeah.
I think right now they've got him at a very good price, but now they have to figure out how to
figure out.
use him.
Yeah.
If
You know,
CSK don't get Travis Head, if CSK get Travis Head, they're not going for Ravindra.
Correct.
Well,
Why they don't have place to play Ravindra? Yeah,
If
they
they
have.
can
They
get
name it
Travis
three.
Head,
But
they
if they get
No,
Travis Head,
shut
no
shop and go
Ravindra.
back home.
Yeah.
That's it.
So then Gaikwad doesn't open.
But Sahil, if they don't
No,
get
Travis Head at 3 or what? Or Conway?
Travis
at
had 3.
Conway
Travis
at
had
3.
3.
Conway at 3.
They
No,
definitely
Conway
don't
opens.
experiment
Conway
with
Conway
opening
opens.
guards.
Conway
They
opens.
won't, yeah, they
No. Travis had at 3.
3.
Travis
Conway,
Head, no, I'm saying
Conway and Gaikwad, they're not going to
And-
touch. 3.
Okay, so they really need someone like Rachin Ravindra right now because they have Ravindra Jadeja and also Mitchell Sandner for left
No,
I'm
they
not
don't.
just for left arm.
Mitchell Sandner, again, it's a problem. Where do they fit in?
No, I'm just saying you have him in the squad
Look.
right already.
Look, we're talking about Rachin Ravindra. जब
Yeah.
हम उनकी बात करेंगे, you only have to talk about him as a batsman.
Batsman, yeah.
World Cup में his bowling it did not set the stage alight. There's not much
But
there.
the flip side is that here it's only 4 overs. You
And
you
what
have
what-
that extra hand. to
But
bowl over.
you have
I feel-
Ravindra
what I feel
Jadeja and you
looking at-
have Mitchell Sandner.
Looking at
you
Moeen
don't-
Ali's availability, probably that is why they're going for Travis Head because he can bat
No, but
left-handed
if they're
and
going
off
for
spinner,
Travis
and
Head,
off
then-
spinner,
then-
Off spinner,
handy
yeah.
off spinner.
Then Rachin Ravindra was never in the scheme of things.
As
They
it's
still
probably
were
No,
not
that
in
was
the-
just that was just
Because you
that
had
was just discussion.
Probably two similar forte players already and experienced ones in the
No,
IPL.
that's what MS likes, right?
So that's what Chetan is
He
saying,
loves the
right?
battery on
You-
left arm
You
spinners.
don't go to a Ravindra expecting 4 overs.
Yeah.
दो
ए-
दो
एक
तो ये भी डाल सकता है.
हाँ,
SRH
अच्छे डाल
So
सकते हैं।
yeah,
SRH
exactly.
ने AirPods ले लिए हैं. It used to irritate me a lot. They used to have those wired things. और वो भी एक कान में और वो दूसरा लटक रहा होता है. I am so glad to see that they are sitting with AirPods.
So what's the big news? They have the
They have
AirPods or
AirPods.
Movement Paul going for 7.4 crores.
No, SRH have AirPods. SRH have AirPods. That was just so irritating for me to watch. But look, this is now 5.6 crores. This is I'm still waiting for somebody to enter at 7 crores. Let's take a guess. कौन enter करेगा?
DC probably.
DC probably.
Not DC was. Then you
That's
don't have
a
any
risk.
slot for a
The
bowler.
the bigger fan I am of RCB. Probably RCB as well.
No, not RCB.
बहुत सारा पर्स दे दो.
RCB कहाँ खिलाएगा? नहीं खिला सकता.
But I'm still expecting him to go
RCB
for
has
at least
पैसा
10
तो
to
है.
12 crores.
पैसा है
Have they bought
RCB.
anything yet?
No, they haven't.
पैसा तो है.
Hyderabad will, I think, if no one comes in like Chetan is expecting, I think Hyderabad, because they
Hyderabad
need.
has that kind of a purse, no?
नहीं, but it's always been दो ताबड़तोड़ opener और एक आपका गया.
Yeah.
तो Bairstow के साथ ये lefty, and he's basically David Warner level, ना?
Yeah.
Bairstow and Head.
And plus left-handed.
वही.
No, Bairstow is there.
Bairstow is
Punjab.
there.
Bairstow is Punjab Kings now.
अच्छा,
With Punjab Kings. So they have
Abhishek Sharma and Mayank Agarwal.
Abhishek Sharma,
then
Aiden
Head.
Markram,
Yeah.
and Glenn Phillips, Henrik Klaassen.
Chennai don't need him as much as Hyderabad need him.
I guess they're picking him for Moeen Ali.
SRH have a good middle order now. Klaassen, Phillips,
Phillips,
that's a
Markram,
good middle order.
ये जा रहा है,
Abdul
वही जा
Samad,
रहा है.
6.4.
and also Washi. Can't
Washi,
forget
yeah.
him. He's
Washi should
handy.
bat it.
See, SRH भी if they
Marco
could-
Jensen as well.
if SRH get Travis Head, वहाँ पे भी overseas का issue है.
बड़ा issue है.
बहुत बड़ा issue.
कहाँ पे?
But
In SRH.
because you have नहीं, आप देखो ना कितने भरे पड़े हैं आपके पास. You have Glenn Phillips, you have Aiden Markram, Marco Jensen, Henrik Klaassen.
If you, he will.
Faruqi, if
No,
you want
he
to
will play. I'm
bowler
just
as well,
saying. I'm just saying
Faruqi.
कि there is a lot
Correct,
to
correct.
digest over there.
But their top order
Chennai-
is one of the worst.
Chennai have 16 crores to play here, yaar. Because look, Ben Stokes you released for 16 crores. You literally have 16 crores to throw at this guy.
You do.
I probably feel
And-
they'll go for 10 to
and-
12 crores is the budget they'll
But
have
they'll-
for him.
No, I'm not saying
For
they will throw
Travis Head.
16 crores, but I'm saying they can
They
go
can,
to that much. But you have to see CSK. There are two franchises जिसके बारे में हम बात करें, चाहे MI हो चाहे CSK हो, they go long term. They don't think 2 years, 3 years down the line. If they take Travis Head today, they are talking retention.
Yeah.
They will be
Talking
thinking retention next. So from that perspective, they can happily go 10, 12 crores. I don't think SRH have a shot here. I'll be very honest.
They've stopped.
CSK is out.
CSK is
They've
out.
got him. So if anyone comes in at 7, like you predicted,
Yeah.
मजा आएगा.
CSK is out.
They're out.
SRH.
Oh my
SRH.
god.
Srini, if SRH gets him,
Wow.
you know,
It's a steal.
there's
boss. This is the real
it's a steal. But again, where do you play him? Like, how do you
Open.
open? But you have a lot of.
SRH with CSK that wasn't the deal.
Yeah.
But with
With
SRH,
But
SRH
the
he opens.
overseas
SRH
slot
is the
open.
first name on the
You
team.
have only 4 overseas slot. Then whom do you?
No, but see that's the thing they will have to juggle. No?
right now with the kind of
And
the
that-
kind of options that they have,
And yes, he has gone to SRH.
Oh my
Travis
God.
Head
Travis Head,
I did not
stolen
expect
away.
that.
Aiden Markram,
I did not expect that.
Klaassen.
Marco
Klaassen.
Jansen, Klaassen.
That's it.
Again, last time यहीं बैठे थे हम लोग, and I said on paper Hyderabad have a damn good franchise, but it didn't translate. So you have to budget for that happening again.
Yeah, but the thing is, right now, if you look at their, अगर हम उनके 4 overseas गिनाएं अभी, that's Travis Head,
Travis Head.
Aiden Markram, who's their captain, Marco Jansen, and Henrik Klaassen. These 4 start,
Yeah, for sure.
right?
You
And
can
then
bench
and then-
Glenn Phillips.
Faruqi, yeah.
yeah, and then
Faruqi as well.
you see how it
Faruqi-
goes. Fazalak Faruqi भी हैं, so depending on marker, so आपका जो toss up रहेगा वो Marco Jansen, Fazalak Faruqi और Glenn Phillips के बीच में रहेगा. So it just depends what kind of purchases they have. I think they need a spinner also. So that's at 7 CR, that's a steal. But I'm very surprised that CSK pulled out.
Okay, so looking at the all-rounder squad, Srini, Abhishek Sharma, Washington Sundar, Shahbaz Ahmed, they're all-rounders, and then they have Mayank Markande. They don't really need a part-time spinner. They have hell lot of them in the squad. So probably Travis Head can be used as an impact player just for the batting pit. Possible.
No, you'll play him as you'll use a spin here. Why use Travis Head as an impact player?
Impact
You'll
player
keep
नहीं
him.
आप
No,
करोगे
I
ना,
don't think
overseas-
Srini, what do you have to say?
Yeah, because he brings a lot to the table.
Srini, what do you have to say?
Well,
Or
you
Travis
can't
Head.
definitely be using Travis Head is not your impact player, but I'm wondering with Sunrisers, the more I'm looking at the squad,
Yeah.
for me, their perennial problem has seemed to be the what you pick at the auction and how you kind of put them
Put
to
them in,
use
yeah.
is like two different things.
Yeah.
You know, look at the way when they initially bought Washington Sundar. You know, I have always felt that Sundar is not your tail ender.
Yeah.
You know, it took them time to understand that Washington Sundar could have been played right up in the middle. So I think it's a case of they not being able to identify.
Yeah.
Oh, finally MI is in the race
Karunar
for-
has gone unsold. Yeah. And now we have Steve Smith.
What MI are bidding for Steve Smith?
Did they put up a bid?
No, you just mentioned MI is there.
No, I saw-
Acha, okay.
So the camera panned to Rahul
Camera
Sangvi, but that doesn't mean anything.
So MI ने अभी तक कोई bid नहीं डाला ना,
Nah. So that
और
is
RCB ने भी नहीं
for the
डाला.
next set. MI is waiting on
Yeah,
RCB.
yeah,
RCB
yeah.
will take
They
a domestic
they need
uncapped
bowlers.
players.
They need bowlers.
Nahi bike Steven Smith.
Steve Smith unsold.
Steve Smith
He
unsold.
might come back. DC
I
will get
doubt.
him.
I doubt.
DC will get him at base price.
Base price.
Last round. में.
Manish Pandey is the next
There
one
you
at
go.
base price 50
Ooh,
lakhs.
Manish Pandey.
Who you said KKR?
KKR and CSK.
No, you can
Not
have
CSK,
him,
for
you know,
sure.
at
No,
50
you
lakhs.
need-
Not MS Dhoni.
You need. MS Dhoni is a big fan of Manish Pandey.
I know.
Big
Let's
fan.
see. Let's see.
That's just my gut feeling. I'm sure I can be wrong.
But again,
Abhi,
the kind of base
I was
price
wrong
that is,
live.
that can be a steal.
I literally said that CSK will take Travis Head and SRH got him. So I can be proven wrong easily. So that's not a point.
I'm saying unsold.
Unsold.
Unsold, yeah, same here. I agree.
Massively overrated.
Or probably
Massively overrated.
they'll go
I'd
go
stick
after
to
him.
No,
after
DC have got him. DC have
No.
No,
This
DC
was the previous bit.
no DC. So they put in a bid. No, they put in a bid. At
No,
base
they
price.
haven't.
They haven't.
They haven't.
They're just
Okay,
showing where
That
he
is
played
base
last.
price, 50 lakh.
Okay. No,
They
the
had it
previous.
last
Okay.
year, yeah,
Probably-
they released it.
Wait हो रहा है आगे के
Unsold.
probably after
Yeah,
unsold.
नहीं जाएगा.
15
Manish
years.
I
Pandey
think
is
I think they'll come back for him.
15
Come back
years,
for him.
2 innings.
Yeah.
हो गया
For now
Manish
he's
Pandey.
unsold.
No, come on. 2 seasons he gave for KKR, yaar.
2 innings.
That season they won. He was really, and Gautam Gambhir was there. He was really consistent.
9 साल हो गए भाई उस बात को.
Huh, that's true.
Finished,
but
finished,
he's
finished.
had a good season, not just one inning.
2 innings. And they both
They
came
can-
in that same season.
But Jamie, at that price, you can have him in the squad at least.
Okay, they're taking a break.
I don't have the
Oh,
purse,
this is why
so
the auction is
these
involved.
franchises can have him run drinks for all I care. But if any team is featuring, no disrespect, someone like Manish Pandey in your plans, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
Even if
We've been talking about a lot of teams, Srini, but Punjab Kings, what do they need? 29.1 crores, 8 slots, 2 overseas. They are pretty sorted.
And
They-
hoping to buy Shah Rukh Khan back cheap.
probably for
Why
10
would-
crores.
Why are people still talking about Shah Rukh Khan? The kind of
Because
season he had,
they need an informed spinner.
because yes,
and he
yes,
picked the
his-
wickets.
His bowling has been more
Talk
more
of the
talked
town.
about
Talk
than
of
his
the town,
batting. He had horrible seasons
So-
for Tamil Nadu in both Vijay Zare
Correct.
and
Yeah.
What
Syed
is it that
Mushtaq.
Punjab need? They need a good top order batsman, right?
No,
they have
they,
Shikhar, they have Prabh Simran.
they,
So I
have,
would-
they need a
They've
need
got
an
the
Last
best
year
of
they
the
were
best
so
of-
dependent,
the best
on
The
Shikhar.
best of.
Yeah.
To see them through. So they definitely need a backup option for Shikhar right up the order.
No, but when Bairstow returns, I think they're sorted there as well. But Jamie, just your thought on Manish Pandey thing. You haven't been a big fan of
No.
him. I think he has been the biggest underachiever when it comes to.
I also have.
Look, here's my thing on Manish Pandey. At the age of 18 or 19, he becomes the first Indian centurion in
Yeah.
the IPL 2009. Chalo, fantastic. Did he ever give you returns on that? Chetan is right. He had that 1 or 2 good seasons, but both of his knocks, there was a 94 in one of the final, and there was an 80 odd. Beyond that, what's he done? He's actually lost KKR matches when they persist with him. He's lost SRH matches.
Yeah.
There were matches when he comes to the crease and the run rate was in control. And crease pe rehke, it's gone from 7 to 8 to 9 per 10. That to me is a red flag,
Yeah.
Upar se, he's not performing in domestic cricket. So there's really little to be gauged in this day and age. In 2024, which is when the IPL will be, if you're including Manish Pandey, personally, I don't think it'll work.
And Srini, it makes sense too, right? You wouldn't go for a Manish Pandey or instead go for an under-19 player like a Mushir Khan, who is like one for the future. You can actually groom for future
I
rather
would
than
go back
just-
looking for that 18, 19-year-old that Jamie mentioned that he saw in 2009, but not the Manish Pandey as of today. And I mean, anybody who's seen the growth pattern, the growth chart between 2009 and over the years, will have nothing but disappointment to share, because here is what happens is when you look at a promising career and then you see it unfolding in a manner which you hadn't perceived or which you thought was disappointing. Obviously you're going to start looking at other options. So I think that's the case with Manish, that other than of course the numbers that speak for him. If you remember 2 new franchises that come in 2010, the Sahara Pune Warriors, and where Manish had left an existing franchise to go away. All that, it was like, just the commercials of IPL had just taken over the cricketing logic, which I don't blame, of course. The point is, somewhere during that time, the path
player kind of
forward was lost.
Shrini, IPL auction का मतलब blockbuster, 17 crore, 19 crore, 20 crore, 15 crore. In this IPL auction आपको क्या लग रहा है कि किस प्लेयर पे बहुत ज्यादा मार्क रहेगा या किस प्लेयर पे?
पहला प्लेयर 7.5 करोड़, मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्या सोच के खर्चा किया है राजस्थान रॉयल्स ने रॉबिन पॉल पे।
राजस्थान के पास बजट भी कम है, बहुत ज्यादा उनके पास पर्सनल वैल्यू भी नहीं है
जी, बट बजट कम है, लोगों के पास स्लॉट्स भी कम है, और दूसरा ये कि आप जो भी प्लेयर को यहाँ पिक कर रहे हो, हर फ्रेंचाइज देखना 1 या 2 स्लॉट फिल करने के लिए ये पार्टिसिपेट करिए ऑक्शन में, क्योंकि आप जिसको भी पिक कर रहे हो 3 महीने का बात है, वो फिर मेगा ऑक्शन में चला जाएगा। तो अगर आपके पास वो कोर तैयार है आपका, तो आप सिर्फ 1 या 2 प्लेयर को आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए आप पिक कर रहे हो।
चेतन, ओवरऑल अगर हम देखें इस पूरे ऑक्शन को
जी,
तो आई थिंक लग रहा है मुझे कि बहुत ज्यादा हर फ्रेंचाइजी के पास बहुत बड़े चेहरे नहीं है या फिर बहुत ऑप्शन नहीं, क्योंकि आपको ऑलमोस्ट जो साहिल कह रहे थे कि आपको प्लेइंग 11 डिसाइडेड है, आपको क्या करना है, किस तरह से प्लेइंग गेम लेग के लिए जाना है, आपको खेलना है। तो आई थिंक किस प्लेयर्स को आप देख रहे हो कि बहुत ज्यादा इस बार इस ऑक्शन में जो मिनी ऑक्शन है उसमें सबका जो पॉइंट है वो कैच करेगा?
देखिए मिनी ऑक्शन में क्या होता है कि आपके जो स्क्वाड हो गया, बड़ा स्क्वाड हो गया, देन यू स्टार्ट प्लगिंग द गैप्स, प्लगिंग द होल्स। और अब सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि 2 साल हो चुके हैं। आई थिंक दिस इज द फाइनल ईयर ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर साइकिल, वी माइट हैव अ मेगा ऑक्शन नेक्स्ट टाइम अराउंड। तो अभी सबके जो टीम्स हैं, स्क्वाड्स हैं, दे आर प्रीटी मच सेट। जो आज हमें ज्यादा मूवमेंट दिखेगी वो उन टीम्स में दिखेगी जिनके बॉलिंग लाइनअप सेट नहीं है। समबडी लाइक एन आरसीबी या मुंबई इंडियंस, इनके बॉलिंग लाइनअप सेट नहीं है, उन्होंने जो उनके पास एग्जिस्टिंग बॉलर्स थे रिलीज कर दिए। और हमारे पास हमने अगर आज हम ऑक्शन लिस्ट में देखें, जो टॉप डॉलर प्लेयर्स हैं ज्यादातर आपके ऑलराउंडर्स हैं, आपके स्पिनर्स हैं, वो भी स्पिनर्स में भी ओवरसीज स्पिनर्स हैं, और पेसर्स हैं। वहां पे 2 नाम आते हैं, हर्षल पटेल, शार्दुल ठाकुर। आई थिंक उनके ऊपर एक अच्छी बिडिंग होनी चाहिए आज। उमेश यादव हैं, ही हैज टन्स ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस। सो आई एम लुकिंग एट स्पिनर्स एंड पेसर्स। कुछ टीमें हैं जिनको थोड़े ज्यादा गैप्स प्लग करने हैं, डीसी हो गए, राजस्थान हो गए, जिनको एक एक्स्ट्रा बैटर चाहिए, केकेआर को एक्स्ट्रा बैटर्स चाहिए। बट ओवरऑल जो सिनेरियो है इस समय, यू आर प्लगिंग गैप्स, और the other thing is that you need spinners and you need pacers, और वही ऑक्शन लिस्ट आपको दिखाता है। So a lot of teams will also be preparing, क्योंकि उनका मैनेजमेंट चेंज हुआ है। आप मुंबई इंडियंस के देख लीजिए, कैप्टन चेंज हो गया है। So this is a year that they are saying, okay, you know what, Hardik, you come in, you take a look at the squad. Obviously they would want to win, everybody wants to win, लेकिन अगर वो नहीं भी जीते तो they'll get a start कि okay, ये स्क्वाड कैसा है, इसमें अगले साल क्या करना है। Same thing goes for KKR. They've got Gautam Gambhir in. They'll take a look. They'll see क्या है, and then mega auctions में क्या कर सकते हैं. So, lot of building for the future, but at the same time plugging gaps in your current squad.
One of the things I realized was that KKR, they have the money. So if they want to kind of set in whatever
for next year, yes.
Even for this, the 2024 IPL, they have the money. So you were talking about how they fall short on that one big name, either with the bat or the ball. They have the money to spend if they have identified who they want.
And they can spend that money for the long term as well. क्योंकि अगले साल जब आप रिटेंशन पे जाओगे, assuming there is going to be retention and assuming there is going to be mega auction उसके बाद, तो उनके आज existing कौन हो सकते हैं? I am thinking Shreyas, Nitish Rana, and Suyash. Suyash is a bet for the future. I'm sure they would not want to leave him out. उसके अलावा would they want to retain Andre Russell and Sunil Narayan? तब तो आप छोड़ दो, तब तो आज आप क्या कर रहे हो, टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हो। So today they could get that big buy from the bowlers or the spinners who can be a future retention player for them.
Especially with someone like Chandu Pandit or Abhishek Nair in the at their thing. Few would understand India's domestic circuit better than Chandrakant Pandit. बहुत कम लोग होंगे आज की तारीख में जिन्होंने इस डेप्थ के साथ इंडिया के डोमेस्टिक सर्किट को देखा होगा। तो अगर मुशीर को अगर आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं कि क्या अगले साल अगर मुशीर को ऑक्शन में डालोगे तो वो तो लंबा जाएगा। तो अगर हो सकता है इफ यू वांट टू बाय हिम चीप टुडे, हालांकि मेरा हमेशा से ये मानना रहा है कि रिटेंशन रूल्स चेंज होने चाहिए, बट दैट फॉर अनदर टाइम।
रिंकू सिंह भी हैं जो रिटेन होंगे उनके वहां पे, तो आई डोंट नो व्हाट आर दे गोइंग टू।
रचिन रविंद्र उन पे भी फोकस है ना। आफ्टर आईपीएल में जो रूल्स आए कि एक बॉलर 2 बाउंसर अब अलाउ कर सकता है, उसके बाद एक स्कोप नया बॉलर्स के लिए है, जो आपने भी कहा स्टडी किया। बॉलर्स को देखना होगा कि कौन से बॉलर्स हैं जिनको इस मिनी ऑक्शंस में, आईपीएल के जो ऑक्शन चल रहे हैं, प्लेयर्स कैच करेंगे, टीम कैच करेंगी, ताकि न्यू रूल्स के अकॉर्डिंग उनको फायदा मिले। तो किस पे नजर होगी, खासतौर पे गुजरात टाइटंस की अगर बात करूं?
दोनों ऑस्ट्रेलियन पेसर्स, 2 ऑस्ट्रेलियन पेसर्स। मुझे लगता है कोई भी टीम हो, यहाँ मुंबई इंडियंस इंक्लूडेड, अगर आपको पेसर देख रहे हैं आप, ये बिडिंग वॉर अगर मैं देख रहा हूँ अगर होगा, ये दोनों के लिए होना चाहिए। कोई भी अगर पर्स लेके बैठा है,
मिचेल स्टार्क के लिए देयर हैज टू बी अ डाउट, क्योंकि इन द पास्ट या तो वो पुल आउट कर लेते हैं ऑक्शन से पहले, या फिर ऑक्शन में वो टीम से पैसा खर्च करवाते हैं, बड़ा पैसा खर्च करवाते हैं, and then he pulls out. So how many teams are going to say today कि listen,
अगर आज इसने फिर से यही किया, आई एम जस्ट गिविंग, लेट्स टेक
No, no,
मुंबई's
very,
एग्जांपल,
very important.
बिल्कुल सही।
लेट्स टेक मुंबई's एग्जांपल। पिछले 2 साल में दे सफर्ड, दे रियली सफर्ड बिकॉज़ दे डोंट हैव अ प्रॉपर पेसर to support Bumrah.
Although I'm willing to think that once bitten twice shy, franchises
True.
will do their
No,
homework.
they would have spoken with him. There is no doubt. They would have spoken with him. और अगर वो इतने टाइम के बाद ऑक्शन में आ रहे हैं तो कुछ सोच कर ही आ रहे होंगे. But still, there's that factor. और अगर you know they obviously prepare more than us, they have more information than us. So I'm just saying कि अगर आज जो भी वो ऑक्शन लिस्ट में है क्योंकि फ्रेंचाइजीज को वो चाहिए, तो उन्होंने उनसे बात जरूर की होगी कि बॉस हम तुम्हारे ऊपर 10 करोड़ खर्च करने को तैयार हैं, but don't pull out and make a fool of us, because then ना हम यहाँ के ना हम वहां के, and there are teams there who would want him, लेकिन if he pulls out फिर वो कहीं के नहीं रहेंगे।
श्रेणी, एक न्यूज ये भी रन कर रही है कि ड्यूरिंग आईपीएल जब होना है, मतलब शेड्यूलिंग आ रही है कि मार्च 2 और मार्च अप्रैल में जाएगा, उसमें लोकसभा इलेक्शंस भी रनिंग रहेंगे, तो कुड माइट बी पॉसिबल कि हम दुबई जा सकते हैं या खेल सकते हैं। तो उन पिच कंडीशंस को देखते हुए फिर आप क्या देखेंगे कि किस टीम पर बिडिंग ज्यादा होनी चाहिए?
मुझे T20 में बहुत कम आपको कॉम्बिनेशन आपकी क्या होती है 11 में, आपकी किस कॉम्बिनेशन को आपको आप मैच में लेके जा सकते हैं, उस पर ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस है। आप कहाँ खेलने वाले हैं उसका इतना मायने नहीं होता है। अगर आप सब कॉन्टिनेंट पे आप यूएई में भी खेलेंगे तो वो ऐसे काफी मतलब इट्स जस्ट दैट वो ओवर यूज हो जाती है पिचेस, क्योंकि वो 3 ही वेन्यूज पे आप खेलते हो, तो वो सेकंड लेटर हाफ ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट में अगर थोड़ा बहुत उसका फर्क पता लगने लगता है। बट मुझे नहीं लगता कोई फ्रेंचाइज इतना सोच के आज टीम खरीदेगी, नहीं। और हालांकि आई डोंट सी आईपीएल गोइंग आउट ऑफ द कंट्री आइदर, वो भी नहीं होगा।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं बात करना चाहूंगा डीडी, मतलब एक ऐसी टीम जिसके पास पोटेंशियल है, बस पोटेंशियल पे खेल नहीं पा रही है। तो डू यू थिंक कि डीडी इस बार कुछ सरप्राइज करेगी, सरप्राइज पैकेज के तौर पर जाएगी किसी टीम प्लेयर के पास?
ऑलरेडी हैरी ब्रुक जो है, मेरे हिसाब से अब स्टील डील तो है, बेस प्राइस 2 करोड़, डीसी गॉट हिम फॉर जस्ट 4 करोड़, बट आई स्टिल थिंक डीसी हैरी ब्रुक को लेकर क्या करेगी, राइट? ऑलरेडी हम लोग डिस्कस कर चुके हैं, चेतन एंड श्रीनी बिलीव कि वो मिडिल ऑर्डर में खेलेंगे।
बिल्कुल,
मैं कह रहा हूं अगर आपने उनको सिर्फ 4 करोड़ में लिया है, इट्स अ स्टील डील, बट मिडिल ऑर्डर में वो नहीं चले पिछले साल, वो ओपनर के तौर पे नहीं चले, लेकिन डीसी की जरूरत है एक ओपनर की, राइट? जब से शिखर धवन गए, जब से श्रेयस अय्यर गए, बैटिंग हैज बीन वीक। अगर आप आज के टाइम पे 2024 में पृथ्वी शॉ को 10-12 मैच के लिए एज अ वायबल ओपनर लेके चल रहे हो, तो मेरे हिसाब से दिस इज शॉर्ट साइडेडनेस। आई थिंक गट फीलिंग, हालांकि स्टैट्स बोलेंगे कि हैरी ब्रुक इज बेटर इन द मिडिल ऑर्डर, आई थिंक अनलेस दे बिड फॉर अनदर कीपर, मे बी जॉश इंग्लिश या कुशल मेंडिस, अगर वो एक और विदेशी ओवरसीज बैट्समैन को नहीं लेंगे तो यू विल सी हैरी ब्रुक ओपन, बट लॉन्ग टर्म इसमें कोई विजन नहीं है। ऑन पेपर जब से पहले डीडी थे, अब डीसी हो गए, जब से ये फ्रेंचाइजेस हैं, ऑलवेज कोई भी ऑक्शन देख लो, कोई भी सीजन देख लो, ऑन पेपर दिल्ली की टीम अच्छी होती है, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली 15-16 साल में एक भी टाइटल नहीं जीत पाई। सो आई डोंट नो व्हाट टू से अबाउट
हमेशा आई सो एग्री विद हिम। इतने सालों के ऑक्शन में हर ऑक्शन जो खत्म होता है, दिल्ली की टीम को आप देखते हो, लगता है यार क्या टीम है, वो फिर थोड़ा आपको टाइम लगता है वो डेप्थ समझने में।
साहिल, गुजरात के लिए क्या बोलेंगे आप? गुजरात टाइटल्स फर्स्ट आईपीएल उन्होंने शानदार जीता, अब कप्तान भी चेंज हो गया है, नए कप्तान उनके पास है, नई प्लानिंग उनके पास होगी। क्या इस वक्त गुजरात टाइटंस के पास पॉकेट भी बहुत बड़ा है अभी फिलहाल, तो क्या लग रहा है कि वो खुल के पैसा खर्च करेंगे या फिर थोड़ा सा वो भी होल्ड करेंगे? नहीं, प्लेइंग 11 डिसाइडेड है, 1-2 प्लेयर पे हमें जाना है।
आई थिंक पर्स सॉर्टेड है, पर्स बहुत है, पैसा बहुत है, और शॉपिंग करने के लिए उनका इंटेंशन भी रहेगा कि फास्ट बॉलर चाहिए। पैट कमिंस का जेमी ने अभी बोला था, रिसेंसी बायस भी है, एंड ही कुड बी अ हैंडफुल नरेंद्र मोदी स्टेडियम के अंदर, क्योंकि आईपीएल के अंदर जिस तरीके की विकेट्स वहां मिलती हैं, शामी एंजॉयड अ लॉट ऑफ सक्सेस लास्ट आईपीएल वहां पे विद द न्यू बॉल, एंड पैट कमिंस एंड शामी इज गोइंग टू बी नाइटमेयर फॉर एनी ऑपोजिशन। सो पैट कमिंस इज डेफिनेटली वन ऑप्शन, एंड आई थिंक मोर देन वो ऑक्शन में क्या करते हैं, आई थिंक सीजन से पहले क्या रहेगा, क्योंकि मेरी श्रीनी से भी बात हुई थी, चेतन से भी बात हुई थी कि इस आईपीएल से पहले शुभमन गिल जब बैटिंग कर रहा था, उसके ऊपर कैप्टनसी का प्रेशर नहीं था, उसके ऊपर स्ट्राइक रेट का प्रेशर नहीं था, उसको ये नहीं सोचना था मेरे को रन किस पेस पे बनाने हैं, क्योंकि शुभमन जाता तो नीचे जो बैटिंग आ रही थी, डेविड मिलर, राहुल तेवतिया, राशिद खान तक, कोई भी स्ट्राइक रेट का प्रेशर उस पर आने नहीं देता। तो अब शुभमन के ऊपर स्ट्राइक रेट का प्रेशर भी हो सकता है, कैप्टनसी का भी प्रेशर हो सकता है, डायनामिक्स चेंज होंगे, जो हार्दिक एक कॉटन की तरह बैठा हुआ था ना मिडिल ऑर्डर के अंदर, उसका रोल अब इस फ्रेंचाइज को रियलाइज होगा कि वो कितना अहम रोल उसने निभाया है कि 4 नंबर पर आकर वो बैटिंग कर रहा था, जल्दी विकेट गिरती थी, 3 पे आता था। सो आई थिंक फास्ट बॉलर एक एरिया है जो वो जरूर टारगेट करने वाले हैं, वो जरूर लेने वाले हैं। पैट कमिंस की तरफ तो मुझे दिख रहे हैं वो जाते हैं, उन्होंने शिवम मावी को भी रिलीज करा है, सो 5.5-6 करोड़ वहां पे भी उनके आई थिंक आ गए हैं। तो पैट कमिंस आई सी कि ये लोग बिड करेंगे, और इवन मधु शंका टू, क्योंकि जॉश लिटिल के साथ आप उसको भी वैरायटी में यूज कर सकते हो एज अ लेफ्ट आर्म फास्ट बॉलर।
चलो कुछ ऐड करना चाह रहे थे?
जब वर्ल्ड कप में ही गॉट इंजर्ड, तो उनकी भरपाई करने के लिए इंडिया हैड टू ब्रिंग इन 2 players. Gujarat Titans need 2 players. Thankfully they have the budget for that. But वहाँ पे Gujarat Titans में ये भी है कि वहाँ पे they have that leadership vacuum. So Pat Cummins obviously is a great choice for them to go for him, क्योंकि वो एक leadership role भी लेकर आएंगे, leadership acumen भी लेकर आएंगे. But सिर्फ उनके बैटिंग और बॉलिंग की भरपाई करने के लिए you need 2 superb players, and yeah, Gujarat will have to use their money very very judiciously.
I agree with that point. You need एक तो आपको तगड़ा बॉलर चाहिए
और एक बैट्समैन चाहिए,
विकेट टेकर,
और आप जिस भी और तरीके से आप भरपाई कर ले, बट हार्दिक के एब्सेंस में आपको एक तगड़ा बॉलर तो चाहिए, वन गुड बॉलर, and then of course the second option that you have, you go
and
for a
batsman भी अच्छा चाहिए, क्योंकि
going for a batter or
like
an all-rounder.
Sahil pointed out, he didn't bat at 5 and 6 like he batted for India. तो आपको एक finisher नहीं चाहिए, आपको एक innings builder चाहिए, जो नंबर 3 और 4 पे रोल करेगा।
सेशन में किया था गुजरात टाइटंस के।
बिल्कुल एग्जैक्टली। सो उन्होंने टॉप 4 संभाला है गुजरात टाइटंस का, जो उनको फ्रीडम गुजरात टाइटंस में मिली थी टू परफॉर्म विद द बैट, विद द बॉल, एज कैप्टन। आई डोंट नो इफ 3 प्लेयर को भी अगर खरीद लेंगे दैट इज गोइंग टू बी एनफ टू रिप्लेस हिम और नॉट।
जिसकी बात हम कर रहे थे, रचिन रविंद्र।
फाइनली
आई थिंक अमृत, रचिन से पहले बिगेस्ट उनाटकट मूवमेंट हैज एक्चुअली हैपेंड। वनिंदु हसरंगा फ्रॉम 10.75 crores, 1.5 crore बेस प्राइस एसआरएच को मिल गया।
वनिंदु हसरंगा,
Yes.
और did
1.5
आरसीबी इवन?
No one, just the base bid. SRH, the only bid, 1.5 crore.
even I thought I saw the SRH owner saying what?
हाँ, मतलब she couldn't believe her luck.
And Jimmy,
this is what RCB does to a
रचिन को
player.
लेकर क्या कहेंगे? क्या चेन्नई, गुजरात, इनको एक ऐसा प्लेयर चाहिए जो पार्ट टाइम बॉल भी कर ले, अच्छा फील्डर भी है और एक बैट्समैन टॉप क्लास है?
अगर एक फ्रेंचाइज है जो एक
रचिन रविंद्रा
पार्ट टाइम स्पिनर स्लैश बैट्समैन हु बॉल्स को सही तरीके से इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं,
rotate players, no?
बिकॉज ऑफ द एमएस धोनी फैक्टर। अब जो रोल मोइन अली पिछले 3 साल से निभा रहे हैं, ज्यादातर 3 पे आते हैं, बॉल्स 4 ओवर्स। चेन्नई में अगर आप 50% मैचेस उस चेन्नई पिच पे खेल रहे हो तो समवन लाइक अ रविंद्र मेक्स परफेक्ट सेंस। आल्सो थोड़ा डाउट है कि मोइन अली पूरे सीजन में रहेंगे। मोइन अली मेरे हिसाब से फिर भी उनका ओवरसीज स्पिन बॉलिंग ऑलराउंडर रहेंगे, लेकिन इंजरी हो या कुछ भी हो गया, अगर रविंद्र आपके बैकअप ऐसे प्लेयर हैं क्योंकि ओपनिंग कर सकते हैं, 3 पे खेल सकते हैं, फिनिशर बन सकते हैं, गन फील्डर है। हाँ, शायद 4 ओवर ना डाले, बट स्टील डील।
वर्ल्ड कप में आने से पहले 50 ओवर क्रिकेट में तो वो 6 और 7 और 8 पे खेलते थे, तो वो मिडिल ऑर्डर तो आराम से वो
कोई इससे बैकअप प्लान को लेके जाएगा रचिन को, मतलब इवन कोई भी फ्रेंचाइजी हो गई तो उसे तो टॉप गियर में लेके आना चाहिए कि नहीं?
अगर वो
बैकअप में नहीं, हम टॉप गियर में लेके आएंगे।
बाकी 9 फ्रेंचाइजेस ये लागू है, पर क्योंकि सीएसके है ना, दे कैन एक्चुअली कीप हिम एज अ बैकअप प्लान, क्योंकि मोस्ट लाइकली वो लॉयल्टी और सीनियरिटी के फैक्टर में मोइन अली को ज्यादा चांस देंगे। पर अगर मोइन अली का हल्का सा निगल हुआ या बेन स्टोक्स वाला किस्सा हो गया, you've got a damn fine upcoming all-rounder to do it. तो एक ही फ्रेंचाइज है जो शायद इनको अगर खरीद लें, उनको प्लान बी में रखेंगे, बाकी ऐसा कोई फ्रेंचाइज नहीं है।
सुनी, do you think कि गुजराती रचिन को लेकर आगे बढ़ेगा, या फिर do you think कि पंजाब?
मैं देख रहा हूँ पंजाब क्या करना चाहता है।
मतलब
पंजाब अगर राइट नाउ किसी को अगर टॉप ऑर्डर बैट्समैन की जरूरत है, डेस्परेट नीड है, तो वो पंजाब को है। आप शिखर धवन से कितनी मेहनत करवाओगे? शिखर धवन के अलावा मुझे उस लाइनअप में कोई दिखता ही नहीं है जो ऑन अ गिवन डे आपको मैच निकाल के दे। तो लास्ट ईयर आई थॉट यू नो इट
बेस्ट तो है। I mean, depending on his availability, and English players might not be available this time around.
तो मुझे तो वो देखना है how do they lessen Shikhar's pressure.
We weren't discussing Rachin for Punjab, but now when I think about it, he could be a very good player for them.
100%.
At 3 or
and they've got the money to
order, I think they can definitely go like hammer and tongs for Rachin Ravindra.
पर एक बात देखो ना साहिल, जब से स्क्रीन पे आया 2.5-3 मिनट हो गया ना, बेस इतना आगे नहीं गया, so he's not one of those players। तो मैंने कल कहा था, he's not going to be a big player like you asked me ना। Chennai will get him for a steal deal, और भले ही उसको start ना कराएंगे, if he goes for anything under 4 crores,
But then it doesn't make
steal.
sense.
I don't see
Jamie,
him at Chennai. I
one
don't
of
see
the
him at
things is
Chennai.
और कोई bowling
As in नहीं
one of the things is, you know,
Titans है ना.
you buy a player not having in your plans, it doesn't make sense because it's only for one season.
It's with CSK and Titans at the moment. No,
CSK Titans.
CSK
Before Titans,
Punjab.
RCB.
नहीं.
Before Titans, RCB.
No, Titans didn't bid for him.
Look ना, Titans is there.
अभी right now ना.
They bid for him.
CSK Punjab.
Now
The
they're
bid
out.
is with CSK. 1.8.
तो I can't read.
The bid is with CSK at 1.8. Punjab were at 1.7.
आप इस पे 1.80 खरीद के आप इसको बेंच पे रख सकते हो.
मतलब बैकअप प्लान के तौर पे ही आप उसको कंसीडर करें.
ले गए भाई, ये हो गया स्टील तो.
CSK.
Steal.
Yeah, CSK.
Why did Punjab stop?
Super
At 1.8 crore?
only.
इससे
मतलब ये
सब
Seriously? You know what? I'll just complete this. मुझे जो last mega auction में जो trend दिखा था, I'd like to reiterate that, and that is going to be the trend. Looks like this time again and going forward. Have a core. अगर आपके पास core आपके पास है, तो just go in for absolute newbies. अगर आपका core तैयार है तो.
You know, अभी जिमी ने जो बात कही, why चेन्नई सक्सेसफुल इतना IPL में क्यों है? Because टीम वो रेडी करता है फ्यूचर का. Just like उन्होंने around 2 CR खर्च किया है रचिन पे, लेकिन वो बैकवर्ड प्लान पर है कि नहीं, देखते हैं खिलाते हैं अगले साल. लेकिन अगले साल उसके अगले साल के लिए एक प्लेयर रेडी कर रहा है कि हाँ, अगर मोइन चले जाएंगे तो कौन आएगा, तो रचिन उसकी भरपाई करेंगे, रचिन होंगे उसके फिलर होंगे उसके तौर पे. तो एक जो कहते हैं ना कि फ्यूचर.
हाँ, बट आप वही CSK को जब MSD स्क्वाड से बाहर निकल जाएंगे तो उनको फ्रॉम स्क्वायर वन उनको फिर से शुरू करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि फिर उनके स्क्वाड में जो लंबे रेस की जो आप घोड़े जो बोलेंगे वो ऋतुराज गायकवाड़, वो एक नाम आप देख लीजिए. उसके अलावा उनको पूरा स्क्वाड की तैयारी फिर करनी है, क्योंकि वो काफी एक डेविन कॉनवे है जो एज वन ओवरसीज प्लेयर वो रिटेन कर सकते हैं.
हम अभी तक सोच रहे हैं कि सारे हम अभी तक सोच रहे हैं ना कि इतनी छोटी बिड्स क्यों लग रही हैं, because it's going to be about the bowlers and all-rounders and spinners. And now we are getting I think this could be the first mega buy today. Look at the speed. Look at the speed today. This is going to increase.
Hyderabad, Chennai.
Shardul, Chennai missed out on Shardul earlier क्योंकि उनका पर्स खत्म हो गया था मेगा ऑक्शन में. So they will try to get him back क्योंकि वो जो बैलेंस देते थे. And MS Dhoni is a big fan of Shardul.
In T20 अगर आपके पास ऑलराउंडर है
जी बिल्कुल
आप टॉप गियर पे हो.
हाँ, लेकिन CSK has this thing ना कि हमारा प्लेयर वापस आना चाहिए हमारे पास. They will also go for Josh Hazelwood today. They will try to. Limited availability है, but they'll still try to go for it.
But I just don't think he's going to break the bank. This is
somebody else will enter. Has to. Just 3.2.
Who are they saving money for? Starc can't go for 20, boss.
No.
That will be
like who
madness.
are they saving the money for?
Pat and Starc.
Punjab could have gone for
शार्दुल का होना किसी भी टीम के लिए बेनिफिट ही है. मतलब डेथ ओवर में
गटर चेपॉक में तो एकदम गोल्ड है. शार्दुल चेपॉक पे तो गोल्ड है.
तो मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, हैरी ब्रुक 4 करोड़, शार्दुल 3.2. We can sit here.
They are ready for it. I think LSG पे कैमरा गया था.
चेन्नई ने आपकी बात सुन ली है. उन्होंने पर्स खोला था.
But who is there in the race along with
SRH?
They pulled out. नहीं, SRH.
No, SRH is there. SRH is there.
So they should just pick the paddle.
Yeah. SRH is there. SRH is there.
Yeah.
4 हो गया. चलो
4 is out. They're out.
I'm telling you, why she did this?
पहले she also did that.
अगर दोनों ये कर रहे हैं मना कर रहे हैं तो तीसरा कौन है?
नहीं यही तो.
LSG पे they panned the camera, but I don't think LSG entered.
तीसरा कौन याद है?
I don't see LSG. See LSG is there. They are discussing it. LSG पहले भी डिस्कस कर रहे थे.
नहीं LSG ने बिड ही नहीं करा भाई.
नहीं, still bidding is on.
LSG did.
Where are you seeing this? What happened?
This is
गए 4 में मात्र 4.
Chennai.
4 crore Chennai. Not bad at all.
I can't.
No, so even yesterday when you were saying it, I 100% I get the logic of Chennai wanting him.
Chennai wanting him, but at 4, getting him at 4 crore.
I didn't see him going beyond 6 at all.
4 crore is measly.
It is measly, but I'm not surprised at all.
Again, क्या thought process होगा? चेतन, शार्दुल को लेकर चेन्नई का.
नहीं, I think they, like I said, Chennai is a team जो उनके players हैं जो उनको पता है कि ये player हमें balance देता है. 2 साल पहले शार्दुल को वो नहीं ले पाए थे. They had to choose between Deepak Chahar and Shardul Thakur, and I think they chose wrong in that auction. क्योंकि दीपक चहर उसके बाद इतना इंजर्ड रहे, इतना नहीं दे पाए. और शार्दुल का आप देखो पिछले 2 सीजन्स, he's been at DC, he's been at KKR, मतलब वो ऐसे लग रहे हैं ना कि उनको अपना घर नहीं मिल रहा है. मतलब होता है ना, एक परिंदा उड़ रहा होता है, उसको अपना घर नहीं मिलता है. I think this is a good homecoming for him. He does well at Chepauk. MS Dhoni really likes him, you know, the kind of player he is, and जो वो balance देंगे, bowler, 4 overs, and a very useful lower order batsman who can hit big. I think he will be at home at Chennai. This is a huge buy for Chennai.
Azamtullah.
Umar Zai, GT.
GT, 50 lakhs.
50 lakhs.
Best price for you.
No, I think fill in the blanks.
No, I think he's a good batsman.
He's a good batter, but you
shown.
can't call him an all-rounder. He's an
No, they need batters also. They need batters also. They need
No, he
batters
did.
also.
वो तेंदुलकर ने भी एक tweet किया था.
To see
हाँ,
जिसकी बात हम कर रहे थे.
अब
ये देखना कि
अब
Pat
है.
Cummins,
Let's get the
this
popcorns
is-
out.
हाँ, this is अगर ये भी 5 करोड़ में चले गए ना तो भाई आज का दिन
Then the
नहीं,
teams
आज
have
का
become smarter.
हाँ, they have become no. Then this is a trend कि आज हम खर्च नहीं करेंगे पैसा. I mean, I can't believe Robin Powell is going at 7 crore and Shardul Thakur has gone for 4 crores.
मैं वही कह रहा था, हम इतना सोच के आते हैं, ये लोग अलग सोचते हैं ये लोग. GT
KKR.
KKR क्यों ले?
KKR had him पहले ना.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They released him the season he was not available.
ये फोटो कब की यूज कर रहे हैं?
Mumbai, there you go.
Chennai.
Mumbai.
Mumbai का तो कल होगा.
Mumbai make their first move. They need the bowler. They need the
They don't
bowler.
have
Yeah. Mumbai have entered the fray.
ये जो कल कहा चेतन ने शो पे कि ये पहला 15 वाला हो सकता है.
But
It's
Mumbai don't
building.
have 15 to throw.
Mumbai नहीं, but your
Huh, but yeah,
GT.
yeah, I did pick him for
late
15.
bid, GT.
Yeah, I did pick him for 15 crores.
Yeah.
If he goes for
I
anything
would be
less
surprised
than
if Mumbai put
under 10.
every bit on this.
under 10, no, that would be mad if he goes for
Well,
under 10.
I would be surprised if Mumbai put literally 70% of their.
Yeah, I won't be either. Mumbai have done that in the past.
Yeah.
They've done that in the past.
देखिए पिछले
You
दो-
remember the mega
It just
auction?
makes sense for them to get a good fast bowler at
You-
whatever price.
You remember the mega auction? जब ईशान किशन के लिए they threw in 16 crores and then built the rest of the team with those छोटा players. They've done that before.
देखो आपको एक बेहतरीन
The one
बॉलर
thing,
मिल रहा है, आपको एक गन फील्डर मिल रहा है,
So
और
right
ऐसा
now it is
बैट्समैन मिल
between
रहा है
Chennai and
कि
Mumbai.
साल
right?
में एक बार he'll
Yes,
get you a
Chennai and
14
Mumbai.
ball 50. So
this is the
And
this
he's a
is the
captain,
next
यार, वो
Ben
चाहिए,
Stokes
वो
moment.
chemistry.
This is the Ben Stokes moment from last year as well.
And
No.
Srini, after
Am I tried for Ben Stokes?
I still feel between Cummins and Starc, MI will prefer Starc.
सुनी हम जो बात कर रहे थे आफ्टर एमएस आप किसको देख रहे हो कि चेन्नई सुपर किंग्स को लीड कर पाए बिकॉज़ चेन्नई
So
को
I
सब
have
कुछ
said
नहीं
this.
होगा
I have been saying this for a couple of years now. Ruturaj Gaikwad is their next captain.
But if I can add, what obviously I agree with him. Ruturaj Gaikwad is their potentially their next captain. लेकिन मैं यहाँ पे MI ने जो किया, मुंबई इंडियंस ने जो किया, उससे लेना चाहूंगा. उन्होंने गेम चेंज कर दी है. What did they do? They went to another team. They bought a captain in the middle of a cycle. Retain बहुत दूर की बात है. अभी 1 साल बचा है इस साइकिल में. They got an IPL title winning captain कि हमें ये चाहिए. They changed the game. उन्होंने कहा कि ये करा जा सकता है. So tomorrow CSK might say, okay, you know what? We need somebody who's proven, who's done well at this game. What is stopping them from doing that? What is stopping any team from doing that? I agree with
ये
Srini.
न्यू पैटर्न स्टार्ट है
ये एक गेम चेंजिंग मोमेंट है आईपीएल के लिए, आईपीएल की मार्केट के लिए, जो हम ट्रांसफर विंडो की मार्केट होती है उसके लिए दिस इज अ गेम चेंजिंग मोमेंट. एमआई हैज चेंज्ड द रूल्स और आप ये चीज एमआई से ही एक्सपेक्ट करोगे बिकॉज out of the box thinking and it's a and they're really good at what they do, and I'm just giving an example. In the future, not just CSK, anybody, but no, there's no stopping if Ruturaj Gaikwad doesn't work out.
And also,
then maybe
also see, it's also a case of demand will always match supply. Right. So
true.
What you want, what is available vis-a-vis is the player ready to come. I think one of the biggest unaddressed problems with IPL in the player market is that nobody seems to be giving a lot of importance to what does the player want. I think in the
7.4.
I think both these teams could well be locking in their future captain option.
Mumbai had
Exactly.
Mumbai is out, but both Chennai and RCB could well be looking at the next captaincy option too.
No, I mean Faf is
No,
going
no,
to
no,
no,
no.
Faf is there for next 4 years.
Faf kahin nahi
Jimmy,
ja
Faf
raha
kahin nahi ja raha.
4 years. Not 4 years.
RCB
4 years easy.
Yes,
Look at his fitness.
चाहिए पर
not
वही बात
4 years.
तो हो रही है फाफ
But
डुप्लेसी फिर भी आपको वो
Chennai
काम
Super
कर
Kings,
सकते हैं
I always see captain will be Indian.
I don't know, ये हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं लॉन्ग टर्म विजन
SRH
की
are
अभी
back?
SRH
एक बड़ा ऑप्शन आएगा
SRH
पूरा चीज
entered
हो
at
सकता है।
8 crores.
8.540 Mumbai Indians.
Mumbai are
Indians might-
saving for Starc then.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
I
saving for
said,
Starc.
MI
They
will
have
want
to get
Starc.
Kutsiya.
But Srini bhai,
Both. Both.
Kochi
I am
and
Or
Starc.
even
They can get both.
I
I'm
think
with
Madhu
Chetan.
Shankar too. Madhu Shankar too.
I am with
Yesterday
Chetan on
we
Mitchell Starc
calculated.
entirely.
Yeah.
कि मैं समझता हूँ कि वो क्या लाते हैं लेकिन कुछ
You're taking a punt.
Alyssa Healy gets injured, something happens, he's always by her side. There's always, I agree with what you said कि hopefully discussions were had कि भैया हम 10 crore देंगे, वादा चाहिए, but Mitchell Starc is just unpredictable.
Unpredictable.
10 CR.
10 बोला ये if इसको नहीं मिलेगा 10 CR तो किसको मिलेगा?
नहीं,
किसको
अमृत,
मिलेगा?
इस पूरे साल इसने जो छुआ वो सोना बन गया.
नहीं
WTC champion.
It's not
World
just
Cup
about
champion.
this year.
Recency bias always factors.
Yeah,
in.
that's true. But this guy, I mean,
And Hyderabad.
2018 का जो इंडिया का टूर था ऑस्ट्रेलिया का, he
MI
performed
ने मना कर दिया?
so well.
MI back out. MI back out.
बहुत पहले.
Who is
MI pulled out at 4.6.
That is
Have they
RCB.
pulled out or stopped?
Long time back.
No, they stopped.
They
like
pulled out before
They said we are
SRH.
not interested.
Yeah.
But
They
they
pulled out
can-
before SRH.
But nothing stops them from.
Pat Cummins will finish as one of the greatest Australian cricketers ever.
ये तो लग रहा है
So-
कि मुझे 12 CR हो चुका है, लेकिन ये
वो बढ़ा नहीं रहे हैं. ग्राफिक में कोई इशू है I guess.
I mean, this is just slightly off topic, लेकिन अभी जो चेतन ने बात कही ना, अब आप सोचते हो लोग भूल गए ये बंदा 6 साल से क्रिकेट से बाहर था because of a back
12 CR with
6
sorry,
years.
SRH.
Pat Cummins did not play cricket.
12
He
CR
would have already
with
been a
SRH.
great.
No, he's
but
going
like,
to finish as an all-time Australian great.
6 साल he didn't play cricket.
Yeah.
Imagine.
And the last time I went to Australia last year for the T20 World Cup, the public perception was against him with
Yes,
with what happened with Justin Langer. Within 12 months, बिल्कुल काया पलट गई है. आपने देखा होगा किस तरीके से प्यार मिला है ऑस्ट्रेलियन टीम को for that West Test. और पर्थ में ही सबसे ज्यादा against this Australian side, this Australian leadership, because Justin Langer is from Perth, right? From Western Australia. लेकिन वो रिवर्स कर दिया है.
14?
This guy is.
Do you think कि ये क्या
15 crores. मैंने कल शाम को बोला है 15 crores. कल शाम को हम Pat Cummins 15 crores.
Deserving player है, मिलना चाहिए.
The most un-Australian Australian captain ever. The
वो
most
है ना, वो-
un-Australian
Yeah, yeah.
Australian captain.
इनको नहीं मिलेंगे तो किसको मिलेंगे?
14.
It's just the franchise is surprising me.
I just don't want him to go to RCB.
So RCB ka overseas quota is done na
Yeah.
at the auction
Yeah.
table. You have Maxwell, Faf, Cameron Green and
Pat Cummins.
Oh,
हो गया.
wow.
But that's a great quota. That's a
That's
great.
quite
That's
a
a
good
great.
आपने जो
quota.
कल अगर बीट लगाई है तो ये 15 प्लस हो चुका है.
Called it.
साहिल सरप्राइज या फिर ये
No, not at all surprised
Man,
because
it's
see
there.
जो
Nobody seems to be done yet.
जो दो
Yeah.
टीम्स है उनके पास पैसा है और उनको चाहिए भी है तो वही ना ऑक्शन के अंदर वो डिमांड सप्लाई वाला रूल एकदम मिनी ऑक्शन में परफेक्ट
Okay, this is
Apply
going
होता है.
past 20, it looks like.
16.5
18 तक जाएगा. 18 जाएगा.
18.
तो 18 जाएगा तो इट मींस गुजरात टाइटंस के पास ज्यादा पर्स है. हैदराबाद गुजरात टाइटन्स
Who entered?
नो
No, nobody.
अब तो ये
SRH
दोनों
and,
is running 17
Oh my God.
17.25 17
Oh,
17.50
wow. Oh wow. What is the
I
highest?
think
figure?
IPL highest 17.50
18.5
18.5 था. Sam
Sam
Curran.
Curran पिछले साल.
He'll beat it.
हो गया,
Oh
हो गया.
wow.
Compared.
18.
18.25
Daniel Vittori सोच रहा है यार.
18.5. 18.5. 18.5. Oh, 18.75.
highest player
19.
हो गया.
19.
highest
19.
Pat Cummins.
19. Pat Cummins.
IPL का सबसे महंगा खिलाड़ी.
Good lord, that's a lot of money.
हम इससे कह रहे थे कि मिनी ऑक्शन है.
ये तो
19
बम्पर हो
CR.
गया.
ओ वो 19.50
श्रेणी 20 होगा पार.
20 नहीं ये क्या हो रहा है?
ले.
बॉस पर्स कितना है इन लोग का?
है ना?
आरसीबी के पास 23
हो गया,
करोड़ है।
हाँ तो आरसीबी डज दिस थिंग नो.
चल टच
तो 21 पे शगुन कर दो यार.
Who took it? Who took it?
No, it's 2025, boss. It's still going.
It's still going, but RCB has to pull out at some point.
RCB
They
will
need a
have to.
spinner. They need a spinner.
No, they got Mayank Dagar na. Trade
Wow.
window.
Mayank Dagar is going to will them the IPL. हाँ, IPL तो वैसे भी नहीं जीतना RCB ने.
Final.
So you're right. क्यों Jamie?
Yeah,
They can throw all 23 crores because they don't need anybody else.
No, I mean everybody needs a good bowler, so why not?
But you also need a good spinner, no? They released Hasranga, they released Harshal Patel. अब सिराज और पैट कमिंस के
There. RCB is going. When it
RSH is also going.
स्विनी आपने इतना वो ऑक्शंस देखे हैं, वो ये क्या एक्सपीरियंस हो रहा है आपको भी?
Well, I guess teams are like willing. What it's telling me is कि अब ऐसा है कि पैसा है, पैसे खर्चने भी हैं, but value चाहिए और लेगेसी चाहिए.
कहते भी है ना कि जब वो ऊपर वाला देता है ना तो छप्पर फाड़ के देता है, तो यही पैट कमिंस के साथ भी हो रहा है. खुद उन्हें यकीन भी नहीं हो रहा होगा कि मेरे ऊपर इतनी बिडिंग आई जा रही है. 20.5 करोड़ यार.
Last time also when he was part of IPL 15 crore में गए थे.
RCB are done.
Obviously they have to be. At some point they will have to be. They need a lot of players. They don't have bowlers. And I'm assuming they want to win the IPL.
I think if they could have got Cummins, so it would have been Siraj, Cummins, Akashdeep, Mayank Dagar and Karan Sharma and Cam Green and Maxwell.
Yeah, that still doesn't win you the IPL.
अभी हैदराबाद के पास 26 यार का बजट था, इन्होंने इसमें 20-50 खर्च कर दिया. 20-50 खर्च कर दिया हैदराबाद ने. 4 के राउंड बचा उनके पास भी. मतलब फ्रेंचाइजी ने माइंड मेकअप किया हुआ है कि मुझे इस प्लेयर को लेना है.
जी, होमवर्क तो पूरा होता है ना.
सिमिलर होगा स्टार्क के साथ भी. अब इसका इतना हो गया
तो
बट उसमें मुंबई बाहर नहीं जाएंगे. उसमें मुंबई बाहर नहीं जाएगा
और आरसीबी भी नहीं जाएगा. तो आरसीबी कैन पुश एमआई टू द लिमिट व्हेन इट कम्स टू स्टार्क.
This is crazy.
The Mumbai Indians.
Gerald Coetzee. So how much did he go for, Pat Cummins?
20.5.
20.5.
The highest ever in IPL.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, by 2 crores.
By 2 crores. Wow.
बेस प्राइस 2 करोड़ था ना पैट कमिंस का. ना मुंबई इंडियंस के पास जो पॉकेट है वो अराउंड 18 सीआर का है. अब जो हम बात कर रहे हैं लखनऊ जेंट्स, वो तो छोड़ी दो उनके लिए. गुजरात टाइटंस, अभी बहुत ज्यादा पैसा उन्होंने खोला नहीं है. क्यों?
I don't know. I thought, जैसे कि मैंने कहा था, I thought ये पैट कमिंस के पीछे भागेंगे क्योंकि एक तो वर्ल्ड क्लास ऑलराउंडर, आपको कैप्टन चाहिए. I don't know who they're going to, because like we've discussed, हार्दिक पांड्या को आप 2 प्लेयर से रिप्लेस करते हो. But that captaincy vacuum, I mean, I know Shubman Gill is there, but you need someone more experienced. तो देखते हैं भी किसके पास जाएंगे. है ही नहीं कोई और ऐसा कोई एक्सपीरियंस ऑलराउंडर ना.
Okay.
RCB के पास around 25.
MI have entered and CSK have entered. So I was expecting कि MI will go for Gerald Coetzee क्योंकि उनको पेसेस चाहिए. मिचेल स्टार्क और जेराल्ड कोएत्जे दोनों पे उनकी नजर रहेगी. कल शाम को हमारा प्रीव्यू शो था, उसमें
How old is Coetzee?
25.
No, 23, 24.
23. Yeah. So
23.
MI will definitely go for him. आज MI लगभग 2 ओवरसीज पेसर और 1 इंडियन पेसर पे
23.
या तो नजर बनाएंगे. ऑप्शंस हैं जेराल्ड कोएत्जे, मिचेल स्टार्क, मधुशंका, उमेश यादव और शिवम मावी. इन 5 में से आई थिंक उनकी नजर 3 पर जरूर है आज.
Mavi, I think, is going to either KKR or LSG.
No.
Strong hunt.
Wherever he's going, but I'm sure MI will be interested in him as well.
Yeah, Karthik Tyagi too.
Karthik Tyagi too.
He's
So
also available,
ये 6
quick.
कार्तिक त्यागी का नाम मैंने कल मिस कर दिया. ये 6 बॉलर्स में से 3 पर कम से कम MI की नजर जरूर होगी. उनका मॉडल यही है कि 3 पेसर 2 स्पिनर, और आपको स्पिनर इतने ज्यादा नहीं है. हसरंगा चले गए हैं, so you have आदिल रशीद and मुजीबुर रहमान coming. तो दोनों ओवरसीज स्लॉट वाले हैं. तो डिपेंडिंग ऑन व्हाट दे डू इन द पेस ऑप्शंस, उस पे डिपेंड करेगा कि क्या स्पिन ऑप्शन रहेगी उनके पास.
एक चीज अमूमन देखा गया कि जो चाहे राजस्थान हो, पंजाब हो, सनराइजर्स हैदराबाद हो, ये बहुत ज्यादा डिपेंड करते हैं ओवरसीज प्लेयर्स पे. लेकिन चेन्नई ऐसा प्लेयर्स को सेलेक्ट करता है जो बहुत ही अनकॉमन सा प्लेयर है, लेकिन रातों रात चेन्नई इसको लाके स्टार बना देता है. जैसे रचिन की हम बात कर रहे हैं. रचिन एक ऐसा प्लेयर है जो हर कोई जान रहा है. इस वर्ल्ड कप से पहले कोई नहीं जान रहा था, जो बहुत ज्यादा क्रिकेट फॉलो नहीं करता, लेकिन आफ्टर दिस वर्ल्ड कप एवरीवन नोस हु इज रचिन. ये एक जो प्लानिंग होती है किसी भी टीम के लिए कि कुछ नए प्लेयर्स उठाओ, 4 साल 2 साल 3 साल रखो अपने बीच, ट्रेंड करो और उसे फ्यूचर टीम बना के छोड़ो। ये प्लानिंग कहीं ना कहीं चेन्नई के सक्सेस का सबसे बड़ा एक वेटेज है।
चेन्नई तो मैं कहूंगा इसका एग्जैक्ट ऑपोजिट रहा है। अगर आप एक स्पेसिफिकली देखें तो चेन्नई हैज गॉन इन फॉर एस्टैब्लिश्ड टीम्स। आप चेन्नई का अगर एक प्रोसेस देखोगे तो वो एक बीच में जोक बन गया था कि अगर आप अंडर 30 हो तो आप बिलोंग ही नहीं करते चेन्नई में।
डैडी आर्मी।
तो हाँ, तो वो तो आप 30 साल से ऊपर का रहना तो एक मैंडेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट हो गया था।
In the meantime, MI have got Gerald Coetzee.
5 CR.
Yes.
Called it.
Steal.
2 out of 2. Jamie?
Coetzee, though, even I said yesterday. I didn't say he'll go for a lot of money.
Yeah,
so
yeah, but we, yeah, not
How much did
5
you
CR.
That's a very good buy.
That's a very
good buy.
ये देखना है हर्षल पटेल कहाँ जाएंगे और क्या आरसीबी इनके लिए वापस आएगा या नहीं आएंगे। आई डोंट थिंक वो आएंगे क्योंकि हर्षल पटेल जो फर्स्ट कपल ऑफ सीजंस में उनके पास वेरिएशंस थे उसके आगे बढ़ नहीं पाए। ही इज ऑलवेज रिलाइंग ऑन स्लोअर डिलीवरीज, ऑल 6 डिलीवरीज, और वो नहीं चलता है।
जीटी दोनों के बीच में कंपटीशन है।
जीटी, दैट्स इंटरेस्टिंग। आशीष नेहरा उल्टा ब्लेजर डाल के बैठे हुए हैं। हाँ, कुछ ना कुछ इनको करना ही है। उल्टा ब्लेजर डाल के बैठे हुए हैं आशीष।
उल्टा ब्लेजर, चश्मा पीछे।
उल्टा चश्मा पीछे। ओके,
दबंग।
But no, Harshal Patel, I agree. He has lost that zip.
He has lost that zip.
वो जब से जडेजा ने उनको कोई 32 रन मारे ना आखिरी ओवर में, he's not been the same.
I think वो इंजरी के बाद जब वापस आया ना, उसका रिदम ऑफ था क्योंकि उसका स्लोअर वन, रेगुलर स्लोअर वन नहीं था, वो डिप आता था, वो डिप चला गया।
तो हर्षल पटेल को लेकर बात चल रही है इस वक्त। अराउंड 5 CR भी पटेल पहुंच चुके हैं पंजाब और गुजरात। लेकिन वो जो इंजरी की बात साहिल तुमने की कि अभी एक इम्पैक्ट था हर्षल पटेल का, लेकिन जिस तरह से जडेजा ने जो स्कोर किया अगेंस्ट उनके, एक प्लेयर का करियर सडनली चेंज हो जाता है।
करेक्ट।
एक ओवर, आपकी एक इंजरी आपको कहां से कहां लेके चली जाती है, और फिर आप हर्षल पटेल को आप खोज रहे हैं, हम उनके लिए वैक्यूम क्रिएट हो रहा है कि आप उन्हें लाओ, खिलाओ और उन्हें तैयार करो फिर से। लेकिन उनके अंदर जो पोटेंशियल है, उस पोटेंशियल पर हर्षल पटेल अब तक नहीं खेल पाए।
करेक्ट, ये तो है। मतलब आप देखो, अगर आप याद करोगे वो दौर जब वो पर्पल कैप विनर बने, आरसीबी के लिटिल लोन प्लेयर थे, उसके बाद आरसीबी ने उनको रिटेन करा, इतना पैसा उनके ऊपर खर्च करा, पोटेंशियल था, स्किल भी था, आज भी है। और वो जो मेंटली वो इतना स्ट्रांग था ना कि सबसे डिफिकल्ट ओवर्स वो डालता था। आप देखो आरसीबी उसको 4 ओवर जो फिकवाते थे वो 14वां, 16वां, 18वां, 20वां मोस्टली रहता था, या एक ओवर बीच में कहीं स्लिप इन हो गया। उस दौरान वो गेंदबाजी करना किसी भी बॉलर के लिए आसान नहीं है, और इंडिया में तो खासकर जब आप इतने ड्यू के साथ सेकंड इनिंग में बॉल डालते हो। बट वो इंजरी के बाद जब वापस आया, आई थिंक वो रिदम का प्रॉब्लम हुआ। बहुत रिदम ओरिएंटेड बॉलर था, रिदम ड्रिवन बॉलर था। और जो स्लोअर वन की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ ना, एक स्लोअर वन रेगुलर होता है, हर्षल पटेल का स्लोअर वन डिप करता था आपके ऊपर, तो वहीं पे ये खिलाड़ी बहुत ग्रेट बना था। और ग्रेटनेस ये है कि आज इसकी बोली फिर 7 करोड़ के पास हो गई है, क्योंकि इसका डोमेस्टिक सीजन बहुत अच्छा रहा है। हरियाणा के लिए विजय हजारे ट्रॉफी जो हरियाणा जीती है अभी 2 दिन पहले, हर्षल पटेल ने अहम भूमिका निभाई फाइनल के अंदर, क्योंकि राजस्थान वो गेम ऑलमोस्ट जीत गया था, बट इन्होंने आके विकेट निकाल दिए।
गेम चेंजर,
आरसीबी रिटेन कर लेगी इसको।
बट जो हम श्रेणी बात कर रहे थे कि पंजाब को भी जरूरत है, पंजाब की टीम और गुजरात की टीम पेपर पे भी दिख रही है मैं, ठीक है, लेकिन उन्हें एक ऐसे प्लेयर चाहिए जो गेम चेंजर हो, जो अपने को बॉलिंग में, थोड़ी फील्डिंग में हेल्प कर सके, क्योंकि वो मिसिंग है अभी भी। मैं जो पंजाब की टीम भी बात कर लो या फिर गुजरात टाइटंस की बात कर लो,
पंजाब में तो राइट नाउ आपको एक स्टेबल बैटर की जरूरत है। मैं थोड़ी देर पहले कह रहा था कि सारा कुछ प्रेशर जो है वो शिखर धवन पे ही है, तो कहीं ना कहीं उसको बैलेंस आउट करना पंजाब।
क्या आपको ऐसा लग रहा है कि अगर रचिन पर शायद पंजाब को बीट करना चाहिए था, जो सीएसके ने करके उन्हें बैकअप के तौर पर रखा है?
रचिन तो 100%
अच्छे फॉर्म में चल रहा है रचिन ना,
काफी चीप ऑप्शन।
क्योंकि लिविंगस्टन इज अ लॉटरी ना, लियम लिविंगस्टन इज अ लॉटरी। लियम लिविंगस्टन कांट बी और लाइक कंसिस्टेंट नंबर 4 और नंबर 5 इन अ टी20। वो एक लॉटरी है, वो मैक्सवेल वाला भी नहीं है, वो देखो तो लॉटरी है।
बैट्समैन
8
I think Rachin could have been good for Punjab for sure.
Even also दिल्ली के लिए भी ठीक था, दिल्ली।
पर दिल्ली में अमृत फिर वो है ना, कितने ओवरसीज प्लेयर, वो तो फिर इंडियन प्रीमियर लीग नहीं, इंटरनेशनल प्रीमियर लीग बना दिया। जितने उन लोग ने, पर कहाँ खिलाओगे? मतलब आई थिंक राइट नाउ ऑन द टेबल यू शुड बी फाइनलाइजिंग योर 11। अगर मिनी ऑक्शन की आप बात करेंगे 11 अपना
नहीं,
शीट बनाओ,
ऐसे
मतलब आप कर लो, पर 11 आपके माइंड में रहना चाहिए जो आज
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
मतलब आप इतना
I
आगे का
agree
क्यों,
with it. मिनी
दिस इज
ऑक्शन
जस्ट
में आप मेगा ऑक्शन
टू
में
मंथ्स थिंग, नो
आप पूरी एक नई
नहीं,
स्क्वाड आप
you're saying
बनाने की
कि-
कोशिश कर रहे हो, बट मिनी ऑक्शन में आपको
नहीं नहीं नहीं,
मोटा-मोटा
that's
पता
fine.
रहना
That's fine. But इसका मतलब ये नहीं है ना कि you can't have your 8 overseas players.
नो you have but
fair enough. But
मतलब
मैं ये कह
11
रहा हूँ कि
बनाओ
आपको-
मोटा-मोटी।
आपका एक 80-90% आप सॉर्टेड रहने चाहिए
करेक्ट
गोइंग इनटू अ मिनी ऑक्शन.
अरे वो सब छोड़ो, हर्षल पटेल को देखो, he's crossed the 10
10
crore mark.
That's a little excessive for him.
10.25
I'm
जो बात
watching
आप
very
फाइल कर भी
I'm
रहते
watching
हैं कि
very,
आप
very closely.
रीसेंसी बायस आया, इसका डोमेस्टिक अच्छा गया है, विजय दारे अच्छा
That's a
ball
little
कर रहा था।
expensive for him.
That's way over what I
Little
thought.
excessive.
I understand recency bias, लेकिन IPL में काफी time से he's not been that potent. So and he's lost his place in India's team. तो जब आपका एक brand value गिरता है, I didn't see him going for more than 6. So
Yeah.
this is for me personally is little
मतलब
surprising.
जाको कह रहे हो आपकी हर्षल पटेल के लिए
बहुत ज्यादा है, बहुत ज्यादा है.
नहीं, because उनका performances of the last 1-2 years was not that great. He's not taken that next step. From that perspective, I thought, yeah, Jamie's right. But Jamie, do you think maybe a change in team, change of ground might help him? Because RCB में तो as it is a death trap for bowlers.
Yeah. Again, very, very keen to see where he finally ends up. Punjab has the highest.
पंजाब नहीं जाना चाहिए उसको, वो उसके करियर का एकदम
नहीं, that is
वो
that is how much budget is
उसको
left.
नेहरा जी चाहिए, अगर करियर में कुछ
फ्रेंचाइजी
करना
को
है
चाहिए ना
जो मोहित शर्मा के
not
साथ
just
हुआ,
नेहरा जी।
उसको नेहरा जी
नहीं
चाहिए।
नहीं, not just नेहरा जी, but आप ये भी देखो ना, अहमदाबाद is a huge ground, और ये इनका जो slower variations है, that is going to work on a ground like अहमदाबाद, जहाँ पे इतना बड़ा ground है, the boundaries are really big. It's not like चिन्नास्वामी जहाँ पे आंख बंद करके आप छक्का मार रहे हो।
छक्के लास्ट ईयर लगे भी अहमदाबाद में थे, रिंकू के 5 भी वहीं आए थे,
वो ठीक
मतलब
है,
ग्राउंड
that's
बड़ा
fine.
लगता है पर
That's
डायमेंशन
fine.
ऐसा नहीं है।
I'm just saying,
अहमदाबाद like ground looks intimidating, but
Because
it's not that dimensions में बड़ा है, like clear तो हो जाता है।
साढ़े
no, but
11 हो
it's
गया.
not like RCB,
Gone to
right?
11,
Yeah, not like
It's not like RCB. Yeah.
11.75 and counting
तो
now.
10.75 का जो इसका आरसीबी के साथ बिड था वो क्रॉस हो गया आफ्टर आरसीबी रिलीज।
But let me ask you guys, is he not a bit too one-dimensional? Like, are you just
now he
expecting
is,
him, you know,
now he for sure he is
6 out of 6 slower balls, power play में
It
इतना
is
खास
still
नहीं
going
है.
on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's what I'm
still
saying.
going on.
Watch this. We can talk about grounds and conditions. जहाँ भी खेलेगा, is he going to give you
प्रीति
that
जिंटा
much?
को देख के मेरे को वो वीरेंद्र सहवाग का कोट याद आ गया, when Sehwag was the mentor or the director something, he was with Punjab, no, he was at the table, he said never hand that paddle to a lady because she'll never stop shopping, and
There
she
you go.
hasn't,
They've got him for
and they get the
11.
bid at 11.
We have a lady with
Breaking
us also
news,
now, so
11.75.
let's not make those kind of remarks.
Okay, so hi guys, meeting you here for the first time. Well, thanks to Amrit. First, thanks Amrit. You guys tell how's it going. I want to know SRH. Chetan, SRH जिस तरीके से चल रहे हैं अभी तक.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of good buys for them. I think Travis had really good buy, not just in the short term, but also in the long term for them. Because next year we might look at players who might get retained. Last year उनको top order में उनके पास कोई नहीं था जो उनके young Indian batters को guide कर सके. Mayank Agarwal was not firing for them. So Travis Head, one of the top batters of 2023. I think that's a very, very good purchase if he can carry that form. And we all know what he did in Ahmedabad to us. So from that perspective, I think, that's a very, very good buy for SRH.
Yeah, and Srini, we're talking about Travis Head, but talk of the town is Pat Cummins. And RCB went for Pat Cummins, and it felt like कि सारे पैसे वो उन्हीं पे लगा देंगे, but a wise decision to back out at the last moment.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised with Pat Cummins getting money. 20 crore touch kiye hain. Yes, kind of looked like at one point that it would touch 20, but that bit is surprising.
Yeah.
Pat Cummins getting a lot of money. I think they just got it divided. Pat Cummins को extra दे दिया, वलिंदु हसरंगा को इतनी सस्ते में ले लिया.
Yeah.
तो वो कहीं ना कहीं balance out हो गया. और मेरे ख्याल से वो 3 buys में SRH has done a very good job. एक और शायद अगर वो 5 करोड़ कुछ बचे उनके पास, एक और अगर कोई यंग बैटर को उठा ले वो, तो ये they are sorted.
Yeah, and Sahil, हमने पैट कमिंस को देख लिया है, हमने यहाँ पे रोमिन पावल पे देख लिया. What is the approach that you're thinking? क्योंकि मुझे याद है कि हम आपसे बात कर रहे थे. You said कि जितने भी फास्ट बॉलर्स होंगे वो ज्यादा बिकेंगे इस ऑक्शन में. Do you think it's the trend that's going around right now as well?
I think it's likely to continue. We are just talking about the overseas players. Let the uncapped Indian players come into the picture. You will see some names becoming crorepati's today because अभी teams को वो
Yeah,
requirement
true,
है
true.
Yeah.
और अभी
Yeah.
2 bouncer वाला rule जो introduce हुआ है उसके
Yeah.
बाद you will see more and more fast bowlers coming to the picture and become very very relevant in the scheme of things. And right now as we speak, I think Daryl Mitchell, as we are speaking, Livingston
Yeah.
का
Punjab and Delhi.
Livingston का replacement
Punjab and
या
Delhi.
backup चाहिए आपको. This
They've
boy
crossed
fits
the
the bill.
4 crore mark
Yeah,
now.
he's a phenomenal player. Last 12 months जैसा spin को खेला है कड़क.
I'm surprised GT is not going for him because हमने अभी आपके आने से पहले सुरम में बात की थी कि हार्दिक पांड्या को रिप्लेस करने के लिए आपको एक प्लेयर चाहिए जो बैटिंग करता
Yeah.
है, जो मीडियम पेस करता है
Hmm.
और चलो कैप्टेंसी acumen might not be there with Daryl Mitchell, but the finishing ability
Yeah.
from number 4 he can finish games.
Hmm.
वो 4 से ही पूरी इनिंग्स को पकड़ के टर्न कर सकते हैं and he can finish games. हमने देखा है what he does for New
Yeah.
Zealand. This is the perfect player. I mean, obviously they can't replace Hardik Pandya with just one player,
Yes.
but still, this is the perfect replacement in my mind for Hardik if you're looking at the attributes.
But right now,
And I'm
you
surprised
see-
they are not
In the
going in
World
for him.
Cup, I think two of the finest centuries in this World Cup came from this guy. Both
Exactly.
against
Both against India.
the best bowling attack in the
Yeah.
tournament.
Both against
Both
India.
in
And
a
I think
losing
the-
cause, but both, if the team was there anywhere in the game, it is thanks to him.
Yeah.
I think the
So,
first
speaks volumes.
game Dharamshala, the
Dharamshala.
way he handled
Yeah.
Kuldeep,
Exactly.
that
He took the game close. Yeah.
one day before that game, I was speaking to him. We did an interview for Cricket
Yeah.
Next, and I did ask him about the IPL. I see, matlab, light remark,
Yeah.
you know, you want to play. Yeah, it'll be nice playing for the IPL, but we take a lot of pride in playing for New Zealand. He was all chill, but right now, your chill will all heat up because this is a lot of money, 6 crore.
Yeah.
He's nearly 6 crore
He's
now. But he
touching 6
deserves that.
crores.
Like middle order batter, gun player, very good footwork, again spin, very
6
dominating.
crores is very good for
Yeah.
him. And what DC is in for him?
Delhi Capitals and Punjab
I
Kings
don't
are
understand
in
DC
this
going for him.
bidding battle.
DC
Jamie,
is DC.
DC को
किस
क्या
टीम को
चाहिए?
ज्यादा जरूरत है दोनों में से अभी?
Look, if you look at what Daryl Mitchell offers any franchise, any team,
Just DC Punjab.
it's massive.
वो
वो
निकल
तीन
गया
पे
ना
खेल
पहले।
सकते हैं, वो finisher बन सकते हैं. You look at what
No,
he does
just DC
in
Punjab.
England's domestic tournament. Look at what he does in New Zealand's domestic tournament. ये जहाँ जाता है, ये wicket निकालता
Yeah.
है. He's always at the ball, so he's a very utility player. And I'm surprised it's taken franchises this long, Suramya, to realize कि Daryl Mitchell क्या कर सकते हैं. Srini is right. He scored 2 fantastic hundreds. He got an even better 100 in one of the matches against England before the World Cup in that series, you know. But he's undervalued. Last season, he sat in RCB. His main job was to do reels with Jimmy Neesham, you know.
Yeah.
It's a crime that the world is waking up to what Daryl Mitchell has. उससे पहले 2021 T20 World Cup, I was doing shows with Chetan and the guy was coming out. He got the team into the final, you know. And now I think he's finally getting his due, you know. So जहाँ भी ये बंदा जाएगा, he's going to be gold because he should be playing every single match of the IPL that he gets any contract with, yeah.
I call him the Grant Elliott clone.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, he's built like that. मतलब a bald Grant Elliott in a way. यहाँ पे तो बाल हैं and like Srini said, ये बहुत पुरानी photographs use कर रहे हैं. But yeah, he's like a Grant Elliott clone. That kind of mindset that he brings in terms of finishing the games. Like I said, वो पूरी innings को पढ़ के, match को situation को पढ़ के, he can do that. He did that both in Dharamshala and in Mumbai.
Yeah.
The most successful batter against India in that World Cup. But even before that, he was like Jamie said, he's not been getting his due. I was always surprised why he's not playing in the IPL, a more prominent role in the IPL. For me, he's a perfect CSK player, a perfect GT player.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised both, obviously, CSK is much settled right now.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised GT is not
GT
in
could
for
have
him.
gone for him, yeah.
I'm really surprised GT is not in for him.
Well,
But I think I hope he goes to Punjab because he'll get 14 good games there. DC तो will continue to play musical
कोई है नहीं
chairs.
ना पंजाब में?
Exactly.
कोई है नहीं
पंजाब में
पंजाब
है ही
में
नहीं ना तो
कोई।
4 पे आप इसको easily उतार के you can solidify that middle order, have Liam Livingston at 5, you are sorted then. Have Bairstow at 3, Prabsimran and Shikhar Dhawan at top of the order, you're sorted with top 5. इतना
That
complicated.
is something. It's a very nice line that Sahil used. You know that at least if he goes to Punjab, उसको 14 game मिलेंगे, which is what every player wants. हर
Yeah.
player को अगर आप
Exactly.
पूछो
14
priority
games
क्या
चाहिए,
है,
yeah.
वो तो यही बोलेगा कि I should get my space under the lights. I think.
So they have Harry Brook and now they're going for Daryl Mitchell.
I don't understand
makes
what DC
no
are doing.
sense. It makes no sense. और सबसे बड़ा DC के साथ नेगेटिव पता क्या था लास्ट सीजन? Obviously, apart from Rishabh Pant, उससे बड़ा नेगेटिव नहीं हो सकता है. लेकिन the other negative was that they let go of Kagiso Rabada.
Yeah.
They were forced to let go of Kagiso Rabada.
Yeah.
Not last year, last 2 seasons.
Yeah,
They
mega
were-
auction.
Yeah, mega auction में. And Anrik Nokia never stepped up. से लास्ट सीजन
Yeah.
तो शायद इंजरी हो गई थी,
कम
और
खेला।
उससे पिछले सीजन में भी द फर्स्ट सीजन of this cycle he was not able to step up. He was not the Andrik Nokia.
Yeah.
The reason was because he was Andrik Nokia along with Kagiso Rabada.
Exactly.
So DC should be looking to replace Rabada. And I don't think either Harry Brook or Daryl Mitchell replace Rabada.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
I don't know why they are going for Daryl Mitchell when you already have Harry
and they're
Brook.
spending 10
So
crores.
it means you are spending 10 on Daryl Mitchell. So what Jamie was saying
4
is
on
right.
Brook.
So
Then-
Brook is going to open.
Yeah.
Then वरना कितना खिलाओगे?
नहीं, but आप उनके 4 ओवरसीज गिनाओ इस टाइम पे. नोकिया खेलेगा या नहीं
मैं तो
खेलेगा?
6 गिना सकता हूँ. उन्होंने
नहीं,
जितनी
नहीं,
शॉपिंग
नहीं,
कर ली है.
4 गिनाओ ना.
Mitchell
आप-
Marsh, David Warner.
David Warner, Mitchell
Yeah.
Marsh will play.
Yeah.
Then you have only 2 spots left. Harry Brook, अभी मिचेल गए नहीं हैं, but Harry Brook, Mitchell and Nokia.
Is Nokia still there? I think he was released.
Nokia
Let me
was not
double check.
released.
I think he was released. Let me
No,
double
he's
check.
not in the pool. He's very much there.
He's very
He's
much
there?
He's
Yeah.
there, yeah.
He's not in the pool.
He's not been released. If he was released, he would have come up by now, na?
Correct,
In
correct,
fast
correct.
bowlers.
For Daryl Mitchell 10 करोड़ का मार्क तो टच हो ही चुका है यहाँ
Wow.
पर. और हम जो बात कर रहे थे, obviously he's a
Yeah,
nice
so they
player,
released
yeah.
Mustafizur. Yeah.
Mustafizur. Mustafizur was not going to be
Yeah.
important for them. But again, Mustafizur was they got Mustafizur so that they could try and replace Rabada. But Mustafizur didn't work out for them.
But they have
Yeah.
Ishant Sharma, boss, leading the attack. They don't need anyone. The great, grand old man of India is there.
But why Punjab Kings
like
are
I said
after
with
Daryl
RCB,
Mitchell,
yeah.
Sahil?
Yeah, what?
Why
Sorry.
Punjab Kings are after him?
Punjab Kings definitely need him at number 4.
Okay, at
If
number
there's
4.
one player they
And-
could like bank upon for the entire season, I
Yeah.
think it has
See,
to be Daryl Mitchell.
एक availability की बात भी है because they
Yeah.
have okay. We also have to figure this out that this is just one season. क्योंकि उसके बाद we are assuming कि mega auction will come up.
Yes.
It's a third year.
Yeah.
So it's a short term buy. So you're thinking for next season, and with the T20 World Cup immediately after the IPL,
Yeah.
there's a good chance English players might not be available for the entirety of the IPL. So आपको बेस्टो का रिप्लेसमेंट चाहिए, आपको लिविंगस्टन का रिप्लेसमेंट
Yeah.
चाहिए. बेस्ट और लिविंगस्टन के बिना तो पंजाब के पास कुछ बचा ही नहीं
बचा
है.
ही नहीं है, हाँ.
So from that perspective, they are going hammer and tongs for him.
Makes perfect sense to me. Because look, what he does is he can float. हाँ, 4 पे best option है वो, Sunamya.
Yeah.
But the guy can float. He's a quick starter when the situation demands by T20 parameters. वो again strange term, वो anchor कर सकते हैं. लेकिन भाई वो दूसरी तीसरे गेंद पे छक्के लगा सकते हैं वो, you know.
Yes.
And I'm surprised that I've seen him in that. इनका जो domestic है वहाँ पर न्यूजीलैंड में some Georgie Porgy it was called last time. फिर वो Ram Slam in whatever it's called. whatever it is. Whenever I'm seeing him in T20 franchises, चाहे UK हो या न्यूजीलैंड हो, he has a knack of taking wickets. He bowls 4 overs, 2 for 30. That's golden. तो जहाँ भी जाएगा Daryl Mitchell, I think he's a steal. He's just amazing player.
But वही बात है ना, Jamie, Delhi Capitals में जगह
Okay.
clear समझ में नहीं आ रही है.
हाँ, बिल्कुल. Delhi Capitals में, like I think Sahil was saying or Chetan was saying, Delhi Capitals में वो कहाँ से fit होंगे? I'm actually struggling because again, then you're saying कि आपका David Warner, Harry Brook, Mitchell Marsh or Daryl Mitchell, your top 4 or your overseas players. आप एक स्पिनर नहीं खिला सकते हो, आप एक ओवरसीज बॉलर नहीं खिला सकते हो, unless you're saying कि Harry Brook is our plan B player, हम उसको नहीं खिलाएंगे. जब कोई इंजर्ड होता है, जब कोई प्लेयर रेस्ट मांगता है, तब हम हैरी ब्रूक को खिलाएंगे. But
DC have Lungi Ngidi as well.
That's what I'm saying. They have players which we're not factoring right now, and they'll be bowling all rounders or fast bowlers. So
Yes.
strange.
So, yeah, this makes no sense. From DC's perspective, because they've
Punjab
got
can afford to go till 15 for him, yeah. Because
Yes,
he'll be
Punjab
like-
can afford to.
Yeah,
but
but
Sahil,
why
let's
DC?
talk about Delhi Capitals as a team.
so
as
they pulled
well,
out.
Okay.
DC have pulled out.
Good decision.
Sahil, when you talk about Delhi Capitals as a team, okay, so the last time when we saw Delhi Capitals, it seemed that they were all over the place. They didn't have a proper plan because obviously Rishabh Pant wasn't there. Then it was onto David Warner, and they lost first 5 matches, and then they were looking. A lack of planning was also there. Delhi Capitals, this time as well, when they are sitting here in the auction, it seems that they don't have a proper planning, right? Because they're going after Daryl Mitchell. But आप खिलाओगे किस नंबर पे, ये एक बड़ा सवाल है. So how is this team made? Because आपके पास कुछ options है जो आप ले नहीं रहे हो. And then auction maybe you are not going after the right players.
I think it was a season of chaos for Delhi last time around, for sure. Matlab, right from David Warner taking up captaincy and doing what he did. Matlab, there was no intent from him at top of the order. The batting didn't click. Prithvi Shaw struggled. They tried Sarfaraz Khan. They tried Manish Pandey. Everyone just struggled except Akshar Patel. I think there wasn't any bright spot from their campaign. David
Yeah.
Warner to a certain extent, yes, but that batting any Ranji Trophy player can do, yeah. But when
Yeah.
you are not facing the strike rate pressure, when you are batting nearly run a ball, so that is not T20 batting for sure. So it was a season of chaos, and I'm still surprised what they are doing at the table this time around too. आप bowlers लेकर आओ, अक्सर के साथ एक quality spinner लेकर आओ, आप batting pack करी जा रहे हो,
Exactly.
get a couple of good Indian uncapped players, boss, and have them around the likes of Mitchell Marsh, David. I think they also have Phil Salt, or have they released him?
Released.
They've
They've
released
released
him.
him.
Yeah,
Okay,
they've
Phil
released
Salt is released. So you still have a couple of good quality overseas batters. Uske around Indian players.
again-
now have that balance. No, it's not international Premier League.
Everything Sahil is saying is correct, but what do they need? They need a top order person who keeps wickets. You cannot expect a first ball of the IPL Rishabh Pant will be there. They have to budget. उम्मीद कर सकते हैं कि ऋषभ पंत वापस आएंगे, but you have to plan for him not to be there. You're chasing Daryl Mitchell. I would much rather they've gone for a get back Phil Salt, go for Josh Inglis, go for Kusal Mendes. Daryl Mitchell is not going to give you what you need. You need a keeper batsman
Right.
जो top 3 या maximum 4 पे खेलता हो. And if you're going to spend 14 crores on Daryl Mitchell, आपका keeper कौन है? ऋषभ पंत. You cannot assume he's going to come back so soon. So strange.
And will he come as a wicketkeeper batter, or he'll be coming
Yeah.
specially
Yeah.
only
Yeah.
as a batter? That's a question.
So they need to keep their monies for a backup for Pant as a batsman, as a wicketkeeper. That's most important. लेकिन उस पे जाने से पहले मैंने क्या कहा था? Daryl Mitchell is your CSK player. He's
Yeah.
your typical CSK player. I was surprised why they didn't go for him. And look, they've entered
They have
bidding
entered
for
the
him.
bidding war.
At 12.5 CR, they entered the bidding for Daryl Mitchell.
Yeah. And ये तो एक trend रहा है ना चेतन CSK के साथ. They always go after the New Zealanders. You know, they are always after
Punjab are off.
Punjab are out
Punjab,
of the
Punjab
bidding war.
were, oh, so CSK will
So
get him.
CSK.
At 14. So this is what.
14.
This is interesting.
He is your
Okay, let's
typical.
just wait. The countdown is on. Let's just wait what's going to happen here.
But he is your typical CSK
CSK
player.
player.
And I was surprised that CSK GT were also not going for him, but I was surprised कि CSK क्यों नहीं जा रहे हैं. They had that purse, and you know it made sense why they let Travis Head go.
Yeah.
Because they had 16 crores of Ben Stokes purse. Ben Stokes को उन्होंने release किया. They had 16 crores to spend on an overseas player.
तो एक बात बताओ चेतन, इनके overseas कौन रहेंगे? You start.
We'll
with
come to
Devon
it. Let them
Conway.
get it. We'll let them get it, and then we'll come to it. But what I'm just trying to say is,
So the discussions going
Yeah,
on
yeah.
in
and in the meantime, I'll open.
Yeah.
I think Pathirana and
so, yeah.
Conway are going to be two.
No, wait. So we have
Daryl Mitchell is
Devon
most likely
Conway,
to go to CSK.
Moeen
Moeen
Ali,
Ali is not available for the entire season.
Manish
from what I
Tikshana, Pathirana. So that's 4. And then who else did they get today?
heard. Tikshana hटा होना.
Rachin Ravindra.
Rachin
Rachin
Ravindra.
Ravindra.
Tikshana क्यों
He's
हटा?
gone. He's
नहीं,
gone.
मैं- her match 14 games not.
And,
I'm just counting the
yeah,
overseas
overseas.
players.
He's sold to
Super
Chennai
Kings ने
Super
खरीदा.
Kings.
He is your quintessential Chennai player. यही मैंने आपको कहा था. They entered at 12 crores, and now this makes sense because Travis Head को they let go, and they've got what? What did Ben Stokes not do for them last year? He did not play as much, but he did not bowl.
Yeah.
This guy bowls.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This guy bowls. He's going to give you those 2-3 overs. What they'll do is, whoever is the captain after Dhoni or whoever it is, they don't need to worry about playing an extra pacer.
Yeah.
Boss, CSK have had a gun auction so far. Rachin Ravindra, Shardul
They-
Thakur,
So
Daryl
now-
Mitchell,
yeah.
they have plugged whatever gaps there
And
were.
They
that's
have
where
done more.
planning
They have
comes
done
in,
more.
Sahil.
Yeah.
That's
They've
where
done
planning
more.
comes
Yeah.
in. When you sit at the auction table with
Correct.
proper planning, when you know what are the
So they
vacant
knew where
spots
they
and you
went,
go on
they
for
were
the
where
right
they
players,
were.
that's
So-
what happens. That's why they have won title 5 times. They know the game. They are here in the auction right now.
Conway, Mitchell Santner, Rachin Ravindra, Daryl Mitchell, Tikshana, Pathirana. That's 6. Moeen Ali, 7. That's your 7 overseas players. अब आप
Santner 8.
हाँ
Santner 8 ना?
Santner count कर लिया. So 7 overseas players. They still have 1 slot remaining, and just they'll get Hazelwood. They'll get Hazelwood,
Okay.
and now try and keep rotating.
Okay, let's
You know?
park that. You know,
Yeah, we
Hazelwood
will.
and
But
CSK.
my point is कि they will keep rotating these
Yeah.
players, and look at the core that they have got. Oh my God, this CSK are already favorites for next year.
Yeah, they are. And you mentioned 3 New Zealand players, right, Chetan?
Yeah.
We got Rachin Ravindra
4.
and Daryl Mitchell right now
4.
in this auction. And
Conway and Mitchell Santner
Mitchell
are already
Santner.
there. So they should have black stripes on that yellow now.
But Sahil, you tell us why they're so fond of New Zealand players.
Stephen Fleming.
Fleming.
It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. I think that's the kind of chilled out atmosphere they've had in the dressing room for years, except that Ravindra Jadeja captaincy episode.
इसी बात को आगे लेके मैं एक और बार कहूंगा, न्यूजीलैंड इस बार T20 वर्ल्ड कप जीत रही है. Josh Hazelwood spent one season with Dhoni. Australia won that year. Sam Curran spent one season. England won that year. They've now got. They have Santner. They have Ravindra. They have Conway, and now they have Daryl Mitchell. New Zealand are winning the T20 World Cup because Dhoni का हाथ इतना बड़ा होता है teams पर.
Well, we'll play it on loop once that happens in T20 World Cup. For now, it's the IPL auction time. Chetan is talking about, how CSK are on point in the game. And right now we have Chris Wokes.
Yeah.
Chris Wokes ke liye Punjab Kings have entered the bidding. And it
Not
seems
surprised.
that no
Not
other team's quite interested. So far, we don't have any other team bidding for Chris Wokes. Why Chris Wokes for Punjab Kings, Chetan?
Obviously they need the players. But it makes no sense because एक तरफ आप Johnny Best और Livingston का backup बना रहे हो. They've got him for 420. Who was the other bidder? Who was the other bidder?
KKR.
KKR is interesting that they were in for him.
So, but clearly they're looking for bowlers who
He
can
was there
move the
before
ball.
with them also.
Yeah.
KKR.
But not very convincing.
But he's not been convincing in these conditions. That's been the problem. और अभी वो England के Test tour में की team में भी नहीं है.
Yeah.
Because these conditions don't suit him. Under lights with the ball moving around, yes. And I thought GT would be interested in him.
Yeah.
They've released Lockie Ferguson. He can bat a bit. So he gives you that number 7, number 8 ka batting. And instead of Lockie Ferguson, they would have got somebody. Mohit Sharma is moving the ball. So can Chris Wokes. So I thought GT would have been interested in him.
Proper all-rounder.
Proper all-rounder.
Yeah.
But disappointed that they did not go for him. A very good buy for Punjab. I think a better buy for Punjab than Harshal Patel. In my opinion.
Can say so. Yeah. Sahil, Harshal Patel, nobody was thinking that, Harshal Patel will go on for around 11 crores or so. Do you think it's good buy, or do you think that he could have been sold at much lesser price as well?
In the last couple of seasons, one area where we have seen Punjab struggle, in spite of having the likes of Kagiso Rabada and Arshdeep Singh, it has been the death bowling. Arshdeep has been very erratic. Like if you get the last fifer versus South Africa out of the picture, he has been very erratic for India too. There have been wickets, but he has leaked runs. He has been very inconsistent, very wayward. The no balls wides have been in plenty, and with Punjab too, right? Because he has been doing bulk of the heavy lifting when it comes to death bowling, and Rabada has been very off color in Punjab colors. He was a different bowler when he was bowling with Anik Nokia in DC colors, but now the complexion has completely changed for Rabada, the bowler. But that's where they needed someone like Harshal Patel. They needed someone to control those death overs. क्योंकि अभी तक आप क्या देख रहे थे, राहुल चेहर को बॉल दे रहे हैं, हरप्रीत बरार जो इनका लेफ्ट आर्म स्पिनर है, वो एक आध ओवर आके आपको दिखता था डालने के लिए. तो वो that was not taking them anywhere, right? You needed bowlers who could do the job in the final. Do they still have Nathan Ellis? I'm not sure. Have they retained him? Punjab Kings.
He's there.
So that he's there too. So you need to plug those death bowling gaps. That is where Punjab have struggled for the last two editions. And Mohali, I don't know whether they're going to play at the old stadium or the new stadium which has come up now in this IPL, but that's an unforgiving ground for bowlers. So you need to have those bowling areas intact, all plugged up. और अगर आप धर्मशाला 2 मैच गए वहां पे अपना जो PR करने जाते हैं तो वहां तो और मार लगेगा. वहां तो एकदम पाटा बन जाता है क्योंकि जून जुलाई.
Yeah. So right now we're talking about the set of auctions. We had a lot of discussions around the players, but the biggest buy has been Pat Cummins. Jamie, we all knew Pat Cummins एक ऐसे खिलाड़ी रहेंगे इस auction में, but were you imagining that he'll go on for 20.5 crores? That's the biggest buy ever in IPL.
No, not that much. But like we discussed yesterday, and Chetan got the ball rolling, saying that he should be the guy who gets 15. And between 12 to 15 did seem reasonable because देखो मैंने कल भी कहा था पीयूष शोभा के उसने जो भी छुआ इस साल वो सोना बन गया, right? And Chetan rightly said कि a year ago he was not a very well liked person in his own country, that is Australia.
Yeah.
But when you win 2 of the biggest prizes, right? T20 World Cup, I get it. It's the flavor of the current times, but WTC, despite being only 2 years old, is a really valued trophy, right? इनके साथ जो भी हुआ पिछले 2-2.5 साल में Australian team के साथ, for him to win the WTC and then 4 months later shut up a nation by winning the One-Day World Cup when nobody thought that team could do it, that has been value. ऊपर से, look, we know his numbers in T20 are not the greatest, but he's still a valuable all-rounder.
Yeah.
He's got the highlights we're watching, 14 ball 50.
Yeah.
The way
Yeah.
he shut down the Indian team, which was 10-0 by bowling 10 overs around the stumps, bowling cutters, इसने एक देश को चुप करा दिया.
Yeah.
And now that same country has rewarded him, salam kiya usko by giving him 20.5 crores. And he's a leader. So he's giving you an all-round package. I'm not surprised now when I look at it that he's gone for 20.5 crores.
I saw that last night.
He did. He said 15. He didn't say 20. Ask him now. He didn't say 20 coming.
Obviously not. 20
But
is
this
20 is unimaginable in a
But
mini
it's
auction.
paisa
Yeah.
vasool.
20 is unimaginable in any auction. This is the
But
first time it's
पैसा वसूल
20.
तो तब होगा ना जब SRH वहां तक अगर जाएगी भी, हर
No,
एक
but then when you
season.
buy a player like this, then you obviously want to. I mean, they've got what, Travis Head,
Yeah.
and they've got आप उनका overseas players देखो, and then you look at let's take a look at
They've
the.
got a lot of overseas players, but
No, no,
Chetan, my
let's-
question is, you
yeah.
know, the last time we saw them having Harry Brook, it didn't work out for them. This
True,
time
but
they've
then-
gotten
okay.
Pat Cummins. What I'm saying is that, okay, you've got a player that's great. You've got a player for 20.5 crores, but then it requires good planning and
Obviously.
execution in the tournament as well.
Samit, this is what you've just said. That is the answer. Harry Brook was 11 crores. He was never going to win you. He was an untested commodity.
And
Pat
and
Cummins,
if I want to add a word, he was overrated by the English media.
बिल्कुल.
आप
Okay.
English media का जो contribution है वो नहीं भूल सकते.
पैट कमिंस 20 करोड़ के लिए क्यों गया? क्योंकि उसने 6 महीने के अंदर नंबर 1 रैंक टीम को आउटथिंक किया.
Correct.
This Indian team under Rohit Sharma and Rahul Dravid misread the oval conditions. They said, यार इस पिच पर अश्विन नहीं चलेगा. Did ऑस्ट्रेलिया से इस पे लायन नहीं चलेंगे? पैट कमिंस ने लायन को खिलाया. लायन ने 8 विकेट लिए. उस ओवल पिच पे इंडिया की धज्जियां उड़ा दिया. World Cup trophy, I would say 10 times more important than WTC final. What did Rohit Sharma do after 10-0? Like Chetan will always remind me until my last breath, 10-0 came to nothing because Pat Cummins read the conditions more than this great Indian juggernaut did. And this is why suddenly the world is woken up belatedly to is bande ka dimag.
Yeah.
So I'm not this. He will win SRH the title. लिख के ले लो मुझसे.
And we can, और जैसे साहिल ने कहा कि we need to be figuring out the 11s. और आप you can literally see Sunrisers 11. Mayank Agarwal and Travis Head to open.
Yeah.
Then you have Rahul Tripathi at number 3, Aiden Markram number 4, Heinrich Klaasen number 5, and then Marco Jansen or Pat Cummins, depending आप किसको खिलाना चाहते हो. Heinrich Klaasen को नहीं खिलाना चाहते. Then you have other batsmen there. Abdul Samad is there. Then Washington Sundar, Abhishek Sharma is there. Shahbaz Ahmed, he's also in the all-rounder category. तो आपका spin वहाँ पे हो गया. And then you're looking at pacers. Pat Cummins is already there. Marco Jansen is already there. Bhuvneshwar Kumar is there. Mayank Markande is another spin option for them. We are looking at Umran Malik. We have not counted him yet. We are looking at 13 players, 14 players, and we can't even figure out the 11 out of those 14. So they have got a banging first choice playing 11.
Yeah.
Just to add exactly what this, I said it earlier before you came, Saramya. पिछले साल हम यहीं बैठे थे. इस साल actually we're talking about the auction. On paper, I said this Hyderabad team has the players to win the title. Unfortunately, and Chetan's going to disagree with me, Aiden Markram, the captain, he let down this team. They had no business not getting to the playoffs last time around. This time they've budgeted, they've got a leader.
No, but you have to understand, he did not come to the start of the tournament because South Africa was busy playing a tournament क्योंकि उनको वर्ल्ड कप के लिए क्वालिफाई करना था.
No, Markram was there from day one.
No, he did not play.
Just missed one or two.
He missed the first game. He missed the
Hardly.
first game.
But
But I'm saying,
sample size
but that's, see, if you're a new captain.
What the problem
wait.
was, I'll quickly add. Aiden Markram was a captain just on paper. He wasn't aware about anything.
Correct.
I can say that
That's why
on the
you
record.
Bilkul,
At every
bilkul,
press
bilkul,
conference,
bilkul.
you would ask him about players, replacements. I don't know, management is taking on.
Yeah,
So
that
that
happened last year,
management
yeah.
is now off.
Correct.
So right now, as I'm thinking loud, Pat Cummins is your SRH captain.
Bilkul.
Aiden Markram is not going to be your captain
That's-
because that
yeah.
management is no longer there.
That's what I.
They
that's-
have
And
a leader.
SRH
Could be.
have
But-
changed
but-
some
but-
captains.
But what I'm trying to defend Aiden Markram by saying कि he was playing international cricket और जब आप इस माहौल में आते हो where the management is interfering, they are picking your teams, which is what irritated David Warner and Kane Williamson as well.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, जब आप ऐसे scenario में आते हो, you need to be there from day one. With an overseas captain, that is not possible. Overseas captain who's missing 2 weeks of prep, missing the first game, and then coming in,
Yeah.
और वहां पे already experimentation चल रहा है,
बिल्कुल।
because you have a 14 crore player, उसको opening कराओ, फिर
Correct,
उसने 100 मार दिया, फिर
correct.
उसको 4 मैच और दो, that doesn't work.
This
So
exactly
Jamie,
this
I'll
is
have
this
to-
this is what this new management has sought to erase.
Yeah.
Remove doubt.
are we sure we have entirely new
कोई
management?
Yeah, Dan Vittori's on the table.
No, he's
now.
the coach,
Yeah.
but
So
owners
Chetan,
तो
we'll
वही
come
हैं.
to
Owners
this
were, but I think
discussion a
the
bit
fabric of the
later.
support staff has gone
Chetan
all
and
across.
Sahil will come to this discussion a bit later because we have a special guest with us. We have Graham Swan with us, and we'll be having word with him right now about the ongoing IPL auction. Graham, what do you have to say about this IPL auction, especially Pat Cummins to SRH for 20.5 crores?
Brilliant. I was just listening in there. Again, Sunrisers on paper always have a fantastic team, and they're definitely stronger. And I agree completely there that Aidan Markram was no leader. He was no captain. He wasn't a guy who was going to sort of drag his team. He's not the sort of big physical presence and the natural born leader, I don't think. He's a brilliant player that Pat Cummins is. So Pat Cummins, on the back of a successful World Cup, albeit in the 50-over format, he's landed himself an absolute, a nest egg there. He'll be driving a Lamborghini home with a big smile on his face.
Yeah.
However, having said all that, and yes, I agree that that Sunrisers on paper do have a very strong 14, 15-man squad, and you struggle to get the 11. I still don't think that they're going to do it. I don't know why. I've got this sinking feeling about Sunrisers every time. There seems to be something in the background that has annoyed captains and in the past. And maybe Pat Cummins is the one who's going to come and clear all that away and say, no, be a very strong leader. I think that's what they need, a very firm leader who grabs that franchise by the scruff of its neck and say, look, we've won this before. We're a top 4 team. We're going to get there this year. For some reason, I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm English and Harry Brook's been discarded. That could be it. I'm more than happy to admit. But I think they're in a better position this year than they were last.
Yeah, and tell us which team impressed you the most, because a while back, Sahil was saying that CSK so far they have got a really banging auction so far because they have Rachin Ravindra, then they went for Daryl Mitchell as well, and then Shardul Thakur too. But which team impressed you the most so far?
Yeah, you've just taken the words out of my mouth. CSK have been brilliant so far. They're always good at these auctions, and they're always very relaxed and sort of calm, and the eyes looking sideways, and they always seem to get their man. Daryl Mitchell is a huge buy. I think, even though it was a 50-over World Cup we've just seen, he also does it in the T20 format as well, and he's been excellent. Before the auction came up, his was the name that I was looking at, thinking he could be the difference for one or two of these franchises, because he bats in that really awkward middle-order slot in the IPL where you have to win games from 4, 5, 6. It's why those guys go for so much money. And he just sits in that slot really well. He bowls a little bit, but don't read too much into that. He's not been bought for his bowling. But with the bat, he can win you games. So CSK have done brilliantly so far. I always like looking down. I've got a big soft spot for Rajasthan Royals as well. So I'm very keen to see what they can come up with at this auction, whether they can bolster their squad as well. But I think so far, Chennai, as current holders of the IPL, are looking very, very strong again.
Sahil, you happy about that? Because you said the same thing.
I just want to ask Graham, how much would it take for him to shift his following from Rajasthan Royals? Do we need Rahul Tewatia to be traded to SRH then?
Yeah, to be honest, wherever Rahul Tewatia goes, I will follow. To be honest, a good draw. I have liked them the last couple of years, but yeah, there's certain players who take your fancy every now and again. I'll never forget that steamy night in Sharjah when Rahul Tewatia hit those 5 6s. He's become my favourite cricketer of all time. He's one of those unsung heroes who barely gets a mention these days, but every now and again he'll pop up and win you a game, and it always brings a massive smile to my face whenever he does.
If we can ask him,
Chetan,
Chetan Narula here. What do you think of Harry Brook to Delhi Capitals? I mean, what kind of role do you foresee for him? Can he bat in the top, or will they use him in the middle order like England are using him in T20 cricket now?
I think he has to play in the middle order. I felt a bit sorry for Harry last year. He was sort of a young lad, got a huge paycheck, went to Sunrisers. And do you remember he got that 100 and did, quite frankly, the worst press conference ever afterwards? And said, well, that should shut a few people up. it was like holding head in hands, thinking, "Oh, Harry, don't say stuff like that, for goodness sake," because we all know that cricket comes back to bite you on the bottom if you do stuff like that. It doesn't like it. The cricketing gods do not like that whatsoever. And he had a stinking IPL after that. It was really bad. And I can understand why sort of a lot of Indians will be shaking their head thinking, what is it with this player? He can't bat at all. He was dreadful by the end of the tournament. However, I think Delhi have actually picked up a bit of a bargain. I know it's nowhere near the sort of money he was on last year, but you're going to have to trust me on this one if you haven't seen him. He is an electric player. And once he gets a manager, a coach who can, I don't know how the best way to treat Harry, whether it's an arm around the shoulder, pump his tires up, or be quite harsh on him. I don't think it's being the harsh way. I think if he has a coach with an arm around the shoulder who really makes him believe in himself, he can deliver special things. He's currently doing it in the West Indies for England in the T20 format. But is that Delhi? Is that the way they're going to go about it and be that sort of loving, nurturing coach? We'll have to wait and see. Personally, I think he'll do very well, and I have no doubt in the long run that everyone will see. That's why people did pay that much money back in the day. But I understand completely how he's got for so much less this year after last year's IPL.
Yeah, Graham, in all these seasons of IPL, we have seen one team which hasn't won the title, and all eyes are on that team. That's Royal Challengers Bangalore. And this time as well, when they entered the bidding war with SRH for Pat Cummins, everybody's talking about, what RCB is doing, because they don't have that much purse to go after a certain player or a single player. What do you have to suggest to RCB so that they can go closer to the trophy at least?
So I'm going to give you a bit of backroom information. Those who don't know, Mo Bobat, who's gone from English Director of Cricket sort of role, and he's now in charge of RCB. He is a very, very astute character. He has done wonders. All the stuff about basketball and the resurgence of the England team behind closed doors at the spotlight. Mo has been responsible for a lot of that. A lot of the younger players being able to come into Baz McCullum and Ben Stokes' team and do well. So RCB are in a very good place. And I think, and I always think this, even before this auction, you look at RCB's roster, you look at their squad, and you shake your head and you think, how are they not winning this thing every year?
Yeah.
How do they not just walk away with a trophy? And every year they start brilliantly and look like the team to beat and then fade away. Surely at some point that has to change. They can't forever be the nearly men, the bridesmaids and never the brides. And I'm saying this early, very, very early. I think RCB might go on and win it this year. I've just got this feeling Virat's not going to play too many more IPLs, and he wants to go out on a bang. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is the year that they turn around and do it. And even though we haven't seen much come into the squad yet, I don't think they honestly need it that much. I think get everyone fit, get everyone firing, and get Glenn Maxwell. I mean, Glenn Maxwell can bat on his knees these days, so he doesn't even need to stand up. I reckon RCB could be the team.
Well, Jamie, do you second that?
Look, I mean, anyone who's watched the show knows my views on where RCB stand. But again, I think Graham's got a point there. With Virat Kohli, you will ask the question, how many more years? And 16 years, his team has not won the franchise. But again, they're one of those teams where they often go into, just like Delhi, before they were Delhi Daredevils, now they're Delhi Capitals. Forget what the name is. They often go into auctions with, on paper, I think Graham would know this, very, very sorted, but somehow either the captaincy doesn't work out or they pick the wrong 11. So again, as good as a team RCB might have a few hours from now, if things don't align for them, I'm always a little bit suspect about them. But like Graham said, I would love for Virat Kohli to finally get his hands on the trophy, because we know for 15 years what a performer he's been. But again, like cricket, Graham mentioned earlier in regards to Harry Brook, cricket has a strange way of coming back and biting you. Sometimes having great players doesn't necessarily mean you win titles, because things have to fall in line. And I think that would probably be RCB's legacy for 16 years, is things just haven't fallen into place, despite having on paper some damn good teams.
Sahil, you want to ask something to Graham?
Yeah, Graham, we're talking about Pat Cummins, Daryl Mitchell, but the first pick of the day, Robin Paul. How surprised were you with that price tag, and considering RR went after him right from the jet go, like 7.4 crores for Robin Paul? Were you surprised, or did you see that coming? That big a price tag just to get the auction rolling?
Tell you what, I've seen a lot of Rodman Powell away from the IPL. He's played a lot of franchise cricket. He's been in the West Indies recently against England. He's been in the T10 that I've covered in Abu Dhabi. He is an incredible finisher. And what I think franchises are looking for, every team, if they could, would have that big, strong West Indian finisher like Andre Russell, like Karen Powell have done for the you know who I'm talking about. I've gone blank, sorry. But these guys who are massive finishers for their teams in the middle order. Rodman Powell is like the next guy stepping into that. He's the big, brutish, strong West Indian finisher who can smash the ball miles and strikes the love of fear of God into most bowlers at the back end. So I'm not that surprised that he got so much money early on. Although you do think that first pick, you sometimes think people will tiptoe into the auction and not really open their wallets. But I wasn't that surprised that he went because he has a serious talent. Honestly, I've seen this guy hit the ball further than any other cricketer ever. He's a decent bowler as well, and he can lead if need be as well. So I think it was a surprise that he got so much, but I wasn't, I'm not that alarmed by the amount of money that he gets because he is worth it, trust me.
Yeah, so we have
Ryan Pollard, that's the name I was looking for. I do apologise.
Yeah.
It's early over here.
Yeah. So we're talking about the teams, but there are two teams, RCB and LSG, that are yet to buy players. Graham, any tips for these two teams? You already talked about RCB, but LSG.
Well, it's looking down the list, isn't it? And looking who you can steal, who are those guys. I'll tell you who won. Phil Salt, if someone gets hold of him, he's an incredible player. He really good. And if they've already gone while I've been talking, I do apologise. I'm trying to keep up to it on my phone whilst I'm talking to you, and I'm not very good at doing two things at once. I was only a spin bowler after all. But yeah, Phil Salt, if someone gets hold of him, he could be an incredible buy. He's in the form of his life. I know he's English, and I'll always champion English players, but he has got a bit about him. He's got a character not unlike David Warner. He's very sort of up and at him at the bowlers. He gets a lot of people's heckles up, and that can really work as a batsman. That can put bowlers on the back foot and get your team off to a good start. So if I were one of those two franchises, I'd be looking to get a hold of him because I think he could be brilliant. Other than that, I'd look at the South Africans. South Africa had such a good World Cup, and there's one or two of them flying around or floating around in the auction. If you can get your hands on them just to bolster your middle order, that might be the way forward.
Okay, Jamie, you wanted to ask something.
Just Graham, just on the issue of Delhi Capitals, they released Phil Salt. Do you think perhaps they might go back to him? Because until we know where Rishabh Pant's fitness is, I would assume the Delhi Capitals would have to at some point have plans that he's not going to come back. And you need a keeper because with all due respect to the keeper they had before, it's not a Rishabh Pant. So from that regard, given the fact that Phil Salt just got 100, he can open, he can bat 3, but Delhi Capitals do need a keeper in the top order, right?
Yeah, and honestly, after they've released him, whether they're regretting that now, thinking, oh, do we do that? Because you think of it as from a player's point of view. If you've been released by a franchise, they're basically saying you're not good enough for us. We don't need you. It's never a nice thing to. It's like being dumped by your girlfriend. They might say it's not your fault, but at the end of the day, it is. So if he then wants to go back, if they want him to go back, whether that sits well on the player's shoulders and whether that sits well with the management of Delhi, because there'll always be that feeling that you didn't think I was any good last year. Now all of a sudden you like me. I'm not sure that would be a marriage made in heaven. I think he'll go to another franchise, but I can absolutely see your point. They do need a keeper. With Rishabh not 100%, and we don't really know. Of course, if Rishabh Pant is fit, then he plays every single time in any franchise. But whether Phil Salt and Delhi would be a natural matchup after their sort of acrimonious parting of ways, you never know. I don't think it'd work.
Yeah, so we are yet to go with the auction, another leg of the auction. But here Graham was telling us, what different teams should do, especially RCB and LSU, who are yet to buy players. Graham, lastly, I want to know from you, any player that are you excited to look forward to in this auction who hasn't been sold yet? Because there is Steve Smith in the waiting as well.
It's always the big famous names that you look for, isn't it? So Steve Smith, obviously. I'm not sure if I was a franchise owner, I'd go for Steve Smith these days, just because of his age and the T20 format isn't really his major cup of tea. Just like Joe Root pulled out, even though they're two of the world's best players in the Test format, they don't really suit the T20 as much as some other players. So I always look for guys that I know, and I always think more like, you know, how much money are they going to get? So their Christmas party will be a good one this year, whatever. And one guy I will look for, and I'll say this name, and you might laugh at me, but David Willey is this player who he has this funny way of always taking wickets whenever he plays. And he looks very innocuous when he bowls, but he always gets wickets. And he's in that auction, and I reckon he could be an absolute bargain for someone and be a brilliant squad player in the middle. And before that, I mean, I was obviously this morning when I woke up, I was thinking who is going to be the big player. And I thought it'd be Pat Cummins. And I'm going to give a round of applause for Pat Cummins because, my word, he's earned this paycheck, I think. And I was just listening to you boys talking before I came on about how his stature has risen so much from that 50 over World Cup, from his leadership. And I thought he led brilliantly. When you think of what a shambles Australia were at the start of that World Cup, to go on and win it against an Indian team who looked absolutely unstoppable, I think a lot of it had to do with the calmness and the leadership of Pat Cummins. So well done, Pat. I wish you all the best in orange.
Well, we wish all the best to Pat Cummins, and let's see what happens ahead in this auction. Chetan, we were talking about David Willey. Graham rightly mentioned his name, that he is excited to look forward to him in this auction. What about you?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's somebody who can pick up wickets, like Graham said. And I think a lot of teams are trying to save up money. This auction is all about getting those right bowlers in place. We've already seen Pat Cummins go for huge numbers. Gerald Coetzee, Mumbai Indians got him, so they'll be looking to get a couple of other bowlers as well. So we'll have to wait and watch. I think soon we'll be on the remaining pacers and spinners, and that's where I think the rest of the big money buys are going to come from.
Well, let's see what happens. Now we have another set of players in this auction, starting with Tristan Stubbs. Graham, what do you have to say about Tristan Stubbs?
Fantastic player, you know, he's a very, very powerful player. And you know, like I was talking earlier, in that middle order, 4, 5, and 6, those absolutely electric positions where people like Sky and Glenn Maxwell win you games for their franchises. Tristan Stubbs is one of those players who could go in there. So when I was talking about those South Africans for the other franchises to pick up on, Tristan Stubbs is one of them. He could be an absolute brilliant buy.
Yeah, and as we talk about the players, we also have this list of unsold players, and it's growing again and again with names after names. We have Phil Salt in this list. Sahil has been unsold now. Is it surprising for you?
Surprise, no, but I think the base price did play a role there, because base price of 1.5 crore for Phil Salt, I think that, for me personally, kind of went against him, because at the mini auction, you know, we have seen overseas players kind of keep those high base prices, and the Indian players have been smarter on that front. You know, Shah Rukh Khan went for 9 crores, but he has kept his base price at 40 lakh. So, you know, we need to be smarter with the base price, and I think that is something which went against Phil Salt in this round. We could well see him in action again when the teams like opt for accelerated auction towards the fag end of the mini auction. But right now, I think 1.5 crore base price was something which went against Phil Salt.
This base price thing has been talk of the town lately, Chetan, because, you know, there have been a lot of players whose base price has been an issue when it comes to bidding, you know, and this time, as I was talking about Phil Salt, do you think that has been the case with a few players?
It can be. I'm not sure if it has been this time around. It can be, especially in a mini auction, because the teams are looking for particular players for a particular amount of money. So, you know, you don't, like somebody like a Steve Smith, I mean, fantastic player, but you don't really want to spend that money first and then miss out on the big buys by even a 1.5 CR margin. So we will see some of these unsold players coming back in the last round, where teams will say, okay, you know what, we want them under consideration once again. But Josh Inglis is coming up now, and I think DC will be interested in him.
Before that, KS Bharat has gone to KKR.
KS Bharat to KKR.
50 base price.
I think Josh Inglis is somebody that that DC can replace Phil Salt with. So although they have a lot of overseas players already, but they do need a wicketkeeper option for Rishabh Pant that we've been talking about in terms of his fitness. And
the base price is a problem.
Yeah, English isn't coming
How much?
cheap.
How much does DC have left?
2 CR.
2 CR.
No, English base price is 2 CR.
No, but how much does DC have left?
They left with
Capitals have 18.
18.
No, that's players. That's players.
They have max.
That's
yeah.
players. No, I think if they are able to pick him up at base price, then they maybe they can. Like I said, they might go for him again, probably in the later round where you again have the unsold players coming up for consideration. I think he's gone unsold. So
Unsold.
yeah. Just a question to Graham, if I can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. With David Willey, were you disappointed he was not given the central contract from ECB, and is that going to have a bearing because he's going to be available for the entirety of the tournament, unlike some of the other English players?
Strange one. The timing of the ECB for that one just before the World Cup, it did upset David Willey. I know that, and he's sort of retired from international cricket more in a huff than anything else because he was still doing well. But that does obviously opens him up for the entire IPL. So I think it has had an effect on him, but probably in a good way because he's one of those cricketers who loves to scrap. He's let's face it, he's not the prettiest cricketer, he's not the quickest bowler in the world, he's not the best looking batsman, but he is so effective in a T20 team. And we've seen it, it's often those players who aren't the superstar players who get you the brilliant 100, who get you the dazzling 5 wickets once in a tournament. It's the ones who always pick you up 2 wickets, who always seem to come on and get the key player out. And he is that player. He's got that Midas touch. So I think he's a very attractive offer. I don't think because might look and think, well, we'll have him if we get him cheaply. I wouldn't be surprised if 2 franchises have a bit of a bidding war and he gets a half decent price. But he's the sort of player who really could make a difference, even though he looks so innocuous. I can tell you, I grew up with him as a young lad. He's always had that sort of resilience and that will to win that any skipper would want in a team. So I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't mind actually if he ends up at Rajasthan along Rothman Powell, because I think Rajasthan have put together a lovely little franchise to win it this year.
Yeah. So, Jamie, as we were talking about the base price, we saw Josh Inglis, we have seen, Phil Salt as well, and the other players who went unsold, which clearly means that base price is one case, if not the only case, but one case to consider when you go for the bidding, especially in the mini auction, because teams look for the players who have a bit lower base price and then they bid for them. Because it seems that here teams are looking forward to the players who have a bit lesser base price so that they can buy them and then they can fill the slots remaining in the team.
Look, it's been a common theme, I think, from the first auction, that the overseas players have a certain attraction to the franchises, but it's mainly the all-rounders. You've seen enough cases of batsmen who've set their base price at 1.5 or 2, or even bowlers, spinners, like Hasaranga. Hasaranga had it at 1.5 and he's gone for just 1.5.
Yes.
So I think when it comes to base prices, it's very tough to say what actually works and what doesn't work. Look what happened right now. We had the keepers, and I agree, Phil Salt, 2 crores, a bit much. I think Josh Inglis definitely, even though he got 100 a few weeks ago against India. But then look at someone like Kusal Mendes. He kept his base price at just 50 lakh. Yeah. He's been Sri Lanka's best white ball batter for the last year and a half. Asia Cup, he was the leading run getter. Yeah. In this World Cup, okay, the run sort of trailed off, but he's been in good form. So I thought, at least someone for 50 lakh would have taken him. But he didn't go, neither did Phil Salt, neither did Josh Inglis. So at the best of times, sometimes it's not about the base.
And then in the list, we also have Lockie Ferguson.
Again, but it's more about the impression. Sri Lankans have never been, barring a few names, have never been hot tickets at the IPL. But I thought someone like Kusal Mendes opens, bats 3. A team like DC, to my mind, should have got him, but they didn't. And his base price was just 50 lakhs. So auctions are strange on the best of days.
They are strange, and that makes them quite interesting. We had Chetan Sakaria on screen. It's been sold to Kolkata Knight Riders. Next up, we have Alzarri Joseph. That's also an interesting player. Let's talk to Graham and hear it out from him what he thinks of Alzarri Joseph.
Just now, here's a guy who's very excited, who, many people won't know a great deal about, but again, he's a very, very physical, but a big guy who can dominate teams. So I was just listening to that chat there. I'm in agreement. When it comes to like base price, people say if you put your base price high, you put yourself off from some franchises, it's actually all about whether they want you or not at the end of the day, where the two teams want you. It's like if you've got a lovely classic car that you send for auction, if the right people aren't there to buy it on the day, no one will buy it and you won't get your money's worth. But if two guys who really fancy it are there, you'll end up getting top dollar. So yeah, I agree that putting a high base price could potentially put people off, but you know, if they're put off by a base price, let's face it, for some of these guys, 2 crore, it's like, you know, Phil Salt, if you want him in your team to win the IPL, you'd be more than happy to pay double or triple that. So it is a tricky one though as a player when you're going into an auction. I mean, I used to go in and say, well, I'm only available for 10 games anyway, so I'll put my base price as high as possible, thinking it doesn't really matter if I don't play, but if someone wants me, then they're going to have to pay me a lot of money. So I think that's why a lot of overseas players used to do it anyway. Now they're available for the whole of the IPL. I'm surprised that more people don't just go in and say, you know what, put me as low as possible and we'll see how we end up.
Yeah, that's right. You know, if you want a player, then you'll go after that player. That's a fair point, Chetan, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And that's, I think a lot of teams will also go again for that unsold list and say, you know what gaps are left at the end of the day in the last round. And they say, okay, you know what, maybe at base price, we'll pick off some players. Steve Smith has been picked off that list, that unsold list in the last 2 auctions. DC always do him a favor. Ricky Ponting does him a favor. Jokes apart, Graham
looks after his mates.
Looks after his mates. Graham, we were scratching our heads with a Robin Powell for 7.4 CR. You're obviously a huge RR fan. Can you explain that one for us? I mean, obviously he's done well in the CPL for Barbados Royals. What role are RR looking for him at you know, in the IPL for Robin Powell?
I honestly think he's been brought in for that finishing role, that Andre Russell, Kyron Pollard sort of role, batting 5 or 6, going in for the last few overs and being able to just dominate and smash the ball everywhere. And I think he actually is the man for the job. He's not as tall as those 2 giants, but trust me, he is enormous. He is built like an absolute outhouse. He's muscles coming out of his ears almost. So he's the sort of bloke when you're bowling at, when he gets going, he puts the fear of God in you. And I think that's what RR want. They want someone to go in that sort of middle to late part of the innings. They've got Josh Butler at the top. They've got their top 3 who score so well. Jaswal and Butler always score well at the top. But when they don't, they haven't got the strongest middle order. And I think Robin Powell going in is why they've brought him in for that role. It helps that he can bowl as well. But I think the main sort of area is batting at sort of number 5 or 6 for those last 8 overs. And yeah, it will surprise a lot of people the money he's gone for. But I think that the franchises obviously do their homework. And the fact that there was a bit of a bidding war and he went for that means that they know something and they rate him as well. I really rate him. I think it's a good buy, actually.
And with Trent Bolt and Josh Butler and Shimron Hetmeyer, and with Powell, is that the 4 overseas players? That's the core of their overseas players to start with?
Yeah, probably, when you look at it, I mean, I haven't got the squad list in front of me, but it's always that, isn't it? You don't want too many overseas players in the squad, obviously. I mean, Delhi would have 16 Australians if you left it to them. So you've always got to work out what is the best way to do this team. And that is why if a team are putting that much money on Powell to get him involved, you think he has to play. They're not going to pay that much on a squad player. And then you have to shuffle the pack, don't you? I mean, quite interesting. Trent Bolt missed out on one game near the end of last year. He's brilliant, Trent Bolt. We all know what he can do with the new ball. But at one point, I'm sure I can remember him being just left out near the end. And they said it was the injuries worry, but it was to shuffle the overseas pack. So I hope they don't do that. I hope, from a Rajasthan point of view, and I'll be wearing my pink shirt with pride again this year, that Trent Bolt plays the whole tournament because he's brilliant with that new ball taking wickets in his first over. And then the hundreds from Joss and Jaswal. How are they not winning it this year? It's Rajasthan all the way.
Maybe a few more runs from Sanju Samson will do it.
Yes, Sanju, of course, yeah. Maybe. Or maybe Delhi will swoop in and try and steal him to go and keep wicket for them. Who knows?
Who knows?
I know that can't happen, by the way.
Yeah, and a while back we were talking about the two teams, RCB and Lucknow Super Giants. They were in bidding war for Alzari Joseph. He's crossed the 11 crore mark, 11.5
RCB have
crore.
got
It is for Royal Challengers Bangalore. Jamie, I think let's talk to Chetan first, because so far Chetan's predictions have been on point. Chetan, you feeling relaxed and happy now? Alzari Joseph is with RCB?
I mean, they need bowlers. There's no doubt about it. I mean, they let Harshal Patel go. They let Hasranga go. They were bidding big for Pat Cummins, was it?
Yeah,
they were
Pat
bidding
Cummins.
big for
Pat
Pat
Cummins.
Cummins. Yeah. So they do need bowlers. They've got 11.5 CR from 1 CR base price. The question mark for me is he going to give you the returns that with that much money that they've spent? You know, with RCB, you always expect them to spend big on one player, which doesn't work out in the end. So we would want to wait and watch how this works out for them. But from a bowling perspective, a decent buy, like Graham was saying, that he's a lanky bowler, can hit the deck hard.
Yeah.
But again, he's going to play 7 games at Chinnaswamy.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough. That is tough for any bowler. So yeah, jury's out on that.
But
a lot of money for him, isn't it?
Lot of money. And RCB, I mean, Chinnaswamy is no easy place to bowl.
No, I still wake up with clammy palms thinking about bowling against Sachin Tendulkar at the Chinnaswamy. So, I mean, I don't know what this guy's going to feel. I mean, it's brilliant for Joseph. I mean, imagine you sit there as a player. And this one thing you might not know as players, you're not always sort of in time zones where you can watch the auction or whether you're awake. He might even be, like in the West Indies, they're behind. He's probably still fast asleep. He's going to wake up with a lovely alarm call, isn't he, in the morning? Here's some poached eggs and here's a couple of $1 million, mate. So he's going to be very happy, but whether he'll still be as happy once he actually turns up and bowls at the nets at the Chinnaswamy a couple of times and realises what he's in for. Harshal Patel actually being released, I think that's a big gamble for RCB. I can understand that he didn't quite have the IPL last year that he did in previous seasons, but here's a guy who gets 30 wickets or 25, 30, 35 wickets every IPL, bowling in that tricky middle period at the Chinnaswamy. I think whoever's decided that they can do better than him, they must have a good game plan. That's my mate Mo Bobat. So they must have a good game plan. So I'm not going to go against this. Alzari Joseph to win the title. I've given the title to about 5 franchises here, I realised already.
Yeah, 5 franchises so far. But yeah, we'll see what happens ahead. Right now, bidding's going on for Umesh Yadav. DC and GT are in the bidding war. SRH started the bidding war first, Jamie. They looked quite interested in Umesh Yadav, but Chetan was talking about, what Gujarat Titans really need at this moment. Do you think Umesh Yadav can fill in the remaining slots or the most wanted slot that GT really needs right now?
They need a fast bowler, they need an all-rounder, and we know that Shubman Gill is the captain, but they still need that senior player.
Yeah.
Where it's going to come from, I thought GT would go hard for Pat Cummins. They did not, but they do need fast bowlers. If I'm not mistaken, their fast bowling will majority of it will be around Mohammad Shami, Mohit Sharma. Mohit Sharma was brilliant last year, but can you expect him to rock up and do it again? I don't know. So they definitely need fast bowlers. And look at someone like Umesh Yadav. He's been playing forever. He's that kind of bowler. He needs the captain's confidence. Look at him under MS Dhoni. Look at him under Virat Kohli. There were 2 very distinct Umesh Yadavs,
Yeah.
So it's not so much about how much he goes for. It's about where he goes and how he's handled. If, and again, that if is so massive when it comes to Indian cricket and especially the IPL. If he's handled well, this could be a bowler. Graham just mentioned 25, 30 wickets. He could be that guy who gets you 20, 22 wickets because he's that good. But unfortunately, when not handled, he often ends up being very, very substandard. So wish him all the best because he's a good bowler.
Umesh has gone to GT, right?
Yeah, GT.
Yeah.
GT wanted that bowler who could bowl in the power play. Now that Hardik Pandya is not there, Hardik was giving them 2 overs at least in the first 6 overs.
Yeah.
So they needed someone, and Umesh in the last couple of seasons, especially with that season with KKR, if I'm not wrong, he was brilliant with the new ball. And he has been regularly playing the domestic cricket tournaments for Vidarbha, has been like turning up every game in the Vijay Hazare Trophy, Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy. So pretty much in the rhythm, and I think this makes a lot of sense. And now this boy I'm really interested in.
Yeah, I
Shivam
was about
Mavi.
to come to
Yeah,
you, Sahil, but
Shivam
I'll
Mavi.
shift all the attention to Soumya, and we'll talk about Shivam Mavi for a while. But before that, let me give you an update that Umesh Yadav has been sold to Gujarat Titans for 5.80 crore. His base price was 2 crore, and he's now been sold to Gujarat Titans for 5.80 CR. And now let's talk about Shivam Mavi. Soumya, what do you have to say? Because I know with all the chats that I've had with you, you have been, up with essays on Shivam Mavi. What do you have to say for him?
I'm really excited. Because he's someone, I feel he's someone who has a lot of ability. Hasn't got that kind of attraction he deserves, and he can be a steal.
Yeah.
Anything under 2-3 crores for him can be a steal. The kind of ability he has, quick enough, and a lot of teams will be needing him. And LSG and RCB are in the bidding war for him, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, LSG and RCB.
I had that hunch. Don't be surprised if KKR jump into this.
MI. I think
I'm
MI might
not
jump
sure about MI because from what I've gathered, not speaking to people around, LSG for sure, KKR are expected to jump into this auction for sure. Looks like it, but he's a very good bowler. I think GT wasted his one complete year by keeping him on the bench for reasons which are not known to anyone, because they bid heavy for him. I think 5 or 6 crore, 6 crore they spent on a bowler, and they played a bowler. I'm not taking anything away from Mohit Sharma, but if you invested 6 crore in a Shivam Mavi, why would you keep him on the bench when he was fit and available throughout the season?
Exactly.
Was he fit?
He was fit. He was completely fit.
If they didn't play him, there was something missing. Something missing.
I don't know what was missing, but he was completely fit. He was completely fit, and even right now he's recovering. But he had a fracture in the 12th rib, which is like a freak injury which happened. The 12th rib is a freak injury. Like it's not normal for fast bowlers to have a 12th rib fracture, and it was very unfortunate for him. He's recovering well right now, and 5 crore bid is something what he would have required, and it has happened.
Yeah, but here, Sahil, we got 4 teams. Let's ask Graham about which team should have Shivam Mavi. Here we can see LSG and RCB in the bidding war. We got a voice here that MI can also bid for it. We also got a voice that KKR can also go for Shivam Mavi. But what do you think? Which team will be the apt team for Shivam Mavi?
In agreement when someone just typed in there saying, I wouldn't be surprised if KKR swoop in. I think KKR need to bolster their bowling, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go. He is a real talent. I agree with that. I mean, it was a lot of money for him to sit on the bench last year, so something had to be awry or amiss somewhere. But when you look at bowlers who can actually go in and do a good job early on, there's so few and far between in the IPL that you'd think all these franchises would be after someone like that. So personally, out of this, I think KKR.
Yeah, KKR can be a really good team for Shivam Mavi is a talent. Let's see, it's bidding war between LSG and RCB right now. Jamie, what do you think? LSG and RCB, do you think that they have a decent slot for a Shivam Mavi kind of talent?
Absolutely. Both teams need fast bowlers, and both teams need, Indian bowlers, because we've already discussed at length about the issues that come up when you have that 4 overseas player slot, and especially RCB. And RCB, I think bowling has been their problem since the IPL came into existence. A team like RCB, they need fast bowlers. They've got a good management setup now. I think Grant Flower has now joined them. He's coming off a time with the Australian team that won the World Cup. You've got Faf du Plessis. We're discussing Faf du Plessis earlier on the show. Not a spring chicken, but he's so fit that if they can build the next level of RCB players around him as a captain, someone like a Shivam Mavi could just slot in there and have that year which we expect from him. Look, he's been around for a long time, won the Under-19 World Cup, got injured, did take 4 wickets on his India debut, if I'm not mistaken. But again, like we're discussing here, very strange that he goes for 6 CR and does not play a game last season. So I think he's a good bowler for India.
Kusal Bendis went unsold. Keeper Josh English, Phil Salt.
So we have next player, which is Starc,
big man,
getting
big man, big moment of the day.
Going under the hammer, and it's a big moment. Chetan bhai, what are your thoughts?
Well, the camera has panned to Mumbai Indians straight away, and you know what? We've been waiting for them. DC are also into it because अगर मुंबई है तो दिल्ली को तो आना ही है बीच में, जो हम पिछले 2 साल से देखते जा रहे हैं. So from that perspective, I think we're going to have a bit of a slugfest here. Not exactly 20 crores, but I see this going to 8 to 10 to very, very easily. I think 8-10 crores very, very easily. I think this is the highlight of the day. Mumbai will try their best. They might just spend 80% of their purse today trying to get Mitchell Starc. So I think they're desperate for Mitchell
But
Starc.
Jimmy, 8 to 10 crores for Mitchell Starc. Okay, not taking away anything from his talent and ability, but the availability.
Again, like Chetan rightfully said, and let's hope he was right in his assessment, कि अगर आप जा रहे हो Mitchell Starc के पास, तो you have to have that discussion. Look, mate, it's been 6 years, I think, if I'm not mistaken,
6 years,
that you've not been around. You've pulled out most times. I think once there was injury. Otherwise, he had the T20 World Cup in mind. He had the Ashes in mind twice. He had the World Cup. He had Alyssa Healy and her commitments. Whatever it is, अगर आप उसको डाल रहे हो auction में, इस बार भाई हमें वो guarantee चाहिए. So yes, I understand why there would be a bidding war. And look, we're talking, and since I've started talking, he's gone up what?
6 crores. 6
Well,
crores.
it was around 3 when I last looked.
Yeah.
होगा वो, but again, I just until he comes out and says, हाँ भाई मैं 2 महीने के लिए यही हूँ. Doubt रहेगा.
Jimmy, you're right. But what also comes to mind is probably what might have happened is with the culmination of the 2023 World Cup. His white ball responsibilities for Australia have more or less ended.
No, but there is a T20 World Cup.
I doubt he's going to go for the
obviously
T20
T20 World Cup. He will.
I would think he'd be there.
Okay,
But again,
I'm thinking
it's Mitchell Starc. You have to take him.
Australia for this World Cup, Caribbean, the kind of
considering you have a T20 World Cup, probably getting that practice T20 mode and everything. Fine.
Fair enough.
He is going. I think he should
But
go.
again, that is a problem.
Even if there is a T20 World Cup where he is actually kind of
a problem with England.
IPL is a great opportunity.
English and Australian players that they want to manage their workload as well. That is also a problem.
ये पहले भी हुआ है कि there's a T20 World Cup coming and he still pulled out of the IPL.
Yeah.
So it's not a new thing. They have to speak with him and say, boss, because look, they spent 10 crores on him, which is what, out of their 12 crores left, and tomorrow he pulls out, Mumbai will be nowhere.
So,
and as it is, they've been struggling without a pacer.
The term workload management, I respectfully, it should just be restricted to red ball cricket, not white ball. 4 overs in IPL, 4 overs in T20, you don't really, if you can't manage your workload for 4 overs, you really need to stop playing cricket.
True.
So I don't see that the need for that term, workload management. I think everything is in favor of Mitchell Starc coming back to plate it. When will he earn his money? He's achieved all the accolades that he can as a cricketer, as a red ball cricketer, as a 50-over cricketer. Now it's about, happy retirement time. And this is the time for him to say yes to IPL, make himself available. This is the time when he needs to earn, kind of in the money. Like kind of, and I think once bitten, twice shy. I think even the franchises are going to be extra careful in putting that money on the table, knowing that he's 100% available. So it's not going to happen again. I'm sure people have done their homework.
Sahil, here the Australians and the New Zealand players are having a brilliant time.
I think MI have just
pulled out
of the race.
Pulled out at 9.8.
Yeah, they have only 12 crores, right?
Yeah, so they pulled out at 9.8.
I think they desperately needed someone like a Mitchell Starc.
I'm happy KKR is at least buying someone. I was trying to find out what have they done.
GT are in the picture again.
GT are in the picture and KKR in the picture now.
Because GT and KKR both have some good bucks.
To me, this again doesn't make any sense. Ki Delhi were there just to raise the price for Mumbai. And then जैसे ही मुंबई के प्राइस के beyond चला गया, they went out at 9.6. Mumbai went out at 9.8. I mean,
as they always do.
No, but Delhi had the purse. If they really wanted him, which is what really irritates me about Delhi's auction strategy.
I'm so vibing with Ashish Nehra's look right now. I just can't get my eyes off. That would
Take off your jacket and beard reverse, na ho jayega.
This is a different vibe.
But my point is, every time in every auction they do this once or twice with MI. They keep on bidding, raising the price, and which is a proper auction tactic.
Yeah.
But
on the table. They're going after Starc, and both are like they want Starc.
I'm surprised RCB is not there, but they've already spent 11 crores on Azari Joseph.
And he has paid for RCB, so that's fine. Once. He also restocked him. You don't really need him. Like if it's about need.
I think KKR won't stop. Shouldn't stop.
Both of them. See, the thing is, both of them are at 31 crores.
But GT can afford, for GT having Starc is luxury. They have the purse. They have their quota sorted.
So same with
KKR
KKR
also.
also.
KKR को तो like they don't need players. KKR don't need players. Like same with it will be like a.
So that's what I'm saying. यहाँ पे there is no reason for either of them to pull out. Both of them have high purse, 31 crores. They can eat. And when he's ready, he's getting what 18 crores. My God.
But again, it's again. I understand he's a fantastic white ball bowler, but Pat Cummins is giving you leadership. Pat Cummins is giving you a damn good fielding option and batting. Mitchell Starc outfield में अच्छे ऐसी बात नहीं है, पर वो dive नहीं करेंगे जो Cummins करेंगे. Batting तो है नहीं T20 में, so it's still you're paying a lot of money for just one core skill, you know. So somewhat surprised that he's come so close to Pat Cummins.
I think GT is going to pull out.
He's come very close to Pat Cummins. Yeah, this is.
But who else do GT need? GT need a couple of middle order options.
GT need a lot.
Like they can
need a lot.
They can go to domestic players for that.
Gosh,
players.
Have they really replaced Hardik Pandya? No,
This is what I'm getting to.
They haven't.
But when you talk about Hardik Pandya, there's the all-round core. You can do that. Barring Rashid Khan, आपका वो senior leader कहाँ है वो उस team में?
नहीं है ना.
बुद्धिमान साहब
नहीं है.
वो leader कहाँ है?
Kane Williamson.
यार आया तो ठीक है, वो नहीं आया तो.
Oh, who's got them?
20 crores.
20 crores.
No, it's a clapping for 20 crores.
Clapping for 20 crores.
Oh my God. 2 Australians.
40.50 crores.
40.50 crores. And
He's gonna break Pat Cummins' record.
20.25. He's 25 away from Pat Cummins.
Amazing.
My
But
God.
हो जाएगा भाई ये
ये
21 जाएगा शगुन होगा.
Like I don't feel इतना
we have
just for one season.
We have crowd also sitting in the auction today.
Yeah, it's an open arena this time.
So that's why they went to Dubai?
Yeah, that's why we went to Dubai. Like a big open space. That Coca-Cola arena something.
Oh. Okay. That's interesting.
Should have planned Dubai?
Huh?
Should have planned Dubai.
You could have.
I could. I'm talking about myself.
20.5. 20.5 CR.
Maxwell would be thinking I should
have. Oh,
put...
KKR raised their KKR. Acha, RCB.
Yes, 2075.
Highest.
2075 highest.
2075. Maxwell would be thinking, Chetan bhai, he should have put his name in the auctions.
Who?
Maxwell.
Maxwell, yes. 25 crore. But the thing is,
21.
All respect to Glenn Maxwell, I still think he's underperformed and he's a little overrated.
Yes. He's underperformed. I wouldn't say overrated, but yes, he is underperformed.
I'm saying overrated. So, yeah, I mean, only Maxwell can get out for first ball duck and then
score a 40 ball 100.
Score a double 100 and win you that match next day. So that's only Maxwell. He works in extremes. Beach ka kuch nahi hai.
It's still going on?
Yeah, 21
going
crores.
That's a lot of money. Like I understand.
41 crore between
two players.
Two Australians.
Yeah, I mean, the worldwide, those who are running T20 leagues, they like to talk money.
Can you?
Yeah.
That's money.
Can you
that's
fathom
serious money.
exactly what these two guys did exactly a month ago on November 19th, December? This is set their base price here.
Yeah.
One match.
Yeah,
one match.
One match.
And like you rightly said,
two matches. They did that to India in the summer.
No, but again, I'm saying you're talking about recency
bias.
Like I said, to shut down a stadium,
22.25
and get this price.
Oh my God! Oh my God! This is
who's in?
22 crores. I think it's with KKR.
The owners are shocked. The other owners are shocked.
You're missing out on 25.25 as well. 22.25.
Yeah, I mean, still, I mean, that's
22 किसी का पर्स भी है और टीम का इस टाइम जितना है बिट वॉच
नहीं SRH was the only one with 30 plus.
30
Yeah.
They've spent a
GT
lot.
had 38 I think before the auction.
RCB had
GT got
when they were
Bhavi.
bidding
No,
for
22,
Pat Cummins,
they had
23 when
yeah.
they were bidding for Pat
But
Cummins.
they see, look, the thing is,
Whoa,
22.5. Oh my. So the thing is, you spend this much money, that guy has to play 14 matches.
Yeah.
Is he going to come first?
No.
And then
he will. He will. I think we can now remove the come
wala bit.
But 14 matches. When has Mitchell Starc ever played 14 matches in a row?
That's the point.
Now we've jumped to this kind of terrain.
Yeah.
ठीक है, अब तो आएंगे.
Will he actually show up?
Even if he goes for
And
this,
will he play 14 matches?
even if he goes for this amount, that's more than a crore for a game. Even if you reach the finals.
Yeah. Oh, it's still going. 22.75. Oh my god. Oh my god.
23.
KKR
We're speechless. Oh, 23.
seven matches at Eden Garden. Mitchell Starc.
23 CR. Oh my
Now
god.
it's kind of getting little
That's just
insane.
little much.
Yeah,
little
23
weird.
is a
Insane
lot.
money.
Yeah.
That's
weird.
insane money. Yeah, I mean it's
For someone who's not played a lot of T20 recently.
Yeah.
oh my god. Is Mumbai happy they don't have 23 crores to spend, or they're like what? Oh my god. 23.7. Oh my
24.
god. 24.
Ashish Nehra seems to be very adamant to take him, right? Ashish Nehra.
आशीष नेहरा ने
Your
मन
word,
बना
your-
लिया तो लेकर आएंगे
Your words on that.
लेकर आएंगे आशीष नेहरा ने मन बना लिया तो लेकर आएंगे
Mr.
But
Malhotra,
सामने
your
भी
thoughts
सामने
on
भी
this.
दिल्ली वाला बैठा है
सामने भी it's basically Ashish Nehra versus Gautam Gambhir.
it's a beautiful song of fire and ice both like with the same
इसमें
mindset
आइस कौन है भाई?
आइस तो नेहरा जी है ना
नेहरा।
हो गया ना?
Nehra ji.
Comparatively.
ये जब गंभीर का रेफरेंस है तो आइस तो गंभीर नहीं होगा ना वहां सिर्फ फायर होगा
Fire to Mitchell Starc है भाई. 24.
So they had a steal, Gujarat Titans and Umar Azai, taking him away for 50 lakhs, who scored some runs. He's the
इतने में
highest-
बाकी
second
players
highest
की
run
auction
getter.
कर लेते हैं.
And the all-rounder.
And the all-rounder.
We can have a तब तक अगले player की auction कर
Auction
लो.
कर लेते हैं. हाँ,
अगले
इसका
player की
decide कर
auction
लो
कर
दोनों.
लो.
I think इसके बाद they should break for lunch यार this is a
Oh,
lot of money spent.
24.25.
They've broken the bank.
Yes.
बस हो जाओ यार.
I think this Gambhir is making a return statement of sorts. I'm back at the
उनको
table.
पता है ना कि 6 साल तक मिचेल स्टार्क एक आईपीएल मैच भी नहीं खेला है ना.
This is bonkers. This is
What if, okay, if
madness.
Mitchell Srini, if Mitchell Starc is available for all the 14 games, fine. What if he gives away runs like for 8 or 9 or 10? Then
Look,
what?
see-
Srini.
That happened with Cummins यार 15.25 crores economy of 10 just 3-4 wickets.
Oh
Chris
my
Morris.
goodness.
I can go on about the bowlers who've gone for
Srini,
15
your
crores.
thoughts?
Sam
Srini?
Curran.
Srini.
Your
He's
thoughts
processing right
if
now.
he,
Yeah,
if he
he's
gives away
grossed in
runs
He's grossed in
at
the
8, 9, 10, what do you have to say? इतने amount
I am
में.
at loss of words. I
Yeah.
can't believe what is happening here.
This is unbelievable.
I'm at complete loss of words.
This is
25 crore, like, this is the IPL year. This is the year of IPL that people are going to remember. As Chetan said about Hardik Pandya, about Mumbai Indians, what is happening to Starc and Cummins. You know what? Doesn't matter where you play your cricket, appreciation of it lies in
Right,
India.
No.
That's
And-
the
and
story
so-
of this IPL.
And you know what?
And the
He has-
Oval.
Yeah. And
Where you were.
And one more thing I would like to add here. Shrini ने बहुत बार ये कहा है Cricket Next पे जब हमारे shows होते हैं that the players' purse needs to increase to reflect the value of the players. अगर हार्दिक पांड्या की डील की आप बात करें या आप this bonkers money that's being spent, 20 crores is the second time we've crossed today. We are edging on 25. Oh my god! बोलते another 25 lakhs. My point is,
24.75.
my point is, with the kind of rights money that is being thrown in the IPL, I agree with Srini. You know, it's time for the player purses to go up, where this becomes as mind-boggling as this is. This becomes the normal, and Ashish Nehra's pulled out.
Says he dismisses the bid. He
Yeah,
just dismisses it.
हो गया.
Done. हो गया मेरा.
And are they?
Is
are
Gautam
they?
Gambhir
No, is KKR smiling?
smiling? Yes.
You know,
Or
we've
they're
got
just-
him, or Oh my God, we have no. What are they thinking? Oh my God, we've got
that
him.
is what I'm
Oh, we've
saying.
got him.
Oh.
Look at that! Look at that!
Gautam Gambhir is smiling.
Oh my God! Oh my God! This is.
And they paid
24.75 crores for Mitchell Starc. He goes to Kolkata Knight Riders. That's another record broken in the day, in the span of 1 hour, probably. Australians are having a brilliant time. So are New Zealand players.
गजब है. I mean, just says you win 2 titles in the span of 5 months. One
अगर ये
against
दोनों
India,
अपने पैसे
one in
जोड़ लें,
India.
अगर कमिंस और स्टार्क अपने पैसे जोड़ लें तो अगले साल आईपीएल की
एक ऑप्शन ये कर सकते हैं.
एक ऑप्शन तो यही कर सकते हैं. 90 करोड़ कितना 90 करोड़ में से 40
And
करोड़
arguably the best T20 Australian bowler has just come now.
And then
But he won't get
and
anything.
CSK will take him for
He
4
won't get-
crore.
yeah, exactly.
CSK will take him for 4
Josh
crore.
Hazlewood is the man who's actually won titles for Australia in T20. And
Oh,
the
wait a
IPL.
minute. RCB released him also.
Yes.
Yeah, so they had he had availability issues, no? He won't be available like for the entire
About
Fine.
1 month he's
They
gone.
released Hasaranga, Harshal Patel and Hazelwood in one go.
No, Hazelwood was because of availability.
Whatever it was, they released him in all 3 in one go. मतलब उनको इस साल भी टाइटल नहीं जीतना है.
At times, I'm just looking forward to Chetan Bhai's reaction when we talk about RCB.
I know that's more entertaining than
That's more entertaining
RCB,
than the bowling
than
order.
the bowling attack.
We'll
जैसा मैंने कहा था कल कि लास्ट ईयर 19-20th ओवर में चेज होता था 200.
इस
बार 15-16 में चेज होगा. Oh my God.
What did Hazelwood go unsold?
Unsold.
Availability issue.
Yeah, I think, yeah. That's why they released him.
And the thing is,
Also purse issues now.
The CSK have got Shardul. And
What
they've got Daryl Mitchell.
behavior was this? They broke into an advertisement when Jaidev Unadkat came on screen. This is not done. This is not done. I will protest. I will
In the last IPL, he got
right now. You just
No,
can't
but
do that
talking
to
about
Jaidev
it.
Unadkat.
No, but talking about it, they CSK have Shardul and they have
Daryl
Mitchell.
Rachin as well.
No. What I'm saying is कि they don't need Hazelwood. वो जो need दिख रही थी कि Hazelwood को ले सकते हैं because they believe in getting those players back. Maybe in the mega auction they'll go again for him because यहाँ पे availability की बात आ जाती है. So we'll just have to wait and watch.
It's interesting, Jamie. 24.75 crores for one Australian player, and then the next one going unsold. Was probably the finest in the format.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, it's both things. You've already spent so much over what you planned to get Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc, and then like Sahil just said, अगर एक महीने के लिए Josh Hazelwood नहीं है तो कौन आपको देगा? But again, you just have to process, and it probably will take a couple of days to understand कि भाई what we've just seen. I totally get Pat Cummins going for a lot of money. I mean, maybe not 20.5, but Mitchell Starc, चलो हम मानते हैं कि वो आएंगे पूरा सीजन आएंगे अगर वो फिट रहते हैं तो. But 14 matches, like you were saying, Swami, to divide the math, that's an immense load of pressure on someone जो 6 साल से एक भी गेंद नहीं डाले हैं IPL में. बहुत international experience है, बहुत उम्दा record है, but you've not been breathing the air that so many others have been breathing, and you've not been in the IPL setup for 6 years. So let's hope, for Stark's sake, कि वो आके 25 विकेट तो ले लेंगे और जहाँ भी वो जाएंगे फिट रहेंगे हर मैच में, whatever venue. Because look, IPL, यार, you play one match, आप 2 बजे आप घर आते हो, next morning आप flight पकड़ के. It takes a lot on a tall, fast bowler. So let's hope, for the sake of the IPL and the franchises, that Mitchell Starc lives up to this reputation, because that's a hell of a lot of money.
It's going to go for a toss if it doesn't work out. Like it's going to be massive criticism on social media for KKR, Chetan bhai.
So more than I think जब आप ऐसा एक पासा खेलते हो तो obviously you're putting a lot on the, and I think looking at the way Gautam Gambhir reacted, this was a statement buy for them. They're looking to make a statement, and they need that statement because हमने जैसे बात की थी कि they didn't have a proper leader of the attack. They didn't have resources in the bowling. ठीक है, they have Sunil Narayan and Andre Russell. हम लोग बात कर रहे थे कि आप कब तक उसके ऊपर चलते रहोगे. Obviously, retaining Mitchell Starc for 24.75, that's not going to happen. Retainer will be at 15 crore or 10 or 12 crore. This is for one season. But again, at the end of the day, it could show them the path ahead, maybe. That there is life beyond Sunil Narayan and Andre Russell. जो चीज KKR को नहीं मिल रही है. तो यही बात हम पहले भी कर रहे थे कि वो गौतम गंभीर ही कर सकते हैं, and I think the way they went after this, I think that makes a statement. But again, you're absolutely right. If it doesn't work, criticism से ज़्यादा social media पे तो comedy होती है, वही होगी. I think.
Who is KKR's second opener? Because you cannot open now with Gurbaz and Roy. Do they have a domestic
They'll have
opener?
to go with Venkatesh Iyer. They'll have to go with Venkatesh Iyer. Or promote Nitish Rana to opening.
He's open. I was going to say earlier we were talking
Nitish
about
won't
Rana.
open. With Gambhir around, Nitish won't open.
Yeah.
Nitish will either play 3 or 4.
No, Shreyas Iyer. How can he play Shreyas?
Rana is utterly wasted at 4.
With Gambhir and Rana around, you can expect anything to happen.
No, I mean they can't. ऐसा नहीं होगा कि
open नहीं करेगा, वो 3 या 4 ही खेलेगा.
अरे 3 नहीं खेल सकता. Shreyas Iyer is the captain. How can he play 3?
Open with Rana.
Shreyas can play 4 also, no?
Why would
3 or
Shreyas
4
play?
he can play either.
No, there's not much of a difference here. When
Ideally, 4
there
or
is a
4.
lot of
Ideally,
difference,
4.
but I think I think we are on the same page that Rana could open.
I've seen him open.
Yeah,
No, he has
Nitish
opened.
Rana.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
has
Nitish Rana could
He
open.
should be opening.
In fact, that will be actually better because
For IPL में दो lefty
because
do the job.
but the point is Venkatesh Iyer was definitely not doing that job for them. So you need somebody who's more reliable. Last year Rana को 3-4 पे I understand आपको जरूरत थी because Shreyas wasn't there.
Correct.
So I don't know. For me, Andre Russell should be batting up. He should not be coming for 12 balls and then you expect him to score 30-40 runs every time. आप उसको नंबर 4 पर लाओ, 10 बॉल खेलने का मौका दो.
For that you have Rinku, right?
Now you have Rinku, na? Andre Russell has been there for a long time.
Jaydev Unadkat is a crorepati again, sold to Sunrisers Hyderabad for 1.6 crores.
Okay.
That's a
It's not 16 crores. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not 16 crores.
Yeah.
Let's just be
One
happy.
point
Srini,
six
coming
crores.
back to
1.6
Srini,
crores.
coming back to KKR. Okay, I'm just thinking if they release all these players, all these 3 players in the next edition, how much budget will they have?
well, and the salary purse is going up.
Yeah, and anyhow the salary purse.
How the salary purse is going up. I mean, yeah, that is going to be like, you know what? Not being able to retain players doesn't really speak well of a franchise, which means that you really haven't been able to form a core, which is why you feel the need to let go of what you've built time and again. I think I think any franchise which faces a problem of plenty, you know, when the time comes for retention, the Mumbai, Chennai, you know, kind of, you know, the way they go about retaining shows why they have won the title so many times, because they have identified a core group, backed that core group and allowed that to be the nucleus around which the rest of the franchise revolves, right? Which is why it hurt Mumbai Indians that they had to let go of Hardik Pandya.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you know, since we are on the subject, I'll quickly cover that. Hardik, they could have waited for a year, you know, and tried to look for Hardik next year, you know, when the time would have come for retention, you know, they could have, Hardik could have said no to GT, MI could have bought him. But had anything gone wrong and had he gone away to the IPL auction, some franchise like this would have spent 25-30 crore on him and not know what to do going forward with the, you know, could they have just, you know, you buy Hardik Pandya. Around Hardik Pandya, do you have a plan? Do you know how to go about? I don't want to name franchisees now. The point is, half of them have literally kind of, you know, been witless in terms of how they have gone about, you know, team selection. Year after year after year, they come to the auction to form a completely new team. There's nothing that you can identify with. And remember, you will not be able to build club sport. Doesn't matter which sport. You will not be able to build club sport unless you pursue with a set of players and with a line of thought, you know, thinking, thought processes. You look at the biggest clubs anywhere, any sport around the world, you identify with legacy building, you know, and which is a part of a club management exercise. And I think most IPL franchisees have still not managed to learn the basics of what is required. And I think that is what is differentiating, you know, between the top clubs in IPL and the ordinary clubs in IPL. Results apart.
A little bit of lightweight movement now. I just tweeted that Mitchell Starc better show up. So somebody from Australia just tweeted he's just bought a new house, so mortgage to pay karni hai. So this time he'll live.
Sorry?
He just bought a new house.
I tweeted that Mitchell Starc better show up. So somebody from Australia He just responded to my tweet कि he's bought a new house, so has to pay the mortgage now.
तो हमारे देसी लोग के
Mitchell
लिए
responded.
EMI लिया है,
No.
चुकाना है.
Some
ये कहने का
Australian
मतलब
guy
है
who
चेतन
follows-
का.
Mortgage वाला शब्द bouncer हो गया लोगों के लिए.
between all this,
Yeah,
my
EMI.
call, Chetan,
That's
my
what I
call is correct. Madhushanka is with MI, and that's a steal buy at 5.6 crore.
Oh my God, Madhushanka.
I think we saw
no,
this
no,
coming. We saw this
was
coming.
Jamie. This was
5.6.
Jamie. This was Jamie.
He's giving me credit once on a live show. लूंगा.
This was Jamie.
No,
No,
I didn't
you
hear
pointed
that.
out Madhushanka.
Give me credit, yaar, I'm happy for that.
Yeah. No, he said Madhushanka before me yesterday.
No, we were discussing this morning, so I didn't hear your side.
Kal show me
No,
ये पहले
to who did they go?
MI
got Madhushanka. So they got Gerald Coetzee and Madhushanka.
Sorted.
Close to 10 crores for two quality fast bowlers along with Jasprit Bumrah.
Called it.
This
last
is
night. You were not there on the show last night with us. We called
this
that.
is a good attack.
And they will still go for a spinner.
हाँ, वो
they
चाहिए.
must go for a
They
left
don't-
arm spinner.
they don't
need
have
a
a
tall
spinner.
left arm spinner.
And I think अभी live pictures अभी तो चलो हम लोग वो देख रहे थे auction, but अभी live pictures भी आ रही है तो I think Renku Singh is going to debut in the second ODI.
He was
today.
doing the shadow practice.
Yeah, he was doing shadow practice. We'll see what happens.
Adil Rashid is unsold. 2 crore. Who keeps a base price at 2 crore, boss?
And when you're not going to be available.
Yeah, that too when you didn't even play most of the games last year.
So the big news is Mitchell Starc has broken the bank. 24.75 crores for him. He's gone to KKR. Had a bidding war with GT, Gujarat Titans. Apart from that, Pat Cummins is someone who has also broken the bank. Harshad Patel. Harshad Patel has been one of those guys who has grabbed more than 10 crores in this IPL auctions, while Jaydev Unadkat is once again a crorepati. He's gone for 1.6 crores to SRH, and that is the update. That is the recent update from the IPL auctions. Dishan Madhushanka has been rewarded for an excellent World Cup as well. He has been picked up by Mumbai Indians for 4.6 crores. The two Aussie greats have fetched a combine of 45 crores. So we're talking about Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc. Josh Hazelwood surprisingly has gone unsold because of his availability issues as well. The first bid of the day was Rovman Powell, who went for 7.4 crores to Rajasthan Royals. A bit surprising for all the panelists that were with us, but again, he's someone who can play that role of the finisher at 5 and 6 and probably give that balance to the side in the middle order, considering they have someone like a Butler and Samson up the order alongside Yashasvi Jaiswal and also Riyan Parag in the lineup. So it's been a great day for the bowlers. So you talk about Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc, Harshal Patel, and also someone like all-rounders like Rachin Ravindra, Daryl Mitchell. Rachin Ravindra will be a part of the CSK squad now. He's a left-arm spinner and a brilliant batter who bats up the order. Can play a good role as an anchor. Has done a good job during the World Cup for New Zealand. Daryl Mitchell again, he's someone who is well versed with the conditions in this part of the world. Played brilliant knocks in the World Cup for New Zealand. I'll just repeat once again. Starc has gone to KKR for 24.75 crores, while Pat Cummins has been picked up for 20.25 crores, more than 20 crores. That has been a huge amount of money. Zari Joseph has gone to Royal Challengers Bangalore. They were in a bidding war with SRH for Pat Cummins as well, but they ended up getting Zari Joseph for 11.5 crores in for 11.5 crores and added another overseas bowler in the lineup. Well, Srini, I'll come back to you.
You know, bowlers are having a big day today. You know, but what do you think about the batters? You know, because the teams don't really need them, or what it is?
I don't. Okay, as I said, any which ways, you know, it said that, you know, in Test cricket you need to take 20 minutes, 20 wickets to win a Test match. You know, but I think any format, be it any format, the match is going to be won for you by the bowlers, and more so right now. You know, in a tournament like IPL, you never know where your next Rinku Singh is coming from. Okay, so this is about mad hitting. It's about blind hitting. You never know when is your next Tewatia or a Rinku Singh coming from, who can come and just blindly, you know, kind of get the middle of the bat, time it, and that's it. You know, over the mid wicket. There are batters in IPL who just have a zone. They can't really, you know, kind of play any other shot. You put them in a 50-over format, they'll fail. You know, any other format, they'll fail. This format suits them because they get only those 2-3 overs to express themselves. The ball is in their zone, in their radar. They are in the right kind of form. Look at what Riyan Parag did in the Mushtaq Ali tournament. You know, normally, I mean, I don't mean any disrespect to, you know, a Riyan or a Rinku or a Tewatia, but would you really watch them in a longer format? Probably not. Where you need experience is you need it with the bowling attack, because you can't get a bowler who's just about in his 20s, you know, to come understand the conditions, know what the scenarios are like, you know, and it's a true reward for Cummins and Starc, you know, all their lives, for all the work that they put in with Australia. And I just tweeted this a while ago. I said that, you know, doesn't matter where you ply your trade in the world, the appreciation lies in India.
Is India. Animesh, Genevieve Notcut has been picked up by SRH once again for 1.6 crores. Were you expecting that?
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि देखिए एसआरएच जितनी भी डील कर रही है, आपने वरिंदु हसरिंगा की डील उनकी देखी, तो वो ऐसी डील करना चाह रहे हैं कि अपना पर्स उनका कम ज्यादा ना कम हो, और उसके अलावा भी उनको प्लेयर्स मिल जाएं इस तरीके के, क्योंकि जयदेव उनादकट उनका बैकअप जरूर हो सकते हैं. देखिए T20 में उनकी कोई बहुत महारत उनको हासिल नहीं है, लेकिन एज एन बैकअप प्लेयर आप अपने टीम का स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, और उसीलिए आप बहुत कम पैसे खर्च करके जयदेव उनादकट को लेकर आए. हालांकि आज का आईपीएल थोड़ा सा कह सकते हैं, जो ऑक्शन है बिल्कुल थोड़ा सा चौंकाने वाला रहा है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स ऐसे हैं जो अनसोल्ड रहे, लेकिन लग नहीं रहा था, क्योंकि लॉकी फर्ग्यूसन का पहले राउंड में अनसोल्ड होना, हो सकता है कि बाद में वो उनका ऑक्शन में कुछ ना कुछ बिड लगे, लेकिन इस तरीके से थोड़ा चौंकाने वाला कि जयदेव उनादकट की बोली लग रही है लेकिन उनको नहीं लग रही. खैर, एक कारण हो सकता है कि वो ओवरसीज प्लेयर होने की वजह से वो स्लॉट कोई फिल नहीं करना चाहता अभी.
उत्कर्ष, फाइनली एसआरएच के पास इंडियन बॉलर्स आ रहे हैं, Indian players are in, because they were bidding for overseas players. I don't know why they went for Pat Cummins and Vanindu Hasaranga at the same time, because they already have someone like a Marco Jansen. Okay, different kind of bowlers, but overseas slot तो आपके पास minimum ही है. What do you have to say about that?
देखिए, आपसे जब 4 प्लेयर ही खिला सकते हैं, तो कई बार ये दिक्कतें आती हैं कि आप जब ऑक्शन में, कई बार आप सोचते हैं कि हम उन चारों को सफल कर लेंगे, लेकिन जब आप ग्राउंड पर जाते हैं, आप देखते हैं ऐसा पॉसिबल नहीं है. आईपीएल जो लास्ट ईयर हुआ, हमने वहां पर देखा लखनऊ के साथ, आपने क्विंटन डिकॉक को बैठा कर रखा क्योंकि वैकेंसी आपके पास नहीं थी. तो आप लोकल प्लेयर लेने का मतलब ये होता है कि भाई आपके पास वैरायटी है, आप उनको खिला सकते हैं, रिपीट कर सकते हैं. एसआरएच फाइनली उसके साथ गया है. एसआरएच की सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत यही थी कि वो भी कुछ हद तक आरसीबी का नाम लेना चाहूंगा मैं, आरसीबी की तरह बड़े प्लेयर्स के पीछे भाग रहे थे कि भाई मैच के पहले जो डिस्प्ले आता है प्रीव्यू में, हमारी टीम पेपर पर सबसे स्ट्रांग दिखेगी, लेकिन मैच के बाद जो रिजल्ट आता है उसमें हमारी टीम हार जाएगी. उसका नतीजा ये होता है कि आपके जो बड़े प्लेयर्स होते हैं वो बहुत हद तक आपको राइट टाइम पर डिलीवर करके नहीं दे पाते हैं. आप ऑक्शन में ये गारंटी नहीं ले सकते कि कोई डिलीवर करके देगा ही. बेशक आप 20 करोड़ दे दें, 24 करोड़ दे दें, तो यहाँ पर लोकल प्लेयर को लेना बिल्कुल एक एडवांटेज है.
बिल्कुल. श्रीनी,
जो ये कह रहे हैं वो बिल्कुल सही है. हैरी ब्रूक इज अ क्लासिक एग्जांपल. कहाँ खिलाओगे आप उसको? आप ले तो लिया, 4 करोड़ में स्टील है, पर आप खिलाओगे
कहाँ?
आपके पास स्पेस बिल्कुल नहीं है. वही बात है, ग्लेन फिलिप्स आपके पास बैठे हुए, या फिर आपको किसी ना किसी एक को बैठाना पड़ जाएगा. एडन मार्करम अगर आप उनको कप्तानी का भार सौंपते हैं, तो उसके अलावा आपके पास हेनरी क्लासन है और ग्लेन फिलिप्स, इन दोनों में से दोनों ही इतने बेहतरीन T20 प्लेयर है कि
कीपिंग तो कराओगे,
किसी को कीपिंग तो कराओगे और एक को आपको बैठाना पड़ जाएगा.
बिल्कुल. बट यहाँ पे अनिमेश, उमेश यादव वंस अगेन,
नहीं, ये शॉकिंग था मेरे लिए.
टेकिंग अवे अ लॉट ऑफ मनी, 5.8 crores, बट यू नो गुजरात टाइटन्स नीडेड दैट.
देखिए, वही है, बैकअप है मेरे हिसाब से कि आप इनको एक
6 करोड़ का बैकअप,
6 करोड़ का बैकअप है, लेकिन पर्स बड़ी थे मेरे हिसाब से. थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस बॉलर हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं अब हर कोई मोहित शर्मा नहीं बन सकता, पर उमेश यादव के साथ मैं वैसी चीजें देखूंगा भी नहीं. इंग्लिश कंडीशंस पे उनके रिकॉर्ड्स कुछ अच्छे रहे थे, लेकिन उसको अगर सिर्फ उसको ध्यान में रखकर ये बिड हुई है, तो मेरे हिसाब से थोड़ा गलत है, क्योंकि इंडियन कंडीशंस में बहुत काम नहीं आने वाले, लेकिन बैकअप में जरूर रखेंगे कि एक दो मैच में कहीं आपको किसी प्लेयर को रेस्ट देना पड़ जाए तो वो लीड बॉलर तो नहीं रहेंगे मेरे हिसाब से वो।
Srini, with the kind of money being put on the players right now, जो प्लेयर्स अभी तक अनसोल्ड गए हैं, क्या आपको लगता है कि वापस इनके ऊपर बिडिंग होगी बिकॉज ऑफ द दे हैव अ बेस प्राइस ऑफ 2 crores 1.5 crores?
Yeah, some of the wicket keepers I'm hoping will
Yeah.
be bought at base prices later on. देखो ये this auction, kind of, it was not about building a core at all, right?
Yeah.
Most of the franchises had a nucleus around which they wanted, kind of a player or two here and there, right? Like for example, MI wanted to bolster their bowling attack, KKR, I don't know what they wanted to do, but some of the others, like kind of, they wanted, like for example, Punjab, they wanted a batter next to Shikhar. Like if you remember the last season, the entire onus was on Shikhar alone, and the poor fellow was under massive pressure each time he walked out to bat.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm saying that this auction was not just about an exercise of any kind, except that kind of the whatever buys you're making now is only relevant for the next 3-4 months. That's it. After that, most of the core is going to break again. That is what is the curse of the IPL, and I've been saying this, that the mini auction does not make sense anymore.
Yeah.
This practice of a mini auction needs to be stopped. Have even a mega auction every 3 years. आप प्लेयर्स खरीद रहे हो फ्रेंचाइज से, आप उनको बोल रहे हो go put big money. Next year you're going to go to these same franchises and say, all right, what, you can only keep 3 Indians, you have to let go of the rest, right? You have to only keep, you can only keep 1 overseas player, you can let go of the rest.
Yeah.
What exactly is the purpose of an auction like this? So that's where I think to me the mini auction doesn't make any sense.
It's a break in the auction. एक ब्रेक आ गया है इस ऑक्शन के अंदर. बट श्रीनी, थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करूंगा आपको कि ये जो ऑक्शन मिनी ऑक्शन होते हैं, isn't this an opportunity for the franchises to make that core and then not bid in the mega auctions? It's fine, you just need a player here and there and just go on with it.
आप तो कोर तो मेगा ऑक्शन में बना रहे हो ना. आपने 15 करोड़ खर्च करके ईशान किशन को आपने आइडेंटिफाई किया था. मैं का एग्जांपल ले लो. आपने ईशान, लाइक आप चेन्नई सुपर किंग्स का ले लो बात. ऋतुराज गायकवाड़ को उन्होंने रिटेन किया. क्या ऋतुराज गायकवाड़ को उन्होंने ऑक्शन में बाय लक बाय चांस खरीदा? नहीं, उन्होंने आइडेंटिफाई किया कि ये एक लड़का है महाराष्ट्र से, इसको हम बड़े लेवल पे क्रिकेट खिला सकते हैं. उसको उस ग्रास रूट लेवल पे आइडेंटिफाई किया, आपने लेके आया. आप यूरोप में फुटबॉल क्लब्स देखिए क्या करते हैं, यूके में फुटबॉल क्लब्स देखिए क्या करते हैं. वो एक रोनाल्डो को या मेसी को कहीं बाय लक बाय चांस आप ऑक्शन में खरीद के या कहीं खरीद के नहीं ला रहे हैं. आपने उसको बचपन में आइडेंटिफाई किया है, उसके बाद आपने उस प्लेयर में इन्वेस्ट किया है, आप उस प्लेयर को एक बड़े लेवल का एक खिलाड़ी बनते हुए देख रहे हो, आप उसमें पोटेंशियल देख रहे हो. तो आपने पहले आइडेंटिफाई किया प्लेयर को, आपने पहला इन्वेस्ट किया और उस प्लेयर के फ्यूचर पे आपने एक बेट लगाया, और वो प्लेयर आपको जो है अगले 20 साल तक वो रिटर्न दे रहा है. बार्सिलोना के लिए जो मेसी ने किया, रोनाल्डो ने जो पहले मैनचेस्टर यूनाइटेड के लिए, उसके बाद में रियल मैड्रिड के लिए किया. तो अगर आपको एज अ क्लब स्पॉट अगर आपको बढ़ना है, आपको ग्रास रूट्स आइडेंटिफाई करना है. ऑक्शन क्या करता है? ऑक्शन आपको ग्रास रूट्स आइडेंटिफाई नहीं करने देता है. 15 साल हो गए. ऑक्शन पर्स क्यों लाया गया था आईपीएल में? सो दैट there are teams which may have better spending capacity. There are teams which may not have such a high spending capacity. For example, like Mumbai Indians को देख लीजिए. Because of the back end Mumbai Indians का जो एक support system है, उसके कारण वो पैसे ज्यादा खर्च सकते हैं किसी शायद और फ्रेंचाइज के मुकाबले, राइट? उसको कर्ब करने के लिए, उसको बैलेंस करने के लिए. लेकिन आज हर फ्रेंचाइज 300 करोड़ प्रॉफिट बना रहा है आईपीएल से. वो पैसे आप कहाँ डाल रहे हो? आप 100 करोड़ ग्रास रूट क्रिकेट में इन्वेस्ट करो साल का. तो this is about knowing what you want to do. मैंने क्रिकेट नेक्स्ट के न्यूज 18 क्रिकेट नेक्स्ट के एक रिपोर्टर से मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया था. मैंने कहा लेट्स डू और फाइंड आउट कौन सा फ्रेंचाइज बेस लेवल पे कौन क्रिकेट एकेडमी चला रहा है. मैं चाहता हूं व्यूअर्स जो हैं वो गूगल करें, बेसिक गूगल करें और ढूंढे या क्रिकेट नेक्स्ट की स्टोरीज पढ़ें, जहां पे आपको समझ में आएगा कि कौन सा फ्रेंचाइज ग्रास रूट लेवल पे क्या काम कर रहा है. कितने फ्रेंचाइजीज है जिन्होंने एकेडमी खोली है या क्लब क्रिकेट को एक फीडर लाइन तैयार करने की कोशिश करी है. कुछ फ्रेंचाइजीज ने आज तक 15 साल में कुछ नहीं किया, कुछ भी नहीं किया. तो पैसे जा कर रहे हैं. आप कैरेबियन प्रीमियर लीग में टीम खुलती है, वहां जाके पैसे डाल देते हो. आप यूएई में लीग खुलती है, वहां जाके पैसे डाल देते हो. आपने इंडियन क्रिकेट जो इतनी टैलेंट है, आपको जो मौका यहाँ से ही शुरू हुआ, राइट? तो आप यहाँ पे रिटर्न व्हाट एग्जैक्टली, हाउ एग्जैक्टली आर यू इन्वेस्टिंग? अब कोई और फ्रेंचाइज है जो करना चाहता है, जो मेहनत करता है, तुम उसको लाइक नीचे खींचते हो। अगर चेन्नई सुपर किंग्स आज अगर आइडेंटिफाई किया है ऋतुराज गायकवाड़ को और आज उसका वो फायदा उठा रहा है, आप कौन होते हुए सीएसके को बोलने वाले कि अब तुम रिटेंशन में आ जाओ? क्यों? क्योंकि हमको बैलेंस क्रिएट करना है। कोई दूसरा फ्रेंचाइज है, अगर वो बैलेंस क्रिएट करने के लिए ग्रास रूट लेवल पे काम नहीं कर रहा है, तुम उसको पिनलाइज करो ना। है ही नहीं कंसेप्ट। और यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम कहाँ उठती है? प्रॉब्लम उठती है आपके प्राइज मनी की। मैं चाहता हूं जो टेबल रैंकिंग्स होती है उसके हिसाब से आपकी प्राइज मनी डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होनी चाहिए। ये नहीं कि आपने उठा के जो नॉट जस्ट प्राइज मनी, मीडिया राइट्स का भी जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होता है, ये नहीं कि आपने इक्वल अमाउंट में सबको बांट दिया। अरे आप देखिए कौन ग्रास रूट लेवल पे कौन क्या डेवलपमेंट वर्क कर रहा है, उसके हिसाब से आप बांटिए। आप देखिए परफॉर्मेंस किसका अच्छा रहा है, उसको आप रिवॉर्ड कीजिए ना फाइनेंशियली। तो ये ऑक्शन नहीं तो चलता जाएगा। ये एक दिन के लिए यहाँ ऑडियंस आपने बिठा के रख दिया है, ये हाँ ताली बजा रहे हैं, अरे वाह मैं पैट कमिंस को 20 करोड़ मिल गए, भाई मिचेल स्टार्क को 25 करोड़ मिल गए। आप आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे। आपको अगर अगले 25 साल 50 साल का अगर आपको एक बड़ा सेटअप बनाना है, एनएफएल, एनबीए, ईपीएल, बड़े बड़े लीग्स जो है वर्ल्ड के, इनके कंपैरिजन में अगर आपको एक प्रॉपर्टी खड़ी करनी है, आपको ग्रास रूट पे ही जाके खर्चा करना है। टॉप हैवी नहीं हो सकता कोई भी लीग। एनी लीग हैज टू बी बॉटम हैवी। डिमांड वर्सेस सप्लाई। आप देखिए आपके पास आज 10 फ्रेंचाइज है, हालत यह है आपकी कि आपको ढंग से एक सीजन में 10 कप्तान नहीं मिलते हैं। ये सच्चाई है आईपीएल की। तो आप जब तक आइडेंटिफाई नहीं करेंगे, आप कहां से इसको फायदा उठा पाएंगे?
कमिंग बैक टू द ऑक्शंस, अनिमेश, स्पिनर्स का उतना बोलबाला नहीं रहा है जो हम सोच रहे थे, जो हमने कल बात भी करी थी शो के अंदर कि कहीं ना कहीं शायद हर टीम को स्पिनर्स की जरूरत है, बट अगेन एवरीवन इज अनसोल्ड।
मुजीबुर रहमान मेरे लिए शॉकिंग था थोड़ा, क्योंकि वो क्वालिटी स्पिनर हैं, खासकर पावर प्ले में उनका आपको अटैक देखने को मिल जाता है। तो ऐसे बॉलर्स को, अगर ऐसे बॉलर अभी अनसोल्ड जा रहे हैं, हालांकि अभी मुझे लग रहा है लास्ट राउंड में सब चीजें थोड़ी सी और क्लियर हो जाएंगी, पर थोड़ा सा मुजीबुर रहमान थोड़ा सा मेरे
बचेंगे तो क्लियर हो पाएगी ना।
देखिए मुजीबुर रहमान मेरे हिसाब से अनसोल्ड लास्ट तक चले जाए, ये और भी बड़ा शॉकिंग न्यूज होगा मेरे लिए, क्योंकि ऐसा क्वालिटी प्लेयर आपको नहीं मिलता है। और उमर जई का बिकना, उसके बाद मुजीबुर रहमान का ना बिकना, तो ये थोड़ा सा शॉकिंग है मेरे लिए।
उत्कर्ष, आपका क्या कहना है इस पे?
मैं सर की बात को पहले एक्सटेंड करना चाहूंगा। जो आईपीएल के लेवल की बात की है, आईपीएल देखिए ये मिनी ऑक्शन आप क्यों कराते हैं? आप मिनी ऑक्शन कराते हैं कि भाई आपकी लास्ट ईयर के सीजन में जो खामियां थी आप उसे दूर कर सकें। आपकी खामियां अगर गेंदबाजी है, आप सिर्फ एक गेंदबाज को लाकर 23 करोड़ रुपए दे देंगे, आपकी खामी दूर हो गई? नहीं दूर होगी। आप मिचेल स्टार्क के साथ देख चुके हैं, वो आरसीबी को अपने कंधे पर लेकर चले थे, कंधा टूट गया, वो टीम नहीं जीत पाई, आज तक नहीं जीत पाई, इतिहास हम सबको ही जानते हैं। बुमराह अकेले मुंबई इंडियंस को नहीं जिता सकते। टीम बनाने की जो बात हुई, इसको काफी हद तक मुंबई इंडियंस कई बार कहता रहा है। हार्दिक पांड्या को लेकर उन्होंने कहा कि भाई हार्दिक पांड्या, आप कहते हैं कि बड़े खिलाड़ी बन गए, उनका कहना है कि भाई हम ढूंढ के लेके आए, हमारा जो टैलेंट हंट पूल है उनको ढूंढ कर लेकर आया, निकाल कर लेकर आया। उनका ये कहना है कि भाई हमारे प्लेयर जो है वो जाते हैं, ढूंढते हैं, हमारा मैनेजमेंट खिलाड़ियों को लेकर आता है। शायद यही वजह है कि मुंबई इंडियंस बाकी टीमों से ऊपर नजर आती है, उनके पास टैलेंट नजर आते हैं। तिलक वर्मा जिसको हम देख रहे हैं भाई, जिनके ऊपर अभी इंडियन क्रिकेट इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है कि भाई तिलक वर्मा एक खिलाड़ी ऐसे हो सकते हैं। तो यहाँ पर नए खिलाड़ियों पर इन्वेस्टमेंट जरूरी है, लेकिन जब बाहर से आप खिलाड़ियों को लाकर पैसे ज्यादा देंगे तो हमारे नए खिलाड़ी हताश हो जाएंगे। बिगेस्ट एग्जांपल शायद रिंकू सिंह हो सकते हैं।
जी, लेकिन उत्कर्ष यहाँ पर
मैं इसमें और भी ऐड करूंगा। देखो आप इंडियन टीम के सिलेक्टर को देखो, टी20 के जो सिलेक्टर्स हैं, टी20 की वर्ल्ड कप की टीम आप सिलेक्ट करते हो, कोई सिलेक्टर, नेशनल सिलेक्टर जाके ग्रास रूट पे प्लेयर को देख के आ रहा है? नहीं ना। आपके लिए तो आईपीएल फ्रेंचाइजीज सारा काम करके दे रही है, आपको तो सिर्फ आईपीएल देखना है। अपने 11-15 जो है, आप उसमें से भी अगर अपने 15 नहीं चुन सकते तो फिर आप में सही में खामी है। बट माय पॉइंट इज कि आप रंजी, आप अपनी टेस्ट की स्क्वाड बनाते हो, तो आप टीम्स कहां से, प्लेयर्स कहां से आप आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हो? रणजी ट्रॉफी, दुलीप ट्रॉफी से आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हो। बट आप ग्रास रूट लास्ट माइल पे जाके आप सिलेक्ट कर रहे हो प्लेयर नहीं, उसके लिए स्टेट एसोसिएशन का अपना सिलेक्शन कमेटी है, जो कि जूनियर लेवल तक सिलेक्शन कमिटीज है उनके, वो आइडेंटिफाई करता है टैलेंट, तब जाके प्लेयर जो है रणजी ट्रॉफी या दिलीप ट्रॉफी लेवल पे उभरता है, तब जाके उसको नेशनल सेलेक्टर्स जो है इंडिया के लिए आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, राइट? वही पूल एक आईपीएल में भी बन रहा है, जहां पे जूनियर लेवल पे जो है फ्रेंचाइज, जो अभी मुंबई इंडियंस का टैलेंट स्काउटिंग टीम है या किसी और फ्रेंचाइज का टैलेंट स्काउटिंग टीम है, वो जाके एक हार्दिक पांड्या या तिलक वर्मा या नेहल वडेरा को आइडेंटिफाई कर रहा है, जिसके बेसिस पे इंडियन टीम उस प्लेयर को उठा रही है। तो एक सिस्टम यहाँ पे बन के तैयार हो रहा है, विच मीन्स इंडियन क्रिकेट ने भी आइडेंटिफाई किया है कि जो फ्रेंचाइज का टैलेंट स्काउटिंग प्रोग्राम है उसका एक इंपॉर्टेंस है। तभी आप तिलक वर्मा को एक बढ़ावा दे रहे हो, आप आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हो और फिर आप उसी टैलेंट स्काउटिंग प्रोग्राम को इंसल्ट करते हो बाय बार बार आप टीम को ब्रेकअप करके, तो वो उसमें बैलेंस ही नहीं है। मैं चाहता हूं कि आप, अगर एक एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे दे रहा हूं, 100 करोड़ का आपका साल का आईपीएल का ऑक्शन का पर्स होता है, आप उसको ब्रेक कीजिए, आप बोलिए 50, आपके पास अभी एक बनी बनाई मुंबई इंडियंस के एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ, आपके पास एक बनी बनाई टीम है अभी जिसमें जो भी 22-25 लड़के हैं, 100 करोड़ का समझ लीजिए आपका ऑक्शन पर्स होने वाला है, अगले साल आप जाओगे मेगा ऑक्शन से पहले, आप बोलिए कि ठीक है आप 50 करोड़ तक प्लेयर्स जो है रिटेन कीजिए, आप इंटरनली क्या देना चाहते हैं प्लेयर को, वो 50 करोड़ में से मैं नहीं पूछूंगा, आप एक लिस्ट सबमिट कीजिए हु यू आर पेइंग व्हाट टू, और आप जो 50 करोड़ है वो आप ऑक्शन में खर्चा कीजिए। तो आप एक ऐसा सिस्टम लगाइए। आप क्या बोल रहे हो, नहीं आप 4 प्लेयर रिटर्न करोगे, इसको 4 करोड़, इसको आप 6 करोड़ दोगे, 8 करोड़ दोगे, जो भी उसका ब्रेकअप है। अरे भाई हो सकता है मैं एक बच्चे को रिटर्न करना चाहता हूं जिसकी वैल्यू 1 करोड़ ही हो, मैं उसको क्यों 8 करोड़ दूं भाई? हो सकता है एक 22 साल का बच्चा है जिसको मैंने आइडेंटिफाई किया है, मैं रिटेन करना चाहता हूं, तुम मुझे क्यों बता रहे हो कि मैं उस बच्चे को कितने पैसे दूं? तो ये सिस्टम ही गलत है, और खैर आईपीएल इसके बारे में सोच नहीं रहा है।
बट अनिमेश, यहाँ पे अगर इसको मैं थोड़ा एक्सटेंड करूं तो क्या हम एक स्क्वाड का जो स्ट्रेंथ है वो बढ़ा के इस चीज को हम उसे कर्व कर सकते हैं कि 25 का स्क्वाड 30 का कर दें, ओवरसीज स्लॉट उतने ही रखें, इंडियन स्लॉट्स को बढ़ा दें?
देखिए ये ऑप्शन नहीं होना चाहिए जो श्रीनी सर ने कहा, वो मतलब थोड़ा लॉजिकल है। आपको इन्वेस्टमेंट ज्यादा ग्रास रूट लेवल से ही करनी पड़ेगी। ये तो आप एक्सटेंड करते जाओगे लेकिन आपने रूल नहीं चेंज किया तो फिर भी वही चीजें दिखेंगी ना आपको। वो 30 के स्लॉट में भी आपको सारे स्टार प्लेयर कहीं ना फिर से दिखने लगे, और कहीं ना कहीं आप अगर सही बात है कि आप तो रिंकू सिंह ने परफॉर्म कर दिया, अब अभिषेक पोरेल एक नाम है, अभिषेक पोरेल अगर अच्छा करते हैं लेकिन उनको टीम रिटेन करना चाहती है पर वो स्लॉट्स उतने अवेलेबल नहीं है, तो वो उनको रिलीज करेंगे, फिर से रिटेन करने के लिए बिड में जाएंगे, और वहां पे उनको फाइट भी करना पड़ सकता है। लेकिन उसमें स्क्वाड बढ़ाने से मुझे नहीं लग रहा ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होने वाली। कहीं ना कहीं ग्रास रूट लेवल से कहीं ना कहीं ये चीजें, रूल्स हैं, इनको ही चेंज करना चाहिए, या फिर एक पूरा बुक में जो आपका लॉ है उनमें ही कुछ चेंजेस होनी चाहिए।
Yashin, you were saying something?
No, I was.
अच्छा, ओके। उत्कर्ष, कमिंग बैक टू द ऑक्शंस नाउ, स्पिनर्स की मैं बात कर रहा था। स्पिनर्स हैवंट अट्रैक्टेड एनी ऑफ द बिड्स, और बड़े नाम है तबरेज शामसी, मुजीब, जो हम सोच रहे थे कि शायद वो जाएंगे बिडिंग के अंदर क्योंकि रिक्वायरमेंट है। व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से?
देखिए, मुझे लगता है सारा पैसा फास्ट बॉलरों को दे दिया गया है। फास्ट बॉलर सबसे इन्वेस्टमेंट यहाँ पर कीमती रखे गए हैं। इंडिया में आईपीएल होता है, शायद ये बहुत लोग दुबई में बैठ के शायद नहीं समझ पाए कि आईपीएल में इंडिया होना है, स्पिनर्स की क्या कीमत होती है। शायद बहुत हद तक टीम गई है पार्ट टाइम स्पिनर्स के ऊपर कि भाई हम उनके ऊपर से हम अपना काम चला लेंगे, स्पेशलिस्ट स्पिनर में शायद इसकी कोई रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है। वो एक रीजन हो सकता है, लेकिन हाँ, स्पिनर बड़ा क्रूशियल रोल प्ले करते हैं। जब भी आप पर्पल कैप में देखें, पिछले आप 1-2 सीजन अगर हटा के देखें, आपको मोस्टली वहां पर स्पिनर नजर आते थे, लेकिन पिछले 1-2 साल से कुछ ट्रेंड चेंज हुआ है। फास्ट बॉलर के सर पर वो कैप सजने लगी है। शायद ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा रीजन हो सकता है कि अब आप फास्ट बॉलर के ऊपर इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं।
जी, लेकिन पार्ट टाइमर्स पे आप जा सकते हैं, ठीक है, लेकिन और वहां पे इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर का भी एक रोल है, लेकिन एक स्पिनर, फ्रंटलाइन स्पिनर होना वो जरूरी है मेरे ख्याल से।
बिल्कुल, फ्रंटलाइन स्पिनर आपको चाहिए। वो जो 4 ओवर होते हैं, बहुत मैच टर्निंग ओवर हो सकते हैं। आप यूजी चहल को देख सकते हैं, जिस तरीके की वो गेंदबाजी करते हैं, उनके साथ अश्विन वहां पर मिल जाते हैं, टीम का कॉम्बिनेशन काफी अच्छा नजर आता है। केकेआर की अगर बात कर लें, उनके पास आप स्टार्क देखेंगे और वरुण चक्रवर्ती देखेंगे, बीच में आपको कोई गेंदबाज नजर नहीं आएगा।
सुयश शर्मा को भूल गए।
सुयश को आप ले सकते हैं, बिल्कुल, आप ऐसे फिर रसल को ले सकते हैं, लेकिन आप फ्रंटलाइन अगर बॉलर देखें तो आपको 2 ही नजर आते हैं। बाकी आप ऑलराउंडर की लिस्ट में जाकर देख सकते हैं, तो 2 गेंदबाज के दम पर आईपीएल जीतना थोड़ा मुश्किल है।
जी, अनिमेश, व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से कि ठीक है, पार्ट टाइमर्स की बात हम करते हैं, इंपैक्ट प्लेयर भी अब बहुत बड़ा एक रोल प्ले करने लगा है, लेकिन एक फ्रंटलाइन स्पिनर का होना बहुत जरूरी है।
इसका एग्जांपल आपके सामने एक एसआरएच है। देखिए मयंक मार्कंडे वहां लीड करते हैं स्पिन अटैक को, उसके अलावा आपके पास पार्ट टाइमर्स के पास आपको जाना पड़ता है, वो अभिषेक शर्मा और अब्दुल समद। तो आज मुझे लग रहा था कहीं ना कहीं मुजीब उनके लिए एक अच्छे ऑप्शन हो सकते हैं, तबरेज शामसी भी अच्छे ऑप्शन थे, हालांकि मुजीब बेटर ऑप्शन होते, लेकिन इसीलिए उन्होंने वरिंदू पे तो वो बिड लगाई, और आप उनके बिडर्स को देख भी रहे थे, उनके चेहरे पर खुशी साफ दिख रही थी कि 1.5 करोड़ में उनको लेने के बाद उनके बेस प्राइस पे वो हैप्पीनेस थी। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि उनको और बिड करना चाहिए। अगर मुजीब है ऑप्शन में तो बिड कर सकते थे, हालांकि वरिंदू उनके लिए एक अच्छा ऑप्शन रहा है, लेकिन वरिंदू का आईपीएल हिस्ट्री इतना अच्छा नहीं रहा है मुजीब के कंपैरिजन में। और वो अगर देखे कहीं ना कहीं जिस तरह से एक ऑलराउंडर है, आरसीबी के लिए उन्होंने कुछ खास नहीं किया था, बल्ले से भी खामोश रहे थे और गेंदबाजी में भी उतना कुछ खास करिश्मा नहीं करके दिखाया था। तो एसआरएच को मुझे लगता है उनके लिए बेस्ट बाय मुजीबुर रहमान होता है, जो उनको पावर प्ले में भी उनके लिए थोड़ा मददगार साबित होता है।
लेकिन उत्कर्ष, यहाँ पर एसआरएच के पास बहुत ओवरसीज प्लेयर्स हैं। आई मीन, यू डोंट रियली नीड समवन ठीक है, नीड है, एज अ क्रिकेटर नीड है, लेकिन लाइनअप को आप देखेंगे तो वो रिक्वायरमेंट अब है नहीं शायद।
बैलेंस करना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा
जी।
कि आपके पास अगर इतने सारे प्लेयर दे दिए जाएं, आप बैलेंस कैसे करेंगे? आप याद कीजिए आईपीएल के जो शुरुआती दिन हुआ करते थे, 2009 का जो सीजन था साउथ अफ्रीका में गया, केकेआर लगभग 60 से ज्यादा प्लेयर अपने साथ लेकर गया था। तब स्क्वाड की लिमिटेशन नहीं थी, आप 60 खिलाड़ियों को लेकर गए। अगले 10 दिन में बोल दिया गया कि चलिए भाई 10 खिलाड़ी वापस चले जाइए आप इंडिया, आपका पूरा पैसा हम पे करेंगे। तो जब इतना बड़ा आप पूल लेकर जाएंगे, आपके पास बैलेंसिंग ढूंढना बड़ा मुश्किल होगी। हैदराबाद की टीम ऑलरेडी स्ट्रगल कर रही है, ऐसा नहीं है कि हैदराबाद की टीम कोई बहुत अच्छा सीजन खेलती हुई आ रही है, स्ट्रगल लगातार उनका जारी है, तो मुश्किल यहाँ पर होने वाली है सारिस के लिए। बेशक आपने बड़े बड़े नाम वहां पर इन्वेस्ट कर दिए हैं, लेकिन सीजन आसान नहीं होने वाला भाई।
जी, सीजन आसान नहीं होने वाला, और मुझे ये बिडिंग एसआरएच की तरफ से थोड़ी सरप्राइजिंग हमेशा लगती है। ठीक है, आपने पैट कमिंस को वहां पे लिया, आपने बिड अच्छे करे, लेकिन इतने ओवरसीज प्लेयर अनिमेश, आई मीन यू हैव व्हाट एडन मार्करम, ग्लेन फिलिप्स, हेनरिक क्लासन, मार्को यंसन, उसके बाद आपने पैट कमिंस भी ले लिया, हसरंगा भी ले
ट्रेविस
लिया।
हेड का करेंगे क्या, ये मेरी
ट्रेविस हेड
समस्या
का क्या करेंगे एग्जैक्टली? ट्रेविस
हेड आपके लिए क्या करने वाले हैं? या तो वो बॉलिंग जो पार्ट टाइम बॉलर बन गए थे वर्ल्ड कप में,
जी।
वो उनकी पार्ट टाइम बॉलिंग देखने को मिली थी, वो फिर से जो विकेट कीपिंग ऑप्शन रहते थे वो फिर से मुझे लग रहा है बनने वाले होंगे। 3 विकेट कीपर, अगर ट्रेविस हेड को एज एन विकेट कीपिंग ऑप्शन भी देखे तो आपके हेनरिक क्लासन है, ग्लेन फिलिप्स है, और फिर से, और हेनरिक क्लासन को छोड़ दिया था तो ग्लेन फिलिप्स और ये ट्रेविस हेड दोनों बॉलर भी हैं, पार्ट टाइम बॉलर्स भी हैं। तो क्या करेंगे, किस तरह से कॉम्बिनेशन बनाएंगे? क्योंकि वही हर साल इनके साथ होता है। हैरी ब्रूक को आपने ले तो लिया था पिछले साल भी, पिछले सीजन में, लेकिन उनके साथ क्या किया वो समझ से
आपको
परे
समझ
था।
ही नहीं आया आपको उनके साथ करना क्या है एग्जैक्टली। मतलब थोड़ा सा ब्लेम होता है हैरी ब्रूक को लेकर के कि उन्होंने पिछले आईपीएल सीजन में क्या किया, लेकिन आप एसआरएच को भी
एसआरएच
पता
फ्रेंचाइजी
नहीं
के
था,
साथ ये हमेशा से इशू
पता
रहा
नहीं
है
था
कि
उन्हें।
उनके अंदर वो क्लैरिटी नहीं है कि वो कोई रोड मैप नहीं तैयार करते, वो कैसे लेकर जाएंगे इस पूरे सीजन में, और ये हमेशा रहा है। केन विलियमसन के साथ जो स्टोरीज आपने कहीं ना कहीं देखी होंगी, किस तरह से उनके साथ चीजें अच्छी नहीं गई।
बिल्कुल।
और वो हो सकते थे उनके की मोमेंट, आप एक प्लेयर में इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे थे, आप उनको लगातार उनके साथ बैकअप उनको पूरा बैक करते आगे लेकर जाते, लेकिन वो ऐसा किया नहीं उस फ्रेंचाइजी ने।
जी,
शायद लीडरशिप की कमी उनके अंदर देखने को मिली है। पिछले कुछ सालों से स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं कि भाई स्टार्ट आपका आईपीएल भुवनेश्वर कुमार करते हैं, फिर मार्करम आ जाते हैं,
और
शायद वो leadership की कमी बहुत दूर हो
आप
जाएगी।
देखिए लास्ट सीजन जब साउथ अफ्रीका टी20 लीग में एसआरएच गया था, वहां पे विनर बन के आए
वहां
थे,
जीत के आए।
एडन मार्करम की कप्तानी में आपने वो पूरा सीजन जीत लिया। उसके बाद आपने यहाँ पे भुवनेश्वर कुमार को आपने कप्तान बना दिया, फिर उनकी कप्तानी में आपको ज्यादा भरोसा नहीं दिखा, फिर आपने चेंज करके स्किप करके
वो
आपने एडन मार्करम को पास
कैप्टनसी थी, if I'm not mistaken, वो
पार्ट टाइम कैप्टनसी थी। तो लेकिन एडन मार्करम अगर आपके पास ठीक है 2-3 मैच के लिए अवेलेबल नहीं थे, लेकिन उनसे पूरे सीजन की कप्तानी आपको हमेशा से करानी चाहिए थी। आपको एक अनाउंसमेंट करनी चाहिए कि एडन मार्करम हमारे कप्तान।
जी, इस बार कौन होगा कप्तान? फिर से एक बार
अभी
सवाल
तक
ही है।
तो कोई ऐसी खबर नहीं है,
लेकिन मार्करम से ले लेना कैप्टनसी मुझे नहीं समझ आएगा, क्योंकि उन्होंने एज यू सेड एक लीग जिताई है, लेकिन पैट कमिंस अगर वहां पे आ गए हैं तो प्रॉब्ली डब्ल्यूटीसी विनर, वर्ल्ड कप
विनिंग कैप्टन है भाई, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी उनके प्रॉब्लम है अवेलेबिलिटी की। 2 महीने क्या वो लगातार इंडिया में रहेंगे?
पैट कमिंस जिस चीज को छूते हैं उसको सोना कर देते हैं, तो फिर मेरे हिसाब से वही मुझे लग रहा है हमारा लाइव देख रहे थे वो।
मेरे ख्याल में
कमिंस पे इतनी बड़ी बिड लगाई है।
मेरे ख्याल में एसआरएच आर बैंकिंग ऑन द ऑस्ट्रेलियन कैप्टन्स, इट वाज an Australian player who won them IPL in 2016.
बिल्कुल।
डेविड वार्नर।
3 प्लेयर्स ऐसे हैं कहीं ना कहीं। ट्रेविस हेड को तो मैं नहीं कहूंगा, क्योंकि उनको कितने मौके मिलेंगे ये बड़ा सवाल होगा। पैट कमिंस और मिचेल स्टार्क पे इतनी हाईएस्ट बिड गई है, इतनी ज्यादा बिड लगाई गई है, उसका एक बड़ा कारण है कि ये खिलाड़ी पूरा मैच नहीं पूरा सीजन पलट सकते,
लेकिन पूरा सीजन खेलना पड़ेगा।
ये
इनकी ये होती है कि
इस
आप
बार तो खेलेंगे। देखिए कहीं ना कहीं 2023 वर्ल्ड कप आपके सामने था, और ऑस्ट्रेलियन
जी।
प्लेयर्स का ये हमेशा से रहा है, वो प्रेफरेंस तय कर लेते हैं
लेकिन
अपनी।
उत्कर्ष यहाँ पर अगर ट्रेविस हेड आप पूरा खिलाने वाले हैं, पैट कमिंस को पूरा सीजन,
ट्रेविस हेड तो नहीं पूरा खेलेंगे, ये तो
पैट
clarity
कमिंस
है।
अगर पूरा खेलते हैं, एडन मार्करम को आप नहीं हटा सकते, हेनरिक क्लासन आपको वहां चाहिए फॉर कीपिंग,
बिल्कुल
कोई एक जन चाहिए, तो फिर आपके
मुझे
पास
तो लग रहा है हेनरिक क्लासन जिस तरह से अच्छा सीजन गया था, उनको भी प्लेइंग 11 से जब तक कुछ बहुत खराब वो नहीं कर देते सीजन में, बाहर
तो
करना मुश्किल होगा।
तीन तो आपके ये ओवरसीज हो गए। आप अगर ट्रेविस हेड को भी डालते हैं, या आप ट्रेविस हेड को एज एन इंपैक्ट प्लेयर खिलाना चाहते हैं कि आप 8+3 का एक इक्वेशन बनाएंगे,
मुझे तो लग रहा है यही होगा, या तो आप ग्लेन फिलिप्स के साथ जाएंगे, ट्रेविस हेड के साथ जाएंगे,
प्रोबेबली आई जस्ट फील कि
डिसीजन मेकिंग पावर पर भी डिपेंड करता है कि वो आप एग्जैक्टली देंगे किसको, कौन सा खिलाड़ी रिस्पांसिबल होगा, वो मार्करम होने वाले हैं या फिर अगर फ्रेंचाइजी खुद डिसीजन करेगा नहीं भाई हम डिसाइड करेंगे।
लेकिन अगर यहाँ पे ट्रेविस हेड को अगर आप एज एन इंपैक्ट प्लेयर खिलाते हैं, तो वहाँ एक फायदा हो सकता है कि आप मार्को यंसन को बॉलिंग में ला सकते हैं,
बिल्कुल
और वाइस
इम्पोर्टेंट है। आपको बॉलिंग ऑफर चाहिए, आपके लिए अकेले पैट कमिंस बॉलिंग नहीं करेंगे।
पैट कमिंस नहीं कर, और उसके साथ आपके साथ जयदेव उनादकट है, उसके अलावा फारूकी नहीं खेल सकते, फारूकी की जगह नहीं बनेगी।
वही प्लेइंग 11 बनाना बहुत मुश्किल है। वनिंदु हसरंगा को बोल रहे हैं आज ही खरीद,
वनिंदु हसरंगा एग्जैक्टली, वनिंदु हसरंगा को आपने खरीद लिया, लेकिन उसे आप खिलाएंगे कैसे?
जी, और आपके पास आईपीएल के ड्रीम प्लेयर उनादकट है भाई, उनका जो रिकॉर्ड कहता है
उनादकट 11 में खेल सकते
जी, वो 11 में
इस
खेलते
सारे
हैं।
इस सारे कॉम्बिनेशन के बाद आई फील 59 हैं जो
जी
खेल सकते हैं
उनकी
11
जगह
में।
बनती है। हाँ,
अब
पैसे थोड़ा कम मिले।
एसआरएच का पॉइंट्स टेबल में क्या होने वाला है आपको कहीं ना कहीं से दिख रहा होगा,
11
अगर
नंबर।
59 आपके प्लेइंग 11 में दिख रहे हैं तो।
बिल्कुल, पैसा थोड़ा कम मिला है हर बार के हिसाब से जो होता है, लेकिन हाँ फिर भी इस बार आईपीएल में
हाँ, पिछली बार तो बहुत शॉकिंग था।
जी
बहुत ज्यादा शॉकिंग था। लेकिन ठीक है, वो पिछले साल की बात थी, बट अगेन आई मीन मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है कि एसआरएच ओवरसीज 11 बनाने की सोच रहा है अपनी। कमिंग टू आरसीबी क्या करना चाह रहा है? व्हाट आर दे थिंकिंग? आई मीन प्लेयर्स ले नहीं रहे, ले रहे हैं तो इतने महंगे ले रहे हैं। उत्कर्ष,
देखिए ऑन पेपर वो टीम सबसे स्ट्रांग है। मुझे लगता है उनका मोटो क्लियर है भाई कि
वो
मैच
तो
के पहले
2008 से स्ट्रांग है।
मैच के पहले हमें सबसे स्ट्रांग दिखना है, सामने वाला वैसे ही हमसे गेम से आउट हो जाए। लेकिन एक बहुत सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये उनके सामने आती है कि भाई आप चिन्ना स्वामी में उतरते हो बिना बॉलर्स के। आपके पास जो भी बॉलर हैं चिन्ना स्वामी में, वो कोई भी एक गेंदबाज आप ले आइए, आप कमिंस को उतार दीजिए, स्टार्क को उतार दीजिए। स्टार्क ऑलरेडी खेल चुके हैं आरसीबी से, उनका हाल हमने देख लिया। उस मैदान पर जब तक आपके पास बॉलिंग यूनिट नहीं होगी आप नहीं जीत सकते। आपके वहां पर मैक्सवेल मार देंगे रन, आपके फैफ डुप्लेसी मार देंगे, विराट मार देंगे, डिपेंड
बॉलिंग
कौन
यूनिट तो
करेगा।
इस बार भी नहीं है।
सेम
जारी
प्रॉब्लम
जोसेफ आ तो गए 11.5 करोड़।
जारी जोसेफ आ गए, कैमरन ग्रीन भी है, तो खिलाओगे किसको किसको आप? ऑप्शन तो वहां तो फाइट तो यही है। आपके जो मेन बॉलर है वो आकाशदीप है, विजय कुमार व्यास है, वो तो ऑलराउंडर।
प्रॉब्लम ये है विजय कुमार
जारी
वैश्य,
जोसेफ को लेके आए, उसके अलावा आपने फाइट किया है।
विजय कुमार वैश्य, आकाशदीप और
कैमरन
मोहम्मद
ग्रीन
सिराज,
को आपने
तीनों का
ट्रेड कर
प्रॉब्लम
लिया
ये
है।
है। तीनों का यही प्रॉब्लम है कि रन्स बहुत देते हैं, एंड आल्सो रीस्टॉपली। आई मीन आप वैसे तो उनकी जगह बन नहीं रही है, क्योंकि विद अजारी जोसेफ को अगर 11.5 करोड़ में खरीदा तो आप उन्हें खिलाएंगे, बट अगेन
जो आप देख लीजिए, अगर ओवरसीज उनके गिने जाए तो फाफ ओपन करेंगे आपके लिए, उसके बाद
फाफ मैक्सवेल तो पक्के ही हैं
बिल्कुल,
और उसके बाद आपको अल्जारी खिलाते हैं आप, तो फिर आप किसे
या तो रीस्टॉपले खेलेंगे या तो कैमरन ग्रीन, 2 ऑलराउंडर और मेन बॉलर्स आपके फिर वही होंगे आकाशदीप और अजय कुमार।
देखिए ऑक्शन हो गया, लेकिन आरसीबी अपनी प्रॉब्लम अभी ढूंढ नहीं पाया, वो सॉल्व नहीं कर पाया। जो प्रॉब्लम थी बॉलिंग की बरकरार है अभी।
आई जस्ट होप दे गो टू डोमेस्टिक प्लेयर्स दिस टाइम, अनकार्ड प्लेयर्स को खिलाएं और उस तरीके उससे बैलेंस करें, तभी बैलेंस आ सकता है आपके पास।
पिछली बार कोशिश की थी, विजय कुमार व्यास डोमेस्टिक से ही लेके आए थे आप, लेकिन वो बैलेंस दिखा नहीं ना।
ठीक है, एक एक्सपीरियंस की भी बात होती है।
कंपटीशन इतना हाई
आप
होता है,
16 सीजन एक्सपीरियंस देने के लिए थोड़ी खेल रहे हैं सौम्य। आप खुद देखिए, आप 16 सीजन से आपको जीत नहीं मिली, आप एक भी ट्रॉफी से महरूम है, आपकी फैन फॉलोइंग सबसे ज्यादा है, ये सब ठीक है, लेकिन उसके अलावा एक बूस्टअप चाहिए होता है
जी।
मेरे हिसाब से वो इस साल भी नहीं आने वाला।
मुझसे ज्यादा कौन जानता है इस चीज को। लेकिन थोड़ा सा बात करूंगा मैं मुंबई इंडियंस की। उत्कर्ष क्या लग रहा है? अच्छी टीम दिख रही है, जो थोड़े एक मिसिंग पीसेस थे,
देखिए परफेक्ट टीम दिख रही है, परफेक्ट टीम दिख रही है पेपर
जो 22 थे वो और भी परफेक्ट थे।
जी, परफेक्ट दिख रही है टीम। कप्तानी जरूर बदली है, ट्रेंडिंग काफी है इधर बीच, बहुत सारे लोग हैं तरह तरह की बातें जरूर टीम के बारे में कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आप पेपर पर उठा के देखिए, चाहे बैटिंग की बात कर लें, अब रोहित शर्मा एज एन ओपनर खेलेंगे। अब रोहित शर्मा आपके लिए वो कप्तानी वाला जो रोल है वो प्रेशर नहीं करेंगे, हो सकता है उनका बैटिंग ऑर्डर भी ऊपर नीचे हो सकता है, काइंड ऑफ शफल भी कर दिया जाए, लेकिन ज्यादा फ्रीली खेलेंगे। पिछले 2-3 सीजन से रन नहीं आए रोहित शर्मा के लिए, हर कोई इस बात को जानता है। शायद हम तीनों में से भी रोहित शर्मा को एक कोई ग्रेट इनिंग आईपीएल में याद करना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा यहाँ पर तो, लेकिन इस बार उम्मीद होगी कि थोड़ा फ्रीली
मेरे ख्याल
खेलेंगे।
से यहाँ पे उन पे
रोहित शर्मा को लेकर मेरी समझ तो खैर अलग है। वो कई बार मैं बोल चुका हूँ, आज रहने देते हैं उसे।
मेरे हिसाब से रोहित शर्मा का जो रोल रह सकता है, इफ आई हैव द अथॉरिटी टू मेक दैट 11, आई वुड रादर कीप हिम एज एन इंपैक्ट प्लेयर विद ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट कि आपने बहुत कुछ करा है, आपने एक लेगेसी क्रिएट कर दी है, आपने 5 टाइटल जीते, अब आप आराम कीजिए और सिर्फ होता ना एक 6-8 ओवर खेलिए, हमें एक अच्छा स्टार्ट दीजिए वाइल चेजिंग, वाइल बैटिंग फर्स्ट, और उसके बाद आप जाइए वहां पे प्लानिंग करिए, डगआउट में प्लानिंग ज्यादा करिए,
सिर्फ पावर प्ले खेलिए और आउट हो जाइए।
नहीं आउट नहीं हो जाइए।
देखिए
वर्ल्ड कप की बात क्यों करते हैं?
अगर रोहित शर्मा की आईपीएल की कप्तानी को आप तवज्जो दे रहे हैं, उसके बाद इंडियन टीम की कप्तानी, उसमें सिर्फ वर्ल्ड कप के वो 10 मैच थे जहां पर रोहित शर्मा सच में कप्तान के रूप में दिखे थे, कुछ ऐसे डिसीजन लेते हुए। वही फाइनल में आपके 10 ओवर पहले ही आपके कंधे गिर गए थे, तो उनको अगर आप 5 आईपीएल ट्रॉफी उनके पास है, वो कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है मेरे हिसाब से। मैं पहले भी कह चुका हूँ और ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। तो मेरे हिसाब से अब इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर की तरह ही खेलना उनके लिए लाजमी होगा। अगर हार्दिक पांड्या की कप्तानी में उनके पास जिस तरह से प्लेयर्स हैं और जिस तरह के आज के बाइज हैं, गेराल्ड कोएत्जे, दिल्सन मधुशंका, तो मुंबई इंडियंस बहुत दूर का सोच रही है और अगले साल मेगा ऑक्शन आने वाला है, तो उनका पूरा फोकस उस साल पे रहेगा और इस साल वो कमबैक करने की कोशिश करेंगे।
बट लेकिन फैंस चाहते हैं कि रोहित शर्मा इस बार एक लंबा स्कोर बनाए। विराट कोहली आपके लिए हर दूसरे तीसरे सीजन में आपको 500 रन बनाकर देते हैं, रोहित शर्मा शायद वहां तक पहुंचते हैं लेकिन 450 450 तक रुक जाते हैं। आप खेलिए इस बार फ्रीली। मुंबई इंडियंस की टीम स्ट्रांग दिख रही है, बड़ा डीप बैटिंग लाइनअप है, गेंदबाजी अब पूरी तरीके से टाइट
मुंबई
करती है।
इंडियंस की टीम कभी वीक तो लगी नहीं है, मुझे तो नहीं लगी।
पिछले साल थी।
इंजरीज हो गई थी, बुमराह के बिना वो टीम वैसे भी, चाहे इंडियन टीम हो, मुंबई की टीम हो, बुमराह के बिना थोड़ी सी वीक लगती है, लेकिन बुमराह भी आ गए तो टीम
हार्दिक
काफी
पांड्या
strong।
गुजरात में जाने के बाद बुमराह ही उनकी स्ट्रेंथ बचे थे। उसके अलावा आप
जी।
देखिए वो स्टार प्लेयर्स थे, कहीं ना कहीं केरन पोलार्ड थे वहां पे।
तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था स्टार्क और बुमराह की जोड़ी अगर साथ में हो, बट वो हुआ नहीं।
ज्यादा ही लीथल हो जाता।
रचिन रविंद्र इज ही अ स्टील एनिमेज सीएसके के
भाई
लिए?
अब तो डबल स्टील हो गया ना, 2 रविंद्र आ गए
दो
सीएसके में।
रविंद्र आ गए।
तो डबल रविंद्रा की पावर कहीं ना कहीं, और धोनी उनको यूज करना जानते हैं। कहीं ना कहीं आपको ये देखने को मिलेगा रचिन रविंद्र बहुत की प्लेयर बनकर उभरेंगे इस पूरे सीजन में, क्योंकि बॉलिंग उतनी खास नहीं है, लेकिन बॉलिंग जिसकी खास नहीं होती वो एमएस धोनी में वो करिश्मा है कि वो उस बॉलिंग को खास बना देते हैं। तो रचिन रविंद्रा की देखिए स्ट्राइक रेट तो अच्छा था, बहुत खराब नहीं था, और उसको अब किया जा सकता है, तो वो एक की रोल बन सकते हैं। और लेकिन वही है कि आपकी प्लेइंग 11 में कैसे स्पेस बनेगा वो देखने वाली बात होगी।
हैंडी प्लेयर तो हैं उत्कर्ष।
करिश्मे की इन्होंने बात की, कहा कि वो करिश्मा धोनी के पास है। मैं चाहूंगा शार्दुल ठाकुर के ऊपर भी वो करिश्मा किया जाए, वो भी सीएसके में वापस लौटे हैं।
शार्दुल ठाकुर पे
जी।
पूरा इन्वेस्टमेंट कहीं ना कहीं सीएसके का ही था, जो मुझे लग रहा है कि वो इंडियन टीम तक पहुंचने में वो कामयाब रहे, और जिस तरह से उन्होंने मेहनत की थी धोनी ने, वही एक इन्वेस्टमेंट थी।
शार्दुल ठाकुर भी एक स्टील ही है वैसे, 4 करोड़ में।
शार्दुल ठाकुर देखिए कहीं ना कहीं सीएसके ये पहले से क्लियर था, सीएसके उनके लेकर बहुत बढ़िया बिड करने वाली है, और 4 करोड़ उनके लिए बहुत अच्छा प्राइस था।
और ऑलराउंडर है वो, बॉलर नहीं है। ऑलराउंडर है भाई, वो अपने आप को बॉलर नहीं कहते हैं। तो यहाँ पर इंपॉर्टेंट प्लेयर वो भी है। साथ ही रचिन रविंद्र की आपने बात की, भाई न्यूज़ रूम में मैं बाहर बैठा था, कई सारे लोग डिसअपॉइंट भी हुए, कह रहे थे कि शायद ज्यादा पैसा मिलना चाहिए था, कुछ कम पैसा मिला।
रचिन रविंद्र को 1.5 करोड़ मतलब
बेस
ठीक
प्राइस
है,
ही उन्होंने अपना रखा हुआ था, खुद सेट कर रखा था उन्होंने 50 लाख, तो जो भी मिला पहली बार के हिसाब से ठीक है। लेकिन हाँ,
देखिए T20 प्लेयर तो अभी उन्होंने अपने आप को साबित भी नहीं किया है। T20 फॉर्मेट्स में उनके कुछ आंकड़े नहीं है, और आपने T20 फॉर्मेट में उनको खेलते हुए बहुत नहीं देखा है। ओडीआई वर्ल्ड कप अच्छा गया था। ट्रेविस हेड को ही आप खुद सोचिए, 6.4 करोड़ मेरे लिए कोई बहुत बड़ा प्राइस नहीं था उनके हिसाब से। ट्रेविस हेड जिस तरह की विस्फोटक बल्लेबाजी करते हैं,
10 to 12 करोड़।
हाँ, तो लेकिन वही चीज है ना कि आप ओडीआई फॉर्मेट में कितना अच्छा कर रहा है, ये T20 फॉर्मेट में बहुत मैटर नहीं करने वाला, और फ्रेंचाइजीज ने बहुत अच्छे से शो किया है।
और काफी हद तक एक जैसे बल्लेबाज भी हो जाते हैं। अगर गायकवाड़ की बात कर लें आप, रचिन रविंद्र की बात कर लें, दोनों वहां पर सीमेंट करने की कोशिश करते हैं, एंकर वाला रोल प्ले करते हैं। कोई बहुत अटैकिंग बैट्समैन नहीं दिखेंगे आपको वहां पर स्टार्टिंग में।
और 3 नंबर के प्लेयर के लिए रचिन रविंद्र सबसे परफेक्ट ऑप्शन होते हैं, पर वहां पे ऑप्शन बनेगा नहीं सीएसके में।
बिल्कुल। बात करते थोड़ी पंजाब किंग्स की उत्कर्ष। क्रिस वोक्स 4.2 करोड़, हर्षल पटेल 11.75 करोड़।
वो शॉकिंग था मेरे लिए भी।
वो सबके लिए शॉकिंग था। मैं न्यूज़ रूम में
बेस प्राइस पे वो अगर अनसोल्ड जाते तो मेरे लिए शॉकिंग नहीं होता।
ट्रू। क्या कहना चाहोगे आप उसके
देखिए
बारे में?
गेंदबाज वो बड़े शानदार हैं, उस गेंदबाजी के दम पर इंडियन टीम में आए थे, वर्ल्ड कप खेल गए थे, फिर ऐसे गायब हो गए कि लगा भाई कहाँ चले गए। हर्षल पटेल भी कोई गेंदबाज थे, T20 वर्ल्ड कप में खराब गेंदबाजी, टीम इंडिया से आउट हो गए। लेकिन कह सकते हैं कि उनका 2.0 वर्जन यहाँ पर स्टार्ट हुआ है। फिर से एक बार उनके ऊपर किसी ने ट्रस्ट दिखाया कि चलिए भाई हमारी गेंदबाजी लाइनअप को संभालिए। बेंगलोर के लिए गेंदबाजी करते थे, उस मैदान पर बहुत मार पड़ती थी।
ऐसा अनाउंस कर लेकिन कि शिखर धवन खुद हर्षल को संभालते उनका पूरा सीजन निकल जाए।
नहीं,
पिछला सीजन जैसे शिखर का निकला था, हर सार प्लेयर को संभालते ही रह गए थे।
नहीं, इंपॉर्टेंट होगा कि वो 50 ना मारे, 4 ओवर में वो 50 से कम रन दे, क्योंकि उनकी गेंदबाजी कई बार
बहुत मुश्किल है उनके लिए, बहुत मुश्किल टास्क दे रहा है।
मैं एक चीज बोलता हूँ कि हिज बैड डेज आर रियली बैड, और वो जरूर से ज्यादा खराब हो जाता है।
वेरिएशन नहीं है। देखिए किसी बॉलर में अगर वेरिएशन नहीं, आप अपनी स्लोअर बॉल पे डिपेंड हो रहे हैं, तो कोई बहुत खास नहीं। आप हमेशा आपका एक ही एम रहता है कि आपको विकेट लेना है, वो भी बाउंड्री पे कैच करा।
पूरी दुनिया आपको जान चुकी है, अब आपके पास क्या आपकी स्पेशलिटी है?
आपके पास कुछ नया नहीं है ना। हर बार अब मोहम्मद शमी अगर कमबैक कर रहे हैं वर्ल्ड कप स्क्वाड में, तो वो वेरिएशन लेके आ रहा है ना। कुलदीप यादव अपनी सेकंड इनिंग खेल रहे हैं अपने करियर की, तो उनके पास वो वेरिएशन है। हर्षल पटेल के पास क्या है?
उस बॉल के
कौन होंगे हर्षल पटेल, किसके साथ गेंदबाजी करेंगे, वो भी इंपॉर्टेंट है जी। तो एक बार आप पार्टनर्स बताएं कौन है उनके, कि भाई किसके साथ।
उससे पहले मैं एक छोटे से अपडेट देना चाहूंगा। इंडिया आर बैटिंग फर्स्ट और इंडिया हैव लॉस्ट द फर्स्ट विकेट। गायकवाड़ बाहर हो चुके हैं, आउट हो चुके हैं। बर्गर ने उन्हें एलबीडब्ल्यू किया। ही हैज बीन ट्रैप्ड इन फ्रंट फॉर 4।
मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ी जानने का मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं, क्या रिंकू ने डेब्यू किया आज?
रिंकू ने डेब्यू कर लिया है।
ये अच्छी खबर है। रिंकू सिंह को बहुत बहुत बधाई,
और उनके साथ
ये डिजर्व करते थे। वो
बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग,
संजू सैमसन है स्क्वाड
जी बिल्कुल है, केएल राहुल भी हैं।
तो जो हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे वही
लेकिन 3 नंबर पे तिलक वर्मा
ने छोड़ दिया है कि 4 नंबर पे प्रमोट कर दिया।
बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जो वर्ल्ड कप के बाद डिसअपॉइंट हो गए। उनका कहना है कि वो क्रिकेट आज की डेट में सिर्फ रिंकू सिंह के लिए देख रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल
तो रिंकू सिंह ने अपना नाम बनाया है, आज उन्हें मौका मिला।
पर मैं रजत पाटीदार के लिए थोड़ा निराश हूं कि वो पिछली बार भी एक सीरीज पे गए थे, बेंच स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ा के आए थे, इस बार भी ऐसा ना हो।
लेकिन एनिमेश कहीं ना कहीं वो एक प्रायोरिटी की बात हो जाती है।
तो प्रायोरिटी आप संजू सैमसन को क्यों दे रहे हैं?
को देंगे,
क्यों दे रहे हैं
आप? ये हमारा क्वेश्चन है। जो टीम मैनेजमेंट
आपके
का जो
विकेट
आउटलुक है,
कीपिंग बैकअप है, उनको बैकअप की तरह ही टीम में रखना चाहिए था। उनको बहुत मौके मिल चुके हैं, वो साबित नहीं कर पाए उन मौकों पे अपने आप को।
जी।
आप स्ट्राइक रेट और एवरेज का हवाला मत दीजिएगा प्लीज, क्योंकि कुछ मैचेस में खेल के आपने स्ट्राइक रेट अपना आप कर लिया, लेकिन वो कहीं ना कहीं फिट ही नहीं होते। 4 नंबर पे भी आपके फिट बैट्समैन है, आप उनको
जी।
बैकअप में भी रखोगे, आपकी बहुत लंबी फेहरिस्त है 4 नंबर पे। 6 नंबर पे फिनिशर में सूर्य कुमार यादव तो चले ओडीआई में फेल हो गए, रिंकू सिंह है, उसके अलावा और सारे कई प्लेयर्स हैं जो आपके सामने बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स होने वाले हैं।
नहीं, संजू सैमसन के साथ सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये आती है, खासकर उनके फैन क्लब के साथ प्रॉब्लम ये आती है कि पूरा आईपीएल जब वो 2 महीने लगातार खेलते हैं और परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाते, कोई आवाज नहीं आती है।
जी।
लेकिन अगर एक मैच में वो नहीं चलते या फिर मौका नहीं दिया जाता है, सवाल उठ जाता है कि भाई संजू सैमसन क्यों नहीं खेल रहे हैं। संजू सैमसन का डेब्यू आज नहीं हुआ है, 2015 में हो गया था उनका डेब्यू। हम 2023 में बैठे हैं, 24 की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, तो संजू सैमसन कोई नए खिलाड़ी नहीं है। मौके दिया गया, शायद अब वो जमाना चला गया कि आपको 3-4 सीरीजें मिलेंगी, आपको एक मैच मिलेगा, परफॉर्म कीजिए, नहीं
जी।
तो आपके दरवाजे खुल जाएंगे।
जी।
पीबीकेएस के हम बात कर रहे थे पंजाब किंग्स की, वहां पर भी मतलब ये जो बाई है मेरे भी समझ से थोड़ा सा बाहर है, क्योंकि आप स्क्वाड उठा के देखें, रबाडा वहां पे है ही है, नाथन एलिस सही है, तो फिर कैसे फिट करेंगे सबको?
दैट इज व्हाट आई एम सेइंग मैम, मतलब ओवरसीज प्लेयर्स पे इतना पैसा लगाना मुझे मेरी समझ के बाहर हो गया है ये। बट कमिंग टू लखनऊ सुपर जायंट्स, गुड पिक शिवम मावी 6.4 करोड़,
बिल्कुल, बहुत
हैंडी
शानदार
पिक,
था वो।
बहुत अच्छे बैट्समैन और बॉलर है, तेज फेंकते हैं
जी।
What-
यही हम
what
नोएडा
are
के
your
गेंदबाज हैं, यहीं पे शानदार गेंदबाजी
केकेआर
शिवम
ने बहुत
मावी करते
इन्वेस्टमेंट
हैं।
भी किया उन पे।
केकेआर ने बहुत,
बट
एग्जैक्टली।
सही प्राइस उन्हें इस बार अच्छा मिला, एक्सपेक्टेड शायद नहीं था इतना, जिस तरीके से उनका
हाँ,
बेस
बहुत
प्राइस बढ़ना
मतलब
शुरू हुआ।
इतना ज्यादा तो मैंने भी एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था।
आपका आपका क्या कहना है और शिवम मावी के पिक पे
मेरे
कॉम्बिनेशन
हिसाब से
बनाना
पिक तो
कितना
अच्छा है, लेकिन इतना ज्यादा बिट जाएगा ये मेरे लिए एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था। और लेकिन ठीक है,
मैंने भी 5-6
क्वालिटी
करोड़
बॉलर
करीब
हैं,
लगाया।
अभी भी वेरिएशन उनमें बाकी है, चीजें बदलने की कोशिश करते हैं, टेम्परामेंट बहुत अच्छा है, फील्ड पे जाते ही टेम्परामेंट लूज नहीं कर जाते हैं। जैसे हर्षल की हम अभी बात कर रहे थे, शिवम मावी कम उम्र के खिलाड़ी हैं, लेकिन केकेआर के लिए खेलते हुए कहीं ना कहीं कोचिंग का भी
बिल्कुल।
हवाला देना चाहिए कि वसीम अकरम की कोचिंग के अंडर में उन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा ग्रूम किया है, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं उनके लिए बहुत फायदेमंद साबित हुआ है। और जो वेरिएशन कहीं ना कहीं उमरान मलिक के साथ आप देखिए, कहीं ना कहीं जब लंबा सीजन खेले, आप बहुत तेज गेंदबाजी करते हैं, तो आपके लिए सबसे ज्यादा मुश्किल होता है कि आप बॉलिंग वेरिएशन को कंटिन्यू कर पाए। शिवम मावी ने भी वही कहीं ना कहीं मिस किया था और इसीलिए बहुत खर्चीले साबित हो रहे थे। अब लेकिन पिछले सीजन में भी जब वो खेल रहे थे तो थोड़ा सा उनमें सुधार दिखा था, और मुझे लग रहा है इसीलिए डोमेस्टिक को देखते हुए कहीं ना कहीं एलएसजी ने दांव चला।
जी, तो अनसोल्ड प्लेयर्स एंड लॉकी फर्गसन थोड़ा सा सरप्राइजिंग है। बाकी मेरे को समझ आता है, स्टीव स्मिथ का अभी नहीं पिक हुए उनका, आई एग्री कि ठीक है, पर्स देख रहे हैं
मनीष
उसके पास।
पांडे को मुझे लग रहा था सीएसके लेंगे,
मनीष
बट
पांडे का आई गेस
को भी नहीं लिया गया है।
एग्जैक्टली, मनीष पांडे प्रोबेबली जो उनका बेस प्राइस है, इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन, दैट्स 50 लाख
जी।
या
तो वो मेरे ख्याल से बाद में शायद पिक हो सकते हैं इन द फैग एंड ऑफ द ऑक्शन। बट लॉकी फर्गसन आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट है, टीम्स की रिक्वायरमेंट थी, प्रोबेबली आरसीबी कुड हैव गॉन फॉर हिम।
बिल्कुल लगा था कि शायद उन्हें जरूरत होगी, बट उन्होंने भी कह दिया नहीं भाई, हमें नहीं
क्योंकि
चाहिए।
ब्रिज टॉपली के अलावा उनके
जी।
पास कोई भी मुख्य तेज गेंदबाज नहीं है वहां
अब
पर। आपके
अल्जारी
पास
जोसेफ है।
अल्जारी जोसेफ है, पर अल्जारी जोसेफ से ज्यादा मैं लॉकी फर्ग्यूसन पे थोड़ा डिपेंड होना चाहूंगा।
एग्जैक्टली,
आपके पास पहले से इतने ऑप्शंस हैं, पहले से आपके पास इतने ऑलराउंडर हैं, फिनिशर हैं, वहां पे आपको अल्जारी जोसेफ से ज्यादा जरूरत मेरे हिसाब से एक मुख्य तेज गेंदबाज की थी, जो अल्जारी जोसेफ पहले करने में नाकाम रहे हैं आईपीएल में।
जी।
अगर आप उनको मेन बॉलर की तरह देख रहे हैं अपनी स्क्वाड में, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं आपको निराश करेंगे
जी।
मेरे हिसाब से।
जी, चेतन सकारिया 50 लाख, गुड परचेज।
बिल्कुल डिजर्व करते हैं भाई। शुरुआत उनकी भी करियर की इस तरीके से अगर होती है तो उन्हें भी जरूर अच्छा लगेगा, और साथ ही कई खिलाड़ी उन्हें देख भी रहे हैं, जितने सीनियर खिलाड़ी हैं, कुछ स्टेटमेंट उनको लेकर धीरे धीरे आते रहते हैं, छप नहीं पाते हैं वो खबरों में जरूर, लेकिन इस बार जब वो परफॉर्म करेंगे तो नजरें उनके ऊपर होने वाली हैं भाई। आपको अगर इंडियन टीम तक पहुंचना है, दरवाजा आपको दे दिया गया है, अब आप चलिए आगे बढ़िए।
कोलकाता नाइट राइडर्स का एक क्विकली देख लेते हैं स्क्वाड। जेसन रॉय, रहमतुल्लाह, गुरबाज हैं ऊपर। ओपनर की अभी भी जरूरत है शायद,
मेरे हिसाब से तो नहीं,
क्योंकि
विकेट कीपिंग
ओवरसीज,
बैकअप चाहिए था। वो केएस भरत को उन्होंने बेस प्राइस में परचेज करके एक अच्छा
लेकिन
ऑप्शन ले
ओवरसीज
लिया।
का इशू तो आएगा, क्योंकि आपके पास एंड्रे रसेल और सुनील नारायण को आप रखेंगे 11 में।
यही बड़ा सवाल था कि उनको रिटेन ही क्यों करते जा रहे हो हर साल, और वो परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहा है आपके लिए, तो उसके बाद ये थोड़ा शॉकिंग रहता है कि आप सुनील नारायण पे अभी भी इतना इन्वेस्टमेंट करना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि वो बैट और बॉल दोनों से फेल रहते हैं। आंद्रे रसेल आपके लिए किसी ना किसी मैच में करिश्मा कर सकते हैं, वो उस पे खैर आप पूरा सीजन एक करिश्मा के वेट करते हुए तो नहीं कर सकते कि आप एक बेहतरीन पारी आएगी या बेहतरीन एक बॉलिंग अटैक आएगा। वो पिछले सीजन में कहीं कहीं पे दिखा था।
नहीं देखिए,
उसके कुछ
रसेल
ग्लिम्स दिखे थे।
रसेल ऐसे खिलाड़ी हैं कि सीजन या तो उनका है या तो नहीं है।
या तो नहीं,
अगर
बिल्कुल।
सीजन नहीं है तो फिर वो पूरे सीजन नहीं चलते हैं, सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये है। अगर वो परफॉर्म करते हैं वेल एंड गुड, अदरवाइज वो पूरी तरीके से फ्लॉप प्लेयर नजर आते हैं। उसके बावजूद आप जेसन रॉय को बाहर बैठाते हैं, उन्हें बाहर नहीं बैठाते।
जी, रसल के साथ एक मेरे को एक अब इशू लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं वो जो एज फैक्टर है वो ओपन कर चुका है उनके गेम में, और या तो वो बॉलिंग से परफॉर्मेंस देंगे या वो बैटिंग से। पिछले साल या उससे एक एडिशन पहले की बात है कि वो बॉलिंग से अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस कर रहे थे लेकिन बैटिंग में वो दम नहीं आ रहा था। एक दो
क्विक फायर्स
आए थे लेकिन बॉलिंग ज्यादा बेटर थी। अभी हमने रिसेंटली इंग्लैंड के अगेंस्ट देखा, एक मैच में उन्होंने 4 विकेट लिए शायद, और उसके बाद ही वेंट फॉर व्हाट
इसका एक बड़ा रीजन है जो हम हर जिस प्लेयर्स की उम्र बढ़ रही है उनके साथ सबसे बड़ा इशू ये होता है कि बैट एंड हैंड कांटेक्ट जब आपकी आंखों पे वो इफेक्ट दिखने लगता है, तो वो जब आंखों पे इफेक्ट दिखता है तो वो आपकी बढ़ती उम्र के साथ वो आता ही आता है। अब विराट कोहली आप देखिए, अगर वो जब मैच नहीं खेल होते हमेशा उनके स्पेक्स दिखते हैं उनके साथ, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं इशू क्रिएट होता ही होता है हर प्लेयर के साथ लगभग, और वो आंद्रे रसेल के साथ भी आएगा ही आएगा, चाहे कोई भी प्लेयर हो।
बिल्कुल
वो उतना कोऑर्डिनेशन आपका बैट और आइज में, वो हैंड में, वो तीनों के बीच वो कोऑर्डिनेशन कंटिन्यू रहे आपकी बढ़ती उम्र के साथ, ये बहुत मुश्किल होता है। इसलिए बॉलिंग में वो इतना इम्पैक्ट नहीं डालता है, पर बैटिंग में वो बहुत खास इम्पैक्ट डालता है, क्योंकि जब उम्र बढ़ने लगती है तो आंखों का जो रोशनी हल्का फुल्का तो देखिए वेरिएशन आता ही उसमें।
सुनील नारायण की भी आपने बात की, वो भी एक इंपॉर्टेंट खिलाड़ी हुआ करते थे केकेआर के लिए। जब गौतम गंभीर कप्तानी किया करते थे उन्हें ओपनर तक बना दिया गया था कि चलिए भाई अगर गेंदबाजी नहीं चल रही है आप
में भी
ओपनिंग
ये
तक खेलिए।
कुछ प्रयोग किए थे, फिर से उनको ओपनिंग का भार संभाला था।
लेकिन शायद 2-3 साल गुजर चुके हैं, सुनील नारायण अपने उस कैलिबर पे परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाया। जब से कुछ एक्शन चेंज किया है, वापस आए हैं, वो सुनील नारायण नजर नहीं आते अब।
गंभीर बिंग बैक इन द डगआउट, उत्कर्ष क्या लगता है कि ये एक कुछ बोल्ड डिसीजंस वहां पे लिए जा सकते हैं कि ठीक है एंड्रे रसेल या सुनील नारायण को हम बैठा देते हैं एंड लेट्स, ठीक है टीम में है, दैट इज अ डिफरेंट केस ऑल टुगेदर, क्योंकि रिटेंशन आपने करी है फाइन, लेकिन अभी बैठाते हैं, रेस्ट देते हैं, बेंच करते हैं एंड लेट्स हैव अ यंगस्टर इन देयर प्लेस।
पुराना बॉन्ड है गौतम गंभीर का, देखिए इनके साथ वो कह भी सकते हैं और फ्री हैंड भी उन्हें दिया जाता है, जैसा गौतम गंभीर ने कहा कि भाई उनको पूरी तरीके से कहा जाता है कि चलिए भाई आपको जो डिसीजन लेने हैं आप डिसीजन लीजिए, आप मुझे एक्टिंग मत सिखाइए, मैं आपको क्रिकेट नहीं सिखाऊंगा। तो वही वाला फिर से एक बार यहाँ पर थ्योरी देखने को मिलेगी गौतम गंभीर के साथ। हो सकता है ये पॉसिबिलिटी हमें देखने को मिले कि ये खिलाड़ी आपको बाहर बैठे हुए दिखाई दें और कुछ नए खिलाड़ियों पर इन्वेस्ट करें। गौतम गंभीर के माइंड को अगर थोड़ा सा भी पढ़ने की कोशिश करें तो गौतम गंभीर अक्सर इन खिलाड़ियों पर नजर रखते हैं जिन पर हमारी नजर नहीं होती। वो उन खिलाड़ियों पर जाते हैं कि ये परफॉर्म कर सकता है, आप पूछिए बेस्ट कप्तान कौन, तीसरा जवाब देंगे ये नहीं ये नहीं ये। तो गौतम गंभीर का जो नेचर है थोड़ा सा अलग है, हो सकता है उसका यहाँ पे रिजल्ट भी हमें देखने को मिले।
गौतम गंभीर के एक्सप्रेशन मुझे थोड़े अलग लगे थे जब मिचेल स्टार्क गए वहां पर केकेआर को ज्वाइन किया उन्होंने, तो ही वाज नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग जीटी टू पुल आउट। योर थॉट्स?
बिल्कुल एक्सपेक्ट तो नहीं कर रहे थे, लेकिन देखिए अब जब आपने ठान ही लिया था तो वो परचेज तो कर ही लिया। भले आज की क्या पूरी आईपीएल हिस्ट्री की हाईएस्ट बिड थी वो 24.75, लेकिन ठीक है जीटी पुल तो करेगी, उनके पास पर्स बड़ा था और अभी एक प्लेयर खोया है तो कुछ ना कुछ तो ऐसा करना चाहेंगे कि उनकी भी स्क्वाड कहीं ना कहीं मजबूत हो। और देखिए जब बिड होती है तो कहीं ना कहीं ये भी एक गेम प्लान होता है कि किसी का पर्स जल्दी खर्च कराया जाए, तो आपके प्लान में बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स होते हैं जिनको आप बाद में पिक करना चाहते हैं।
दिल्ली कैपिटल्स इसकी मास्टर है।
बिल्कुल दिल्ली कैपिटल्स
की मास्टर है,
वो आपने शायद किसकी बिड में अभी देखा, हमने रचिन रविंद्र की बिड में देखा। दिल्ली कैपिटल्स, मुझे लग रहा रचिन रविंद्र उनके प्लान में ही नहीं थे, पर 1 करोड़ की बिड तक वो लगातार बिड करते रहे। फिर उसके बाद सीएसके बिड कर रही, फिर उन्होंने पंजाब किंग्स को कहीं ना कहीं पोक कर दिया, वो बिड में आए, फिर बिड से फिर गायब हो गए। और रचिन रविंद्र
देखिए उनकी सबसे अच्छी क्वालिटी लगती है कि भाई दिल्ली कैपिटल डिस्कशन नहीं होता, हम देखेंगे टेबल पे डिस्कशन होता है, दिल्ली कैपिटल्स बस यूं करते रहते हैं, उनका फिक्स होता है कि हाँ भाई, और फिर वो एंड कर देते हैं।
दिल्ली कैपिटल्स की सबसे बैलेंस टीम है ना उनके हिसाब से।
जी पृथ्वी शॉ को मैं जरूर इस बार देखना चाहूंगा इस सीजन में कि पृथ्वी शॉ के बल्ले से कुछ रन आए भाई।
आप देखना चाहेंगे कि लेकिन डीसी क्या उन्हें खिलाएगी सारे मैचेस?
जिस तरह की खबरें उनको लेकर आ रही हैं और जिस तरह से वेट उन्होंने गेन किया है, और काउंटी खेलने गए थे वहां पर भी चोटिल होकर वापस आ गए, तो उसके बाद उनका कोई गेम अभी किसी ने खास देखा नहीं है, तो उस हिसाब से मेरे लिए मेरी समझ से बाहर है। पिछली बार भी इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर बन के आप रह गए थे, आपको पृथ्वी शॉ की फील्डिंग पे भरोसा है नहीं।
बिल्कुल।
And I really feel bad for someone of his age because you know आप इतने यंग हैं, आपको look at शुभमन गिल of his batch, look at अर्शदीप of his batch, 2018 अंडर 19 वर्ल्ड
कप। और ये मुद्दा है, इसका सबसे बड़ा एग्जांपल सरफराज खान है। इतना परफॉर्म करने के बाद भी सिर्फ एक मुद्दा बन के आता है कि उनका वेट ज्यादा है, और ये चीज उनके लिए कहीं ना कहीं बैरियर बन के पूरी करियर में रही है कि वो फ्रेंचाइजीज के लिए खेले भी हैं लेकिन उनको पूरा सीजन नहीं मिला है। डीसी के लिए पिछले साल अभिषेक पोरेल को उनसे ऊपर खिलाया गया।
लेकिन यहाँ पे एक कहीं ना कहीं we do talk about सरफराज, he is a great domestic player, बहुत रन बनाते हैं रेड बॉल में, across format बहुत रन बनाते हैं, but the moment he is put up against good quality bowling attack, he does fumble. That is a reality. आप आईपीएल देख लीजिए, आप इंडिया ए देख लीजिए,
ये एग्जांपल रियान पराग भी है। रियान पराग का इतना अच्छा स्मैट का सीजन गया, अभी आईपीएल आते ही उनका कहीं ना कहीं वो फॉर्म आपको वापस जाता हुआ दिखेगा। 1-2 सीजन थे जिनमें उन्होंने वो करके दिखाया, इसीलिए आरआर उनमें इतना ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट कर
जी।
रही है। कहीं ना कहीं उनको एक ग्रास रूट लेवल से उनको जोड़ रखा है अभी तक अपनी फ्रेंचाइजी के साथ।
जी।
लेकिन रियान पराग आप सोचो कि आप इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे उनके जैसे इंटरनेशनल लेवल के खिलाड़ियों से उनका मुकाबला होता है, वो
कहीं ना
थोड़े
कहीं
से
वो
फिसड्डी नजर
प्रॉब्लमेटिक
आते
हो
हैं।
जाता है, बिल्कुल। तो वही मैं बात कर रहा हूँ पृथ्वी शॉ की, ठीक है, कि इट रियली फील्स बैड फॉर समवन ऑफ हिज एज। शुभमन गिल जहाँ जीटी की कैप्टनसी कर रहे हैं, पृथ्वी शॉ उनके कैप्टन थे अंडर 19 2018 में जो उन्होंने वर्ल्ड कप
आज
जीता था।
अपनी
अर्शदीप
जगह के
वाज अ
लिए
पार्ट
स्ट्रगल
ऑफ
कर रहे
दैट।
हैं वो,
सॉरी,
अपनी जगह के लिए स्ट्रगल कर रहे
अपनी
हैं कि
जगह
भाई
के लिए स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं, जगह
जी।
भी मिलती है, तो जगह भी इसलिए मिल रही है क्योंकि आपके पास इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर है। अगर इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर नहीं होता तो शायद वो 11 से बाहर होते
बिल्कुल
इन द फैग एंड ऑफ द आईपीएल लास्ट ईयर। तो ये खुद पे काम करना, फिटनेस आपकी कोई कराएगा नहीं, आपको
बिल्कुल।
फिटनेस पे खुद ध्यान देना पड़ेगा, आपको अपने को रेडी रखना पड़ेगा। यू नीड टू पुट अप योर हैंड एंड से कि नहीं बॉस, आई विल फील्ड फॉर 20 ओवर्स
थोड़ा
एंड आई
डिसिप्लिन
बैट फॉर
मिलाना
20
पड़ेगा,
ओवर्स।
आपको डिसिप्लिन मिलाना पड़ेगा।
बिल्कुल।
कुछ ऑफ द फील्ड बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें पृथ्वी शॉ के बारे में सुनने को आती हैं जो कि सही नहीं
बहुत
है।
सारी चीजें सुनने को आती हैं, और वो रहा भी है जिस तरह से कंट्रोवर्शियल रहे हैं कहीं कुछ चीजों में। अभी एक रिसेंट कंट्रोवर्सी थी जो सामने आई, तो कहीं ना कहीं आपको डिसिप्लिन की बहुत ज्यादा नीड है, और वो है नहीं उनके अंदर मेरे हिसाब से। क्योंकि टीम में आपके लिए खेलना, आपका सिर्फ टैलेंट मैटर नहीं करता। बहुत
बिल्कुल।
सारे टैलेंट हमने इंडिया में देखे हैं जो इसी कारण वेस्ट होते हुए
वेस्ट
नजर
होते
आए,
हुए दिखे।
और पृथ्वी शॉ ऐसा ना हो कि जल्दी रिसेंट एग्जांपल बनते हुए नजर आए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल नहीं, बनते जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि ठीक है आप सोशल मीडिया पे
अभी
कुछ
तो
भी
यही
पोस्ट
सोच रहे
करें।
होंगे किसने मेरा प्रैक्टिस वीडियो लीक कर
लीक
दिया
कर
है।
दिया।
अगर खुद किया था तो ये बहुत बड़ा गलत डिसीजन था
ब्लंडर
उनके लिए।
बिल्कुल ठीक है, ठीक है। सोशल मीडिया पे क्या होता है, वो हम लोग बहुत ज्यादा हाइप कर देते हैं, बट उसके
हैदराबाद का
अलावा बहुत
स्क्वाड
चीजें हैं।
आपके सामने आप खुद देखिए, एडन मार्करम वहां पे दिख रहे हैं ओवरसीज में, ग्लेन फिलिप्स, हेनरी क्लासन, ट्रेविस हेड, उसके अलावा मार्को यानसेन। कैसे
ओवरसीज
फिट
11
होगा?
बना सकते हैं, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये बात।
इस टीम में एक खिलाड़ी अभिषेक शर्मा,
जी,
उनको बहुत हद तक उनकी बात जब भी आप युवराज सिंह से बात करने जाए उनका नाम लेते हैं कि मेरे जैसा खेलते हैं, इनको मैंने ट्रेन भी किया है, काफी उन्हें पर्सनली ग्रूम भी करते हैं। उन पे भी नजरें रहने वाली है इस
अभिषेक
बार।
शर्मा इज प्रोबब्ली वन
अभिषेक
ऑफ द
शर्मा इज
मोस्ट
अ की
अंडररेटेड प्लेयर,
की प्लेयर फॉर एसआरएच।
key player for SRH. He made his debut for Delhi Daredevils in 2017 or 18, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken, against RCB. Did a brilliant knock, some 17 ball 46 he scored. आरसीबी के पास उस समय पीक डिविलियर्स और पीक विराट कोहली थे, तो वो 160 170 का चेस बहुत बड़ा लगा नहीं था, लेकिन उस पारी ने, उस नॉक ने बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्शन चेंज किया था। हैंडी बॉलर कैन बैट अप द ऑर्डर, 4 ओवर डाल सकते हैं। आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड इनको यूज, एंड ही इज अ वेरी गुड कैप्टेंसी मटेरियल टू, ही कैन बी समवन हु कैन बी अ कैप्टेंसी प्रोस्पेक्ट। आई डोंट नो व्हाट एसआरएच थिंकिंग, या तो आप रिलीज कर देते हैं इनको किसी और फ्रेंचाइज में जाने देते,
इनका
जहां
रोल भी
रिक्वायरमेंट
इंपॉर्टेंट
थी।
होने वाला है कि आपकी डिपेंडेंसी कितनी है इनके ऊपर,
एग्जैक्टली,
आप कहाँ खिलाएंगे, किस नंबर पर खिलाएंगे। इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाला है अभिषेक शर्मा कैसा खेलते हैं, क्योंकि युवराज सिंह बार बार ये बात कहते आए हैं कि भाई
युवराज सिंह ने उनको ग्रूम भी किया है। देखिए
दो
जैसे
ही खिलाड़ियों का नाम लेते हैं, शुभमन गिल और इनका।
युवराज की कोचिंग में शुभमन ग्रूम है, और
जी।
अभिषेक की कोचिंग में, और दोनों का कनेक्शन युवराज से बहुत अच्छा है,
जी।
और वो कनेक्टिविटी दिखती है। और देखिए आप युवराज बॉलिंग भी बहुत अच्छी युवराज जितनी अच्छी बॉलिंग करते थे, वही
जी।
पार्ट टाइमर बॉलर अभिषेक शर्मा भी है,
जी।
और एसआरएच ने उनको बहुत अच्छा यूज भी किया इसी तरीके से। लेकिन अब वो पिछले सीजन में तो उन्होंने बैटिंग से बहुत अच्छा किया था, और पार्ट टाइम बॉलिंग में भी उन्होंने एसआरएच के लिए बहुत कुछ खास करने की कोशिश की थी, और मुझे लग रहा है एक इन्वेस्टमेंट, लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टमेंट एसआरएच उनमें करना चाहेगी।
बिल्कुल।
उत्कर्ष, अनिमेश, कैसे हैं आप लोग?
बहुत बढ़िया, आप कैसे हैं?
अच्छा, आज तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि आईपीएल के मिनी ऑक्शन नहीं हो रहा, आईपीएल ऑक्शन हो रहा है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, जिस तरह से पर्स दोनों ही सारी फ्रेंचाइजीज खर्च कर रही हैं, ये कहने वाली बात होगी कि आईपीएल हिस्ट्री की इतनी हाईएस्ट बिड अगर कोई लगा रहा है तो ये शॉकिंग होगी मिनी ऑक्शन में, जब आपके पास अगला मेगा ऑक्शन आने वाला है।
नहीं, इवन ये भी होता है ना कि चलो मेरे पर्स में इतने पैसा है, मैं स्पेंड कर सकता हूँ, कर देता हूँ, क्योंकि अगले सेशन के लिए तो मेरे पास नया बजट होगा, नए पैसे होंगे। लेकिन फिर भी आईपीएल जनरली लोग कहते हैं कि T20 गेम्स जो होता है वो बैट्समैन के लिए होता है, बैट्समैन फ्रेंडली गेम है, लेकिन जिस तरह से हम प्राइस लिस्ट देखें और आईपीएल ऑक्शन का हिस्ट्री देखें, तो मुझे लगता है कि बॉलर्स के लिए आईपीएल पैसों के मामले में जन्नत है।
बिल्कुल रहा है, आज तो पेसर फ्रेंडली रहा है। बॉलर फ्रेंडली भी नहीं, स्पिनर फ्रेंडली तो बिल्कुल नहीं रहा है, पेसर फ्रेंडली रहा है पूरा का पूरा आज का जितना भी ऑक्शन आपको देखने को मिला। और ये रहा है, देखिए की रोल तो होता ही है आपका, जो बहुत बड़ी भूमिका होती है वो बॉलर की होती है। आप देखिए एसआरएच, आरसीबी की नाकामी का सबसे बड़ा सिलसिला यही है कि उनके पास एक अच्छे गेंदबाज नहीं है। बैटिंग में आप 200 का स्कोर चिन्ना स्वामी में लगा देते हो, लेकिन आपको डिफेंड करने की बात भी आती है तो आप 17 ओवर में भी 200 रन खा जाते हैं। क्यों खा जाते हैं? क्योंकि आपके पास बॉलर अच्छे नहीं है। और इस बार भी वही चीज, कहीं ना कहीं वही गलती इस बार भी हुई है उनसे। अलजारी जोसेफ को जरूर पिक कर लिया है, कैमरन ग्रीन आपके पास ट्रेड होकर
अपनी
आए।
कमियों को दूर करने के लिए आईपीएल का मिनी ऑक्शन होता है कि जो आपकी कमियां हैं, लास्ट सीजन में अच्छा नहीं लगा, आप दूर कर लीजिए। लेकिन
और
अगर वो
ये
कमियों
उनके
के
लिए
बजाय
ट्रायल
आप एक
पीरियड था, मेरे
इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर
हिसाब से
पर
लॉकी
जाएंगे,
फर्ग्यूसन के साथ उनको जाना चाहिए था पहली ही बिड में। अब वो बाद में उनको खरीदने के लिए जाते हैं, हो सकता है कि वो जो आखिरी राउंड होगा वहां पर लॉकी फर्ग्यूसन के लिए जाएं, और मेरे हिसाब से अल्जारी जोसेफ से ज्यादा अच्छा पिक उनके लिए लॉकी फर्ग्यूसन होते हैं।
बिल्कुल, ये देखिए अमूमन होता यही है कि जब भी हम आईपीएल बिडिंग होती है, बिडिंग के बाद हम पेपर पे देखते हैं कि ऑक्शन में किसने बीट किया, किसने बाजी मारी, और अमूमन देखते हैं कि हम पंजाब की टीम टॉप पर होती है। लेकिन जब ये ग्राउंड पे चीजें आती है तो टोटली बदल जाती है। फिर लगता है यार इतना पैसा हमने खर्च किया इस खिलाड़ी पर, क्या वो खिलाड़ी था इस लायक, ये एक अलग मुद्दा हो जाता है। लेकिन बात यहाँ मैं शुरुआत से करना चाहूंगा, चेन्नई की बात मैं पहले करना चाहूंगा। चेन्नई सुपर किंग्स आईपीएल की सबसे सक्सेसफुल टीमों में से एक है। एमएस धोनी कप्तान, उनके पास टीम काफी लाजवाब है। अगर आज की पूरी बिडिंग को देखें, ऑक्शन को देखें, तो आप लगेगा कि एमएस और सीएसके ने प्लानिंग के साथ अपनी टीम तय की है, बीट किया है। उन्हें पता है कि हमारा प्लेइंग 11 तो फिक्स है, लेकिन अगर एक दो खिलाड़ी ऊपर नीचे होगा तो वो कौन हो सकता है और उन्हें क्या चाहिए।
देखिए काफी एग्रेसिव दिखे हैं। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है ऑक्शन में जिस तरीके से चेन्नई ने शुरुआत की है, ऑक्शन में शुरुआत में उन्होंने देख लिया था कि भाई हमारे प्लेयर ये होने वाले हैं। बिगेस्ट एग्जांपल रचिन रविंद्र को देख लीजिए आप, शुरुआत की बिडिंग वो फिक्स करके आए थे कि भाई रचिन रविंद्र हमारी तरफ से ही खेलने वाले हैं, ऋतुराज गायकवाड़ के साथ वो खेलेंगे, वहां पर रहाणे होने वाले हैं, साथ ही वो शार्दुल ठाकुर के साथ गए हैं। शुरुआत शार्दुल ने जहां से की थी, केकेआर गए, फिर उनको अपने साथ लेकर आए हैं, तो इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाले। और डेरी मिचेल को भी उन्होंने अपने साथ लिया है। डेरी मिचेल को लेकर ये था कि भाई आईपीएल में कुछ पैसे मिल जाएंगे, 2-3 करोड़ शायद मिल जाएंगे, लेकिन इतना बड़ा अमाउंट सीएसके ने दे दिया। और सीएसके जब कोई काम करता है, बहुत हद तक जो फैंस हैं, फैन क्लब है, वो कहते हैं कि भाई सही किया होगा। अगर थाला कुछ सोच रहे हैं, सही है।
मुंबई इंडियंस पे मैं आना चाहूंगा। मुंबई इंडियंस की टीम को अगर हम देखें, और कप्तान अब नए आ चुके हैं, मतलब पुराने कप्तान खिलाड़ी हैं, नए कप्तान के फेवर में वो हैं, रोहित शर्मा उनके पास है, और जिस तरह की बिडिंग आज रही है, तो मुंबई को भी ये क्लियर था कि मुझे किस प्लेयर पे बीट करना है, मुझे चाहिए कि अपनी प्लेइंग 11 के लिए
मतलब सबसे बेस्ट बिडर मेरे लिए आज मुंबई इंडियंस रहे। गेराल्ड कोएट्जे और दिलशान मधुशंका आपके श्रीलंका के लिए टॉप विकेट टेकर रह रहे थे। 18 विकेट शायद उन्होंने पूरे ओडीआई वर्ल्ड कप में लिए। हालांकि बस श्रीलंकन प्लेयर्स के साथ थोड़ा सा ये मुश्किल रहा है कि इंडियन पिचेस पे वो उतना कमाल कर नहीं पाते। मथीसा पथिराना को छोड़ देते हैं, वो धोनी की कप्तानी खेलते हैं, वो एक्सेप्शन है मेरे हिसाब से, और उनको धोनी ग्रूम करना जानते हैं। लेकिन फिर भी गेराल्ड कोएट्जे देखिए, आप अच्छे ऑलराउंडर भी हैं। सिर्फ बॉलिंग अटैक तो उनका अच्छा है कि अच्छी बॉलिंग करते हैं, उसके अलावा अगर आप देखें तो एक ऑलराउंडर भी है, तो वैसा बैकअप मुंबई इंडियंस रखना चाह रही थी। हार्दिक पांड्या आपके पास सही है, और गेराल्ड कोएट्जे मुझे लग रहा है कि प्लेइंग 11 में हमेशा मत ना दिखे, लेकिन हो सकता है कि बैकअप के जरूर में उनके प्लान में जरूर रहेंगे, और दिलशान मधुशंका को यूज करना चाहेंगे।
जैसे कि अभी आपने कहा भी सीएसके को लेकर कि फॉरसाइट बहुत बड़ी चीज होती है, और ये एमएस में काबिलियत है कि उन्हें पता है कि उन्हें टीम सिर्फ 2024 के लिए नहीं रेडी करनी है, उन्हें 2026, 27, 28 तक का वो मार्क लेके चल रहे हैं। इसलिए रचिन एक ऐसे खिलाड़ी हैं जो आगे आने वाले आईपीएल में आपको दिखेगा कि हाँ, ये खिलाड़ी आईपीएल के उन टॉप लिस्ट में जाएगा जो सबसे ज्यादा बिडिंग में बिकने वाले खिलाड़ियों में से होते हैं। हालांकि मुझे जब ऐसा रचिन का नाम आया तो मुझे लगा कि शायद पंजाब की टीम होगी या फिर दिल्ली की टीम होगी, क्योंकि उनकी बैटिंग ऑर्डर्स अगर आप देखो तो रचिन जैसा बैट्समैन चाहिए, खासतौर पर लेफ्ट आर्म बैट्समैन, पार्ट टाइम बॉल डाल लेते हैं, पेसेंस काफी अच्छा है उस खिलाड़ी के अंदर, पोटेंशियल काफी अच्छा है। तो लगा चेन्नई यहाँ कम पैसों में बहुत बड़ा खिलाड़ी उठा के लेकर चली गई।
जबकि चेन्नई के पास इस तरह के खिलाड़ी हैं, चाहे गायकवाड़ की बात कर लें, अजिंक्य रहाणे की बात कर लें, जो बैलेंस देने का काम करते हैं, एंकर करने का काम करते हैं कि चलिए भाई 20 ओवर मैं खड़ा हुआ हूँ, सामने आप अटैक करिए। एक और खिलाड़ी उन्होंने अपने स्क्वाड में शामिल कर लिया है। हो सकता है वो देख रहे हो कि अजिंक्य रहाणे शायद 1-2 साल अब आपको आईपीएल खेलते हुए दिखे, शायद अब बहुत लंबा करियर उनका आपको देखने ना मिले। पिछली बार तो आईपीएल के बेस पर वो डब्ल्यूटीसी फाइनल खेल गए थे, लेकिन वहां परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाए, फिर से एक बार टीम इंडिया से बाहर हो गए। तो रचिन रविंद्र को जरूर एक फ्यूचर पिक उन्होंने किया है। हो सकता है आने वाले सालों में जो कप्तानी की
जडेजा भी बना सकते हैं उन्हें, रविंद्र ही नाम है तो हो सकता है कि रविंद्र जडेजा बनाने की ख्वाहिश हो एमएस धोनी।
नहीं हो सकता है, क्योंकि बैटिंग तो वैसे करते ही हैं वो शानदार, क्योंकि उनकी बैटिंग अगर क्लोजली लोगों ने मॉनिटर किया होगा तो मुझे जो लगता है उसमें युवराज सिंह की झलक थोड़ी बहुत दिखती है।
मेरे हिसाब से वो कहीं ना कहीं मोइन अली का बैकअप है सीएसके के लिए।
बिल्कुल, ये बात मैं जब बैठे हुए थे हम लोग, तो मैं सिरी भी ये बोल रहे थे कि मोइन अली का बैकअप कौन हो सकता है इन फ्यूचर, तो वो एक सही पिकअप है चेन्नई सुपर किंग्स का। अब गुजरात टाइटंस की अगर हम बात करें तो क्या लग रहा है, जितने पैसे उनके पास थे, एक कप्तान ही सिर्फ नहीं गया है, एक बॉलर भी गया है उनकी टीम से, कप्तान के साथ साथ एक बल्लेबाज भी गया है और एक शानदार फील्डर भी गया। हार्दिक पांड्या ये तीनों कमिटमेंट करते थे अपनी टीम के साथ कि अगर मैं ग्राउंड पर हूं तो मैं ये 3 डिपार्टमेंट को देख लूंगा, डोंट वरी। अब यहाँ बात यह थी कि क्या हार्दिक पांड्या के मुंबई में जाने के बाद गिल कैपेबल है उस प्रेशर को हैंडल करने के लिए? क्या हार्दिक पांड्या का जो अल्टरनेटिव हो सकता है क्या वो तीनों पैमानों पे खड़ा होगा या फिर 2 अलग खिलाड़ी पे बीट करनी पड़ेगी? कैसा देख रहे हैं गुजरात टाइटंस की बिडिंग को आप अभी?
देखिए गुजरात टाइटंस एक तो सबसे पहली बात स्टार्क को अपने साथ ले लेते, चूक गए, बिल्कुल करीब आ गए थे, शायद स्टार्क आ जाते वो टीम और स्ट्रांग हो जाती, खैर वो नहीं आए। लेकिन अगर हार्दिक की बात करें, जो शुभमन गिल अब कप्तान होने वाले हैं, क्रेडिट मुझे लगता है देखिए हार्दिक को सिर्फ नहीं दिया गया है। जो दो आप फाइनल खेले हैं उसमें क्रेडिट डिवाइड हुआ है, आशीष नेहरा में डिवाइड हुआ है, कुछ क्रेडिट ओनर को गया है, कुछ आपके खिलाड़ी चाहे मोहित शर्मा हो, राहुल तेवतिया हो, इन खिलाड़ियों को भी गया है। तो कई बार हम देखते हैं कई ऐसी टीमें होती हैं जहां पर सिर्फ कप्तान को क्रेडिट दिया जाता है कि भाई आपके कप्तान बेस्ट हैं और बाकी आपकी टीम ऐसी नहीं है। बार बार जिसका जिक्र गौतम गंभीर करते रहते हैं कि भाई सिर्फ कप्तान को क्रेडिट मत दीजिए, आपके 11 खिलाड़ी खेलते हैं। गुजरात के साथ ऐसी सिचुएशन देखने को नहीं मिली है। हार्दिक पांड्या पर डिपेंडेंट थे लेकिन इतने ज्यादा नहीं थे, उनकी टीम अभी भी स्ट्रांग दिख रही है काफी हद तक। देखें शुभमन गिल की कप्तानी में क्या नया होगा, ये पहली बार देखने को मिलेगा।
मिचेल स्टॉक 33 साल के हो चुके हैं, जनवरी में वो 34 साल के हो जाएंगे। मुझे लग रहा है कि बहुत ज्यादा फ्यूचर नहीं देखा गया मिचेल स्टॉक पे। आपने सिर्फ एक सीजन देखा है कि 2024 के लिए मेरे पास पैसे हैं, मैं खर्च करता हूँ। मिचेल स्टॉक का काम उतना ही है, मतलब 2024 या 2000 मैक्सिमम 25।
देखिए आईपीएल बड़ा कैलकुलेटिव होकर खेलते हैं। वर्ल्ड कप आने वाला है, उसके पहले आईपीएल है तो खेल लूंगा, अगर टी20 मुझे आगे नहीं खेलना है तो नहीं खेलूंगा। तो कैलकुलेशन जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्लेयर्स हैं उनका बड़ा स्ट्रांग रहता है। पिछली बार याद कीजिए WTC फाइनल टेस्ट मैचेस होने वाले थे, ऑस्ट्रेलिया खिलाड़ी नहीं दिखे हमें।
वो प्रेफरेंसेस उनकी क्लियर है। देखिए जब भी आईसीसी टूर्नामेंट्स होते हैं वो लीग्स को प्रेफर नहीं करते हैं, और ये बिग बैश लीग के साथ भी उन्होंने किया है, तो कोई बड़ी बात नहीं। और ये देखिए प्रेफरेंसेस हैं, अपनी पर्सनल प्रेफरेंसेस होती हैं। ट्रेविस हेड ने भी प्रेफर किया था कि वो नहीं खेलना चाहते पिछले सीजन में, इसीलिए आपको नहीं दिखे थे। और मिचेल स्टार्क अपनी टीम के लिए एक ट्रॉफी लेके आना, वो किसी भी लीग खेलने से अच्छा है, चाहे वो लीग कितनी बड़ी हो, इंडियन प्रीमियर लीग ही क्यों ना हो, तो वो मैटर करता है।
बात आप सही कह रहे हो, क्योंकि लोग जाने ही इसलिए जाते हैं। आज एमएस को सबसे सक्सेसफुल कप्तान इसलिए कहा जाता है कि एमएस के पास
2 वर्ल्ड कप उनके नाम
ट्रॉफी, आईसीसी की सारी ट्रॉफी उनके पास
आप
है।
चेन्नई की ट्रॉफी अगर हटा भी दीजिए तो तब भी हमेशा वो हिस्ट्री में उनका नाम दर्ज रहेगा कि 2 वर्ल्ड कप जीतने वाला खिलाड़ी आपके लिए हमेशा सबसे ऊपर रहने वाला।
वही बात है कि कपिल पाजी जिंदगी भर हमारे लिए यादगार रहेंगे। कपिल पाजी ने कोई आईपीएल ट्रॉफी नहीं जीती है, लेकिन वर्ल्ड कप, पहला वर्ल्ड कप उन्होंने अपने नाम किया है। इसी तरह ये चैलेंजेस अब हार्दिक पांड्या के लिए भी हैं।
गुजरात की बात जो हम कर रहे थे, थोड़ा सा शॉकिंग ये था कि आपके पास एक मोहित शर्मा पहले से है, आपके पास कह सकते हैं कि आपको ओल्ड हॉर्स आपके पास पहले से है। उमेश यादव पे 5.8 करोड़ की बिड थोड़ी मेरे लिए शॉकिंग थी कि आप दूसरा ऐसा प्लेयर क्यों लेना चाह रहे हैं। आप या तो उनको सिर्फ बैकअप में ही रखोगे, वो ठीक है, लेकिन आप एक नए किसी युवा प्लेयर पे, किसी अनकैप प्लेयर पे इससे ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट कर सकते थे मेरे हिसाब
उसका एक शायद रीजन ये हो सकता है कि हार्दिक पांड्या गेंदबाजी की शुरुआत कर रहे थे, पहला ओवर खुद लेकर आते थे जब वो कप्तान हुआ करते थे। अब कौन करेगा वहां गेंदबाजी, शायद वो एक विकल्प के तौर पर उमेश यादव
अगर फिर से अगर किसी भी टीम के ओपनिंग बॉलर हैं तो मेरे हिसाब से वो टीम के लिए बहुत मुश्किल होने वाला है पूरा।
अच्छा, कुछ फैंस मुझसे पूछ रहे थे कि आप अपने पैनल से जरूर ये पूछिएगा इस बात को, स्टीवन स्मिथ को इग्नोर क्यों किया गया?
स्टीव स्मिथ का देखिए वो स्ट्राइक रेट है नहीं कहीं ना कहीं, और लगभग आप किसी भी फ्रेंचाइजी को उठा के देख लीजिए, उन्होंने अपना 4 नंबर सेट कर रखा है या 3 नंबर सेट कर रखा है, वहां पर आप किसी ऐसे प्लेयर के लिए बिड भी नहीं कर रहे हैं। और थोड़ा सा स्ट्राइक रेट आप, मैं कहता हूं कि एक सीमेंट करने वाला प्लेयर चाहिए होता है आपको ओपनिंग के बाद भी, कि आपके लिए वो कम से कम 6 से 13 ओवर 14 ओवर तक का गेम निकाले। लेकिन स्टीव
क्योंकि आईपीएल में ये माना जाता है कि अमूमन वो उन खिलाड़ियों को जिसको इग्नोर किया जाता है, उनकी टीम भी उनको इग्नोर करती है। वर्ल्ड क्रिकेट के फैंस जो हैं, ग्रेट फैंस जो हैं, वो भी इग्नोर करते हैं। T20 में शायद नहीं बन पा रहे, उनकी जगह नहीं है, जैसा कि कह भी रहे हैं कि 3rd 4th पोजीशन पे आते हैं, और उस समय तक तो 16वां 15वां 16 ओवर आ जाता है, वहां पे हिटर चाहिए आपको।
T20 का ट्रेंड भी चेंज हो गया। पहले था कि भाई ट्रेंड था कि आप 2 ओपनर आएंगे, दोनों ही आते हिट करना शुरू करेंगे। अब एक ओपनर आपकी एंकर पोजीशन ऑलरेडी निभाता है या फिर नंबर 3 का बल्लेबाज हो, तो मिडिल ऑर्डर में कोई एक्स्ट्रा बल्लेबाज जो सिर्फ आपकी सीमेंट करे पोजीशन, शायद उसकी रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं।
मनीष पांडे
डिसअपॉइंटिंग। मनीष पांडे को शायद वहां पर कोई खरीदार मिलना चाहिए था। मनीष पांडे
बेस प्राइस बहुत ज्यादा उनकी नहीं है, 50 लाख
रुपए मेरे हिसाब से उनको खरीदा, और आखिरी राउंड में वो बिकेंगे, जो मुझे लगता है कि लास्ट राउंड में कहीं ना कहीं वो सोल्ड आउट जरूर होंगे।
मतलब जिसके पास पॉकेट रहा कि हाँ ठीक है,
अभी देखिए आप फ्रेंचाइजीज भी अपने पूरे कह सकते हैं कि पूरे प्लान के साथ आते हैं कि आपने उनको पर्स कैसे पहले स्पेंड करना है, उस हिसाब से अपने ओवरसीज प्लेयर्स को देखिए। ये पूरा जितने भी राउंड्स हुए वो सारे ओवरसीज के नाम रहे मैक्सिमम, तो अब जो आने वाले राउंड होंगे मुझे लग रहा है अनकैप प्लेयर्स और जो अनसोल्ड प्लेयर्स रहेंगे उनके नाम रहेगा।
अच्छा, ओवरसीज की बात आपने की, कुछ लोग ये भी पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि जो ओवरसीज खिलाड़ी हैं उनको आईपीएल में खूब पैसे मिल रहे हैं, मतलब कोई हिसाब किताब नजर नहीं आ रहा है। मतलब युवराज का एक दौर आपने देखा था कि 14 करोड़ फिर 16 करोड़ युवराज सिंह ने बिडिंग हासिल की थी। उसके बाद से जो ट्रेंड हमने चेंज देखा है, जितने आईपीएल बिडिंग हुई है 2020, 21, 22 में अगर हम देखें, सारे फॉरेनर प्लेयर्स पे ही बिडिंग की जा रही है, बहुत मोटे पैसे खर्च किए जा रहे हैं। इवन आज भी किसी को उम्मीद नहीं था कि 25 करोड़ 21 करोड़ रुपए कोई खर्च कर देगा खिलाड़ियों पर। 34 साल 30 साल। पैट कमिंस एक फ्यूचर है, कप्तान को रोल में है, कप्तान पे भी आपने दाव लगाया है, लेकिन ये ऐसा ट्रेंड क्यों बनता चला जा रहा है, खासतौर पर बॉलर्स पे बहुत ज्यादा पैसे फ्रेंचाइजी खर्च कर रही है?
इसका जवाब आपने शुरुआत में ही दिया था जब आपने हमें रिजॉइन किया था। वहीं पे आपने बोला कि ट्रायल पीरियड है, जितना पर्स है वो सारा मैक्सिमम खर्च करना चाह रहे हैं, एक सीजन में देखेंगे, अगले साल तो रिटेन नहीं कर पाएंगे, आपको रिलीज करना ही पड़ेगा। तो एक ट्रायल पीरियड में जा रहे हैं कि अगले साल इनको कैसे देखेंगे, कम पैसे में भी लेके जा सकते हैं, ज्यादा पैसे में भी लेके जा सकते हैं। और यहाँ पे एसआरएच ने इसलिए सबसे ज्यादा उस पर पैसा लगाया कहीं ना कहीं पैट कमिंस पे, क्योंकि वो उनके पास कप्तान नहीं है।
बिल्कुल।
एडन मार्करम पिछले सीजन वो खेले नहीं थे, इस साल भी मुझे लग रहा है साउथ अफ्रीकन प्लेयर्स फिर से बीच में छोड़ के जाएंगे कुछ सीजन के लिए।
इवन पैट कमिंस की जो बैकग्राउंड हिस्ट्री भी रहा, जिस तरह से उन्होंने कम बैक किया ऑस्ट्रेलिया में, प्रूव किया, क्योंकि वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लिए, ऑस्ट्रेलियन फैंस के लिए वो विलन हो चुके थे। उन लोग कह रहे थे कि यार ये तो खिलाड़ी है ही नहीं हमारे
तो
लिए।
वो जिस ट्रॉफी को छू रहे हैं उसको सोना कर रहे हैं, तो मुझे लग रहा है इसी बहती गंगा में एसआरएच ने भी हाथ धो लिया, चाहे पैसे चाहे
जिम्मी
जितने
भी
खर्च
इसी
हो।
बात को कह रहे थे कि भाई जिस चीज को वो छू रहे हैं ना, एमएस वाली काबिलियत उनके अंदर आ गई है, जिस चीज को छू रहे हैं वो सोना हो जा रही है।
जिस तरह से
WTC
एशेज
देख
जीता,
लो
जिस
आप।
तरह से WTC फाइनल जीता, उसके बाद आप ओडीआई वर्ल्ड कप जिस तरह से जीता, और जो उनका स्टेटमेंट था वो बहुत प्रॉमिसिंग था। ऐसा कप्तान अब बहुत मुश्किलों से मिलता है जो कह रहा है कि 1.5 लाख की जनता होगी, इतनी 1.5 लाख की जनता होगी, मैं वहां जाऊंगा स्टेडियम में सबको खामोश कर दूंगा, और कर दिया। वो करके दिखा देना तो
उस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं भी था वहां पर, मुझे लगा था शायद वो मजाक कर रहे हैं, एक होता है
पर
ऑस्ट्रेलियन
इतना
गेम प्लान
कॉन्फिडेंट
होता
अगर
है,
आपका
लेकिन
कप्तान है, और
सडनली
एसआरएच इसी तरह के कॉन्फिडेंट कप्तानों की कमी से जूझता रहा है। एडन मार्करम पिछले सीजन में भी स्टार्टिंग के मैचेस में अनअवेलेबल थे, अभी भी मैं बहुत कंफर्म नहीं हूं, लेकिन हो सकता है कि मिड सीजन में साउथ अफ्रीकन प्लेयर्स लीग को छोड़ के जाएं। तो वहां पर कहीं ना कहीं ये एक उनके प्लान में था कि उनको एक कप्तान ढूंढना था। पैट कमिंस उनके लिए बेस्ट ऑप्शन थे, इसीलिए वो इतने लंबी बिडिंग तक गए।
मेरा कंसर्न सेम है ऑस्ट्रेलिया प्लेयर्स के लिए कि भाई क्या आप पूरा आईपीएल
नहीं
खेलेंगे,
जाएंगे, देखिए
क्या आप एंड तक जाएंगे?
नहीं, आईपीएल प्लेयर्स का जो प्रेफरेंसेस होती है वहां पे आपके सामने अभी कोई आईसीसी ट्रॉफी, टी20 वर्ल्ड कप है वहां, उसके अलावा और कोई ट्रॉफी नहीं है, तो वहां उससे पहले ये छोड़ के जाने वाला उनका सीजन नहीं रहता। अभी आपके पास पिछले साल आपके पास WTC आपके सामने था, WTC फाइनल था, ऐसे उनके लिए एक बड़ा इवेंट है। उसके अलावा आपके पास ओडीआई वर्ल्ड कप था। जब 3 बड़े इवेंट आपके स्टेक पे हैं, तो मेरे हिसाब से अगर मैं इंडियन प्लेयर होता तो मैं भी प्रेफर करता कि मैं 3 आईसीसी ट्रॉफीज को प्रेफर करूंगा।
अच्छा, दिल्ली की टीम की मैं बात करना चाहूंगा, पंत भी खुद आज मौजूद थे, लेकिन दिल्ली की टीम, मतलब मुझे पर्सनली, मैं अपनी बात कहूं या जो मेरे फैंस चैट में बात करता हूं, उनमें कह रहे हैं कि भैया पेपर पे तो ये टीम ठीक है, बट ग्राउंड में जाते ही पता नहीं क्या हो जाता है, ये टीम पूरी की पूरी डिसबैलेंस हो जाती है।
और ये
कप्तान
अभी से
बदलने
नहीं
के
है,
बाद उनके लिए बहुत कुछ अच्छा
अभी
रहा
से नहीं है,
नहीं है।
2008 से कहानी चल रही है।
शुरुआत से ही है,
आप
नाम
शुरुआत से
बदल
उठाकर
लिया।
देख लीजिए, बिल्कुल तमाम खिलाड़ी आए हैं, बड़े बड़े पेपर पे बड़े स्ट्रांग रहे हैं। शुरुआत में डिविलियर्स हुआ करते थे, दिलशान, गंभीर, सहवाग, लेकिन ये टीम डिलीवर नहीं कर पाती। मुझे लगता है शायद लीडरशिप क्लियर नहीं है कि भाई एग्जैक्टली हमें क्या करना है, किसे किसका रोल
लीडरशिप
देना है।
बोलो या फिर एक थिंक टैंक, हर टीम के पास एक थिंक टैंक है।
बिल्कुल।
जैसे जीटी की हम बात करते हैं तो आशीष नेहरा है, उनके साथ एक पूरी टीम बैठी हुई है। चेन्नई की बात कर लो, खुद MS धोनी है, तो फिर दूसरे की जरूरत है नहीं वहां पर। तो कहीं ना कहीं क्या
MS धोनी, स्टीफन फ्लेमिंग है,
और यहाँ दो
बहुत
अलग अलग
बड़े-
लोग बैठे हैं, गांगुली और रिकी पॉन्टिंग दिल्ली में। अगर आप
नहीं,
देखें
गांगुली तो अब KKR चले गए।
गांगुली दिल्ली में ही है,
दिल्ली में।
गौतम गंभीर के
सॉरी, गौतम गंभीर, सॉरी
जी।
सॉरी।
तो यहाँ गांगुली और पॉन्टिंग नॉर्थ पोल साउथ पोल वहां बैठे हुए हैं, और फ्रेंचाइजी का भी काफी हद तक रोल दिखता है वहां पर।
और गांगुली का इतिहास रहा है, उनके मन में जितने क्लैशेस होते हैं वो आपको कभी स्क्रीन पे दिखेंगे नहीं।
वो तो मतलब उनका ये स्टाइल है, उनका अंदाज है। फिलहाल बिडिंग की अगर हम बात करें तो फिलहाल इंटरव्यू चल रहा है गुजरात और पंजाब की टीम का, क्योंकि जो पैसे है संजय बांगर दिख रहे हैं स्क्रीन पर, काफी संजय बांगर से कभी एक पैच था बीच में, उन्होंने बहुत ही इंप्रूव किया अपनी टीम को। पंजाब की खासतौर पर बात कर रहा हूं जब उनको बीच में लाया गया था, लेकिन फिलहाल 2024 का आईपीएल की हम बात कर रहे हैं, बिडिंग की बात कर रहे हैं, तो आज 2 बड़े सेंटर पॉइंट रहे जिसको किसी की उम्मीद नहीं थी, फैंस भी उम्मीद नहीं कर रहे थे, और इवन फैंस के अच्छे से एक्सपर्ट भी उम्मीद नहीं कर रहे थे कि भैया मिचेल स्टॉक को आप 33 साल 34 साल की उम्र में 25 के अराउंड उन पे पैसे खर्च कर देंगे। पैट कमिंस 30 साल एज हो चुका है, हालांकि एक फ्यूचर कैप्टन भी है, जरूरत भी थी टीम को, उन्होंने खर्च किया। उसके बाद कई सारे नाम ऐसे भी हैं। शार्दुल ठाकुर की बात मैं करूंगा, जो आपने जिक्र भी किया था अभी थोड़ी देर पहले। शार्दुल का लेना चेन्नई को कहीं ना कहीं उनके मन में था कि पिछले सीजन में वो शार्दुल को लेना चाह रहे थे, लेकिन पॉकेट अलाउ नहीं कर पाया, वो नहीं ले पाए। तो इस बार उन्होंने गलती सुधारी,
वो उनके टारगेट प्लेयर थे और उसमें कामयाब रहे। सीएसके अक्सर ऐसा करती है कि उनके जो टारगेट प्लेयर्स हैं, जो उनके प्लान में है, उनको करने के लिए कुछ भी करेंगे। हालांकि मेरे हिसाब से वो इससे भी ज्यादा पॉकेट खर्च करनी पड़ती तो सीएसके उसके पीछे जाती, लेकिन बेस्ट बाई है उनके लिए। और
सीएसके के लिए सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत दीपक चहर बन गया मुझे लगता है, जिस तरीके से उनकी इंजरी हर सीजन में देखने को मिल रही है।
इंजरी रहती है, अनअवेलेबिलिटी, खैर वो पर्सनल रीजंस होते हैं, उन पे नहीं जाना चाहिए, लेकिन इंजरी प्रोन है थोड़ा सा, तो वो इशू रहता है, और अनअवेलेबल हो जाते हैं। तो ये धोनी जैसा कप्तान इन सब चीजों से जूझना नहीं चाहता। पिछली बार उनको तो
शायद आप कॉन्फिडेंट भी नहीं होते कि ये खिलाड़ी 14 मैच खेल पाएगा नहीं खेल पाएगा, उनकी बॉडी अलाउ कर रही है नहीं कर रही है।
के साथ ये मुश्किल नहीं आती मेरे हिसाब से।
अच्छा, हर्षल पटेल के बारे में बात जरूर करना चाहूंगा।
Shocking
मतलब उनका एक इम्पैक्ट, मतलब मैं जब इंजरी की बात करूं, इंजरी से पहले भी जब उन्होंने खेला था, रविंद्र जडेजा ने जब उनके ओवर्स में रन मारे थे, उससे पहले तक हर्षल पटेल का इम्पैक्ट था। लेकिन बीच में ये पैच उनके साथ आया, 12 करोड़ के आसपास उन पे खर्च किया गया है। डू थिंक कि शायद थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया, या फिर मार्केट वैल्यू समझा गया, देखा गया कि नहीं हमें जरूरत है,
लॉटरी लग गई,
और वही बात है, ये चल गया,
लॉटरी लग गई। और मेरे हिसाब से थोड़ा खराब परचेज है ये, इतना ज्यादा महंगा नहीं खरीदना चाहिए था। ठीक है, अब उमेश यादव इतने महंगे बिके हैं तो हर्षल पटेल तो बिकेंगे ही। वो मेरा एनालिसिस है इस हिसाब से। और 11.4 करोड़ में बिके हैं, तो उस हिसाब से मेरे लिए खराब बाई इसलिए था क्योंकि उस बॉलर में कोई वेरिएशन है नहीं। आप उनके ऊपर अगर दांव लगा भी रहे हैं तो आरसीबी ने उनको स्टार्टिंग के सीजन, जो आपने बात कही, स्टार्टिंग के सीजन में उनको ग्रूम किया था। और जो उत्कर्ष से बात कह चुके हैं कि हर एक गेंदबाज की खासियत होती है कि आप जब तक आप सारे पत्ते नहीं खोलते, या तो आपने गेम चेंज किया, कुछ नए पत्ते बनाए, आप नए पत्ते दांव में लेकर आ रहे हो, तब तो आप कुछ कर सकते हो। लेकिन हर्षल जितनी बार हर सीजन में नई बार वापसी करते हैं, वो वेरिएशन आता ही नहीं है। आपने अभी, मुझे लग रहा है अभी डोमेस्टिक में भी उनका कुछ विकेट मिल जाते हैं, लेकिन खर्चीले तब भी वो साबित होते हैं। और आईपीएल में कहीं ना कहीं इस तरह की T20 फॉर्मेट रहा है, अभी जिस तरह से T20 वर्ल्ड कप या और भी मैचेस देखते हैं, वहां पर अगर इकोनॉमिकल बॉलर नहीं रहा, 8 से ऊपर ज्यादा आपका इकोनॉमी जाता है, तो आप मेरे हिसाब से उतने अच्छे बॉलर की लिस्ट में नहीं आ सकते। और हर्षल के साथ ये प्रॉब्लम रहा है कि 4 ओवर में 50 रन खर्च
वो एक ओवर में भी कर चुके हैं खर्चे। फिलहाल छठा सेट शुरू होने वाला है, उससे पहले बता दूं कि किन फ्रेंचाइजी के पास कितना पैसा है और क्या इंटरेस्ट इसमें हो सकता है। तो बेंगलुरु 12 करोड़ के आसपास उनके पास है, कोलकाता नाइट राइडर्स के पास अराउंड 7 करोड़ है, पंजाब के पास 13, चेन्नई सुपर किंग्स के पास 11.5 करोड़ है। अभी भी सबसे ज्यादा पैसा अगर कोई टीम लेकर बैठी हुई है तो दिल्ली कैपिटल है, जो दूसरी नंबर पे है, वो है 25.5 करोड़ उनके पास है। राजस्थान रॉयल्स 7 करोड़, मुंबई इंडियंस 8 CR, सनराइजर्स हैदराबाद 4 CR, उनके पास बहुत ज्यादा कुछ है नहीं अब करने को। लखनऊ सुपर जायंट्स 7 करोड़ के आसपास है। और अभी भी गुजरात टाइटंस, पता नहीं किस बात का वो इंतजार कर रहे हैं, 32 करोड़ का अमाउंट लेकर फिलहाल वो बैठे हुए हैं। अभी मतलब जो बीडिंग आने वाली है उसमें जो हम बातें करेंगे, गुजरात और जो दिल्ली की टीमें हैं, इनके पास अभी पैसे अच्छे खासे हैं, ये खेल सकते हैं। लेकिन अब वो कौन से चेहरे होंगे जिन पर उनकी नजर होगी? शुभम दुबे, अभी शुरुआत हुई शुभम दुबे से।
बिल्कुल, बेस प्राइस इनका 20 लाख है, इनके ऊपर नजरें कौन बिडिंग करता है, इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाला है। दिल्ली की बिडिंग पिछले 2-3 साल से काफी इंटरेस्टिंग रही है और पहली बिड भी इन्होंने कर दी है। कई बार ऐसा देखा गया कि सामने वाले की बिडिंग बढ़ाकर ये बाद में कहते हैं नहीं भैया चलिए भाई मैंने उस खिलाड़ी को दाम दिला दिया, अब मैं नहीं ले रहा हूँ। तो दिल्ली के यहाँ पर काफी इंटरेस्टिंग होता है इनका तरीका, कैसे ये डील करते हैं। और आपको सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट कहते हैं सेक्शन जो होता है शुरुआत में, जो इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर्स आते हैं हम उसमें इंटरेस्ट लेते हैं, लेकिन भारतीय होने के लिहाज से सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग सेक्शन ये होता है जहाँ पर नए खिलाड़ी आते हैं जिनका बेस प्राइस 20-30 लाख होता है। हो सकता है फ्यूचर स्टार्स इन्हीं में से कोई यहाँ पर निकल कर देखने को मिले।
WPL ऑक्शन ऐसा ही रहा था कि आप काशवी गौतम का इस तरह से बिकना, ये सब थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग हो गया था। मुझे लगता है कि ये सेशन में इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है।
बिल्कुल। तो देखिए 20 लाख बेस प्राइस है शुभम दुबे का। और इस वक्त राजस्थान रॉयल्स की बात करूं, मुंबई नहीं दिल्ली की बात करूं, दोनों लगे हुए हैं क्योंकि इनके पास पैसे हैं अच्छे खासे। और शुभम दुबे को अगर दिल्ली की टीम लेके जाती है तो क्या बेनिफिट नजर आ रहा है आपको उत्कर्ष?
देखिए इंपॉर्टेंट यहाँ पर ये होने वाला है, आपके पास सबसे बड़ी बात होती है जब आप किसी डोमेस्टिक प्लेयर को लेते हैं कि आप खिला सकते हैं। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट विदेशी प्लेयर में आपके साथ सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत है, आप ले लीजिए
अवेलेबल है 24/7 आपके लिए अवेलेबल है।
जी आपके लिए अवेलेबल है। आपके लिए सबसे बड़ी बात है उनके पास भी पूरा चाहते हैं कि आप मुझे रिटेन करें। बिगेस्ट एग्जांपल रिंकू सिंह है। रिंकू सिंह फ्रेंचाइजी ने बाद में कहा कि भाई, उन्होंने बाद में हमसे कहा कि प्लीज मुझे रिटेन करना, मैं अच्छा परफॉर्म करूंगा। तो नए खिलाड़ी खुद चाहते हैं कि भाई आप मुझे लीजिए, आने वाले कई साल तक मैं आपके लिए परफॉर्म करता रहूंगा। तो दिल्ली अगर कोई एक लंबा लॉन्ग टर्म में देख रही है तो आपके लिए जरूर आप खिलाड़ी को ले सकते हैं।
तो 20 लाख से बात शुरू हुई थी शुभम दुबे की, 65 लाख तक पहुंच चुके हैं। हालांकि बिडिंग लगातार जारी है दिल्ली के बीच में। यहाँ पर कई सारे ऐसे खिलाड़ी भी हैं जिन पर नजरें टिकी हुई हैं कि कौन सी टीम किन खिलाड़ियों पर ज्यादा पैसा खर्च करेगी। जैसा कि हमने बताया कि बहुत ज्यादा अभी पैसा जो है गुजरात टाइटंस के पास है और दिल्ली के पास है, लेकिन मुंबई के पास 8 CR, राजस्थान के पास 7। दिल्ली अभी खर्च कर सकती है पॉकेट। उन्हें पता है कि उन्हें किन किन खिलाड़ियों को सेलेक्ट करना है, कौन से खिलाड़ी की जरूरत उनकी टीम को है, फ्रेंचाइजी को है, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है। यहाँ पर मैं कोलकाता की बात जरूर करना चाहूंगा। कोलकाता आई, दिल खोल के पैसे खर्च किए हैं, उन्होंने अपनी टीम बनाई, लेकिन केकेआर के साथ भी यही है कि टीम तो बहुत अच्छी बना लेते हैं पेपर पे, लेकिन वो आउटपुट नहीं आ पाता जो आउटपुट हमें चाहिए, मतलब जो ग्राउंड पे चाहिए आउटपुट।
देखिए इंजरी भी हो गई पिछले साल, उनके जो कैप्टन थे वो खेले नहीं, तो काफी दिक्कतें उनके साथ आई हैं। इस बार जब कैप्टन वापस आएंगे, गौतम गंभीर वहां पर वापस आ गए हैं, उनकी भी घर वापसी एक तरीके से हो गई है, तो ये टीम काफी स्ट्रांग वहां पर दिखती हुई नजर आएगी इस बार। श्रेयस अय्यर से उम्मीदें हैं कि भाई श्रेयस अय्यर कप्तानी पारी खेलें इस सीजन में, लीड करें अपनी टीम को। याद कीजिए आज से 2 साल पहले भारतीय टीम के दावेदार थे वो कप्तानी के, लेकिन फिर इंजरियां इतनी ज्यादा हुई कि वो काफी पिछड़ गए उस रेस में। फिर से अगर वो स्पॉट उन्हें हासिल करना है, टीम इंडिया का एटलीस्ट परमानेंट वाइस कैप्टन बनना है, तो श्रेयस अय्यर पर नजरें होने वाली है कि वो क्या करेंगे। साथ ही स्टार्क आपने जो इतने भारी भरकम खिलाड़ी लिए हैं, देखते हैं वो 24 गेंद में क्या करते हैं।
अच्छा, गंभीर की बात करूं मैं अनिमेश आपसे, तो गंभीर का जो टेम्परामेंट खेलने का है, जिस तरह से टीम रीड करते हैं या जिस तरह से टीम बनाते हैं और वो चाहते हैं कि जिस तरह से आउटपुट टीम का हो, लगता है केकेआर के खिलाड़ियों के लिए बहुत ज्यादा कंफर्ट जोन में होगा या फिर बहुत ज्यादा थोड़ा टेंस होने वाला है डील करना गंभीर और उनकी गेम प्लानिंग को?
नहीं, मेरे हिसाब से डील करना तो मुश्किल हो जाता है। एलएसजी जो आपने बात कही वो एलएसजी के साथ हमने देखा था कि टेम्परामेंट इश्यूज होता है, लेकिन कहीं मैच कर गया तो देखिए कैसा जा सकता है, क्योंकि एलएसजी का और जो पूरी टीम का उनका टेम्परामेंट था वो बिल्कुल सेम पेज पे चल रहे थे, और जिस तरह से एलएसजी ने परफॉर्म किया था उनकी कोचिंग के अंडर में, और ये मुझे लग रहा है बहुत कंफर्ट जोन में थे कहीं ना कहीं केकेआर पिछले सीजन में। और जितने प्लेयर्स उनके पास हैं वहां पे वो कहीं ना कहीं वो वेरिएशन जो प्लेइंग 11 वो बिल्टअप कर सकते हैं, वो करने में नाकाम रहे थे। वेंकटेश अय्यर को जिस तरह से वो यूज कर रहे थे हर मैच में, कभी वो इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर के रूप में आ रहे हैं, ऐसे प्लेयर को मैं नहीं देखना चाहूंगा कि वो इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर के रूप में आपके दिखे। उसको कहीं ना कहीं प्लेइंग 11 में आपको यूज करना चाहिए था। वहां पे आपके पास बहुत सारे ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं जिनका यूटिलाइजेशन अच्छे से नहीं हुआ। अगर आप डेविड वीजा एक अच्छे प्लेयर है डेविड वीजा, लेकिन अगर आपके प्लेइंग 11 में आपको इनको प्रेफरेंस देनी पड़ रही है जब आपके पास एक अच्छी स्क्वाड है, तो मेरे हिसाब से थोड़ी कुछ खामियां हैं, और गौतम गंभीर वो दूर करने की कोशिश जरूर करेंगे। और जो उत्कर्ष ने कहा कि कहीं ना कहीं कप्तानी का भी बहुत असर पड़ता है, और नीतीश राणा पहली बार कप्तानी कर रहे थे, उससे पहले सिर्फ उन्होंने मुझे लग रहा है इस मैच में एक मैच में कप्तानी की थी, सिर्फ एक मैच में, तो वो सीधे वहां पे कप्तानी का जिम्मेदारी मिल जाना, और उसके बाद भी कहीं ना कहीं वेरिएशन आपके जो टॉप परफॉर्मर्स हैं वो हैं सुनील नारायण, आंद्रे रसल, उनका फॉर्म में ना होना, तो एक प्रेशर बहुत बिल्टअप हो जाता है नए कप्तान के ऊपर।
बिल्कुल, कई चीजें मैटर करती है, सपोर्ट करता है टीम को कि अगर प्लेयर्स कंफर्ट जोन में है, प्लेयर्स फॉर्म में है, तो एक नया कप्तान भी टीम को आगे लेके जा सकता है। लेकिन टफ टाइम तब आ जाता है, जैसे गिल के लिए मैं बोलूंगा टफ टाइम है।
बिल्कुल है।
शुभम गिल को अपने कैसे कप्तानी दी, वो भी कप्तानी कोई प्लान अनप्लान कप्तानी थी कि हार्दिक पांड्या चले गए, उनको कप्तानी दी गई। अब वो जिम्मेदारी वो ज्यादा अपने कंधों पर लेंगे तो उनकी बैटिंग पर भी इसका इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा। बैटिंग पे इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा तो फिर फ्यूचर में आपको पता है कि टीम इंडिया की प्लेइंग 11 और
अभी तक
भारतीय फैंस किस तरह से
जैसा ऑक्शन गया है, आप खुद देखिए कि मुझे लग रहा है कि सारा प्रेशर जीटी शुभमन पे दे देना चाह रहे हैं कि जो है इनके साथ खेल लो, आगे देखा जाएगा, आगे मेगा ऑक्शन में देखना है क्या करते हैं।
बिल्कुल नहीं, टेस्ट होने वाला है शुभमन गिल का कि भाई अगर आपको भारत का कप्तान बनना है, इस परीक्षा को पास कीजिए, बन जाइए भारत का कप्तान। अगर आप परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाते हैं, आपके साथ वो होगा जो जडेजा के साथ हुआ कि भाई आपको कप्तानी के लिए कंसीडर नहीं किया जाएगा, बहुत सारे ऑप्शन आ जाएंगे आपके पास,
कप्तानी मिलेगी।
बिल्कुल, तो आर या पार वाला मोड है।
2025 में वैसे भी उत्कर्ष कई सारे विंडो खुलेंगे, हर टीम के लिए खुलेगा। अब तो एक नया ट्रेंड भी शुरू हो गया कि चलो भैया खिलाड़ी नहीं, हम कप्तानी सिलेक्ट कर लेते हैं। मगर अगर आप धोनी के पास शायद 4-5 साल का टाइम होता और धोनी वैसे कमिटमेंट नहीं होता चेन्नई के साथ, मैं क्या फ्लोक बात कह रहा हूँ, तो शायद कोई टीम कहती कि मैं धोनी पे ही बीट कर लेता हूँ, धोनी को ही खरीद लेता हूँ।
देखिए थाला के फैंस भड़क जाएंगे, आपको बोलना होगा कि 3-4 साल का समय है उनके पास। धोनी के जो फैंस हैं वो मानकर चल रहे हैं कि आईपीएल धोनी खेलते रहेंगे।
नहीं आईपीएल बिल्कुल, हालांकि उम्मीद ये कर रहे थे फैंस की शायद वो आखिरी आईपीएल 2023 में हम देखे, लेकिन फिलहाल धोनी फिटनेस पे ध्यान दे रहे हैं, तो मुझे लग रहा है कि हाँ अभी कुछ विंडो उनके पास है, वो खेल सकते हैं और चौके छक्कों की बरसात दिख सकती है। लेकिन यहाँ पैसों की बरसात की अगर हम बात कर ले तो शुभम दुबे 20 लाख बेस प्राइस था, 4 करोड़ 40 लाख।
क्या बात है,
बहुत शॉकिंग है।
मतलब बात वही आ रही है ना रमेश की, पैसे मेरे पास बचे हुए हैं, इन पैसों का वेस्ट हो जाएगा ना, कुछ होना नहीं है, तो चलो इन्वेस्ट करते हैं।
और जीटी देखे यहाँ भी रेस में नहीं है, तो जीटी को लेकर जो हम बात कर रहे थे वो तो सही है, लेकिन डीसी और आरआर, और देखिए 7 करोड़ ही है इनके पर्स में, 7 करोड़ 10 लाख रुपए राजस्थान के पर्स में, वहां पर भी ये बिड में लगे हुए हैं, 4 करोड़ 60 लाख तक जा चुकी है बिड। तो मेरे हिसाब से दिल्ली इनमें इन्वेस्टमेंट करना चाहेगी। और अच्छी बात भी ये है कि इस तरह से अनकैप्ड प्लेयर्स आपको आईपीएल में इतनी हिस्ट्री बनाते हुए दिखते हैं।
बिल्कुल, देखिए लेफ्ट हैंड प्लेयर है, 21 मैच खेले हैं, 485 रन बनाए हैं, 145 का स्ट्राइक रेट है, 58 इनका बेस्ट है। तो कोई बहुत ज्यादा बूमिंग आंकड़े नहीं है जिन आंकड़ों को देखकर आप कहेंगे कि चलिए भाई एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी प्लेयर है, लेकिन हाँ शायद इनकी जो टैलेंट हंट टीम होगी इन्होंने इनके ऊपर रिसर्च किया होगा।
कहीं ना कहीं जिस तरह से बिड जा रही है, तो ये लग रहा है कि काफी रिसर्च करके आए हैं। और
नहीं, कई दफा ये भी होता है ना रमेश की, आप फॉर्म देखते हैं कि खिलाड़ी पिछले एक साल में कर क्या रहा है।
नहीं है, आप खुद देखिए 145 का स्ट्राइक रेट बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्राइक रेट नहीं है। और स्पेस आपके पास होता
लेकिन
नहीं
जब
जिस तरह से।
किस्मत मेहरबान होती है ना तो ऐसे ही पैसों की बारिश होती है। पैट कमिंस ने और मिचेल स्टार्क ने सोचा भी नहीं होगा कि वो क्या कर बैठेंगे
पार्टी हो गई होगी ऑस्ट्रेलिया में।
देखिए मैं तो जब कल ऑक्शन होने वाला था, मेरा जो एनालिसिस था, इतना एनालिसिस नहीं था कि हाईएस्ट बिड हो जाएगी आईपीएल हिस्ट्री की, लेकिन जो सबसे ज्यादा बिड थी वो तीनों प्लेयर्स के पास जाने वाली थी। मेरे लिए शॉकिंग ये था कि ट्रेविस हेड इतने सस्ते में कैसे निकल गए। 10-12 करोड़ मैंने उनका आंका था कि 10-12 करोड़ में कम से कम लेके जाएंगे, लेकिन स्पेस नहीं बन रहा है किसी भी टीम के पास उनको खिलाने के लिए, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं कुछ
इवन मैं भी पर्सनली अगर मैं देखूं तो मैं रचिन को लेकर मैं भी था कि कम से कम इसको 6-7-8 करोड़ मिल जाना चाहिए। रचिन इतने कैपेबल खिलाड़ी हैं।
बट शायद उन्होंने जो बेस प्राइस अपना सेट किया वो भी काफी लो, 50 लाख शायद वो उन्होंने लगा कि शायद पहला आईपीएल है, शायद मैं ना बिकूं, एक अंडर कॉन्फिडेंट वो नजर आया। शायद अगर 2 करोड़ रखते तो शायद बिडिंग और ज्यादा हाई होती।
बिल्कुल होती, शायद बीट पे ही बिक जाते हैं, वो अलग चीज थी। लेकिन फिलहाल ये देखिए शुभम दुबे 5 करोड़ 60 लाख।
इंटरेस्टिंग हो गया भाई ये शुभम
दिल्ली
दुबे।
मैदान में है भैया। राजस्थान रॉयल्स भी अब एक्टिव नजर आ रही है। दोनों टीमें चल रहे हैं 18 पे। 7 करोड़ पैसे बचे हैं राजस्थान रॉयल्स के पास, जिसमें से अगर वो 5 करोड़ 60 लाख खर्च कर देंगे तो फिर शायद मुझे लगता है कि उनको अगले 4-5 घंटे बैठ के देखना पड़ेगा ये पूरा आईपीएल बिडिंग ऑक्शन, क्योंकि पैसे होंगे नहीं तो कुछ कर सकते नहीं है फिलहाल।
देखिए स्टार्क और कमिंस के बीच शुभम दुबे भी हेडलाइंस बनाएंगे। जिस तरीके से 20 लाख बेस प्राइस का प्लेयर यहाँ तक पहुंच गया है और अभी भी उनके ऊपर इतना डिस्कशन हो रहा है, जरूर इनके ऊपर भाई, इनके अगर टैलेंट हंट टीम ने रिसर्च किया है, हमें भी करना पड़ेगा।
हर्षल पटेल को भी अगर आप मार्क करो देखो, उनको भी तो लगता है कि हाँ उन्होंने भी बहुत ज्यादा इसमें बहुत ज्यादा बेनिफिट मिला उनको है, क्योंकि उन्हें भी खुद उम्मीद नहीं होगी कि वो अराउंड 11 करोड़ समथिंग लेके चले जाएंगे। उन्हें बहुत लगा कि
खेला नहीं इन्होंने, सिर्फ 20 मुकाबले खेले टी20 के, और विदर्भ के प्लेयर हैं, और कुछ तो कुछ जरूर ऐसा कुछ बहुत बारीक सा देख लिया है जो इतनी हाईएस्ट बिड लेके जा रहे हैं।
लेफ्ट हैंड बैट्समैन एक ये भी ऑप्शन नजर आता है वहां पर, हर टीम चाहती है कि
लेफ्ट
मिडिल
हैंड
ऑर्डर में
बैट्समैन
कोई
आपके पास बहुत सारे लिस्ट में होंगे, उनके साथ भी आप जा सकते हो। वहां पे सिर्फ इतने कम क्रिकेट खेलने वाले को जिसके पास बहुत बेहतरीन आंकड़े ना हो
जी।
और ये शुभम दुबे सोल्ड
कितने पे
5 करोड़ 80
5 करोड़ 80 लाख पर भैया शुभम दुबे साहब बिके हैं।
बेस प्राइस सिर्फ 20 था इनका।
20
ये आईपीएल की ताकत है।
ये आईपीएल की ताकत है, ये फ्रेंचाइजी की ताकत है, ये पैसों की ताकत है। और देखिए बिडिंग में यही होता है, मतलब आपको पता नहीं होता है कि हम एज ए फैंस कुछ और सोच रहे होते हैं, हमारा थिंकिंग और पैटर्न ही अलग होता है।
बट सारे प्लेयर्स भी टीवी के सामने आज होते हैं।
बिल्कुल अमूमन वो हर कोई रिपोर्ट कार्ड जैसे हमारा भी अगर रिजल्ट आता था हम भी सिस्टम के सामने बैठ के
दिख रही थी। आप पैसा खर्च करेंगे, देखिए सिर्फ एक 1.3 करोड़ पैसे उनके पर्स में बचा है आरआर के।
आरआर के बस पता है कि कुछ करना नहीं है, बस बैठ के हमें देखना है कोई बेस प्राइस में खिलाड़ी आया तो 2 प्लेयर हम रख लेंगे। जो हमारे बॉलर्स जो होते हैं, जनरली नए बॉलर्स को इसलिए भी पिक किया जाता है, अमूमन फैंस को नहीं इस बात की जानकारी होती है कि बॉलर्स जो होते हैं डोमेस्टिक, वो नेट्स में ना बैट्समैन को बॉल डालते हैं, क्योंकि उन्हें पता है कि किस लेवल की बॉलिंग चाहिए आपको नेट्स में खेलने के लिए। तो उसका भी कई फायदा मिलता है, बॉलर्स को भी मिलता है। कई खिलाड़ी ऐसे हैं जो खुद भी कहते हैं कि हाँ हम सिर्फ नेट्स में बॉल डाल कर हमने भैया बहुत कुछ सीखा है प्लेयर से, क्योंकि जो आप जिस माइंडसेट से फिर आप खेलते हो, जिस माइंडसेट से आप बॉल डालते हो ना, वो बहुत इंपैक्टफुल होता है।
और दूसरा वो बजट में होते हैं, वो भी सबके लिए इजीली अवेलेबल होता है।
बहुत ज्यादा नखरे भी नहीं होते, उन्हें पता है कि तुम 20 ओवर डाले तो 20 ओवर डाल दें।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल,
तो ये फायदे कई हो जाते हैं। अब सौरभ चौहान जी हैं, 20 लाख बेस प्राइस है इनका, और
अभी तक तो कोई बिड नहीं आई है।
फ्रेंचाइजी बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग थे। शुभम दुबे है उस लाख उनकी बल्लेबाजी है कि उस पर बीट किया सके, और उन्होंने अनसोल्ड हो गए हैं। सौरभ चौहान साहब भी अनसोल्ड हैं। लेकिन यहाँ पर अब हम अगली टीम की ओर बढ़ते हैं। यहाँ पर हम गुजरात की बात कर लिए, चेन्नई की बात हो गई, आरसीबी। मतलब मैं कहूं कि आरसीबी की किस्मत, साउथ अफ्रीका की किस्मत, और अब मैं तो टीम इंडिया का भी नाम ले सकता हूं कि टीम इंडिया की किस्मत भी ऐसी हो चुकी है कि हम मतलब करीब आकर चूक जाते हैं। और प्लेयर्स है, नाम है, खुद विराट कोहली इतना बड़ा नाम, हर चीज ट्राई कर लिया हम लोगों ने, क्रिस गेल को भी बुला लिया, एबी डिविलियर्स की भी बात कर लो, आप जिस खिलाड़ी की बात करना चाहो उनकी बात कर लो, लेकिन फिर भी आरसीबी की किस्मत यू टर्न क्यों नहीं मार पा रही है?
देखिए प्लानिंग कहीं ना कहीं मिसिंग है वहां पे। आज भी जो बिड हुई मेरे हिसाब से ठीक है। आज अल्जारी जोसेफ को लेकर आए, वो पहले मैंने स्टार्टिंग में ही कहा कहीं ना कहीं आपका रीच टॉपली आपके मुख्य तेज गेंदबाज है, उसके अलावा उनका साथ देने के लिए आपके पास कोई बहुत बेहतरीन प्लेयर्स नहीं है। विजय कुमार व्यास पे आपको डिपेंड होना पड़ रहा है, तो ये थोड़ा सा शॉकिंग होता है। और हर सीजन में आपके साथ आज से नहीं हो रहा है, 16 सीजन से आप यही करते हुए आ रहे हैं कि आप लगातार अपनी बैटिंग पे डिपेंडेंट है। आज आप भी पूरे सीजन में भी आप फाफ पे, विराट पे और ग्लेन मैक्सवेल पे डिपेंड रहोगे, और वो आपको 200 का स्कोर देंगे, आप 17-18 ओवर रन में वो खर्च करके चले जाएंगे। तो
बॉलिंग
साइड मुझे लगता है कि
पर्सनली बॉलिंग बहुत कमजोर है और वहां पर मुझे लगता है थोड़े स्मार्ट प्ले की जरूरत है। आप चिन्ना स्वामी में खेलते हैं तो वहां पर आपको चाहिए कि भाई ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ आपने जो रन है आपने चेस कर लिए, आपको स्मार्ट गेम यहाँ पर खेलना होगा। याद कीजिए 2016 में जो
है उनके लिए वनिंदु, मुझे लग रहा है
2016 में जो टी20 वर्ल्ड कप हुआ था,
वनिंदु को एसआरएच ने लिया है।
याद है आपको 2016 में जो टी20 वर्ल्ड कप हुआ था, इंडिया और बांग्लादेश का गेम उसी मैदान पर हुआ था। वहां पर आपको एक स्मार्ट कैप्टन चाहिए, स्मार्ट खिलाड़ी कि छोटे रन में वहां पर डिफेंड हो जाते हैं। हार्दिक पांड्या उस समय कोई बहुत तीर मारने वाले गेंदबाज नहीं थे, लेकिन आपको थोड़ी स्मार्टनेस रखनी होती है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है आरसीबी पावर पैक टीम चाहती है, उसी हिसाब से जाते हैं भाई हर सीजन में कि हमारे 3 बैट्समैन होंगे, इस बार भी उनके वही देखने को मिलेंगे। आरआरआर वही पूरी तरीके से उनकी टीम को ऊपर लेकर जाएंगे, तो मुश्किलें जरूर उनके सामने फिर से इस बार देखने को मिलेंगे। लेकिन आरसीबी के जितने भी फैंस हैं वो जरूर चाहेंगे कि भाई
अलजारी जोसेफ की हम बात कर लेते हैं। जब हम आरसीबी की बात कर रहे हैं, कितने इंपैक्टफुल साबित होंगे आरसीबी के लिए?
देखिए मुश्किल है अलजारी जोसेफ के लिए भी, यहाँ पर काफी कठिन परिस्थितियां होने वाली हैं। आप आरसीबी के कैंप में हैं तो वैसे ही आप चाहते हैं कि भाई मार बहुत पड़ने वाली है, आपको पता है शुरुआत से ही आपको कि भाई आसान नहीं होने वाला है। लेकिन हाँ, अगर उन्हें अपना नाम बनाना है, आरसीबी को कब तक पहुंचाना है, तो कुछ अच्छा करना पड़ेगा।
अनिमेश, हमने ये भी देखा कि इस बार जो नए रूल्स लाए गए हैं कि एक ओवर में आप 2 बाउंसर अलाउ कर सकते हैं। खास तौर पे जो बॉलर्स की बात मैंने जिनसे की पर्सनली, उन्होंने कहा कि डेथ ओवर में भैया हमें बहुत फायदा इसका मिलता है कि हम स्लोअर बाउंसर भी यूज कर सकते हैं ताकि प्लेयर्स को हम थर्ड मैन पे या फिर हम शॉर्ट पे कवर आउट कर सकें। तो ये जो चेंजेस आए हैं, ये कहीं ना कहीं जो बॉलर्स हैं उनके लिए एडवांटेज लेकर आया है।
बिल्कुल, थोड़ा सा कहीं ना कहीं टी20 फॉर्मेट वैसे भी थोड़ा सा अलाइंड होता है बैटर्स की तरफ, वहां पर बहुत सारा स्पेस होता नहीं है, फिर भी खोजने की कहीं ना कहीं कोशिश करते हैं बॉलर्स, और स्पिनर्स का पावर प्ले में दिखना ये टी20 की ही खोज है। और इसीलिए कहीं ना कहीं दिखता है कि अगर ये कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा एक स्पेस मिलता है बॉलर्स को, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं डिफेंड करने के लिए जो एक क्लैश होता है कहीं ना कहीं बेटर अलाइंड नहीं होगा, क्योंकि आपके पास बहुत वेरिएशन, आप कितना भी वेरिएशन ट्राई कर लो, कहीं कहीं डिफेंड करना मुश्किल हो जाता है। फिर क्राउड भी कहीं ना कहीं बैटर सपोर्टेड हो जाता है, तो ये मुश्किल होगा। और बैटर्स के लिए भी जब आपको 2 बाउंसर लास्ट में देखने को मिलेगी, अगर आप चेस कर रहे हो, आपको 12-13 रन चाहिए, वहां पर बॉलर के पास 2 बाउंसर डालने का स्पेस है, तो उसके पास भी एक कॉन्फिडेंट रहेगा वो कि किस तरह से ओवर को निकाल सकता है वो।
यानी कहा जाए कि बल्लेबाजों के लिए सिर्फ नहीं छोड़ा गया है कि भैया सिर्फ बल्लेबाज आएंगे, चौके छक्के लगाएंगे और जीत के चले जाएंगे। यहाँ पर एमएस धोनी साहब के लिए भी चैलेंज दिया गया है कि आपको अगर 30 रन मारने हैं या 20 रन मार रहे हैं तो 2 बाउंसर तो खेलने पड़ेंगे आपको। वो अलग बात है, वो तीसरा बाउंसर के पैर सूर्य कुमार यादव होते तो उनका स्टाइल अलग है खेलने के लिए, धोनी भाई का स्टाइल अपना खेलने के लिए अलग है। लेकिन अब हम थोड़ा सा देख लें, बिडिंग पे चले जाए, चेन्नई एक्टिव नजर आ रही है, गुजरात एक्टिव नजर आ रही है।
समीर
रिजवी पे ये भाई 2 करोड़ 3 करोड़ 20 लाख बेस प्राइस है इनका। उत्कर्ष अनिमेश देखिए, और गुजरात और सडनली चेन्नई में जान सी एक आ गई है।
गुजरात के सीईओ ने अभी हाल में ही एक इशारा किया, जब वो बिडिंग चल रही थी, इन्होंने इनका इशारा कहता था कि ले लो, इन्होंने जिस तरीके से कैजुअली इशारा किया कि ठीक है भाई चलने देते हैं, बहुत पैसा पड़ा हुआ है, ले लेते हैं खिलाड़ी, जरूर इनकी भी रिसर्च टीम में ही रहे होंगे, तो इसी वजह से आप देख रहे हैं कि बिडिंग यहाँ पर
20 साल के युवा खिलाड़ी हैं, 3 करोड़ 20 लाख तक ये बिड जा चुकी है अभी।
ये यंगस्टर्स के लिए, खासतौर पर जो इंडियन हमारे खिलाड़ी हैं, जो यंगस्टर्स हैं, जो बहुत पब्लिक फिगर में नहीं आ पाते हैं, क्योंकि अब बहुत ज्यादा लोग दिलीप ट्रॉफी हो गया या फिर जो हमारे घरेलू टूर्नामेंट्स होते हैं उसको नहीं देखते हैं, बहुत जो फैंस फॉलो नहीं करते। लेकिन ये सब क्रिकेटर लॉन्ग टर्म में इम्पैक्ट देते हैं। एक टीम इंडिया जो हम बात करते हैं ना, आज की तारीख में देख लो, टेस्ट के लिए अलग टीम हमारे पास है, ओडीआई के लिए अलग टीम है, टी20 के लिए अलग टीम है, कप्तान भी हमारे पास अलग अलग है। ये कहीं ना कहीं एक एडवांटेज आईपीएल का भी रहा है कि हमारे पास एक बेंच स्ट्रेंथ रेडी हो चुका है।
बिल्कुल, हमारे पास आज के तारीख में आपने सही कहा, 3 टीमें अलग अलग हैं, टी20 के अलग स्पेशलिस्ट हमने प्लेयर बना रखे हैं, वनडे के अलग और टेस्ट के हमारे जो रेगुलर प्लेयर वो खेलते हुए नजर आते हैं। सबसे ज्यादा एक्सपेरिमेंट भी टी20 में होता है, टी20 में आईपीएल आप देखेंगे यहाँ पर खेला जाएगा और इसके बाद सीधा आपके पास दरवाजा होता है भारतीय टीम में जाने का, क्योंकि टी20 में आप देखते हैं आमतौर पर हमारे जो मेन प्लेयर्स हैं वो नहीं खेलते हैं। आपको विराट कोहली, रोहित शर्मा वगैरह खेलते हुए नजर नहीं आएंगे, जडेजा, बुमराह आपको जल्दी खेलते हुए नजर नहीं आएंगे। टीम इंडिया पर जाने का सबसे आसान तरीका होता है आप आईपीएल में परफॉर्म कीजिए, इंडिया की बी टीम जहां जो खेलने जाएगी वहां पर आपका सिलेक्शन हो जाएगा।
चलिए, शुभम दुबे का रिकॉर्ड टूट चुका है। समीर रिजवी साहब 6 करोड़ में पहुंच चुके हैं।
5 लाख में हो गए थे, 6 करोड़ पे जा चुके हैं। यूपी के खिलाड़ी हैं, स्ट्राइक रेट ठीक है, राइट आर्म बैटिंग करते हैं।
नहीं, वैसे ओवरऑल देखा जाए तो लग रहा है कि समीर रिजवी के लिए थोड़ा बहुत स्कोप बनता है, क्योंकि 11 मैचेस हैं, 295 रन है, और स्ट्राइक रेट की अगर हम बात करें तो 135 का, जो कि टी20 के लिए एक अच्छा स्ट्राइक रेट माना जाता है कि हाँ
बिल्कुल
ये खिलाड़ी, और बेस्ट 75 नॉट आउट, 75 रन का उनका स्कोर भी रहा है, बेस्ट नॉट आउट रहा है।
20 लाख के बेस प्राइस के साथ 20 साल का युवा खिलाड़ी
बिल्कुल
इस मैदान में उतरा था, अगर 6 करोड़ लेके जा रहा है और 6 करोड़ 20 लाख तक।
मजेदार बात ये देखिए कि चेन्नई के पास 11 करोड़ 60 लाख है, 6 करोड़ 7 लाख, चलिए 6 करोड़ 7 करोड़ तक चेन्नई ने खर्च कर दिया। चेन्नई रुकने को तैयार नहीं है। ऐसा क्या है समीर रिजवी साहब? मतलब धोनी ने इनको पे नजर डाली हुई है, धोनी की नजर है इनके ऊपर। साफ क्लियर मैसेज है सिलेक्टर्स को कि ये लड़का जो है, आज इस पे आप 7 करोड़ 8 करोड़ खर्च करना चाह रहे हैं, ये आने वाले सीजन में, आने वाले सालों में ये भारतीय टीम का एक सुनहरा चेहरा, अच्छा भविष्य बनेगा।
बिल्कुल, मेरठ से आते हैं और यूपी रणजी खेल भी चुके हैं 20 साल में ही। तो
बड़ी
यहाँ पर
बात है, मतलब 20 साल में रणजी खेलना एक खिलाड़ी के लिए बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। काफी यंगस्टर है, 20 साल की उम्र है, काफी पोटेंशियल है। 7 करोड़ 60 लाख,
17 साल की उम्र में डेब्यू भी कर लिया था, 2020 में डेब्यू इनका।
बिल्कुल।
अच्छा मतलब अब देखिए लास्ट में 7 करोड़ 60 लाख में कौन सी टीम, क्या चेन्नई 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 20 लाख रुपए इनका बेस प्राइस था। समीर रिजवी साहब है, यूपी मेरठ के खिलाड़ी हैं, 11 मैच T20 का ओवरऑल एक्सपीरियंस उनके पास है, बैटिंग स्ट्राइक रेट काफी अच्छा उनका है। 7 करोड़ 60 लाख और ये गए 8 करोड़। चेन्नई के पास अब 3 करोड़ 60 लाख एक्स्ट्रा है, अगर चेन्नई इसको बाय कर लेती है तो। समीर रिजवी
जबरदस्त है
साहब,
भाई। हम अगर कैलकुलेशन करने भी जाएं तो 20 लाख से कितने गुना यहाँ पहुंच चुके हैं ये 8 करोड़ में, शायद उन्हें भी बिलीव नहीं होगा।
कहते भी तो है ना कि जब ऊपर वाला देता है तो छप्पर फाड़ के देता है।
पूरा परिवार
यूं ही नहीं कहा जाता है।
पूरा परिवार पूरा मेरा टीवी के सामने बैठा होगा कि चलिए भाई
ढोल ताशे बजना शुरू हो गए होंगे अभी से घर के
बिल्कुल
सामने।
मिठाइयाँ ऑर्डर कर दी गई होंगी भाई।
नहीं, कई लोग तो मजाक में मुझे ट्वीट भी कर रहे थे कि भैया जितने की बिडिंग आप लोग कर रहे हो उतने तो कई कंट्रीज के नाम नहीं लूंगा, कई कंट्रीज की इकोनॉमी हिल जाती है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
8 करोड़ 40 लाख चेन्नई, मतलब रिजवी पे साफ तौर पे ये कहूं कि माही की नजर है, क्योंकि उन्हें पता है कि जो पोटेंशियल उनके अंदर है, जिस तरह का खेला है, और इवन माही जो खेले भी हैं, बहुत लोग कम जानते हैं, माही झारखंड से खेले, लेकिन उनका जो बहुत टच रहा है वो यूपी के साइड के खिलाड़ियों से बहुत ज्यादा रहा है उनका अटैचमेंट, और कई मैचेस भी उन्होंने यूपी के अगेंस्ट खेले हैं। तो माही को पता है कि कौन सा खिलाड़ी कितना तगड़ा है। और ये ऑक्शन चेन्नई सुपर किंग्स, समीर रिजवी, ये नाम वो नाम जो आपको भी सरप्राइज कर सकता है और हमें भी सरप्राइज किया है। समीर रिजवी 8 करोड़ 40 लाख चेन्नई सुपर किंग्स में चले गए हैं। चेन्नई के पास अब बेस प्राइस के लिए ही पैसे बचे हुए हैं। तो समीर रिजवी 20 साल के युवा खिलाड़ी, चेन्नई सुपर किंग्स, और चेन्नई की अगर आज आप बिडिंग देखो तो रचिन को भी लेकर गए, शार्दुल ठाकुर को भी लेकर गए, समीर रिजवी को भी लेकर गए। तो ये एक टीम जो है फ्यूचर टीम रेडी करती है, उसे पता है हमें 2024 नहीं, हमें 26 27 28 के लिए सोचना है, और वैसे पोटेंशियल खिलाड़ी रेडी करने हैं।
फुल्ली प्रिपेयर है। आप ऑक्शन में भी देखिए पूरी तरीके से तैयारी करके आए, रिसर्च करके आए कि भाई
मतलब मुझे ये खिलाड़ी चाहिए तो चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, आप लगा लीजिए हमसे बिडिंग, आप कर लीजिए जितना आपको लगाना है, ये खिलाड़ी चाहिए। यही वजह है कि आप देख रहे हैं कि इतना ज्यादा यहाँ पर प्राइस मिल गया। शायद एक्सपेक्ट ये भी करके नहीं आए होंगे कि मुझे इतनी बिडिंग करनी पड़ जाएगी, लेकिन ये कहते हैं कि भाई किस्मत यहाँ पर मेहरबान है इनके ऊपर आज।
बिल्कुल, चेन्नई पे किस्मत तो वैसे ही मेहरबान है, आईपीएल की सबसे सक्सेसफुल टीमों में से एक है। उसके बाद मुंबई इंडियंस की हम बात करते हैं, लेकिन एक टीम है राजस्थान रॉयल्स। पहला आईपीएल, शेन वॉर्न, अब वो नहीं रहे शेन वॉर्न हमारे साथ, लेकिन जब वो पहला मैच हुआ, पहला सीजन हुआ, और उसके बाद लगा कि राजस्थान रॉयल्स का इम्पैक्ट छोड़ेगी, लेकिन उसके बाद राजस्थान रॉयल्स कभी वो टर्न, वो दौर लौट कर नहीं आया जो हमने स्टार्टिंग में देखा था पहला आईपीएल 2008 में
उस
देखा
समय
था।
तो देखिए 2008 में तो सबसे बड़ी अंडरडॉग टीम कही जाती थी।
बिल्कुल,
एक
तो शेन
अंडरडॉग
वॉर्न
टीम है
कप्तान,
वो,
लोग मजाक कर रहे थे शेन वॉर्न कप्तानी में क्या हो
इकलौते
जाएगा।
विदेशी कप्तान थे उस सीजन में।
बिल्कुल,
अंडरडॉग टीम ने किस तरह से मैच को पलटा था, किस तरह से पूरा गेम पलटा था।
ये मैं 2-3 टीमें जो ऐसी हैं, पंजाब की टीम है, राजस्थान रॉयल्स की टीम की बात में करूं, मैं आरसीबी का भी नाम इसमें लेना चाहूंगा, मैं हैदराबाद का भी नाम लेना चाहूंगा। कहीं ना कहीं क्या कुछ गेम प्लानिंग ऐसी है, या फिर थॉट कुछ ऐसा प्रोसेस में जा रहा है कि एक पावरफुल इंपैक्टफुल टीम नहीं रेडी हो पा रही, जो कि ग्राउंड पर आकर परफॉर्म करे वो खिलाड़ी के साथ।
डिसीजन मेकिंग में भी फर्क पड़ता है। देखिए आप
टीम
डिसीजन
वाइज देखिए हर टीम के साथ इन चारों में से अलग अलग दिक्कतें हैं। एसआरएच का कहीं ना कहीं ग्रास रूट से वो काम नहीं करना चाहते। हर बार बिड में आप प्लेयर्स लेते हैं, उसको ट्राई करते हैं, फिर अगले साल फिर से चीजों को बदलने की कोशिश करते हैं। लेकिन इस तरह से आप लॉन्ग टर्म में, क्योंकि ऐसा तो नहीं आपको सिर्फ आईपीएल का एक सीजन खेलना है, आप एक सीजन में अच्छा कर सकते हो, उसके सीजन के बाद आप ट्रॉफी के लिए जा सकते हो। लेकिन एसआरएच के साथ ये मुश्किल है कि कहीं ना कहीं वो कॉम्बिनेशन बनाने में बिलीव ही नहीं रखते, हर साल चीजों को चेंज करते रहना। और पंजाब और एसआरएच ने जितने कप्तान बदले, शायद ही किसी टीम ने अपने पूरे आईपीएल सीजन में, इतने 16 सीजन में कप्तान बदले होंगे। और कप्तान का हर सीजन में बदलना कहीं ना कहीं आपके लिए मुश्किल खड़ी करता है। और आरसीबी के साथ इनके बॉलर्स हमेशा दिक्कत करते रहे हैं।
ये जो बात आपने कप्तान वाली की, शायद यही इसी का बेनिफिट हमें मिला। चेन्नई को देखो आप, या फिर मुंबई इंडियंस देख लीजिए।
बिल्कुल आप इतने लंबे
केकेआर भी रहे, जब तक गौतम गंभीर रहे तो केकेआर ने भी एक अच्छा खासा
एक लंबे
impact
समय
किया।
के
जो
कप्तानी
अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगा आप उसे जाने नहीं दे सकते। हैदराबाद ने विलियमसन को जाने दिया, हैदराबाद ने वार्नर को जाने दिया, दूसरी टीमों के लिए वो जाकर
क्योंकि
परफॉर्म कर
और
रहे हैं।
विलियमसन ने उनके लिए बहुत बड़ा कह सकते हैं कि एक बहुत बहुत अच्छी नींव तैयार करके दी थी। आप पिछले सीजन भूल जाते, वहां से एक नई कह सकते हैं इमारत तैयार कर सकते थे, पर वो नाकाम रही वो टीम। कहीं ना कहीं केन विलियमसन से जो खबरें थी फ्रेंच आईडी के साथ उनकी कहीं ना कहीं एक अच्छी पटरी नहीं खा रही थी, जो अनबन थी, और उसके कारण ही वो जीटी में चले गए। और कोविड आया था, आईपीएल सीजन बीच में छूट गया था, तो वहां पर कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ी सी खटपट हुई थी। उसके बाद तो ये देखता है तो अब मुंबई से फ्रेंचाइजी अपने हर प्लेयर को किस तरह से सपोर्ट करती है, तो ये भी बहुत मैटर करता है खिलाड़ियों के लिए भी, और फ्रेंचाइजी और खिलाड़ियों के बीच अगर कनेक्शन वो नहीं बनेगा
तो
तो
ये
कहीं ना कहीं ऐसे रिजल्ट मिलेंगे।
सरफराज खान
सरफराज खान हर साल खरीदे जाते हैं, फिर रिलीज कर दिए जाते हैं, मैच तो उनको मिलते नहीं। पिछले साल डीसी ने खरीदा था, ऋषभ पंत एब्सेंट थे, वहां पर लग तो यही रहा था कि पूरा
मौका
सीजन
मिलना
खेले,
चाहिए, मिल जाएगा।
लग यही रहा था पूरा सीजन खेलेंगे, बहुत बेहतरीन डोमेस्टिक फॉर्म लेकर आए थे, लेकिन एक दो मैच मिले, वहां कुछ खास कमाल कर नहीं सके। फिर अभिषेक पोरेल आ गए इस पूरे सिनेरियो में, जहां अभिषेक पोरेल कहीं भी नहीं थे, और अभिषेक पोरेल आ गए। फिर गांगुली की कोचिंग में अभिषेक पोरेल का आना सरफराज के लिए बहुत
आप
सवाल
कह
खड़े
रहे थे
कर गया
कि
था।
उन्हें बार-बार खरीदा जाता और रिलीज कर दिया जाता, तो उसमें फ्रेंचाइजी ने इन पे बोली लगाई ही नहीं। पहले
बहुत बड़ी
रिलीज
बात
कर
है
दिया
देखिए।
सरफराज खान, लेकिन टैलेंट अच्छा है।
भारतीय क्रिकेट में बहुत बड़ा इनका नाम है। डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट में आप देखें ट्विटर पर जो ट्रेंड चलते रहते हैं, सरफराज को भाई टीम इंडिया में जगह दो, सरफराज को आईपीएल में जगह नहीं दी जा रही है। आप टीम इंडिया तो बहुत दूर की बात कर रहे हैं।
कई सवाल उन्होंने खुद खड़े किए कि मेरी सेहत को लेके, मेरे जो फिटनेस है उसको लेकर सवाल खड़े किए जाते हैं। तो इन्होंने मैंने इनका इंटरव्यू पढ़ा था, उन्होंने 3 बजे कहा मैं रात सुबह के 3 बजे चला जाता हूँ अपने फिटनेस को मेंटेन करने के लिए, प्रैक्टिस के लिए, अपना पूरा प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, लेकिन कह रहे मेरा बॉडी का ऐसा बनावट ही ऐसी कि मैं इसका बिल्कुल स्लिम ट्रिम बॉडी लेकर नहीं जा सकता। तो लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं कहते हैं जब सिलेक्शन की बात आती है तो उनकी फिटनेस में सवाल हमेशा उठते रहे।
नहीं, बिल्कुल ये चीज भी रहा है। कई बार कई खिलाड़ी, इवन सुनील गावस्कर ने भी कहा था कि सरफराज का टीम में ना होना ये चौंकाने वाला फैसला लगता है। और यहाँ
उन्होंने
पर
तो बहुत चौंकाने वाला बयान दिया था कि अगर आप फिटनेस का अगर आपके मापदंड यही है तो आप फैशन मॉडल्स को बुला लीजिए स्क्वाड में।
नहीं, एक ट्रेंड चेंज हो गया है अब। इवन फॉरेन खिलाड़ी को भी देखो आप, या फिर इंडियन प्लेयर्स को भी देखो, अब आपका मतलब जो बॉलीवुड ट्रेंड था ना, वो टीम इंडिया में नजर आता है। 6 पैक 4 पैक का एक एप्स होना चाहिए।
सरफराज एक विकेट कीपिंग ऑप्शन है कहीं ना कहीं, तो थोड़ा सा एक फिटनेस को सवाल लेकर ज्यादा उठ जाते हैं कि इस तरह की फिटनेस के साथ आप विकेट कीपिंग ऑप्शन के रूप में कैसे टीम के साथ
फ्लेक्सिबल हो पाएंगे, नहीं हो पाएंगे। अब बहुत क्योंकि देखिए बॉडी और माइंड दोनों अलग अलग काम करते हैं, और वो एक साथ काम करे।
और
और
सरफराज का तो देखिए फॉर्म भी अच्छा रहा, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं वही पृथ्वी शॉ वाला की डिसिप्लिन को लेकर भी उनके भी कुछ सवाल उठते रहे। वो कुछ कह सकते हैं कि वो भी कुछ पॉइंट्स हैं जिनको लेकर उनके सिलेक्शन पे हमेशा सवाल उठते रहे।
देखिए बीसीसीआई आपका डिसिप्लिन जरूर देखता है कि आप ऑफ द फील्ड कैसे हैं, टीम में हैं, परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, खेल रहे हैं, ठीक है। पृथ्वी शॉ का आपने नाम लिया, बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर उनका डिसिप्लिन है, जो टीम इंडिया के साथ वो नहीं है। टीम से बाहर हुए आईपीएल में भी
की बयानबाजी कहीं ना कहीं उनको खुद बैकफायर कर जाती है।
नहीं, देखिए जनरली नए प्लेयर्स हो, चाहे आप कितने भी बड़े खिलाड़ी क्यों ना हो, ये बड़े खिलाड़ियों से सीखना चाहिए कि आप सोशल मीडिया पे कम एक्टिव रहो। आपका काम खेलना है, खेल लो एक बार, उसके बाद काम क्या है आपके पास। जब आप 30 35 36 साल के हो जाओगे तो फिर आपको सोशल मीडिया पे ही एक्टिव रहना है। तो मेरा यही कहना होता है कि नए प्लेयर्स जो होते हैं ना, उनके अंदर, हाँ मैं इनकी बात जरूर करना चाहूंगा, कुलकर्णी, रशीद कुलकर्णी
अनसोल्ड रहे कश्मीर के प्लेयर, पिछली बार खरीदा था सारिश ने उनको, रिलीज के इस बार बिड नहीं किया उनके लिए।
हाँ, मैं यही बोलना चाह रहा था, क्योंकि इनके बारे में लोग सुबह से मैं पढ़ रहा था, लोग कह रहे थे कि ये कश्मीर के खिलाड़ी हैं, इन्हें क्या मौका मिलेगा, क्या कोई फ्रेंचाइजी इनको ऊपर नजर डालेगी। तो लेट्स वॉच की क्या हो रहा है इनके ऊपर भी बिडिंग को लेकर। अच्छा, दिल्ली और मुंबई के पास एक चीज का बेनिफिट मैं हमेशा देखता हूँ कि इनके पास थिंक टैंक बहुत ज्यादा है।
बिल्कुल,
तो इतने ज्यादा है सबकी जरूरत भी ना
पर
हो।
मुंबई का थिंक टैंक और दिल्ली के थिंक टैंक में बहुत बड़ा अंतर है। अभी उत्कर्ष से सवाल खड़ा कर चुके हैं, नॉर्थ पोल और साउथ पोल उनके थिंक टैंक में बैठे हुए रिकी पॉन्टिंग और सौरव गांगुली। तो कहीं ना कहीं उनका जो अभी सीजन जा रहा है, जिस तरह से पिछला सीजन में गया, तो थिंक टैंक पे भी सवाल उठते ही हैं। और किस तरह से रिकी पॉन्टिंग का बीच में कई बयान, कई खबरें ऐसी चली कि वो छोड़ना चाहते हैं डीसी। तो ये सवाल खड़े करते हैं। आप हर चीज पर्दे के सामने नहीं आती, कुछ चीजें पर्दे के पीछे भी होती है।
पर इस बार तो ऑस्ट्रेलिया में कमेंट्री छोड़ के यहाँ पर आए हैं रिकी पॉन्टिंग। आप समझ लीजिए प्रेफरेंस उन्होंने कमेंट्री नहीं दी है, बोला कि नहीं भाई मैं यहाँ पर जाऊंगा, ऑक्शन मेरे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाला है। लेकिन इस बार ऋषभ पंत भी वापस आएंगे दिल्ली के लिए। ऋषभ पंत क्या कुछ नया क्रिएट कर सकते हैं उनकी कप्तानी में इस बार, क्या दिल्ली कुछ नया कर सकती है, ये भी देखने वाली बात होगी।
नहीं, सबसे बड़ी बात ये होगी कि खुद ऋषभ पंत, क्योंकि उन्हें पता है कि एक वर्ल्ड कप उनके करियर का एक सबसे बड़ा मौका वर्ल्ड कप था, वो होते तो नो डाउट टीम इंडिया को बेनिफिट भी होता और शायद ईशान के लिए जगह भी नहीं बनती। वो खेलते ही खेलते हैं एज अ विकेट कीपर। लेकिन अब पहले तो खुद अपने को साबित करना होगा पंत को, फिजिकल फिटनेस, मेंटल फिटनेस, कप्तानी का दबाव। देखिए आप एक जिम में होते हैं, एक फिटनेस सेंटर पे होते हैं, वो अलग चीज होती है, लेकिन जो जिसके लिए आपको जाना जाता है, अगर आप वो चीज आप ग्राउंड पे आके करते हो, वो फिटनेस, वो मेंटल टफनेस, वो अलग चीज हो जाती है।
आईपीएल आसान टूर्नामेंट नहीं है, सौरव
नहीं,
गांगुली खुद कह चुके हैं वर्ल्ड कप से ज्यादा कई बार डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है।
आपके पास 1-2-10 मैच नहीं है ना, आपको 14-14 मैचेस खेलने हैं, कैलकुलेशन करना है आपको चीजों का कि मैं पहला मैच अगर बीट किया, सेकंड मैच में क्या करना है, पिच के अकॉर्डिंग, क्योंकि आपको पता है कि ये इंडिया में जितने भी स्टेडियम्स हो, सबकी पिच की अपनी अपनी खासियत है, प्लस पॉइंट माइनस पॉइंट है, तो वो भी कैलकुलेशन रखना होता है। लेकिन आपको पता है कि मुझे कम से कम मेरे 7 मैच तो मुझे अपने दिल्ली में खेलने हैं, और ये हर टीम के साथ, ये खासतौर पे जो आप अनिमेश बात भी कह रहे थे ना उस दिन पहले की, पिच बहुत मैटर ये इसलिए करता है कि आपको अगर आपके 7 मैच आपको पता है, जैसे चेन्नई चेपॉक में 7 मैच खेलेगी, तो उसे पता है कि मुझे ये 7 में से कम 6 मैच मुझे जीतने हैं।
जीतने वहां पे आप प्लेइंग 11 पे भी डिपेंड करते हैं, स्पिनर्स को ज्यादा प्रेफरेंस करते हैं, और यही आरसीबी कहीं ना कहीं मिस करती है। आपने ठीक है चिन्ना स्वामी बैटर्स पैराडाइज है, पर इतना भी डिपेंड नहीं होना चाहिए। तो
चेन्नई वर्ल्ड कप जब टीम इंडिया
अभी
वर्ल्ड
भी जो स्पिनर्स नहीं बिके वो मेरे लिए इसीलिए शॉकिंग था कि इंडियन पिचेस स्पिनर्स फ्रेंडली हैं, वहां पर आप पेसर्स पे इतना ज्यादा दांव लगा रहे हैं।
शाहरुख खान को लेकर भी बहुत सारी चर्चाएं थी कि
शाहरुख खान को लेकर इससे पहले ऋतिक शौकीन, जिनको मुंबई इंडियंस ने रिलीज किया, बहुत की प्लेयर साबित रहे थे, कई सीजन्स तक उन्होंने उनका साथ दिया, लेकिन उनको रिलीज कर दिया, उसके बाद अनसोल्ड चले गए।
बिल्कुल, शाहरुख खान का नंबर आ गया, देखते हैं शाहरुख खान किसके साथ जाते हैं।
शाहरुख के लिए पंजाब फिर से बिड कर रही है, और मुझे यही लगा था कि रिलीज करके फिर से बिड करना चाहेंगे इनके लिए।
आशीष नेहरा कुछ ना कुछ इनपुट हर समय देते रहते हैं,
क्योंकि टैक्टिक्स ये होगी, क्योंकि पिछली बार काफी ज्यादा पैसे खर्च करके शाहरुख खान को खरीद लिया था, लेकिन उतने कह सकते हैं कि उतना अच्छा ऑप्शन उनके लिए साबित नहीं हुए। तो यहाँ आज ये फिर से कोशिश करना चाहेंगे कि फिर से थोड़े कम पैसे में उनको टीम में शामिल किया जाए।
बिल्कुल, शाहरुख खान पर नजरें टिकी हुई हैं, इस वक्त बिडिंग चल रही है उनके ऊपर। देखिए गुजरात टाइटंस
पंजाब
बीच में
को
आ
ज्यादा
गए।
जरूरत है एक
मैं आपसे
फिनिशर।
कह रहा हूँ कि ये आशीष नेहरा कुछ ना कुछ इनपुट दे रहे हैं, उन्हें लग रहा है कि नहीं शाहरुख खान को मैं कैच कर लेना चाहिए, और
वो उनका नेचर ही ऐसा है। ग्राउंड पर भी आप देखेंगे तो नारियल पानी लेकर घूमते ही रहते हैं फील्ड पर। तो आशीष नेहरा हमेशा इन्वॉल्व रहते हैं गेम में।
एक बड़े प्लेयर्स ऐसे ही बनते हैं, आप अब चाहे ग्राउंड पे हो या ग्राउंड के बाहर हो, अगर आप 24 घंटे आपके माइंड में चल रहा है ना। संजय बांगर को मैं इसलिए पर्सनली बोलता हूँ क्योंकि संजय बांगर से जब भी आप मिलो ना, वो उनके पास जब भी उनसे कुछ बात करो आप, वो कुछ ना कुछ नया इनपुट आपको जरूर देंगे, और जिस खिलाड़ी के पास हर समय कुछ नया इनपुट रहेगा ना, वो कुछ ना कुछ अपनी टीम के लिए स्पेशल करेगा। वो चाहे आप एज ए कैप्टन हो, आप एज ए कोच हो, या आप थिंक टैंक में बैठे हुए हो टीम के, आप बता रहे हो कि टीम प्लानिंग क्या होनी चाहिए, आपके पास एक्स्ट्रा क्या है, आप क्या दे सकते हो, हर साल कुछ नया दो, तो नई चीजें होंगी, नए इंप्लीमेंटेशन करोगे।
2 महीने के आईपीएल के अलावा 10 महीने आप क्या कर रहे हो, कैसे सोच रहे हो, उसमें
अपने खिलाड़ियों को पे नजर कैसे रखे हुए हो। सपोज दैट मैं आया, आईपीएल खेला, मैं चला गया, मुझे अगला सीजन खेलना है, मुझे 2 साल की बिडिंग हो चुकी है, तो मेरे 2 साल पर वो आईपीएल फ्रेंचाइजी नजर रखती है, वो कितने मैच खेल रहा है, कितना परफॉर्मेंस कर रहा है, क्या वो इस प्लेइंग लेवल में जगह बना पाएगा, खेल पाएंगे। की प्लेयर्स पे नजरें रखती हैं, उनसे बातचीत होती रहती है। तो ये कई चीजें होती है जो ये ऑफ द कैमरा होता है, लोग पता नहीं चलता है। फिर उसके बाद कैंप्स भी होते रहते हैं, जो प्लेयर्स डोमेस्टिक के फ्री हैं, कैंप्स में आ जाओ, उनकी फिजिकल फिटनेस कैसी है, बैट्समैन जो है उनकी फिटनेस कैसी है, तो ये चीजें कई चीजें इंपैक्ट देती हैं। तो चलिए, शाहरुख खान 3 करोड़ 40 लाख पहुंच गए। 40 लाख इनकी बेस प्राइस रखी गई थी। 33 मैच खेले हैं, 426 रन बनाए हैं, 134.80 यानी 135 का स्ट्राइक रेट है, बेस्ट इनका 47 रन है। 4 करोड़ करंट बीट है, 4 करोड़। समीर रिजवी साहब 6 करोड़, शुभम भाई साहब 5 करोड़ 80 लाख, ये पहुंच चुके हैं शाहरुख खान 4 करोड़।
पंजाब के खेमे में कुछ कंफ्यूजन दिख रहा है भाई।
पंजाब चाहती तो है इनकी वापसी, लेकिन जीटी जिस तरह से उनके लिए मुकाबला पेश कर रही है, बड़ा मुश्किल होगा। और गुजरात थोड़े से मतलब अटैकिंग नजर आ रहा है इस बिड के मामले में।
आशीष नेहरा शायद कन्विंस कर रहे हैं कि नहीं ले लीजिए आप।
कह रहे हैं कि भाई बहुत पैसे हैं, क्या करना है इसका, खर्च करो सारा खर्च करो। देखिए मोस्टली अमूमन लोग ऑक्शन में ये देखते हैं कि अरे आपने ये टीम ले लिया, आपने वो ले लिया, लेकिन आपको सिंपल ये देखना है कि हर टीम अपना प्लेइंग 11 सुपर सब एक 12 खिलाड़ी में मान के चलता हूँ, 12 खिलाड़ी का पुल रेडी करके चलती है कि ये 12 खिलाड़ी मेरे 14 में से 12 मैच तो खेलेंगे। 14 खेल लिए, वेल एंड गुड। बिल्कुल, और वही टीम मैक्सिमम सक्सेसफुल होती है जिसकी पूरी टीम कंटिन्यू पहले मैच से आखिरी मैच तक साथ चल रही होती है। यही फायदा होता है। और इसके बाद जो टीम्स में प्लेयर्स एड ऑन किए जाते हैं, उनका एड ऑन का इम्पैक्ट क्या है, क्यों 17-21 का स्क्वाड रखा जाता है, वो इसलिए कि अगर सपोज दैट इस मैच में अगर रविंद्र जडेजा नहीं खेल पाए तो कौन, तो क्या मैं रचिन पर दाव लगा सकता हूँ? हाँ, लगा सकते हैं। तो रचिन पे आप लेके चलते हो, तो बैकअप खिलाड़ी इसलिए रखे जाते हैं, फ्रेंचाइजी इसलिए बीट लगाती है कि प्लेइंग 11 के बाद उन्हें अगले साल भी तो आईपीएल खेलना है। आईपीएल का ये 16th सीजन होगा, तो नेहरा साहब पानी पी रहे हैं और प्रीति जिंटा को पानी पिलवा रहे हैं। ये दोनों काम कर रहे हैं आशीष नेहरा जी। 6 करोड़ 20 लाख, 40 लाख इनका शाहरुख खान का बीट था, और 6 करोड़ 20 लाख पर पहुंच चुके हैं शाहरुख खान।
ये पंजाब की प्लानिंग थी इनको लेने की, लेकिन वहां पर गुजरात ने जो एंट्री कर दी है, तो कुछ कैलकुलेशन जरूर वहां पर पंजाब का गड़बड़ा गया है। एक सेकंड उन्होंने टाइम मांगा कि भाई समय दीजिए हमें।
होल्ड लिया। लेकिन ये बड़ी दिलचस्प बिडिंग होता होगा उत्कर्ष, जब आप बैठते हैं और करोड़ों रुपए आपके पास होते हैं और आप बीट कर रहे होते हैं किस खिलाड़ी पे कितना लगाने, क्या करने हैं। वो टेंशन जो अभी हम देख रहे हैं ना, मतलब प्लेयर्स पे टेंशन तो हम देखते हैं मोमेंट और ग्राउंड पे जो दिखता है, लेकिन जो ये थिंक टैंक है, जो ऑनर्स के साथ होते हैं, उनकी जो टीम बनाती है, कोर टीम होती है, उन पे बहुत ज्यादा होता है। क्योंकि वो बात उन पे ही आती है कि भाई क्या प्लानिंग किया आपने साल भर, आपने कहा आप मैंने इस खिलाड़ी पैसे लगाने, मैंने लगा दिए, और इस खिलाड़ी का इनपुट ही है,
जिम्मेदारी कौन लेगा? वो सवाल आ जाता है एंड में, अगर आप परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाए, आपकी गलती किसकी
प्लेयर्स
गलती?
से तो बाद में बात होगी ना, प्लेयर्स तो चलो ठीक है, नहीं अगली बार हम नहीं लेंगे, बिडिंग में नहीं इनको करेंगे, या फिर हम रिलीज कर देंगे उनको इस बार अपने स्क्वाड से। लेकिन जो टीम होती है उस पर बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर होता है सिलेक्शन के बाद भी, कि भैया ऐसे तो रन बनाने हैं, आपका रोल ये है, आपको इसलिए
कई बार
select किया
चीजें
गया
मन
है।
मुताबिक नहीं होती कि आपको इस खिलाड़ी को आपने एक्सपेक्ट किया होगा इतने में ले लेंगे, लेकिन सामने वाला बिड करने लगता है, आप बहुत हाई चले जाते हैं। वो भी एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज होता है। जैसे आप देखें शाहरुख खान लगातार
6
ऊपर की
करोड़
तरफ
60
जाते हुए।
लाख। अच्छा, पंजाब के पास देखिए 13 करोड़ है, 13 करोड़ 15 लाख है
जी,
31 करोड़ 85 लाख, यानी 32 करोड़ के अराउंड अमाउंट जीटी लेके बैठी
पूरी
है।
नई टीम बना सकते हैं ये।
नहीं, 2008 आईपीएल देख लो आप, 2008 आईपीएल आपको
पिछली
पहला
बार 9 करोड़ में बिके थे। मैं यही देख रहा था, मेरे से यही जानना चाह रहा था कि मुझे याद नहीं रहा, मुझे 6 से 7 करोड़ के, लेकिन 9 करोड़ में पिछली बार पंजाब ने इनको शामिल किया था।
फिर वहीं तक बढ़ने की कोशिश है इनकी।
और जो मैंने बोला ना, पंजाब उनको एक फिनिशर की जरूरत है पंजाब, इसलिए वो थोड़ा सा अटैक कर रहे हैं इस पूरी स्क्वाड को लेके, कि उन अपने स्क्वाड को बैलेंस करना चाहते हैं, और रिलीज भी इसीलिए कहता है कि फिर से रिटेन कर लेंगे, और थोड़ा सा कम प्राइस में करना चाहते थे। जो टैक्टिक्स होगी मुझे समझ में आ रहा है।
लेकिन जीटी ऐसा नहीं करने दे रहा ना,
जीटी फिर उन्हें 9 करोड़ तक ले
जीटी के
जा रहा
पास
है।
पर्स बहुत ज्यादा है, और वो भी देखिए 6 ही बैटर है उनके पास।
नहीं, अगर 7 करोड़ में भी अभी मुझे दिख रहा है कि अगर शाहरुख को वो परचेस कर भी लेती पंजाब की टीम, तो उनके पास 5 करोड़ बचेंगे
जी।
तो 5 करोड़ में उनके पास बहुत ज्यादा ऑप्शंस नहीं बचेंगे, क्योंकि
लीजिए भाई, पंजाब ने फिर से एक बार बिट कर दिया है।
जीटी
ने भी
जीटी तो बैठी हुई पैसे लेकर, लोड है नहीं लाइफ में।
सोचना पंजाब को है, गुजरात बिल्कुल रेडी है भाई कि आप चलिए लगाइए।
अच्छा, उधर से शाहरुख अगर बैठ के स्क्रीन पे टीवी मैच देख रहे होंगे, ये बिडिंग देख रहे होंगे, ये वो तो दुआ कर रहे होंगे थोड़ा और थोड़ा और थोड़ा और।
वीर ज़ारा की याद आ रही होगी, प्रीति जिंटा शाहरुख खान के लिए यहाँ पर दुआ कर रही है।
क्या प्रीति शाहरुख को अपनी टीम में शामिल कर पाएंगी?
अखबार के लिए हेडलाइन अच्छी होगी अगर कर लेंगी तो।
हाँ, वो सुना, प्रीति के वो शाहरुख।
बिल्कुल। लेकिन काफी सोच विचार का दौर पंजाब की टीम में
जीटी, आई होप जीटी। यस, जीटी 7 करोड़ 40 लाख में जीटी ने शाहरुख खान को।
और ये शॉकिंग था कि 9 करोड़ में बिकने के बाद कोई प्लेयर अपने आप अपना बेस प्राइस
40 लाख कर देता है।
अमूमन
स्मार्ट टैक्टिक्स है कि अनसोल्ड होने से तो अच्छा है।
हाँ, बात यही कह रहा हूँ निमेश की, दबाव भी ये होता है ना यार, नहीं खेलूंगा, आईपीएल बड़ा नाम है। अब रिंकू सिंह ऐसा नाम है, मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूँ आईपीएल में अगर उन्होंने छक्के नहीं लगाए होते तो आज रिंकू सिंह नहीं बने होते। तो हर प्लेयर को पता है कि एक मैच, एक गेम, एक ओवर।
पिछले बार पूरे केकेआर के सीजन के ग्लिम्स ही रिंकू सिंह थे,
और रिंकू सिंह आज दिख भी रहे हैं, कैपेबल हैं, उस लायक प्लेयर बन चुके हैं। वो इंटरनेशनल दबाव झेल रहे हैं, इंटरनेशनल मैचेस खेल रहे हैं, तो ये अच्छी चीज थी। रमनदीप सिंह 20 लाख बेस प्राइस है,
एमआई के लिए खेले थे पिछला सीजन।
हाँ, मुंबई इंडियंस के लिए।
देखिए, खिलाड़ी को अपने आप को जानना भी बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। हर कोई केदार जाधव नहीं होता जिन्होंने अपना प्राइस 2 करोड़ रखा हुआ है। अब तक वो सवालों के घेरे में है कि उन्होंने 2 करोड़ क्या सोच के रखा हुआ है, समझ से परे है भाई, क्योंकि काफी अरसा बीत चुका है भारतीय टीम के लिए खेले हुए केदार जाधव को।
आरसीबी में बैकअप प्लान की तरफ है, तरीके से आए थे,
आधे आईपीएल में कमेंट्री की थी और आधे आईपीएल के बाद अचानक से खेलने के लिए आ गए थे, लेकिन अपना प्राइस अभी भी 2 करोड़ रखा है भाई। कॉन्फिडेंस हो तो जाधव जैसा
गट से भैया, ये तो
सीएसके में खेल चुके हैं, कॉन्फिडेंस तो बनता है।
अच्छा, अमूमन देखा ये जरूर गया है कि T20 में हम जरूर फास्ट बॉलर्स की बात कर रहे हैं, स्पिनर्स जो की रोल है जब आप डेथ ओवर्स में आते हो तो स्पिनर्स आपके आते हैं विकेट टेकर्स। बहुत ज्यादा टीमों को देखा हूं मैंने इस बार की पेस बॉलर पर ज्यादा दाव लगाए हैं, जबकि स्पिनर्स को थोड़ा वाइड है।
शॉकिंग था ये, क्योंकि आपके लिए स्पिनर्स, देखिए उत्कर्ष ने भी ये बात कही थी स्टार्टिंग में कि जो आप पिछले 16 सीजन उठा के देख लो, वहां पे हर बार पर्पल कैप होल्डर लगभग आपके स्पिनर ही रहते हैं। और आपके लिए युजवेंद्र चहल का जितना अच्छा सीजन जाता रहा है, और ये सब चीजें दिखाती हैं कि स्पिनर फ्रेंडली रहती हैं इंडियन पिचेस। और आप पावर प्ले में भी यूज करना आपने शुरू कर दिया। ये T20 में फॉर्मेट में कहीं ना कहीं पावर प्ले में स्पिनर को लाना, ये IPL की ही देन है। और उसके बाद फिर स्पिनर्स पे दाव ना लगाना। हालांकि इस लिस्ट में बहुत बड़े स्पिनर्स नहीं थे। वरिंदु को लेकर SRH बहुत खुश नजर आई थी। आप अगर स्क्रीन पे देख रहे हो तो 1.5 करोड़ के बेस प्राइस उन्होंने रखा था, 1.5 करोड़ में SRH ने उनको खरीद लिया। उनको स्पिनर की जरूरत भी थी। हालांकि मुजीब नहीं बिके, और वो मुझे लग रहा है फाइनल राउंड में जाके बिकेंगे जरूर। और मुजीब सबसे अच्छे कंटेंडर है स्पिनर्स की लिस्ट में। वहां पे तबरेज शामसी है, लेकिन तबरेज शामसी थोड़ा इकोनॉमिकल नहीं रहते।
नहीं, अचानक ऐसा लगने लगा है कि IPL भारत में नहीं हो रहा है, विदेशी पिचों में हो रहा है कि आप फास्टर्स की तरफ जा रहे हैं। ठीक है भाई, एक ओवर में आप 2 बाउंसर डाल सकते हैं, इसका मतलब ये नहीं है
बहुत ऑप्शंस
कि आपके
अवेलेबल नहीं है।
स्पिनर से
कुछ
बिल्कुल
एक ये भी बात है कि आपके पास बहुत बेहतरीन ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल नहीं है, तो इसलिए भी ये अभी तक देखने को मिला
अगर
है।
उत्कर्ष आप इस तरह से सोचो कि एक ओवर में 2 बाउंसर डाल रहे हो, आपको 4 ओवर करने होते हैं, यानी 24 गेंद आपको डालनी होती है। अब आपके पास 8 बाउंसर है, तो आपको पता है कि यार ये अगर मैं कंट्रोल में बाउंसर मार सकता हूं तो मेरी 8 गेंद तो डॉट निकाल लूंगा मैं।
बिल्कुल।
उसके बाद की फाइट जो होगी प्रेस गेंद पे होगी। ठीक है, चलो देखते हैं उसमें कितना आप हिट कर सकते हो। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं फास्ट बॉलर के लिए एक थोड़ा कंफर्ट जोन तो आया ही होगा। यहाँ मेरे पास 2 बाउंसर है, मैं 2 एक फास्ट एक स्लोअर बाउंसर ले सकता हूँ।
तो बहुत जरूरी था। फास्टर्स के लिए कहा जा रहा है कुछ नहीं है। वर्ल्ड क्रिकेट पूरी तरीके से बैट्समैन वाला हो चुका है, अब गेंदबाजों के पास कुछ खास बचता नहीं। इसीलिए बार बार जो तुलना होती है सचिन और विराट की, कहा जाता है सचिन अलग है, वो जिस एरा में खेले वो गेंदबाजों का दौर था, अब बल्लेबाजी का दौर है। आपके पास स्टेडियम छोटे
लेकिन
होते जा
मुझे
रहे
लग
हैं।
रहा है कि इस IPL के बाद ना, इस बिडिंग के बाद एक चीज नई कंट्रोवर्सी सामने जरूर ये आएगी। स्पिनर्स बोलेंगे भाई हमारा भी तो कुछ होना चाहिए। ये फास्ट बॉलर और ये तेज गेंदबाजों का
हमें
मैच
रिजर्वेशन चाहिए।
हमें भी तो कुछ चाहिए।
फ्लाइट कराते गेंद आप छक्का मारते हैं। बिल्कुल।
चलदारी जोसेफ के बारे में बताया जा रहा है, जो हम जिक्र कर रहे थे कि किस तरह से राजस्थान रॉयल्स ने टीमें बाई की हैं और जो उन्होंने बनाया है, जो टीम रेडी की है, वो काफी
गुजरात के 22 थोड़े शॉकिंग है कि ऐसा लग रहा है सिर्फ बैकअप प्लेयर्स खरीद रहे हैं आज। उमर जई को खरीदा है, उमेश यादव को खरीदा है, उसके अलावा अभी शाहरुख खान को खरीदा है। तो सारा की सारा बैकअप प्लान तैयार हो रहा है। सिर्फ यहाँ पे प्लेइंग 11 के चेंजेस के लिए कोई प्लेयर अभी तक मुझे नहीं लग रहा ऑक्शन में उन्होंने बिड किया है।
नहीं, अमूमन जो देखे मुझे तो सारी टीमें समझ में आ रही हैं, लेकिन वही बात कहूंगा कि मिचेल स्टॉक, पैट कमिंस, सारी महफिल वो जो था वो लूट के लेके चले गए हैं, क्योंकि बात तो कुछ रही नहीं। जो
बिल्कुल
मलाई थी वो सब IPL की 2024 की।
वर्ल्ड कप भी ऑस्ट्रेलिया चला गया, मलाई भी ऑस्ट्रेलिया चली गई, आप ये कह सकते हैं।
अच्छा, सब कुछ वो लेके हम ही से जा रहे हैं। WTC भी उन्होंने हमसे लिया,
बिल्कुल,
वर्ल्ड कप ट्रॉफी भी उन्होंने हमसे लिया, और पैसे भी वो हमसे ही ले रहे हैं।
2023 यादगार रहा है ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लिए।
हम मेहमान नवाजी के लिए जाने जा रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, वसुदेव कुटुंबकम।
ट्रेविस हेड, बेस प्राइस 2 करोड़। तो ओवरऑल टीम को हम देखें तो फिर से एक बार अगर हम नजर डालें टीमों पर, तो सभी टीमों ने तेज गेंदबाजों पर इस IPL ऑक्शन में दाव लगाए हैं। जिसमें मिचेल स्टॉक की बात अगर मैं करूं, पैट कमिंस की बात मैं करूं, तो इन लोग की तो चांदी निकल चुकी है, लॉटरी है, बम्पर लॉटरी है। फिर समीर रिजवी की मैं बात जरूर करना चाहूंगा।
6 करोड़ 6 करोड़ बिल्कुल
हाँ,
शॉकिंग प्राइस था उनके हिसाब से।
उमेश यादव के लिए लोग सरप्राइज थे कि उमेश यादव को भी 5 करोड़ मिल जाएगा। इसमें शार्दुल ठाकुर की अगर मैं बात कर लूं तो उनको था कि नहीं, ये चेन्नई पहले ही से क्लियर माइंड के तौर पर आई थी कि नहीं, मुझे इस खिलाड़ी को अपनी टीम में शामिल करना है, इसके लिए चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए। एंड अब मैं बात जरूर उसके बारे में करना चाहूंगा कि ऑलमोस्ट हम देख चुके हैं कि सभी टीमों का पेपर पर स्ट्रॉन्ग पोजीशन नजर आ रहा है, लेकिन स्टिल कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात टाइटंस जो फर्स्ट IPL आपकी पहला मैं IPL खेला उन्होंने अपनी टीम के लिए और जीता, सेकंड खेला बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस नहीं रहा, बहुत पावरफुल इंपैक्ट नहीं छोड़ पाए, लेकिन अभी भी वो कंफ्यूज नजर आ रहे हैं IPL ऑक्शन में। या क्लियर है कि नहीं मेरी ये टीम रेडी है, बस ये ऑक्शन हमारे लिए फॉर्मेलिटी है।
तो ये कमियां तो अपनी पूरी नहीं कर पाए हैं। कमियां जो आपके अंदर थी वो कमियां अभी भी नजर आ रही हैं। आप एक प्लेयर को बड़ा लाते हैं, लेकिन एक प्लेयर से टीम नहीं चलती। आपको पूरी तरीके से अपनी टीम पर काम करना पड़ेगा, जो शायद कमजोर अभी भी यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है। लेकिन इस बीच ट्विटर पर ट्रेंड कर रहे हैं केदार जाधव। केदार जाधव का नाम चल रहा है, बहुत सारे लोग लिख रहे हैं कि भाई उनका इंतजार कर रहे हैं। कोई लिख रहा है गौतम गंभीर के उनके ऊपर नजर है, कोई कह रहे हैं नहीं भाई थाला उन्हें ले जाएंगे। तो देखते हैं क्या होता है उनके साथ।
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि कुछ पॉकेट में पैसे बचा कर रखे हुए चेन्नई की टीम ने शायद उनके लिए ही, केदार यादव के लिए
नहीं तो गुजरात तो ले ही जाएंगे फिर।
अच्छा, गुजरात यहाँ बहुत स्मार्ट गेम प्ले भी कर रहा है। आप देखोगे अगर तो वो किसी भी टीम को प्राइस बढ़ा दे रहा है, फिर वो कम बैक कर ले रहा है कि ओके ठीक है, मेरा डन है, आप लेके जाओ प्लेयर।
जी, स्टार्क सबसे बड़ा एग्जांपल है भाई। अगर वो स्टार्क को खरीद लेते तो बहुत उनकी पॉकेट खाली हो जाती। स्टार्क को नहीं खरीदा, सब कुछ।
स्टीव स्मिथ दोबारा आए मैदान में लौट के, और आई होप इस बार भी शायद वो अनसोल्ड रह जाए।
देखिए मुश्किल भी लग रहा था स्टीव स्मिथ को लेकर, इस तरह की
अनसोल्ड हो
पहले
गई
भी
ये।
चीजें थी कि शायद वो नहीं बिकेंगे।
ब्रेक हो गया है, ब्रेक के बाद ही मुझे लग रहा है फिर से आखिरी राउंड में फिर से स्टीव स्मिथ को लेकर हो सकता है, लेकिन अनसोल्ड ही रहेंगे जिस तरह से उनका फॉर्म
स्टीव स्मिथ है, मनीष पांडे हैं, बहुत सारे लोग हैं जिनके ऊपर फिर से एक बार आप सोचेंगे जरूर।
करुण नायर एक खिलाड़ी हो सकते
नहीं,
हैं।
जैसा निमेश भी कह रहे थे कि अगर आप प्लेइंग 11 को देखो, प्लेइंग 11 बनाओ अगर किसी भी टीम में, तो उसमें आप बहुत ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल मैं भी नहीं हूँ
जी।
तीसरे चौथे नंबर के लिए, तीसरे चौथे नंबर के कंफर्टेबल बल्लेबाज हैं, वहां पर आपके किसी भी स्क्वाड में आपके लिए स्पेस बनता नहीं है। और इस तरह के स्ट्राइक रेट के साथ
डाउन आता है तब तक तो आप मिड ओवर चले आते हो, आप 13 14 15 ओवर में एंटर कर जाते हो। फिर आपको चाहिए एक ऐसा बैट्समैन जो कि फास्ट रन गेट करने पर टीम के लिए।
उनकी स्पेशलिटी बिल्डअप करना है, और वो इस आईपीएल के सीजन में मुझे नहीं लग रहा कि ऐसे बिल्डअप की किसी को भी जरूरत है।
मुझे सरप्राइज इस बार रहाणे ने भी किया था, जिनके रहाणे को जो हम लोग कहते थे कि जो उनका अंदाज खेलने का,
उन्होंने चेंज किया ना अपना
टेम्परामेंट एंड पूरा प्लेइंग,
अपना बैटिंग स्टाइल चेंज कर लिया उन्होंने। इस तरीके से दिखाया उन्होंने अपने स्ट्राइकर को जिस तरह से आप किया था, तो वो दिखाता है कि आपको वही है ना। हम बॉलर्स की भी बात कर रहे थे कुलदीप, अगर आप कुछ वेरिएशन लेकर नहीं आते हैं तो फिर उनकी वो जगह नहीं बनती, लेकिन अगर वो वेरिएशन लेके आ रहे हैं तभी वो किसी भी टीम के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट बन के आते हैं। और अजिंक्य रहाणे ने अपनी इंपॉर्टेंस प्रूव की है। स्टीव स्मिथ टी20 फॉर्मेट में अपनी इंपॉर्टेंस आप प्रूव करने के लिए उनके पास स्पेस वो बचा नहीं मेरे हिसाब से।
और शायद वो जो पीली जर्सी में है ना, उस जर्सी का भी बहुत हद तक इम्पैक्ट आएगा। सही टीम में गए अजिंक्य रहाणे, वहां पर कहते हैं खिलाड़ी बनाए जाते हैं, एक तरह की फैक्ट्री है वो। वहां पहुंचे, वहां से उनको वापसी भारतीय टीम में हुई। हालांकि भारतीय टीम में अपनी जगह फिर से वो आगे बना नहीं पाए। फिर से एक बार चाहेंगे कि चलिए भाई फिर से परफॉर्म करते हैं, लेकिन इंपॉर्टेंट है कि सारे मैचेस खेले वो।
हैदराबाद की बात मैं दोबारा जरूर करूंगा, क्योंकि हैदराबाद की टीम ऐसी रही कि इम्पैक्ट इनके अच्छे रहे, प्लेयर्स अच्छे सेलेक्ट किए, लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस नहीं रहा। लेकिन इस बार बिडिंग में भी नजर नहीं आया कि वो उन्हें करना क्या है, वो शायद क्लियर रही मैसेज।
शायद पैट कमिंस को कप्तान बनाना है, ये उनके माइंड में शायद क्लियर था। पैट कमिंस को वो ले आए,
एक क्लैरिटी थी,
क्या करेंगे?
एक क्लैरिटी थी, उस चीज को प्रूव कर लिया उन्होंने। पैट कमिंस को कप्तान वो बनाने के लिए देख रहे थे, इसीलिए वो हाईएस्ट बिड की तरफ भी गए। एडन मार्करम उनके लिए पिछले सीजन में स्टार्टिंग में अनअवेलेबल थे, इस बार भी हो सकता है कि थोड़ा कुछ टाइम के लिए अनअवेलेबल रहे, तो उनके पास कप्तानी को लेकर वो ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल है नहीं। भुवनेश्वर के साथ पिछली बार ट्रायल में गए थे, और पैट कमिंस जैसा ऑप्शन अगर आपके पास हो तो आप किसी और के साथ ट्रायल नहीं करना चाहोगे।
सिर्फ उन्होंने कप्तान पे बीट किया ताकि उन्हें पता कि हमारी जो मिसिंग, जो हम नहीं
देखिए
कर पा रहे हैं, वो
ऑलराउंडर भी
कप्तान
है।
हमारे पास नहीं है।
अब पैट कमिंस जिस तरह से बल्लेबाजी भी करते हैं, बॉलिंग तो उनकी बहुत अच्छी है ही, उसके अलावा जिस तरह से बल्लेबाजी भी करते हैं, तो टी20 फॉर्मेट में की प्लेयर हैं ही है। और उस पर से कप्तानी का जो तजुर्बा है, आप 3 आईसीसी ट्रॉफी लेकर आए, WTC फाइनल आपने जीता ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लिए, वर्ल्ड कप जीता है, ओडीआई वर्ल्ड कप जीता है, उसके अलावा आपने अभी एसएस जीत के आए थे, तो ये मैटर करता है।
सारे ऑप्शंस देते हैं वो आपको, बैटिंग, बॉलिंग, कप्तानी, और इस समय उनका लक भी चल रहा है भाई। लगातार आईसीसी ट्रॉफियां जीत रहे हैं, क्या पता आईपीएल ट्रॉफी भी जीत जाएं।
लेकिन इस बार आईपीएल में लोग ये भी कह रहे हैं कि मजेदार देखना होगा मुंबई इंडियंस को।
किस्मत तो वैसे भी हैदराबाद की बदली नहीं, जब से डेक्कन चार्जर्स से नाम बदल के सनराइजर्स हैदराबाद हुआ तो सबसे किस्मत भी पलट ही गई थी।
हाँ, तब तो सन का उदय भी नहीं हुआ है ना। बिल्कुल। अच्छा, ये भी कह रहे हैं कि लोग ना कि बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होगा इस बार देखना मुंबई इंडियंस जब हार्दिक पांड्या टॉस करने आएंगे और रोहित शर्मा ओपनिंग करने जाएंगे, तो वो कॉम्बिनेशन, क्योंकि अमूमन हार्दिक को देखा गया कि रोहित भैया, रोहित भाई कहते रहे, रेस्पेक्ट हार्दिक पांड्या जरूर करते हैं खिलाड़ियों की, लेकिन जो प्लेयर्स का अटैचमेंट रोहित के साथ जुड़ा हुआ था मुंबई इंडियंस को लेकर, वो कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ी सी नाराजगी में तब्दील हुआ इस बार।
बिल्कुल नाराजगी जरूर है, लेकिन शायद लोग ये भूल जा रहे हैं कि आईपीएल का इतिहास यही कहता है। सौरव गांगुली के साथ ये चीज शुरुआत हुई थी। सौरव गांगुली 2009 में गए थे साउथ अफ्रीका एज एन कैप्टन केकेआर के, लेकिन बाद में रिप्लेस कर दिए गए थे। तो ये लगातार होता रहा है आईपीएल में। आप उठाकर देख लें, राहुल द्रविड़ को आप देख लें, हाल फिलहाल में विराट कोहली को देख लें, तो ये लगातार चलता आया है। रोहित शर्मा के साथ जो हुआ है कुछ नया नहीं है। हार्दिक पांड्या कप्तानी करेंगे, कोई फ्रेंचाइजी अगर फ्यूचर की तरफ देख रहा है तो उसमें कुछ गलत नहीं होना चाहिए, मुझे लगता है। तो इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाला है कैसे हार्दिक पांड्या करेंगे। अपनी कप्तानी को प्रूव भी कर चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल, कप्तानी प्रूव कर चुके हैं, 2 सीजन खेले एज एन कैप्टन। वहां पे एक आपने इनॉग्रल सीजन जीत के दिखा दिया कि आप कितने बेहतरीन कप्तान हैं, और उसके बाद आप सेकंड सीजन में रनर अप की तरफ वापस आए हैं गुजरात टाइटंस के लिए। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं दिखाता है कि, और 10 साल रोहित के पास कप्तानी रही, और बहुत लंबा टाइम होता है इतने साल तक कप्तानी कर पाना, कि फ्रेंचाइजी ने आप पर इतना ज्यादा भरोसा जताया। और देखिए चेंजेस तो आएंगे, हर फ्रेंचाइजी, कोई भी टीम हो या कोई मतलब आप कैसा इंटरनेशनल टीम भी हो, अपने फ्यूचर पे इन्वेस्टमेंट जरूर करना चाहेगी। और अब अगले साल मेगा ऑक्शन आने वाला है, तो कहीं ना कहीं उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए ये
बिल्कुल।
डिसीजन जरूर बहुत मैटर करता है मुंबई इंडियंस के लिए।
बिल्कुल इंपॉर्टेंट होगा कि किस तरीके से हार्दिक कप्तानी करते हैं। उनकी कप्तानी हम गुजरात में देख चुके हैं, लेकिन मुंबई जहां उनकी टीम है, जहां से वो बने हैं, जहां से भारतीय टीम तक का दरवाजा खुला है, गुजरात के कप्तान बने, उस टीम पर वापस चले गए हैं। क्या इस बार नया करेंगे? क्या मुंबई को टाइटल दिला पाएंगे? मुंबई की टीम 5 बार जरूर जीती, लेकिन 3 साल से सूखा चल रहा है। मुंबई की टीम पहुंची नहीं है फाइनल में, कि मुंबई की टीम जीत नहीं पाई है, तो वो भी एक इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर होने वाला है।
बिल्कुल वही, मुझे लग रहा है वही विनिंग स्ट्रीक जो उनको नहीं मिल पा रही है आज, इस बार उसको तोड़ना चाहेंगे और हार्दिक पांड्या उसको करने में माहिर रहे। अभी तक गुजरात जायंट्स के लिए पिछली बार भी फाइनल में
बिल्कुल।
लेके गए थे
क्योंकि
और
पेपर में बड़ी अच्छी टीम दिख रही है, नो डाउट।
और जिस तरह के आज के 22 देखे आपने, उन्होंने कोएट्जे को खरीदा है, उसके अलावा आप दिलशन मधुशंका के साथ गए हैं, मतलब श्रीलंका के लिए हाईएस्ट विकेट टेकर थे, और इस तरह के 22 दिखा रहे हैं कि आप कितनी प्लानिंग के साथ आ रहे हैं। तो पूरी प्लानिंग कहीं ना कहीं अगर फिट बैठ जाती है तो आपको एक बेहतरीन टीम देखने को मिलेगी। और ये तो सवाल देखिए उठते रहते हैं। अब थाला गए थे वहां, हार्दिक रविंद्र जडेजा अगर कप्तान बने थे, उन पे भी सवाल उठे थे, वो परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाए, थाला ने वापसी कर ली, लेकिन एमएस धोनी की वापसी ये नहीं दिखाती कि वो लंबे समय तक फिर से कप्तानी करते रहेंगे। अब एक उम्र हो चली है, चीजें
बिल्कुल।
बदलाव की ओर जरूर जाएंगी।
Well, this auction is going really very interesting, and we talked about a lot many players in this auction. Now, Pat Cummins was the talk of the town, but Mitchell Starc took all the limelight. 24.75 crores. It's a huge number, and what a player he is. And I believe that Kolkata Knight Riders must be really very happy. But is he a worthy buy for them? That's something to look out for. But in past few minutes, we have seen some really interesting players going for the bidding and being unsold and sold for various teams. Now, well, let's talk about, players who caught everyone's attention. Shubham Dubey is one player. Samir Rizvi is another player. And then Shah Rukh Khan. Well, who doesn't like to talk about Shah Rukh Khan? It's so interesting, isn't it, that you talk about a player who is released before the auction, and he was taken for 9 crores in the auction previous to this one. And in this auction, he's again sold at somewhere close to the 9 crore mark. Sahil, you have tracked a lot of domestic cricket. I'll talk about the players, the uncapped players, but first up, Shah Rukh Khan, 9 crores in the last auction when he was sold. Now, this time he was released, and again close to 9 crores, 7.4 crores to be precise, but 9 crores.
I'm honestly very surprised with the bid for Shah Rukh Khan, because he has had a very off-color season this time around. Both in the Vijay Hazare Trophy and Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy, he has been very, very ordinary with the bat. And it was in the TNPL where he looked good, but that was with the ball, not with the bat. So it was a different Shah Rukh Khan on display in the Tamil Nadu Premier League. His captaincy skills were right up there, and he was doing a fine job with the ball. But with the bat, I think what people expect him to do is just come out and start swinging. And that is why we see the amount which he has got today, because most of the teams wanted that finish, someone who could just take the bowling on. That is why Gujarat Titans were in a bidding war with CSK before bidding for Shah Rukh Khan. But when Samir Rizvi went for 8.4 crores to CSK, Gujarat Titans knew that the sample size right now is not very big. They have only few players to choose from. And Shah Rukh Khan probably was one of them, and he just got lucky because GT wanted a player with a similar skill set. That is it. Otherwise, I think 4 crores for Shah Rukh Khan, that's a lot of money. That's an overvalued bid for sure.
Is it an overvalued bid, Srini?
Beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. If they think, well, I mean, if they are, while the auction was going on, someone reminded me that Punjab having let go of Shah Rukh, in terms of, kind of releasing him at a 9 crore salary and then going on almost up till 7 crore to bid back for him. Sometimes some things just don't make sense. But that's the thing about IPL. I don't think here, see, there seems to be a mismatch in terms of the quality of the cricketer that we are looking at vis-a-vis the price that the player is getting from the market. And I think much of that shouldn't be based on the quality of the cricketer as much as it should be purely on the basis of form. Is this guy in the kind of touch that he season mein meko is going to be worth 7 crore to me? If Shah Rukh Khan is in the kind of touch where those who must have seen him in the nets, trials, whatever, see that, he's just in kind of the touch which is going to keep him in good stead for the next 7 to 8 months, that means this IPL is going to be useful to me.
Yeah.
So whatever the money that's been paid for him is just kind of taking a, kind of, kind of, it's like trying your luck, but just for one season. And then you see where it goes from there.
Chetan, when we were talking about Gujarat Titans, we had a lot of chat around, what they need, the slots remaining. Do you think Shah Rukh Khan has a prominent spot in the playing 11 for Gujarat Titans in the coming season?
I mean, at 7.4 crores, you think he's going straight into the playing 11. They do have a couple of youngsters over there. I mean, Sai Sudarshan is going to play a major role for them this year. Then they have Abhinav Manohar also. मनोहर ने ज़्यादा नहीं खेला था. I think he played a couple of matches last season and he was really impressive, the kind of hitting that he was able to do.
Yeah.
So from that perspective, I think this season, I think it will be a lot of experimentation in the middle.
Yeah.
Matthew Wade is somebody that they have, जो पहले top order में slot हो रहे थे. अब देखिए आप ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लिए वो मिडिल ऑर्डर में खेलते हैं.
Yeah.
So he might go and play that role for Gujarat Titans. So I think there'll be a lot of permutations and combinations, and Shah Rukh Khan will be in the mix for sure. 7.4 crores जब आप spend करते हो, that means you're looking at a first 11 player.
Yeah.
So, but ठीक है, from GT's perspective, it makes sense. He's very, very highly rated. ठीक है. When Ravichandran Ashwin is talking about somebody on his YouTube channel and doing a preview and all, then that shows that the guy is talking about what is the mood of the franchisees.
Yeah.
Because he's an active player.
Yeah.
He's talking to people who are sitting there making decisions.
Yeah.
So he knows that what is the mood, and let's be honest, he's very highly rated. From that sense, I can understand what GT were doing with 7 crores, but what was Punjab doing, releasing him for 9? मतलब आप decide कर लो ना. एक तरफ आप ये कह रहे हो कि he's good but not good for 9 crores, but he's also good कि हम इसको किसी और पे नहीं जाने देंगे और वो 7 करोड़ बिड करेंगे तो हम 7.5 करोड़ बिड करेंगे. मतलब आप डिसाइड कर लो ना यार. कि is he good for you or is he not good for you? Is he good for 9 crores or is he not good for 7.5 crores? So I don't know what Punjab were doing. और ये कहानी हमको दिखती है यार हर ऑक्शन में. But from GT's perspective, yeah, a decent buy, but again, he needs to score a few more runs than he has in IPL.
Just to add to that, so I was speaking to one of the franchise guys, just on that point. Now, why do you release a player and then go after him? So the idea sometimes, I don't know in this case what exactly it must have been. Sometimes the idea is to release the player and then see if I can buy him cheaper. Because I am generally getting that feeling that this guy is not worth 9 crore for me.
Yeah.
So I want to take that punt, let him go, and then see. Who knows? Agar aaj auction mein, if the other party had not done the bidding for Shah Rukh, they must have got the same. They would have got the same player for 2 crores.
Probably,
They would have
but
saved
I understand what you're saying, but you also have to see auction dynamics. ऐसे situation में plays a huge role.
Yeah.
But you also have to see what player you're talking about. A player who is actually in demand. A player a lot of franchisees are talking about. और कभी-कभी क्या होता है ना? I don't know. I mean, पंगे भी लिए जाते हैं. We've seen what DC does. I mean, look at the Mitchell Starc auction, right?
Yeah.
उसमें से 24 crores that he's got, उसमें से 9 crores DC should be paying. 9 crore DC को pay करने चाहिए because price तो उन्होंने पहले drive up किया ना.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, what he's saying is absolutely right. You want that player back for cheap, but this is a player who's in conversation. This is a player who's in demand.
Yeah.
So if there is any bidding for him, but you still want him, आपको उसको सस्ते में चाहिए, लेकिन हमें चाहिए फिर भी. So I don't know what Punjab was doing, but ठीक है, they've saved 1.5 crores. Good. Sorry, they've saved 9 crores. Good on them.
Good for them, but let's see, will this season be good for Shah Rukh Khan or not? Now let's switch to the players. These some unknown names, and now they are the most wanted players, actually the most wanted players in terms of having a chat with them and having to know more of them. And we have with us Sahil, who will tell us more about someone like Sameer Rizvi. Sahil, nobody knew about him, very few people to be precise, okay? And nobody was even thinking that he'll cross that 8 crore mark and 8.40 crores. Now, from 20 lakh to 8.40 crores, this is something really very huge and significant. Do you think it's a worthy buy for Chennai Super Kings? Why? What this guy has done? Where this guy comes from? Tell each and everything to us about him.
So for me, it's like that story of Sameer Rizvi playing Vijay Merchant Trophy and Cooch Behar Trophy under 16 and under 19 age group in the same year. He was that good. He played under 16, sorry, and under 19 in the same year for Uttar Pradesh. And what stood out, right from his early days when he was really young, 15, 16, it was his ability to score those big hundreds and the strike rate at which he used to score.
Yeah.
When he was young, when he was like not having that much muscle in his body, not that much power, he would hit like 15, 16 boundaries in 100. So when I used to look at scorecards of under 16, I was like, who's this boy, man? 16, 17 boundaries, every 100 he's scoring, then he's going to 150, and the strike rate is like always swelling in excess of 125, 130, and nearing around 80, 90 every game. So that is where his journey actually started, but it was unfortunate that he had to wait this long to make his senior team debut, which did happen earlier, but he wasn't getting a consistent run. But the UP T20 league completely changed his life. I think that was one league which was streamed on Jio Cinema, and that is where most of the world got the first glimpse of Samir Rizvi, where he absolutely set the stage on fire. And for me, like watching him play in so many games across in that league, the way he used to clear the ropes with ease and just keep on holding shape while hitting those big sixes, that is something which stood out for me, and that is something which both CSK and DC did see, and GT too, because he's one player who can take the spinners on and not lose shape in the process, and that is what CSK would have thought. Chepauk, Samir Rizvi could be a match made in heaven, and he's a gun player. I've been saying that since a lot of time now. I didn't expect a 8.4 crore bid for sure, but definitely was seeing him become a crorepati this auction, and very, very happy for him. He's a young boy, very hardworking, and did get his opportunities late when it comes to the setup in Uttar Pradesh, but when it did come his way, he made sure to cash it with both hands.
Yes, so that was all about Samir Rizvi. Yes, Srini.
Now, classic example, Samir Rizvi. Sahil had like kind of mentioned, like when his name came up, he said watch out for this boy. And like he had said earlier this month that this boy is going to make news when the IPL auction happens. Now, whether it's Samir Rizvi or a player like Samir Rizvi, okay, for example, there are a couple of other names that we're going to see in this round. Some franchise sitting where has identified this young man. Okay, they have done the hard yards in Maidans wherever these boys are playing, whatever level of cricket they're playing. The franchises have gone there, done the hard yards, identified who Samir Rizvi is, what he can bring to the table. They have identified that he is worth my 8.5 crores, which is no small amount. Now, I bring that player on board. I give that player all the opportunities that I can. I put him under the finest T20 captain that India has ever had. The world, probably among the world has ever seen. I put him under tutelage, right kind of tutelage. I invest. And then next day you will come to me, next year you are going to come to me and say, हो गया आपका time, अभी आप retention में डालो इसको, या फिर you let him go into the auction. Why? I have done the hard yards. Chennai Super Kings has done the hard work. Chennai Super Kings has gone, identified that here is this. How old is he?
He's 22.
22. Chennai Super Kings. They have the Indian selectors. Has BCCI has anybody done anything about this? No. The franchise has gone. The franchise has identified this boy. And now conveniently you're going to come next year and say, no, this doesn't work. Why? Because we want a mega auction with some random theory where mega auction is going to make us look good. So you know what? You let go of the player you identified. How fair is that? How fair is the fact that a franchise which doesn't do its homework at the level at which other franchises do, why should they benefit? And some other franchises who are doing the hard work lose out. For what joy? I don't want to name of some franchises, but you have people who are like sitting on the table there and raising the paddle for somebody else's hard work.
For fun, yeah.
So I think there should be disparity there. I think there is rather, and I think there should be a balance there in terms of who is bringing what to the table. Enough of IPL salary purse is important because it puts a balance between the spenders. Now what are you doing? You're earning money. What are you doing? Spending 4 crore on Harry Brooks without understanding where is he going to go and play in your playing 11? I would rather go identify a Samir Rizvi and put money on that future, right?
Well, that requires a lot of planning in place, right?
Exactly
You really need to have a solid plan and
scouting
go for the players.
is everything.
Exactly.
Scouting is everything. And for that, scouting is only 50% of the canvas. The other 50% is once you are scouting for the right player, you protect that investment. You just don't go allow it to disseminate.
So we've been discussing what So how do you go about, doing something about this? कि आप इस चीज को कैसे negate कर सकते हो? First of all, there are always market forces at play whenever there's an auction, or if there's not a draft. जब भी auction होता है, तो there's always market forces at play. अब समीर रिजवी का price was not driven to 6 crores. कितना? 8 crores? कितना?
8 crores.
8.5 crores. Just by they've got a wicket keeper
Well,
for
yes.
7
So
crore.
Before we go further, Sameer Rizvi is 20. My bad, not 22. So he just
Samir Rizvi
Yeah,
is 20 and for 8.4 crores. Right now we have Kumar
Kumar
Kushagra.
Kushagra is 19, and India under 19,
Under
Jharkhand
19.
top order batter.
but
7.2
7.2 crores, or this is again perfect example of market dynamics,
Yeah.
because they know that Delhi need a wicket keeper.
Yeah.
So
and
you
a
just
top
drive-
order and a top order
and a
wicket
top
keeper.
order wicket keeper, so they just drive up the price.
Yeah.
So 7 crores, would he have fetched 7 crores if Rishabh Pant was fit and able? I don't think so. Probably 2 crores, maybe at max, if he's that good. But point is, जहाँ पे market factors are at play, Sameer Rizvi का price 8 crores did not go just by CSK. There were 2 or 3 other teams in play there. So some of them have done their homework. तो आप इसको कैसे negate कर सकते हैं? ठीक है, maybe not all 10 did their homework on Sameer Rizvi, but maybe 2 or 3 of them did.
Yeah.
So what you can do is you can create a player pool, where
Yeah.
you can either do a bit of a separate process for them, where you have a draft process for these youngsters, or जैसा हुआ था जब 2 नए franchisees आए थे ये, they were
just
allowed
pick
they were
players.
allowed to sign 3 players
Yeah.
from the available players pool.
Right.
Similarly, you submit the list, and from there, pre-auction, you're allowed to pick 2 players under 19 or under 23 or uncapped, so that आपका homework भी बचा रहे और market forces भी at play ना आए. And because so that you're allowed to go, and that is something that can be done every year, which kind of negates the major auction as well to a
Chetan,
certain extent.
in that I have a slight difference of opinion.
No, this is not a perfect solution.
Yeah, no, but even then, the only point I want to make here is you can't put an age cap. I'll tell you
Let's
the
not
reason
put
why.
an age cap. I said uncapped. Uncapped.
Uncapped भी, even uncapped.
Like there was this kid who was
For
29
example,
years old. क्या नाम है?
uncapped,
Shivam Dubey.
आज हालत कैसा है?
Shivam
Today, what
Dubey.
is the scene with an uncapped player? It's like, Chennai Super Kings identifies Sameer Rizvi. He does well for 1 season. 6 महीना में BCCI selectors will say, oh, play him a game. And then he gets his cap. So uncapped is not going to, the idea of an uncapped player is not sustainable for too long. But the one point I wanted to make was age cap. You can't have a age restriction on a player on, let's say, have
True,
two
okay, I agree.
under 23 or 200.
Okay,
The only
uncapped
reason-
रख लो,
let's
आप uncapped
complete
रख लो
this.
ना.
Any kind of restriction, actually, any kind of restriction, because the stakes in IPL are way too high in terms of the money that are being put
No,
on
but
the
then,
side.
see, the thing
So
is-
in no way, one second, in no way can you tell one franchise, any franchise for that matter, कि आप ये कर सकते हो, but आप ये नहीं कर सकते.
नहीं. So why I said uncapped or I put an age gap was because आप वो rule जो है कि where you pick players before the auction from the player pool, that is not valid for every player.
So
na?
I'm saying
For
I'm
international
just-
players you can't have that rule.
I'm saying I'm allowing my mind to just jog here.
Yeah. So this is just
I'm
an
saying,
example that what can be
so
done.
when
What
you
can
are
be done, various
retaining
ways of-
players every
But-
season
Yeah.
ahead of a mega auction, you allow the retention of players. So it's 3 Indians and 1 overseas player,
Yeah.
or 2 Indians and 2 overseas players.
Yeah.
It can't be 3 overseas players, right? So when you are allowing 4 players to be retailed, you are putting 4 different salary brackets.
Yes.
Whatever. I don't know the exact number, 15
Yeah,
crore,
yeah.
12 crore,
Yeah.
8 crore.
Hmm.
Yeah. Don't do that.
Okay.
Because I might want to retain, like for example, who's this guy? Shah Rukh Khan.
Shah Rukh Khan.
Punjab had retained Shah Rukh Khan. Let's say Punjab would have wanted to pay him lesser money.
But they
But
can't.
you don't have that option.
You can't.
You have to pay him the money that has been allotted because somebody in BCCI has decided कि यही 4 options है आपके पास.
नहीं, that,
So
that's
what
actually a
if I
fair
want
point. Yeah.
what if I want to retain a boy who's just 20 years old? I see potential in him. I'm saying 50 lakh. Nobody anyway is going to buy him at the auction. I see potential in the future for this boy.
Yeah.
Let me retain him at 1 crore rupees. No.
Yes.
So what you should do is, let's say if the salary purse is 100 crore. You say, boss, allow me a 40 crore retention purse and a 60 crore auction purse. In that 40 crore, I should be able to retain whoever I want. Then you don't put a number on at it.
Classic.
And right now, as we were talking about the players, we have Yash Dayal. Yash Dayal has been sold to Royal Challengers Bangalore for 5 crores.
This is insane. You all remember Yash Dayal, right?
The expressions
The Rinku Singh guy.
say it all.
No,
He
see,
was
see, the
released-
thing is, I'll say, yeah, you go ahead. And
He
then-
was released for 3.2 crores by GT. I thought it was they gave him a raw deal because he was a good player,
Yeah.
and he mentally was in
But-
the right space after that.
Yeah.
Receiving that damage, but 5 crore and GT like went after him.
No, but that's not the point. Na? GT went after him, but they didn't get him. RCB got him. Yeah.
Who's
So-
Sushant Mishra?
No,
No,
wait.
Yash
But
Dayal.
Yash Dayal.
No,
But
Yash Dayal.
look at the figures, and I have full sympathy for Yash because the kind of hitting that he took.
Yeah.
And then the thing
Yeah.
is, he was dropped the next day. He
No,
was
no,
dropped.
he-
He was
he-
dropped for the next
No,
game.
no, he wasn't well.
He
for 3-4
wasn't
days.
well
High
for a few
fever,
matches,
and
yeah.
he was mentally not in the
Oh.
right space. So GT
Yeah.
took care of him. So that's
Okay.
why when the release came, no, I was very surprised that why
Chalo,
they
theek
released
hai,
this boy.
theek hai. But
I
they
believe
actually
they
bid
got
for
him in
him.
the semi-final.
Yeah,
as
they
well,
got him
right?
back.
They got
They
him in
got
the
him back.
semi-final.
Yeah, they did. But they've gone for him again. So
Yeah.
that's fair enough. But my point is, his economy last year was 10. His overall T20 economy is 8. He's the perfect RCB bowler. That's why they bought him for 5 crores. What is the thinking here? I'm not commenting on Yash Dayal or what he did with Rinku Singh or what
Yeah.
was his mindset and all. What is RCB doing? Okay, look, they've spent 11 crores on Alzari Joseph, and Alzari Joseph is a good bowler,
Yeah.
but he was released by GT after the first season,
Yeah.
and then they got in Lockie Ferguson,
Yeah.
MI also played in one game. That was
and
his
yeah,
first
so
game.
he's not had a lot of success in the IPL. Graham Swan थे हमारे साथ, उन्होंने बताया he's a tall guy, he's a lanky bowler, he's quite quick and he can hit those Yorkers. But in IPL, his performances have not been that great. What does
Yeah.
RCB do? Goes and splurges 11 crores on him.
This
मैंने
is
कल
smart.
प्रीव्यू में एक चीज बोली थी कि लास्ट ईयर पे जिस तरीके से आरसीबी ने अपना बॉलिंग अटैक बनाया है, लास्ट ईयर तक आरसीबी के जो 200 चेज होते थे ना आरसीबी के अगेंस्ट, वो 200 बनाते थे, वो 200 चेज हो जाते थे
Yeah.
और वो सोचते रह जाते थे क्या हो गया. The only thing is कि लास्ट ईयर वो 200 चेज करती थी विजिटिंग टीम्स 19th या 20th ओवर में. इस बार 15वें या 16वें ओवर में चेज हो जाएंगे 200.
We'll see that in the
This is
IPL.
going to be crazy, absolutely crazy. What are they doing? I just don't understand. They've released Harshal, they've released Hasaranga. Another one they released, right?
Hazelwood.
Hazelwood
was
Hazelwood is not available, but still they released him, right? And they have they bought a replacement? Alzari Joseph? Alzari Joseph is, all due respect, he's not Hazelwood. Because he's not had that kind of success in the IPL, which Hazelwood has had. So, and now they've got a bowler whose economy is already 10.
Yeah.
Usse pehle they also got another bowler. Who was that? Where I said all the best to him bowling at Chinnaswamy. I forgot. They've got another bowler.
Yash Dayal is not that bad a bowler.
He's not that
In
bad,
the
but see,
circle, he's a
he's
good
not
bowler.
that bad.
But he's a
But
very
the
popular
moment-
restricted bowler. Like you
but the
can't
moment-
bank on him in the death over.
That's fine. But the moment you look at Harshal Patel, what's happened to him is because he has those slower variations. When did Harshal Patel actually give his best for RCB?
I think the UAE leg.
The UAE leg, no, also the Mumbai leg.
Yeah, Mumbai leg.
Wahan pe, the pitches were very, very different.
Yeah.
They played to his strengths, where if he's bowling 6 variations and 6 deliveries, they were working for him. The moment you go to Chinnaswamy, under lights, on that flat track, under, with that dew around, and with that short ground, you're getting spanked all over. His
Yeah.
variations went out of the window. Same with Hasaranga. So RCB need to find bowlers who can actually bowl at Chinnaswamy. If there are any bowlers who can bowl at Chinnaswamy, otherwise, आप 8 batsmen खिलाओ और देखो अगर 300 बन सकते हैं तो.
Well, let's see what happens. As you
They
already
did
mentioned about
another
Gujarat
big-
Titans.
big load.
Oh yeah,
We'll be
that's a
talking
big
about
one.
Kartik
Yeah,
Tyagi, but quickly, Sahil, Gujarat Titans didn't get Yash Dayal, but they rightly got Sushant Mishra.
Yeah.
About Sushant Mishra and GT.
I think he's another one of those under 19 left arm, very like heavily not saying that he's fat, like heavily built bowler who can he uses the short ball well.
Sushant
Sushant
Mishra.
Mishra. Jharkhand didn't get many opportunities for Jharkhand early on after that under 19 break. If he's that same Sushant Mishra, because face I couldn't recall.
It's the
but
same Sushant Mishra for
so
Jharkhand.
if he's the Jharkhand boy, then he has
he's
a mean,
a Jharkhand boy.
he has a mean short ball. You don't see it coming when he runs into bowl, but he has a
Okay.
mean short ball. I've been seeing him since under 19 days. He's a good bowler. But this is going to be a bidding war.
Well, Kartik Tyagi is in a bidding war. And talking about Sushant Mishra, Gujarat Titans have got him for 2.20 crores. It's a big amount on him. Let's see how he plays his role with Gujarat Titans. And right now, we can see the bidding war
Kuldeep
for
Yadav
Kartik
went unsold
Tyagi.
or what? Kuldeep Yadav?
Yes, Kuldeep Yadav went unsold. At base price of 20 lakh, no takers for him. Right now, we can see bidding for Kartik Tyagi, KKR and Lucknow Super Giants are in this war.
Yeah, I think RCB should be all over this, but they're not. Abhi tak main dekh raha hu, I don't know if this is the updated list, but they've only got Alzari Joseph today.
Yeah.
Which is not good enough. Abhi agar aap unka bowling attack dekho, they have Mohammad Siraj, they have Reece Topley, they have Alzari Joseph. They don't have a spinner.
But why would LSG want Kartik Tyagi? They already took Shivam Mavi.
They've got.
They have Mark Wood. They have
money also.
They have money also. Which fast bowler?
They
do
entered
have?
the bidding war quite late, in
Yeah.
this auction. So they entered that bidding arena quite late. So they must be looking forward to some good players. But meanwhile, let's also talk about Akash Singh. Akash Singh went to Sunrisers Hyderabad at his base price 20 lakh. He was earlier with Rajasthan Royals.
Yep.
That's that. And right now we can see Kartik Tyagi is bidding. KKR and GT are there now.
GT shouldn't take him. They'll put him on the bench for the next year then. He needs game time.
No, I think GT will benefit with him because.
But he was part of that Australia net bowlers contingent, and he was very close to making his test debut during the tour of Australia, the test series, when everyone went
India's
injured.
tour of Australia.
India's tour of Australia.
Yeah, there were a lot of news
Yeah,
reports
yeah.
around
He
that.
was this close to make his test debut.
Uh-huh.
What is he done? 70 lakh.
Yeah,
That's
70
it.
Yeah,
lakhs
70 lakhs.
to GT.
Was that's
GT.
a steal for Kartik Tyagi. He was bowling 150 in the UP T20.
Ishan Porel.
For 60 lakh. Which to
60
Gujarat.
is a
Yeah,
steal.
Gujarat Titans.
To
I think
Gujarat
that's a steal,
Titans
yeah.
for 60
हमने
lakh.
बात भी की थी कि कार्तिक
हाँ,
त्यागी could be one of जिसके ऊपर
Yeah.
bidding
जाना
war
चाहिए
हो
था.
सकता है, but हुआ नहीं. Ishan
Ishan
Porel,
Porel.
I mean, he's played one game, I think.
Yeah, I think he was with Punjab last time around. Before this, he was with Punjab, India under 19.
Yeah, abhi tak, I don't think there's any bids for him.
There aren't any bids for him so far, and
I think only
looks like that
from
he's
last season he has
unsold.
started
Ishan
playing.
Porel is unsold
Yeah.
at the auction right now.
Yeah.
But this is actually quite interesting. We get to hear some
He's
unheard
going.
names.
He's going for sure.
And as Sahil rightly mentioned right now that
Yeah,
Rasik
we've already
Dar
got
will be
20.
sold.
Rasik Dar.
MI should go for him.
DC.
DC को पता है ना MI जाएगा because he's another MI boy, no?
Driver's price.
Well, there's only Shreni who hasn't said that which team should take Rasik Dar. Will it be DC or
No.
MI?
I said DC have bid for him. I didn't say DC will take him.
Okay, so you said DC and you said MI.
It's at base price. That's
So
about.
he's going to DC. Oh God.
Do they even know anything about him?
I'm sure.
I
they-
hope they
Yeah, of course.
I hope they do.
Rasik Dar has been sold
he
to
has
Delhi
been-
Capitals at
he's
his
been
base price
Very
20
impressive
lakh.
this season.
Mushir is going to come now in this.
Should
list?
come. Should come in the all-rounder uncapped category.
How big of a I mean, obviously we need to. I don't know if we've spoken about this. Sarfaraz Khan not going sold, right? Unsold.
It's good, no. Boss, you can't take your IPL opportunities for granted.
Any opportunity.
Any
Last
opportunity.
year, I think he got decent amount of opportunities. 3-4 games are enough sample size, and he has been playing in the IPL ever since what?
He was retained by RCB at one point.
16-year-old, 17-year-old child prodigy, enormous amount of
कुछ नहीं
talent.
किया.
वो ऐसा नहीं होता ना.
कुछ नहीं किया.
Like you just can't keep scooping your way to glory. You need to understand the fact that you are lucky enough to be playing in the IPL and you are good enough for sure. But those opportunities which he wasted with DC, I think last year उसके पास पूरा chance था यार. There was no Rishabh Pant. They gave him so much opportunity, but he blew it up. He blew it up.
But that's the thing, Sahil. Last season we saw that he didn't do something really great, or for that matter, even something significant for
Correct.
DC. So in that case, you will be released, and all the other teams would be thinking that why we should take a
Obviously,
player
yeah.
like him, why we should waste a slot.
And then there are other theatrics at play too when it comes to Sarfaraz Khan. So
Yeah. Also, tell me something about Hrithik Shaukin. You were having quite a good chat behind the camera about Hrithik Shaukin. Let's make it public as well.
No, I think there were some issues like off the field which didn't go in the young boys' favor. But from what I heard from MI, he did really well during that MI's development tour this time. So MI generally takes boys out to England and makes them play competitive club cricket games against second division sides. And Hrithik Shaukin did tour with the Mumbai Indians side this time around too. All the senior coaches were present and he did bowl well. But he wasn't going to be your 11 first choice spinner any which way. You already have Kumar Karthike in the MI setup, and this season also Delhi Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy team, they didn't really give him many opportunities because Suyash Sharma pipped him for that playing 11 slot. So it was always going to be downhill for Hrithik Shaukin from there on because the opportunities which he got with Mumbai Indians didn't translate into a lot of successful outings.
Yeah.
There was promise, there was that fight and hunger to perform. He has a big heart. I will tell you that.
Okay.
Even on seaming tracks, he would say to the captain that I'll go one down. He's an off spinner, all rounder, bat slow down the order. But वो जिगरा है बैटिंग करने का. और थोड़ा सा जब ये सही जगह नहीं होता तो क्या कर सकते हैं?
Yeah. Well, there are a lot of players like that, and as Sahil, Chetan, and Sheeni were talking about players. Obviously, there are a number of players who everybody thought will be sold in this auction, but they are unsold. But we also have an exhilarated round after this, so we'll be seeing a lot many players coming in that round, and we'll be seeing the
So
teams there. Right now we have Shiva Singh,
the current unsold player. He's that same boy who conceded 7 sixes were hit off his bowling by Ruturaj Gaikwad in a Vijayadhara Trophy match.
Yeah. Last season.
And I think in the UP T20 this time around, Rinku Singh hit him for 2 or 3, or I think more sixes in the power play. In the what do you call? Manav Sutar will go. He'll go.
So Manav Sutar we have right now for the bidding at his base price
He should go.
You said
20.
MI.
Not
Manav
Sutar.
Sutar.
No, not Sutar. Sutar is short-heighted. No. He should go, yaar. Please buy him, boss.
So who's bidding right now? GT?
No one is bidding. No, there's one
GT.
bid. There's current bid.
GT.
GT is bidding for Manav Sutar at his base price,
He's a
and
good
he's
bowler.
sold to GT for 20 lakhs.
But they won't play him. They already have Sai Kishore. Even he's not playing. So how will he play?
Yeah. Next up, we have M. Siddharth.
Tamil Nadu left arm spinner.
No, it doesn't matter if you're not playing because Apus.
But he should play. He's a gun bowler. He gives nothing
Talking about
away
M.
in the
Siddharth?
power play. Yeah. He's a gun bowler.
No, what I'm saying is, his economy, look at that.
Yeah, he does. And he bowls mostly in the power play, boss. He has a mean delivery which comes into the right-hander.
RCB are going for him.
RCB are going
And
after
RCB
him,
needs spinners.
and Lucknow Super
So
Giants.
RCB, there's a backstory of why they're going for M. Siddharth because the scout sitting on the table is Malolan Rangarajan, who played his domestic cricket for Tamil Nadu before becoming a scout. So he knows a fair few of things about M. Siddharth, Sai Kishore, and all these boys who are and M. Siddharth has been a phenomenal player for Tamil Nadu, age group cricket.
Yeah.
Plus, he is a spinner and they need a spinner.
Yeah.
But they have
He's a
done
wrist.
That's the beauty of IPL auction. Some
You need
unheard
more.
names and then some interesting stories behind the bidding of players. Something that we are seeing right now on screen, and we have M. Siddharth, and his bidding
Lucknow.
has crossed the 100 lakh mark. That's
So
1
Lucknow
crore
needs
mark
support
has
for
been
him.
crossed
is
for
with
him.
Lucknow Super Giants, I think.
Yeah, Lucknow Super Giants and Royal Challengers Bangalore are currently in the bidding war for M. Siddharth, and Sahil told where he plays, how he plays, and Chetan told why RCB really needs M.
We don't have
Siddharth.
spinners. I mean, yes, he's time and again reminded us, Glenn Maxwell and Mayank Dagger, but
Karan
not-
Sharma.
they're not going to win you championships. And
But
you
Kohli
need-
thought Karan Sharma will win your test match in Australia.
Kohli's never won an IPL also, and he's never won an ICC trophy also. So let's not go there. Naito, we'll be here all night. My point is, I mean, you need. They have Mayank Dagger, but they have Karan Sharma or they have Glenn Maxwell, but it never hurts to get new bowlers in because we know
How much money does RCB have? Lots?
Lots. I mean, you need players who
They're
can
a top buy.
Yes,
give you
and
different
RCB, they, yes.
anything at this point in time. I'll say anything that works for RCB, they should go for it because their bowling is looking really shaky. I mean, yeah. First of all, I was surprised that they didn't go for somebody like a Mujib, or I mean, ठीक है, उनके पास overseas slots शायद नहीं है अब, because they're already what, Cameron Green, Glenn Maxwell.
They can't afford an overseas
Faf,
player.
they can't
Like,
have an overseas.
4 slots are done.
And there's no top dollar Indian spinner. ये
Yeah.
बात हमने कल preview में भी की थी. So RCB is going to struggle always. So if they can find value with an M Siddharth, you know, boost up your squad. Because at the end of the day, it can be an option for you know, for the likes of Dagar or Kern Sharma. So it never hurts to have options.
Yes.
Because they don't have a top dollar Indian spinner or a top dollar overseas spinner for that matter, and they're going to struggle. There's no doubt in my mind they're going to struggle this season.
I forgot the second Tamil Nadu reference of RCB. Dinesh Karthik, the finisher.
Yeah.
Who would know
Well,
better
right
than
now, Lucknow Super Giants and RCB are bidding for M Siddharth. The bidding for M Siddharth has reached 2 crore mark. The purse with Lucknow Super Giants is 6.55 crores, whereas if we talk about Royal Challengers
21, so
Bangalore,
they
they have
pretty much
6.75
sorted with the
crores.
squad size. 21-22, both these teams are pretty much sorted with the
Yeah.
squad size.
And you know, their purse
MI
is
still
also
don't
somewhat
have their
similar.
spinner.
No.
Oh, MI still don't have this.
And RCB have pulled out. RCB have pulled
But
out. I
since
think.
the mega auction, I've been getting this feeling from MI that they are not really looking for a spinner also. Like, if you look at the mega auction, they went for Archer, Bumrah, Berendorf. They weren't really like
Because
insisting
they've
on
always they've always been a pace.
No, but then you
pace
have,
dependent.
you have dominated
franchise.
when you had the likes of Harbhajan Krunal doing the tricks, right?
But they're not your out and out spinners.
Yeah.
No, I agree. But then you
And,
need someone to
Harbhajan
like
was
hold you for 4 overs at least.
Super Giants.
So Lucknow
took it.
Super Giants.
Yeah, RCB pulled out at last moment.
Yes.
So if Ekana pitch continues to do the tricks which it has
should,
been known
which
for
it will,
doing,
which it will.
so M Siddharth.
Murugan Ashwin. No, see, Mumbai. So Harbhajan went to Mumbai when he was at not the top of his powers.
Yeah.
So let's not count him as an out and out spinner. That was more an emotional buy than anything else. Krunal was your spin all rounder. He was not your out and out spinner. Or वो कितना turn कराते हैं?
He's a holding bowler.
Yeah, he's,
That's
he's,
why
a,
they got
he's a
M
holding
Siddharth.
bowler. The one spinner they had was Rahul Chahar.
Yeah.
You know, the one really good spinner they had was Rahul Chahar, but they let him go. They obviously they could have retained him, but they have never really gone for
after
spin. So they've always been 3 spacers, 1 backup pacer, 1 backup all-round pacer, वो भी pacer, and then you have a couple of spin options like Krunal Pandya, etc., जो आपको 3 over दे सके, 2 over दे सके. So that's been their ploy. With Hardik, see, look, now they have 3 paces. Hardik coming back, that's 4 paces. That's 4 pace options they have. So that's 16 overs.
Yeah.
At best, at worst, that's 14 overs. तो आपको वही spin options चाहिए जो आपको 3 over देंगी.
Correct.
And they can go through the season with uncapped players who can give you 3 overs. So in the middle of a cycle, जहाँ पे आपके top dollar spinner, Indian spinners जा चुके हैं, top dollar overseas spinners जा चुके हैं, आपको spinner वैसे भी नहीं मिलने वाला है. So it's a waste of time concentrating your energy on that.
Yeah.
क्योंकि आज के आप देख लीजिए हसरंगा, आदिल रशीद, ईश सोधी and Mujib. So they can't really go for an over. They actually could go for an overseas. MI. They could actually go for an overseas क्योंकि उनके जो 4 overseas players हैं उसमें से सिर्फ और सिर्फ Tim David was guaranteed a spot. But look at the way their auction has progressed. Shreyas Gopal goes to Mumbai.
goes to Mumbai.
No, see, look. So from that perspective, now they have Deval Brevis.
Yeah.
They have Tim David.
Yeah.
Now they have Gerald Coetzee and Madhu Shankar.
Yeah.
So that's your 4 overseas spots.
Where next up we have Pulkit Narang, spinner. Sahil, do you think any
Should
team
go.
really needs?
He's Ashwin's replacement when it comes to red ball now.
Okay.
Because he has been with the India A team for a couple of years, is in South Africa right now, and used to play for Delhi, is coached by Virat Kohli's coach, Rajkumar Sharma.
Okay.
Then moved to services, has been playing there since last 3-4 seasons now. Good off spinner, but I'm not sure about the T20
How old
format.
is he?
He should be on the other side of the 20s.
But he's unsold right
20
now.
going on 21, okay.
Off spinners
No,
in
28,
T20.
29, I'm saying.
Oh, achha.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time.
You're not going to get a market for out and out off
Yeah,
spinners.
he's a proper like red ball off spinner. No,
You're not-
like
you're
he'll
not going
operate
to-
with
yeah.
one
So
slip
you-
and a gully.
yeah,
Aisa wala
yeah.
format.
You will not get a market for your out and out off spinner in T20 cricket in 2023.
He's a smart red ball bowler, but white ball, I don't know.
नहीं आपको नहीं मिलेगा मार्केट ऑफ स्पिनर के लिए आउट एंड, और जिस तरीके से साहिल डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हैं,
वो रेड बॉल बॉलर है.
You will not get a market for such an off spinner in 2023 in T20 cricket.
Yeah, and that's why it seems that no teams interested in such kind of players.
But Shreyas Gopal to MI, that is that interesting?
I don't know. Very interesting. Shreyas Gopal को कर्नाटका में जगह नहीं मिल रहा. I think he's playing for Kerala now in the domestic circuit as a professional player. They could have got someone like Aish Sodhi. I don't know, thinking widely, tall leg spinner at Wankhede.
Yeah, they could have that option of
because
sitting down.
I'm not sure whether Brevis will be getting a game every game
exactly.
with Rohit around.
So they have that over.
They could have used that one spot.
तभी मैं सुरम्या को भी यही बोल रहा था कि if anybody, MI has that overseas slot for a spinner available. कल हमने preview में भी शाम को यही बात की थी कि if anybody, it has to be MI. I don't know, they haven't gone for it. So I don't know, अभी unsold का round आना बाकी है. So maybe they'll pick, क्योंकि इनके base prices भी बहुत ऊंचे हैं. Apart from Ish Sodhi.
Ish Sodhi 75, Adil are 2.
Adil is 2 and even Mujib is 2. So maybe they'll wait and see कि unsold में कोई जाता है या नहीं जाता है. So that is something that we need to wait and watch.
They could go for Mujib also.
Yeah.
So there is now uncapped में there is a bigger there are more rounds left, right?
Yeah. So now not all uncapped players will come. The franchises will be asked to submit a shortlist. So at max 30-40 players.
But that's quite interesting, we see at some unheard names, then they go to teams at a much higher price than expected. And we talked about a few players in this whole session, especially people and players like Shubham Dubey, then Samir Rizvi, and others as we were talking about. But quickly, let me tell you what Mitchell Starc has to say about today's auction. He said that it was quite shocking for him, and his wife Elisa is here in Mumbai, so she was quite excited than him because she was getting faster updates than him. So she was the one who told him that, okay, you have been sold for 24.75 crores, and that's huge. But he said that it's quite shocking for him. Even he wasn't expecting such kind of a bid for his name.
Right. I think they're the real power couple when it comes to sports, right? Because whenever she's playing, you would always spot him in the stands, even when he was injured, not with the Australian cricket team, who would be there cheering for his wife. And the respect and support has been similar from her too. So it's a good story. It's a beautiful story to kind of read on Instagram, see them posting photos and stories on social media pretty regularly about cheering for both of them during their games, and they make sure that they don't miss each other's big games.
Games, exactly. So yes.
Talk about their story. That picture refuses to leave my mind, where the wife was the one playing a match.
And he was there,
and she was standing in the queue for to get in. Lovely picture.
Actually, that's an amazing story, and they have been with each other in all the good moments. As Sahil mentioned, they never miss each other's important matches, and this time as well, when he got sold for 24.75 crores, the costliest player in the history of IPL.
I think they must have taken a guarantee from the wife here in India that he's not going to go back.
He said that he got to know from Melissa, and he said that it was quite interesting because he wasn't getting updates as faster as she was getting because she's here in India. But that's very, very interesting. How do you see, actually, Sahil, how do you see Mitchell Starc coming to this IPL? After so many years, the last IPL that he played was in 2015 for Royal Challengers Bangalore. And now coming here to play for Kolkata Knight Riders, how big this player can be in the upcoming season?
I think first of all, we need to keep our fingers crossed that he actually does. And even when he does, we need to hope and pray that he lasts 14 games, because with him, that's a big gamble which KKR have taken. Yes, we all know and understand that it's just for this season. So it's more of a statement by with Chetan, and we were discussing upstairs before this that it's a statement by Gautam Gambhir. He wasn't stopping, and he's that one player who will go for characters like Mitchell Starc, in your face, out and out fast bowlers. Not afraid to make the batter smell leather, and that's the kind of character Gambhir really likes. And it was a no-brainer that he went for him. But going for 24.75 crores, I think none of us in the room saw that coming. Because Srini has probably covered IPL ever since the IPL, before even the IPL was born. So I think even he wouldn't have thought this bid to come, like 24.75 crore. I still can't wrap my head around it.
I think
Is it insane, Srini?
after a point, the franchise at bottom was like, okay, I mean,
सही किया क्या?
Have we done it? Okay, was that the right thing to do?
While that was going on, it was like silence here also and over there, and I think everywhere, because that's an insane amount of money. And again, I have to say this, कि DC is responsible for at least 9 crores of this.
Yeah.
क्योंकि उन्होंने वो price inflate करते गए because MI was participating. But anyway, jokes apart, if Mitchell Starc does come and does play the entire tournament and actually does well, he's playing for a franchise which has a mad fan base.
Yeah.
KKR has one of the best fan bases. हम RCB के fan base की हम बहुत बात करते हैं, but आप Eden Gardens पे जाइए, it's not that tough to fill the Chinnaswamy.
Yeah.
30,000 people, but Eden Gardens, 80,000 people every single home game, and the Bengalis are really passionate about their sport, or KKR fans for that matter are really passionate about their team.
Yeah.
So in Kolkata, if he performs, I remember Shoaib Akhtar. The last time Pakistan players played in the IPL, Shoaib Akhtar came and he went to KKR. And जो उन्होंने buzz generate किया KKR के लिए, and the first ball, I think
he took 3 or 4 wickets. I think
he took 3 or 4 wickets in the first game that he played.
Gold jersey.
Yeah, the last black and gold jersey that was electrifying.
Yes.
And that is the kind of effect that somebody like a Mitchell Starc can have.
Yeah.
If he turns up, if he plays, that's the big thing. And somebody tweeted, I said, he must turn up now. Somebody tweeted back to me and said he's just bought a house, he has to pay his mortgage, EMIs in Indian terms, EMIs. तो अब तो आना ही पड़ेगा, खेलना ही पड़ेगा.
Well, खेलना तो पड़ेगा, पर इस IPL में जिनके बारे में सबसे ज्यादा चर्चा हो रही है वो ऑस्ट्रेलियन प्लेयर्स ही हैं, क्योंकि Pat Cummins, then Mitchell Starc, then Travis Head. I mean, everybody's talking about the Australians. Is it because of the World Cup, Srini?
yes, and before I come to that, just taking forward that conversation on Starc, that he used to pay mortgage fine. See, it's also about look at their body of work in white ball cricket.
Yeah.
They've achieved everything that is there to be achieved, not just white ball cricket.
Red
in
ball
the game, look at the body of work. WTC final, is done. Another World Cup, is done, and last World Cup, 2015, last time when they won a World Cup, one fast bowler was man of the series. This time when they won the World Cup, another fast bowler was the captain of their team.
Yeah.
And having accomplished and kind of constructed this body of work, today they can afford to sit back and say, okay, now it's time to earn out of it.
Yeah.
Now it's time to earn money out of what we have created for ourselves.
Right.
And what it is also telling us about the IPL is it doesn't matter whether you are an international grade player on the wrong side of 30 or you are just a 20-year-old Samir Rizvi. If you are talented, we will reward you.
Yeah.
There are only two kinds of talent that has proven their worth and talent that is yet to be tested, right? What is the IPL doing? The IPL is rewarding both richly.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that is turning out to be the beauty of the tournament. Specifically talking about the Aussies, yes, it's fresh in our minds, but why not? I am saying this, if Australia's Big Bash League was not so unfortunate to be played in a time zone which is so restricting, it would have been a very, very good league anywhere around the world.
I've obviously toured Australia a few times, and every time I've made a point कि मैं वहाँ जाके Big Bash का एक game देखूं. And I can say this out loud. The IPL may be far advanced in terms of broadcast money and the franchisees and the best players and everything. But the way they market their product, the way they sell their product, what is the product? They're selling the Big Bash League.
Yeah.
And who are they targeting? They're targeting the regular crowd, but also they're targeting the kids. जो चीज वो Big Bash करते हैं, Big Bash में करते हैं, to target their audience, to target the market that they are targeting, it's nowhere in the world. It's nowhere in the world. Not in the IPL least of all. So as it is, we talk a lot about how Indian cricket needs to do a lot for the fans who come to the stadia. But एक पुल अभी ठीक है, हमें पुल बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है, because the Indian masses are as it is cricket crazy.
Yeah.
And IPL match आप कहीं भी करवा लोगे, आपको stadium full मिल जाएगा. But you still need to provide them good amenities, and you need to make it a wholesome. You need to make it a wholesome event. They really need to see what the Big Bash does. The kind of nowhere in the world, the best product that any T20 league is selling is the Big Bash League.
And that's only 3 reasons. I mean, only 3 reasons. How you engage with the crowd.
Yeah.
How frequently as a property you continue to innovate. And 3, your commentary.
Yeah.
3 things. And these are 3 things they have done continuously, consistently very, very well. And these are 3 spaces where the BCCI lags very badly. They refuse to engage with the crowd. They have no understanding of how to engage with the crowd.
Yes.
They refuse to innovate. The last innovation was impact player, which is nothing but a super sub, which again comes from Big Bash.
Yes.
And the third, commentary lesser the better. So that's all.
Let's not even go there.
Okay.
What is that flipping the bat thing?
So they've replaced the toss with
That
the
is
flip.
long
Yeah,
back.
that's an innovation.
Flipping the
right?
bat.
So that's still,
but that is
that is still an innovation. Right? They're still trying to
like,
do something different.
That's like, that's like that guy putting his feet on the trophy and we having an objection. If they don't have an objection, it is their trophy.
So the
they've
point is,
earned it.
Yeah,
They
had that
they can do
air-
what they
air
like.
show this time around, right? When they had like that the man with that, what do you call that device, boss? Like a human rocket kind of.
हाँ वो जो
thing.
पीछे
mid innings they did that thing.
हाँ
the
हाँ
thing.
the pen.
Yeah.
So I'm
last
saying it's not just money that drives things. That only thing that IPL cannot be compared with is if you are anybody in T20 cricket, you want to associate with the IPL.
With the IPL.
With
But
the
because the
IPL.
money is here.
But
Yeah.
the money
And the consumption is here.
and the quality of cricket, let's also be honest.
And that
about
also
the
quality of cricket also
as well,
comes
but
with
yes.
those participating.
with this
Right.
participating. But
Yeah.
if अगर आप सिर्फ product की बात कर रहे हो ना कि
Exactly.
product क्या बेच
Exactly
रहे हो
my
Yeah.
point.
at the end of the day
Big
it is
Bash.
about the product you're selling.
Big Bash.
India mein we have that advantage of the masses and the cricket frenzy and everything and we are crazy for the cricket stars and everything. So that's always there.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, what is the best product that any T20 league is selling? That is the Big Bash.
Yeah, that's right. Well, as we're talking about, Big Bash and IPL, obviously we can't compare the two leagues because of the reasons that Srini mentioned. There are a lot of things that can be said and done about both the leagues. Now, as we're talking about the IPL auction right now, next up we have accelerated round. And but before that, let's have a look at the first left.
Unsold round. The unsold round.
The unsold round,
No,
yes.
just before that, just to lighten things up, I just got a message on my friend's WhatsApp group. Rinku Singh has a IPL contract of 55 lakh rupees, and the player he hit for like five sixes in that over is earning 5 crore from the IPL. This is not fair.
I was waiting that I can touch upon this topic. Chetan bhai, Yash Dayal goes to RCB for 5 crores.
अब मैं पहली जोक बना
वो हो गया.
वो मिस किया था मेरे को दोबारा सुनना है.
अच्छा मैं दोबारा सुना देते हैं. Okay, दोबारा सुना देते हैं. So okay, see, I don't want to comment on Yash Dayal, ठीक है? Because my heart went out to him that he could not. ठीक है 5 छक्के लगे, ठीक है, that's a batsman's game, right? But the next day he could not play that next game, and all of that was great. Sanju Samson out हो गए, by the way.
आरसीबी की बात यहाँ दिल है संजू सैमसन में.
अरे वो सामने मैच
मतलब ये तो लॉटरी इवनिंग हो गया चेतन नरला.
मतलब वही तो अब बोला है तो बोला है. Anyway, my point is, so his economy last year is 10.
Yeah.
Last year. Overall T20 economy is 8. He's the perfect RCB bowler. मैंने ये कहा.
Because of 10 or 8?
Because of 10. He's the perfect RCB bowler. और उन्होंने दिया भी 5 करोड़ है. और I don't know. I mean, I know he's a great RCB fan. And
I've made peace with certain
no,
things.
I'm दिखा सकते हैं क्या एक ही शॉट में दोनों को? I worry for his health. I worry for his health. ठीक है. देखो मेरा हाथ पहुंच गया. I worry for his health. Yeah. नहीं जीतने वाले तुम अगले साल कुछ भी.
Well, Greenspan already mentioned,
Yeah.
कुछ भी कर लो.
So he named 5 teams that he wants to win, but he didn't name
He
RCB.
didn't name
He didn't
RCB.
name RCB, so he knows, right? He knows.
Yeah, he
So,
knows.
yeah.
So
we can lose 3 finals. That's okay. We can reach finals and
This
lose 3
game is
finals.
happening in Port Elizabeth.
Yeah, Port Elizabeth.
yeah. Well, next up we're going to have a very interesting round where we'll get unsold players and it'll be an accelerated round. But before that, let's talk about the teams and their remaining purse, the remaining money that they have. The team with the most amount of money is Gujarat Titans. They have 21.45 crores. And the team with least amount of money is Rajasthan Royals with 90 lakh. This is interesting. Gujarat Titans have been through and through in this auction. They have gone after some good players. They have done decent job, and still they are left with 21.45 crore. Srini, are you looking forward to some interesting buys now? Because there are a number of players who are unsold. Steve Smith. Yeah, Steve Smith, you mentioned it right. Yeah.
I really don't see Steve Smith selling.
नहीं बेस प्राइस पे ले जाएगा रिकी पॉन्टिंग ले जाएगा
Maybe one of
डीसी नहीं लेके जाएगा रिकी पॉन्टिंग
Chetan and Graveswan had this joke,
yeah
right?
I said it and he accepted it. I was like, oh my god, this is not a joke at our level.
One of those reasons that kind of tu mera dost hai to I like kind of.
Yeah.
But
No, he said
logic wise, I don't see.
Swanee said that रिकी पॉन्टिंग का बस चले तो 16 ऑस्ट्रेलियन क्रिकेटर ले लेगा वो.
So, there it's not even banter.
Yeah. That's personal, right? Okay.
So yeah, I purely, I don't know. So I was just going through the list of players who have not been sold. Wait, here is
coming
it.
back.
Riley Russo, someone like him probably yes, but Karun Nair, Manish Pandey, Steve Smith, then Adil Rashid, Waqar. I don't know all these names, none of them except maybe Ish Sodhi is one.
No, Mujib.
Josh
Mujibur
English.
Rahman.
Mujib.
I would think Mumbai for Mujib.
Mujib, yeah. Probably these three names. Other than this,
he bowls in the power plays. He
Yeah.
bowls in the power play. So if you can have 2 overs in the power play from him, and then you have your pacers,
You save Bumrah's.
you
three
save
for the
Bumrah's 2 overs for.
Even save 3
I
no
hear
bowl Madhushankar
Yeah.
2
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
power
So
play.
at base
can
price
do
of
that.
2 crore, we
Kushal
have
Mendes.
Riley Russo, Steve Smith, we have.
Pick him now.
Who?
Kushal Mendes.
I think by now overseas slots would
हो
be
गया,
filled.
overseas slots. I
But
think Mumbai के पास एक
I
बचा
think
है.
Gujarat are so happy with their team that they have been silent at the auction.
Yeah.
They have been so happy
So
with the team.
that's what I told
That's
Soumya.
why they have like 21 crore left.
21.45
So that's why I
crores
said
are left with
that's
them.
what I told Soumya.
Like they were so happy.
They're saving 31 crore to buy Hardik Pandya back next year. So, but yeah, jokes apart, they haven't been very active. They've, like we discussed, they needed those players to replace Hardik. Have they done that? I'm not sure. Are they really that confident that they buy a junior batter? They buy a couple of Indian bowlers, pace bowlers. They haven't really gone. I mean, it's not like they haven't gone for anybody big. They were not successful in getting them.
Yeah.
But then, who are their big players, overseas players? Kane Williamson, Rashid Khan.
Yeah.
Who else is there?
Matthew Wade, Noor Ahmed.
Matthew Wade, Noor Ahmed. Noor Ahmed was a good find for them last season. But if you look at it, wait, I'm just opening.
I think I see a very big role for Kane Williamson this season.
Yeah, but the
now
thing
that
is,
Hardik is not there, I think he's going to be that anchor player at number 3.
David Miller. David Miller.
David
They
Miller.
have David Miller in the middle. So they're relying a lot on David Miller.
who is
Josh Little.
CSK's plan B for wicket keeping. If
They don't have- they don't
MSD
have-
were
they
to
don't
get
have
injured.
a
Sorry,
price.
Devon Conway.
Yeah, Conway.
Conveys them.
Conway's
So
the keeper.
as we were talking about the next round of IPL auction, let's have a look at the players who have base price of more than 1 crore. We have Riley Russo at 2 crore, Steve Smith 2 crore, then Lockie Ferguson, Josh Hazelwood, Adil Rashid, Mujibur Rahman, all in 2 crore base price set. Then we have Phil Salt 1.50 crore. Soumya, what do you think? Which teams will go after them? Obviously, we have Gujarat Titans with maximum purse left right
looking
now.
at their purse and looking at the way they've been bidding, I guess they can still pick someone like a Manish Pandey. Just
They
for it,
can.
and can use him probably as an impact player. Just get him in that middle order in 3 or
Manish
4
Pandey
games.
as impact player.
Yeah, you can't really
No,
ask
no,
him
no.
to field for 20 overs.
No, I think Delhi के लिए तो चलेगा ना. पृथ्वी शॉ बैटिंग करेंगे, मनीष पांडे फील्डिंग.
फील्डिंग करेंगे. मनीष पांडे को सिर्फ फील्डिंग के लिए.
हाँ.
I mean,
पृथ्वी शॉ को अगर आप सिर्फ बैटिंग करा सकते हो तो मनीष पांडे को सिर्फ
You know,
fielding
so
But
I
then
had,
also
I
it'll be a
had, I
good
had,
buy. It'll be a
I'll
good
remove
buy.
1-0
His
and
base
three
price
buys.
is of
Yeah.
50 lakh.
yeah.
but Chetan bhai, I'll remove 1-0 from this 50 lakh and just go and field for DC. Just give me,
करो,
get me in the option.
बोलो,
Even
बोलो.
DC, they have got good money left. I believe 16 crores or so. So they also will
अभी
be
तो,
going after good
yeah, I
players.
mean, they always keep money in hand to take pangas with MI. So, you know, अभी दिन खत्म नहीं हुआ
No,
है.
I think this impact player rule. No, last year I was speaking to a few people. I just wanted to understand what is happening with Prithvi. So wildly, it kind of occurred to me that he has been played as an impact player right through the season. How difficult?
Not
is
for the
it-
first 2 matches.
Yeah. I wanted to ask those people how difficult is it for a batter to be switched on? Like every game, you're treating it like a net session or what?
No. See,
like
okay,
you're not on the
no.
field, you're not mentally there. No, I agree that you bat first also, but I'm saying that
मेरा थोड़ा different point है.
No,
आप बोलो.
for me, I wanted to understand how difficult was it for someone like a Prithvi Shaw to be switched on, like for the game, or how do you like keep the player in the game when he's just batting and going off the field, not even fielding?
Okay, मैं बोलूं?
I don't really like find it.
Once you finish, I'll speak.
Yeah, please go ahead.
It's his own fault. It's his own fault. Whether he switched on or not is not anybody's problem.
No,
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. How old is he?
20.
Right?
Same as Shubman.
आप कह रहे हो कि this guy playing for one of the biggest franchises in the country as an opening batsman, and he's a very well known name. At that age, he's not. Who is telling him that, mate, you are not good enough to field? Ricky Ponting, one of the greatest fielders of all time, one of the greatest cricketers of all time, is telling you as your coach that you're not good enough to field in the IPL. If that doesn't, light a fire inside you, कि next season मैं आऊंगा, I'll be the fittest I've ever been in my life. I'll be so disciplined, and the only thing you're getting from me is, however long I bat, but you're getting 20 overs of fielding effort from me.
Yeah.
If Prithvi Shaw can't do that, thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming. Because one of the greatest cricketers of all time has gone out and said, boss, आप fielding नहीं कर सकते हो.
Then you're wasting a spot, right?
You're wasting a spot.
Yeah.
They have literally told him, you're not good enough for anything. We don't want you on the field. आप सिर्फ बैटिंग करो, जितने रन बनेंगे ठीक है, नहीं बनेंगे हमारी मजबूरी है आपको खिलाना, क्योंकि वो ऋषभ पंत नहीं है, हमारी मजबूरी है इस साल आपको खिलाना. Look at him this year. He might not even get to play for them.
Yeah.
So
because they now have
so last year also, and I was amazed. जैसे साहिल ने कहा कि पूरा सीजन उनको नहीं खिलाया. अगर मेरे साथ ये 2 गेम हो जाए, if I'm in Prithvi Shaw's shoes, और मेरे को 2 मैच ऐसे कर दिया जाए, by 3rd match I'm throwing myself everywhere to impress Ricky Ponting.
Yes.
But he did not do it.
And adding
he did not do it.
What he's saying,
And not to play as an impact player, to play
to play as a
40 overs, the 20 over fielding. And
it's you are not playing because your knees are shaky or anything. You're not fielding because you're not good enough. Imagine this in 2023 playing T20 cricket.
And just adding to that,
if it does not motivate Prithvi Shaw,
it is not even about the coach. Just look at your batchmates around.
Yeah,
exactly.
One is a GT captain.
One
is one of the mainstays in the Indian team right now.
Under-19 World Cup.
Yeah. Yash Dhul को देख लो.
And then Arshdeep, Shubman, you just Dhruv Jurel. You need to see your batchmates who are coming in, fielding for 20 overs, batting, bowling, whatever.
My point with Ricky Ponting is that if Ricky Ponting is telling you something, that should inspire you. Ricky Ponting.
I think if there's something which should inspire him right now is the fact that DC retained him after all that drama. I wasn't seeing his retention being done.
If that didn't inspire him, this is
boss,
I don't know.
Because if they retained him at what 8 or 10 crores, I think that's big money. They retained him.
It's 1 season left.
I know. I also saw it as a short-term thing. But if they retained you, I hope he regains fitness in time because he's at the NCA right now. He's not fit. He injured himself playing the one-day games.
There's a lot of backdrop stories about Prithvi Shaw. So we know.
No. I'm saying he injured. Like this is.
That's fine. But I'm talking about the ill discipline and everything. So that's there.
All there.
आज सरफराज के साथ क्या हुआ? That is Prithvi Shaw in the next 2 years.
Perhaps.
It's happened. Both of them are on the same path. Sarfaraz, I don't know.
It's 2 years later, it's Prithvi Shaw.
So I was speaking to one of the coaches. They said, certain players are built in a certain way.
Let's not talk about that.
I have gained weight. I have lost weight.
Yeah.
So there's nothing like
let's talk about weight. Let's talk about weight. Let's talk about weight. What happens to you when you are in front of the IPL franchises or playing for India? How often have you performed? That's it.
No. आप body
fielding. Okay, check fielding. Check your presence on the field. What are you doing with the bat?
Okay. Let's talk about physique.
One second. Yeah. The important thing here is there's no place for such arguments. Like there's no place for adjust कर लेंगे type.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
Yeah.
the stakes are way too high.
Way too high.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Way too
Yeah.
high.
Exactly. You're
Ruthless.
costing
You either
an
belong
IPL
and
trophy
then
to
That's
your
what I'm
team.
saying.
And by the
If
way,
I'm missing,
by the way, we are still at a very nascent stage. This is going to go worse from here.
Yeah.
The more the money on the
Exactly.
table becomes more higher,
Exactly.
yeah, 10
you
crores
know,
is a huge amount
the
of money.
amount of patience that these guys are going to have will be very very less.
Yeah.
No performance, please make way, because
Correct.
the idea is very clear. Winning in my book, IPL's biggest change in terms of the trend will happen when franchise will see that the key to any kind of success in IPL, whether it's financial stability, earning more money, sponsorship, everything will be directly related to performance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Today, even if you're consistently 8th, 9th, 10th on the table, some sponsor is coming to you.
Yeah.
Somebody is coming, ye lo bhai 50 crore hum dalte hain, right? Where is that? There can't be and there will be no free lunches. So it's only a matter of time.
And we're talking about physique. I'm just going to give you a small example. Sachin Tendulkar, he was not the tallest of guys,
Mm.
right? He was short, my height, 5'5", 5'6", right? And you look at his physique, he was not a slender guy.
Mm.
He is not a slender guy. He is not bloated, but short height mein you cannot.
Stocky.
It's very rare. Yeah, you're stocky. It's very rare to have slender short guys, right?
Yeah.
But did that hamper him from his improving his physique?
No.
His shoulders, his chest, his arms.
Surfboard.
Oh my God. He made sure that he was fit for 25 years of international cricket.
The trainer who has worked with
It's
them.
not a joke. It's
he used to
dedication.
say, like,
It's
at that
discipline.
time there was
True.
no trend.
So
There was
physics,
no
yeah. So,
thing. It
yeah,
just
and,
came
and
naturally.
yeah, and it's not about physique. आपको जो physique मिली है. It's how every physique can be toned down.
How
Virat
you
Kohli is a
train
classic
yourself.
example.
Virat
Kohli has been heard
Yeah.
saying so many times
Yeah.
that if I were to just let my diet go out of control for even a couple of days, it will begin to show on my body.
Yeah.
So every day, every single day is a new day for him in terms of the effort that he puts. So
Yeah, I mean,
guess-
बचपन में आपका नाम
That's a
चीकू.
body type, right? That's a body
Yeah,
type.
but
Not
बचपन में आपका
everybody-
नाम चीकू is for a reason, right? Because you
Yeah.
are Chiku like.
Huh.
But to go on from there and become Virat Kohli and inspire an entire generation to be fit enough.
Yeah.
That is Virat Kohli's legacy. You know? So it's crazy.
Yes.
So this is not an excuse for these cricketers, this upcoming youngsters, Prithvi Shaw and Sarfaraz Khan की हमारी physique कैसी है. That's a very poor excuse. आपकी physique के लिए भी fitness होती है.
Exactly.
Go and do it.
Yeah. It's all about intent. It's all about your
look at
passion for the
someone
game
like
and how you
Rishabh
want to
Khanna,
play
who
it.
is-
Yeah, उनकी
Such
physique
an unfortunate
No,
accident
his
उसके
physique is not
बाद
that
he-
great either.
नहीं, that is
But
what I'm
he
saying,
is
but
fit
yeah,
for his physique.
He's trying to motivate himself and get back
Even
on
before
track.
the accident, his physique, he's also a stocky guy, but he's quite fit for his stocky
For his- yeah.
figure.
Yeah.
So
And the
which
way
is-
today
keeping
he
in a
showed
test
up for
match.
the auction is
That's
again
different. That's
a
different.
motivation.
Yeah.
So
For me,
For
it's very
positive.
simple. If Ricky Ponting is telling you, mate, you're not good enough to field 20 overs for us,
That's
उससे
something huge.
उससे बड़ा inspiration कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता है यार.
That's right.
And he spent the entire last season as an impact player, and I thought that was really embarrassing.
Yeah.
It was a fag end of the.
And if it's a
edition when he got
challenge
50.
being out there for 20 overs, I don't know which other format is even meant for you. So you really don't belong
Yeah.
in the game.
That's right.
10 ओवर तो हम भी फील्डिंग कर सकते हैं on the trot.
मैं 20 भी कर सकता हूँ.
हो गया. Next.
आप ज़्यादा fit.
Next question.
Let's shift our focus.
Next question.
Let's shift our focus to the players who have been sold in this IPL
I'm just talking
auction.
about myself. 10 overs.
हो गया.
Let's shift our focus. to
अभी
the
तो जेमी नहीं है. I'm missing J. They must be Jimmy. हाँ, मैं तो 4 ओवर भी डाल सकता हूँ. अभी
Jamie
उसका
won man of the match a couple of
हाँ,
days
देख
back.
लो भाई.
I
चलो.
saw that.
Jamie is not here, but he's here to boast for it.
Okay, so right now I'm looking at some of the answers that Shah Rukh Khan gave after he got sold to Gujarat Titans. Now he has asked that what will be your role with Gujarat Titans since Hardik Pandya is not there in the team. He said that I'm gonna bat for sure at number 6 or 7 position, and I've also batted at number 4 in tournaments in Chennai, so I'm definitely going to bat there. Now this definitely and for sure has got my attention. Sahil, what do you think?
I think
Sir,
that
I'll just interrupt. I'm surprised he's not talking about his bowling. You can carry on.
I won't ball. His bowling has been the talk of the town more than his batting now. Shahrukh Khan,
Shahrukh
he
Khan.
was phenomenal in the TNPL with
Yeah.
the ball and
19
leadership
wickets.
skill. But my problem with Shahrukh Khan batting at 6 and
TNPL.
7 is you're not giving enough deliveries to someone like a Rahul Tewatia. He badly needs
That's right.
game time.
But we are assuming कि Tewatia bats lower than him. No, he's going to bat ahead of Shahrukh Khan.
But where
Where
5
will
is
you-
Miller.
5 is Miller.
Six
yeah.
is Tewatia, no? No, but see, we are assuming 5
No,
is.
that's what. If he's saying 6, 7.
No. He can say he's not the captain or the coach. Now he's not speaking
No, but
for
that's
Nehra.
what I'm saying. I just
But
want
my point
Rahul
is,
Tewatia to be batting 6.
if Hardik is not there, ठीक है, अभी आप अगर 1 मिनट के लिए आप गिनाओ अगर उनका लाइनअप, you have Sai Sudarshan and Shubman Gill opening.
Yeah.
Then you have Kane Williamson at 3. At number 4, you could have Miller.
Yeah.
Then at 5, you could have Tewatia. 6, you could have Matthew Wade. And 7, you have Shahrukh Khan.
5.
But why would
Wade.
you have Miller at 4? I mean,
5
Why
Wade.
not?
No, you can go
Why
with
not?
Wade for 4.
Wade for
Miller
4,
at
yeah.
5.
Miller at 5, Shahrukh at
I don't know. I mean,
Tewatia at 6.
No, but
and-
here Shah Rukh is also saying that he has batted at number 4. So if
Why not
Shahrukh
get-
Khan batted.
why not get Tewatia? Why not get Tewatia a little bit up the order?
No, he can. He was
He
brilliant.
can be up the
He
order.
was brilliant
Yeah.
for Haryana.
See, I'm saying कि there is an opportunity here.
Yeah.
अब हार्दिक अगर नहीं है तो there's like I immediately said that Sudarshan opens the innings.
Yeah.
ठीक है, एक तरफ शुभमन एक तरफ सुदर्शन. So there's a lot. अभी तो हमने वृद्धिमान साहा को नहीं काउंट किया है.
हाँ, वो नहीं खेलेगा.
हाँ, but if
अगर
depends ना.
विलियमसन अगर आपको रखना है तो आपको मतलब I don't see Riddhiman playing now. You bat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Sudarshan.
just saying. See, the thing is, the fact that they have not gone for any big buys. I mean, they've not gotten any big buys in that sense. Their entire squad is going to be used. Some matches Riddhi is going to play. Some matches Wade is going to play.
Yeah.
No, because
आपको
I
वो
think-
भरपाई करने के लिए, हार्दिक की भरपाई करने के लिए आपको permutation combination लगानी
हाँ,
पड़ेगी.
बिठाना पड़ेगा.
And it's not going to be a surprise if Miller moves up a spot, Rahul Tewatia moves up a spot. That is
Yeah.
very much possible.
Yeah.
GT is going to have either a very good time or a very bad time.
or a very clueless campaign.
Yeah, that's what, a very bad time. In between
Very
नहीं होने
clueless.
वाला है
हाँ,
कि
extreme होगा.
करते 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 फोर्थ फिनिश हो गए, वो नहीं होगा. या एक एक्सट्रीम होगा या दूसरा एक्सट्रीम होगा. जो अच्छा वाला एक्सट्रीम है उसके चांसेस मुझे कम लगते हैं क्योंकि आशीष नेहरा इज नॉट ऑन द फील्ड. ही कैन ओनली डू सो मच एज अ कोच. I think it's
haven't
going to
seen
be
Shubman
we have seen the
leading
good
the side.
extreme. I think now we are going to see the bad extreme for Gujarat.
Yeah, that's right, because as we're talking about the players, it also becomes important, what the player and what the team is thinking about. And it'll depend from match to match, right? IPL is a big tournament. It's a long tournament. So it'll actually make sense at the day of the match that which player should bat at which spot for the given match. Let's also have a look at what, RCB has to say about Alzarri Joseph. Now, a little while back, Chetan was talking about, why they're going after the fast bowlers and why Alzarri Joseph and all of that. Soumya, RCB are quite clear because we know that what kind of a relationship you have as a fan with the RCB. RCB are quite clear, when it comes to Alzarri Joseph. They said that we're looking at a death bowler. We have Alzarri Joseph as a death bowler, and they said that our captain is fan of Alzarri, so that's that. We got him in.
कौन सा ऐसा एडिशन है जहां आरसीबी अपने माइंड में क्लियर नहीं होती विद द स्क्वाड? आई मीन ठीक है, आपने अल्जारी जोसेफ को लिया है अगेन, बट अगेन देन यू हैव स्पेंट अ लॉट ऑफ मनी ऑन यश दयाल. अगर आपके वो प्लान्स में था तो यू कुड हैव स्टॉप्ड और picked up someone else.
So again,
I'm not understanding why are they not investing money on young uncapped players. GT has done that.
Yeah.
जब उनका टाइम है, GT did that.
यश दयाल के साथ वही तो किया.
But again, no, आईपीएल का एक्सपीरियंस है ना, एंड आईपीएल का एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा नहीं है पिछले साल का. दैट इज व्हाट आई एम सेइंग.
कब का अच्छा
था एक्चुअली?
वो 2016 बोल देगा अभी आपको, फिर क्या करोगे?
20 ऐसे 3 फाइनल बोले मैंने.
It's coming back. What is coming back?
2016, no chance now.
एक आरसीबी फैन इधर, एक आरसीबी फैन इधर. Anyway, my point is this: CPL में FAF has seen probably Alzarri Joseph. But CPL conditions are different.
That is exactly. Yeah. That is the point.
Exactly why I don't buy the Roman Powell bid.
Yeah, even I don't.
I don't buy it. I mean, I saw him.
With all due respect to what Grabs once said.
Kotla, but he was struggling. He wasn't reading the Googlies.
No, I'll come to Roman Powell, but my point is कि आपने CPL में देखा है. Half of the CPL matches happen in daytime now to suit the Indian market.
Of
course.
The conditions वगैरह
how totally different. Yeah, it's totally different. अच्छा, Roman Powell की जहाँ तक बात है, कोटला में एक मिनट के लिए okay, maybe he's struggling a bit, ठीक है, but Jaipur में
Yeah.
the pitches are a little harder
Hmm.
and a little faster and they come onto the bat. Sahil?
Yeah.
Savai pe, Savai Stadium pe.
Savai, high scoring.
So it's a little different from Kotla.
Yeah.
So that could play in favor of Rovman Powell. But I still believe it is because he's the captain of Barbados Royals. That's the connect that they were like, okay, you know what? We are going to get you. They saw something in the CPL. They think that it will work in the IPL. It hasn't worked so far. So let's see kya hota hai.
Yeah, let's just see. And now let's talk about the main players who've been sold in this IPL auction. Well, this is a wrap up of the IPL auction so far, and we'll start up with the costliest player in the history of IPL. That's Mitchell Starc. Actually, Mitchell Starc is one kind of a player that everybody was looking forward to, but another player who each and every person was looking forward to was Pat Cummins. And these two players are the ones who have crossed that 20 crore mark for the very first time in IPL. Now, Mitchell Starc and Pat Cummins, are you looking forward to them as the biggest players in this IPL, Sahil?
I don't know. I'm not really sure how the returns would be from them. Pat Cummins hasn't had a good experience when it comes to playing in the IPL. 15.25 crores, I think, was his last bid with Kolkata Knight Riders. He was given a big role there, a role which I haven't come to terms with till date, what the role actually was. They wanted him to be an all-rounder. They wanted him to be a power play bowler, a death bowler, but he ended up leaking runs for fun. The wickets weren't there. I think it didn't even enter double digits right through the season, and only one impact knock came with the bat.
Yeah.
That was it. That was the IPL season for Kolkata Knight Riders, and there was no dearth of opportunities there. So how different is that his current campaign is going to be? It's going to be very interesting. With Starc, there is one thing for sure. He has pace, he has the angle, he has the movement. So with him, you can like be sure in your head that he is going to give you wickets up front. He's going to give you control in the final few overs.
Yeah.
But with Pat Cummins, you know what he did in the 50-over format on a wicket in Ahmedabad, where everything was kind of in favor of him, the way he kind of read conditions so well and adapted to them. But in T20s, under lights, bowling with a wet ball, how Pat Cummins is going to fare, I don't know. I'm not really sure with the price tag which they've gone ahead with, but he's a leadership option. So that kind of works in his favor. That is something which Sunrisers Hyderabad desperately want right now, because Aiden Markram, he's a good leader, fantastic leader, has been SAT20, I think he was the captain when they won.
Yeah.
Has been good there with the South African team too. You know, he has been part of that leadership group for quite some time now. But, you know, being a leader in the SRH think tank group is a completely different ball game. And that's where I think they need that very un-Aussie character to be kind of fending off the pressure which comes along being
And
SRH captain.
last edition also, we could sense that, you know, that there was no clarity with Aiden Markram.
There was
when
no
he
clarity.
leading.
Markram had no clue whatsoever.
Exactly.
Let's just spit out facts. He had no clue what was happening with Umran Malik. He had no clue what was happening with Washington Sundar's replacement, if any. And that was as clueless as an IPL captain could be. And he said at the toss, I don't know what's happening with Umran.
So one of the things about
Go on.
one of the things about getting a player of the caliber of Pat Cummins, is that it helps you if you're a franchise looking to restructure and reorganize, and you're looking to put in a brand new ecosystem in place. Obviously nothing is going to happen overnight, right? It's a process.
Yeah.
So when you have a guy of that caliber, the Australian national captain, been there, done that, kind of knows what it means to kind of succeed at that level, has seen his share of ups and downs with the national team, has seen his share of controversies, what happens in dressing rooms, what obviously there can be disagreements at times. You've seen success together, you've seen failure together. So that kind of experience, when it's back in your ecosystem and that kind of an experience arrives, it allows you to gain a perspective. Imagine, I'm paying Pat Cummins 20 crore, not just to lead my side this season, but also to understand what exactly is Australia thinking. Where exactly is Australian cricket heading? So that allows me to get a global understanding of where cricket is headed, modern day cricket is headed. Who better than a World Cup winning captain right now coming, freshly baked World Cup winning captain coming into your ecosystem? That is allowing me to study, to educate myself, to learn. So this is right up there. So there are lessons to be learned, of course, on the field by virtue of what he brings to the table, which again is not a bad option at all. Like, you know, imagine, look at it this way. Maybe a Pat Cummins for the same 15 odd crore,
Yeah.
you know, as a captain, bowler, and someone who can bat, and then the extra 5 crore for someone who, by virtue of who he is, brings to my ecosystem, allows me to learn. Let's see how long I can benefit from it, and then of course I'm good to go up, you know, take the next step out.
No, right.
It's not a bad thing if you
right,
look at it that way.
If it kind of
I have two things
is
to
a
say here.
long-term vision in place, I
Yeah.
think then it makes sense.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if it's a short-term
Although
thing just
with
for
that
one season,
franchise, you know, then you begin to doubt.
yeah, that's what. Like,
But
So
then
that's why.
But
So
again,
I have
that's
2
a
points here.
lot of amount. Okay,
no.
I agree
But
to
they
what you're
must be
saying,
looking
Srini,
for
but that's a
somebody to
huge,
captain
huge
the
amount.
side
Well,
as well. You know,
like,
SRH have
so-
tried a lot of
But,
players.
So I have 2 points here. Regarding the captaincy thing, I'm not
Hmm.
very convinced that they will just straight away hand the captaincy to Pat
Okay.
Cummins.
Yeah.
Uska reason एक ये है कि there's a lot of workload management to be done over there.
Mhm.
Pat Cummins, आप चाहोगे कि जिस प्लेयर पे आप 20 करोड़ खर्च कर रहे हो वो आके आपके लिए खेले. But at the same time, we have known, when we've seen, the Aussies are reluctant when it comes to it. The day there is an Ashes series, Pat Cummins will say, okay, you know what, I'm skipping the IPL. क्या आप एक ऐसे player को captain बनाओगे? You know, when he's going to skip the IPL because the Ashes is there immediately after the IPL. ठीक है? So that just takes away the point of making him the captain. So I'm not saying they won't make him captain. I'm just saying that I'm not convinced that they will make Pat Cummins captain immediately. He has to be there. He has to be in the ecosystem of SRH and, you know, just see what is happening there and tell them, okay, you know what, I want to be captain here. I want to be a part of this ecosystem for long.
Yeah.
ये ना हो कि पहली एशेज आई और आपने बोला कि मैं नहीं खेल रहा.
But for that,
That happens. That happens. Before we move ahead, just second point with Aiden Markram, and I'll defend him. Why? Because I've seen him as a 16-year-old kid. I've known Aiden Markram since he was 16, and I've seen him as a 16-year-old kid. And I knew the day I saw him playing a junior league cricket in India, in Dehradun, I was covering that tournament, and I knew he would play for South Africa and he would captain South Africa one day.
Red Bull campus cricket.
Yes. 2015 या 2016 की बात है, तब से मैं जानता हूँ एडन मार्करम को. And it was unfair the way SRH handled their team. We know what is happening in the backdrop. उसमें आप किसी से भी कैप्टनसी करवा लो, होना वही है. वो केन विलियमसन के साथ हुआ, वो डेविड वार्नर के साथ हुआ. तो who is Aiden Markram? He's still growing. He's not even as established as Warner and Williamson. Yes, he's not able to exert himself. I think he's becoming that player now. With South Africa, we are seeing a very, very different Aiden Markram. I am seeing the Aiden Markram that I always wanted to see with South Africa. But एक team के साथ, you need that kind of atmosphere. You need to grow with an IPL franchise. So that did not happen. So I think that's unfair to judge him for what happened with SRH.
If we look at Sunrisers Hyderabad and Kolkata Knight Riders, they have invested huge sum of money, you know, obviously respectively in Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc. So they must be having some sort of plan in their mind. Because if you look at Starc, you know, his return to IPL auction after 8 years, you know, he last played in 2015. He's come back again. And then you have invested 24.75 crores. That must be with a plan. You can't be putting in a lot of money just for the sake of it, right? Same with Pat Cummins also. Now we'll come back to
in
it.
terms of captaincy is all I meant. They want them to play, but Pat Cummins, let him play for a year, and if he says कि okay, I'm willing to commit long term, आपका कैप्टन ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है कि 3 में से 1 साल ना खेले, Ashes के लिए prepare करने चला जाए. That is not how it's going to work. Srini ने आपको बार-बार बताया है, it's high stakes over there. You can't have your captain just running off and say कि okay, I'm going to take a break this season. So I'm still not sold over the Pat Cummins captaincy thing, but let's wait and watch.
Yeah, well, let's wait and watch. Only time will tell. Only the upcoming IPL season will tell us what these players will have to offer to their respective teams. But one player who caught everyone's eye in this auction was Daryl Mitchell. We hadn't have a word, Soumya, about Daryl Mitchell in this live. You are here for the first time talking about him. Also, alongside this, the auction has begun again. So we'll be talking about that. But quickly, a word around Daryl Mitchell.
So I have been a very, very big fan of him because I just feel, you know, he's someone who can get himself settled at any position. किसी भी नंबर पे उसको 3, 4, 5, 6 पे आप खिला सकते हो. You know, gets into the groove of the situation very quickly. Is very responsible. We have seen that in World Cup. A handy bowler too. 2 या 3 ओवर पे डलवा ही दोगे आप उससे, and you know the way he's, the kind of form he is in. I mean that's just impressive. So 10 on 10 to the franchise and to the team management.
Absolutely. Kudos to Chennai Super Kings. They've always been after New Zealand players, and in this auction as well, they got in Daryl Mitchell and Rachin Ravindra. It's a good time for Chennai Super Kings. Let's see what they'll do in this upcoming IPL season. But for now, let's switch to IPL auction once again. Now, next up, we have Rassi van der Dusen. Again, a really interesting name with base
Before
price
that,
of 2 crore.
Ashton Turner has been sold for 1 CR. 2?
And I think
to,
Shane
LSG.
and
Shane
Rutherford.
Shane, yeah.
Rutherford to KKR for 1.5.
Yeah.
Van Dusen.
We'll
I will
quickly
see
tell
what this
this.
boy does.
ये बहुत जल्दी जाएगा.
Yes. Finn Allen unsold, Colin Munro unsold, Rutherford to KKR for 1.5 crore, and
Van der Dusen last
then
played for
Turner
RR,
gets an IPL bid
Yeah,
with
RR.
Yes.
LSG.
This one is unsold.
LSG got
LSG got Ashton Turner.
Ashton Turner.
who got Sharfin Rutherford? Nobody.
KKR,
KKR.
Kolkata
1.5.
Knight Riders, and Rassi van der Dusen went unsold.
Van der Dusen unsold. Okay. Yeah.
This is going to be fun, you know, a quick round, and it'll tell us what the teams are thinking.
KS Ahmed, leg spinner.
Now we have Case Ahmed
Case
at base
Ahmed.
price of
Sahil,
50
a quick
lakh.
word on him.
I'm just looking for one.
Afghanistan all-rounder है.
23. Afghanistan all-rounder.
I guess he's been playing age group cricket for Afghanistan in Afghanistan and have been performing across formats.
Unsold.
Michael
Ah.
Bracewell.
This
Has to be. Somebody has to go for it.
Bracewell's here
Yeah.
for the bidding.
Mumbai. Just go for him.
Quickly, Mumbai. Sahil?
Mumbai. RCB.
RCB.
Unsold RCB Mumbai. Srini?
No, if someone has to
Unsold?
go, then
okay, so
then
we
RCB.
have three. We have three things. Unsold RCB Mumbai. Let's see what happens here.
Unsold.
Looks like unsold.
Looks like unsold.
इनका fitness
At
issues
base price
है.
of 1 crore, right now we have Michael Bracewell,
He's a fantastic player. But the problem is
but
एक-
unsold
play
in
him.
this
Yeah.
auction.
1 CR base price,
Base price,
32
yeah.
years old.
This is like
No.
fag end
For
of
one-
accelerated auction.
For 1
Tom
year
Curran.
for 1 year contract 1 crore is nothing.
Tom Curran.
Now
Base
has
price
Tom
is
Curran.
1.5.
He's an off spin. No, I'm not talking about Tom Curran. I'm
Yeah.
talking about Bracewell. He's a
Bracewell.
part-time off spinner.
Yeah.
Long time ago, he used to
RCB.
keep wickets, and he's a clutch batsman like
RCB
Daryl Mitchell.
are bidding
Why-
for
why-
Tom
why
Curran.
do
RCB are
RCB
bidding
want
for
Tom
Tom
Curran?
Curran. He's at base price of 1.5 crore.
He's a bowler, right? He's
Yeah.
a
fast
कहाँ
bowler.
गिराएंगे इसको? कहाँ
Fast
गिराएंगे?
bowler.
मुझसे क्या पूछ रहे हैं?
4 ओवरसीज है
मुझे पता होता तो मैं यहाँ थोड़े बैठा होता. मैं वहाँ बैठा होता.
Good backup for Akashdeep.
दो तीन
Perfect backup for Akashdeep.
2-3 IPL की ट्रॉफीज भी होती मेरे
ना
पास.
Tom Curran.
नहीं आरसीबी के लिए 2-3 आईपीएल की ट्रॉफीज भी जीत ली होती मैंने अगर मुझे मालूम होता तो.
You would have been leading the
And yes,
franchise.
Tom Curran has been sold to Royal Challengers Bangalore at his base price of 1.5 crores. So this time RCB really need to be close to that trophy, you know, the way they are bidding right now.
With that, they
Unsold.
can't be. James Neeson.
Unsold.
Unsold. Should be unsold. इस base price में 1 CR हट जाना
James
चाहिए
Neesham at base price of 1.50 crore.
New Zealand didn't play him all games in the World Cup also.
No.
Because
Just
they were
play-
rotating him with the क्या कहते हैं? Who were they rotating him with?
Chapman.
Chapman was injured बीच में ना?
Unsold.
And yes,
Unsold.
unsold.
Expected.
No, but Tom Curran is not a bad buy for RCB.
But you don't need
You
him.
you don't see me saying that very often. पूछ तो लो क्यों? They need bowlers, yeah. They need options. It's very simple.
But if you have taken Alzari, then
So you need a backup for your overseas fast bowler, no?
you have reached play already in that. Okay, that's left arm and right arm, but
Yeah. So I mean, they don't have options.
I have not
You
even
never
heard
know
this
what's going. See,
Even I.
Chinnaswamy में you
I've
need
name. Who's
heard-
this guy?
I've
Timo
vaguely
Paul, West
heard-
Indies player, no? Fast bowler है ना ये?
vaguely heard, but I don't know what. it
Fast
is.
bowler है ना?
At
He
base
played for
price of
D-
75.
All rounder,
Like
yeah.
all-rounder.
Fast bowling all rounder.
छोड़ो, unsold चला गया, क्या करना?
No, so आरसीबी में आपको जितने बॉलर सॉरी चिन्नास्वामी में आपको जितने बॉलर मिल जाए कम है. पहले 3 मैच में अल्जारी जोसेफ मार खाएंगे, उसके अगले 3 मैच में रीस टॉपली मार खाएंगे, फिर उसके अगले 3 मैच में मार खाने के लिए कोई चाहिए ना.
बीच में एक में सिराज भी खाई लेंगे.
एक वो तो हर मैच में ही खाते हैं.
there-
उनका 10 का इकोनॉमी है उनका.
There was one game Chinnaswamy,
Smith.
IPL game.
Chinnaswamy is a death
Smith.
is a death knell
So
for
that's what
bowlers.
I'm
Yeah,
saying. So
Chinnaswamy.
Irfan Pathan wasn't doing commentary and he made that fantastic line. I still remember it clearly. जब चिन्ना स्वामी की पिच खोदेंगे तो बहुत गेंदबाज यहाँ दफन मिलेंगे आपको और तब वहाँ मार पड़ रही थी like
No, but which is very actually this is a very big thinking point for RCB. कितने साल हो गए हैं IPL को? 15 साल हो गए हैं,
Yeah.
जिसमें से आपने 12 चलिए 11 साल आपने चिन्ना स्वामी पे खेला है. 11 साल, not once they've changed strategy.
क्यों 11 साल?
एक बार साउथ अफ्रीका गए, एक बार दुबई गए,
अच्छा,
एक बार
वैसा।
मुंबई में खेले, एक बार हाइब्रिड खेले.
अच्छा, अच्छा,
I'm thinking 11, could be 12. I think 11. 11 or 12.
We
11
have
or
David
12.
Willie. David Willie was one name that
That's
Greenspan was
a
quite
very
interested
big
in.
base price. Base
And
price
if he
is
goes
still a
unsold,
base price is still a problem.
if he goes unsold, that will be a huge blow because he retired from international cricket.
Yeah.
Now उनको contract मिला और अगर यहाँ पे भी unsold चलेगा,
Current
what is
bid. No,
going
no,
to
no.
base
no.
price आया है?
Oh, no current, no current.
bid.
Oh, current
Current
bid.
bid,
2 crore पे ले लिया किसी ने.
LSG or what?
Could be.
Mohsin
His base
Khan.
price is 2
Base price
crores.
is too much, yeah.
No, it is not.
Hey,
For an
But I think
accelerated.
I don't get that mindset of English players. Like Swan did explain earlier in the show that there are so many games that they're going to play, so might as well have a bigger base price. But I think that's not how auction dynamics
No,
work.
they don't.
Might as
They
well
don't.
go for a 50 lakh base price
But-
and expect
And-
teams to engage.
Exactly.
But for 2 crores,
And
in
here
an
he has
accelerated
been
auction,
sold to Lucknow Super
Yeah.
Giants.
It's
at
not
his
a bad
base price
deal.
of 2
Yeah.
crores.
it's not a bad deal, yeah. It's
He's a
not
good
bad deal.
backup for Mohsin.
Yeah.
Mohsin Khan,
Mohsin
yeah.
Khan.
Mohsin Khan.
No, so
Shy hope.
Unsold.
I really want
yeah,
him to go
unsold, unsold.
Go
by-
where?
go to any of the franchise.
He can go to the beach. Strike rate of 120 was.
Coming back to
He
the
lives in
point.
Navi
Coming back to the
Mumbai.
point.
He lives in Navi Mumbai.
Navi Mumbai.
Coming back to the point. 11 years they've played at Chinnaswamy. They've not changed tactics once. कि नहीं आने दो टीम को हम 200 बनाएंगे और फिर उनको 200 चेज करते हुए देखेंगे. Change the damn pitch. Change the damn conditions. Make a
Yeah.
spin friendly wicket for once. But they never change anything about it. They're always playing with that same mindset. And until that changes or they change their venue, RCB is not going anywhere.
That's why
It's
result also never
see,
changes.
You also have to understand that beyond
Shrivanta Chamira.
those 2.5, 3 months, they really don't have any say over Chinnaswamy.
Yeah.
That belongs to KSC.
But still, they can say, na, ki don't make these
It's a
pitches.
pain. It's also one of the things. Is also a pain dealing with the state association.
That's what happened with DC at
Best of luck
Kotla
then. Best of
last
luck.
year.
Yeah,
DC
that's
kept
another
scribbing.
thing. That's a very important
That's
thing,
what I was mentioning.
which
When-
nobody
when
wants
we-
to discuss. They literally, by the way, that used to be 50 lakh. Now they get 1 CR from the franchise. What do they do with this money? They're not like they're not being
Best of
accountable.
luck then. I mean, if you're not going to change the pitch conditions, nothing is going to happen.
Dushmanta Chamira is
No, but
also
we all-
unsold.
Chetan, you can't really do much because IPL
So,
starts when a long domestic season
That
ends.
is where
You just have 20 days.
that is where
Yeah,
the
I've seen test pitches
leasing
in,
of the
Bangalore
ground.
But you
From day
know,
one.
it's been so many years for this
Yeah.
IPL tournament. You
And
know the
and
ground.
I
You know
tweeted
that
this,
it doesn't belong to you.
and I
You
tweeted
know the
this last year. A
situations.
lot
You
of
know the
RCB fans
conditions,
agreed
right?
with me.
So
A lot of
you
them.
know things. So at that stage, you really need to do something else. To reach
exactly.
near
Do
to that
something
trophy.
different.
I'm lost 1 second. I didn't
You
understand.
mentioned right that the ground doesn't belong to RCB,
Yeah, of
and
course, it belongs to the
all of
state
those
association.
things, right? So they know about it. They
Of
know
course.
that this is something that's not gonna change.
Of course.
So they can do something with the things that can be changed, right? Or the things that can be made better.
No, you
And-
can't. I'll tell you what. You are paying that money for whatever those 2.5, 3 months of engagement you need during IPL, or you want to host your matches during the IPL home matches. Other than that, you have no say over what the state
No, but-
association
but-
does. One
but-
second, let me complete. You have no say over what the state association
Okay.
does. And there are 1,000 problems I can list out that the franchisees have with the
Okay.
state association.
Okay.
I'll give you an example. You think Mumbai Indians can't spend money on Wankhede Stadium and make it different? There are 100 things I can point out that can be done to make fan engagement better. You think they can't do it? It takes them a matter of months to change the entire complexion. They can't touch it. It is not theirs. It is Mumbai Cricket Association.
Yeah.
Mumbai Cricket Association is about members. Everything you change a brick, you have to get a voter count done. What did the Supreme Court try and do? The Supreme Court was trying to change this system, but again they went there unequipped. But the point is, it was not. Of course, they were ill-equipped to handle it, but the point is, it is not easy to change. You think a Kotla, a Parth Jindal and a Kiran Gandhi, owners of Delhi Capitals,
Yeah.
can't do anything to change the this thing of Kotla, around Kotla or inside Kotla. Of course, they can do a lot, but it's not well within their rights. By the way, there is a flip side to this. They pay good money to the state association year after year after year.
Yeah.
The state association gets paid hosting money from both sides. It gets paid money from the IPL as well as gets paid money from the BCCI. What do you do with this money? Where is the accountability?
Yeah.
These are questions nobody is asking.
Yeah.
At some point, a franchise is going to stand up and say, nonsense. If you want my money, then you give me an idea where my money is going. So questions are not being
These are
asked.
some tough questions that they really need to answer. But before I go to you, Chetan, let me tell everyone that Kylie Jamieson went unsold, and currently Spencer Johnson is up for the bidding, and
They are looking for Starc backup at 80 lakh. If Starc pulls out,
Gujarat Titans and Kolkata Knight Riders are
For a
bidding
second, I just
for
thought
Spencer
RCB
Johnson.
was once again going for Kyle Jamieson.
Malinga hairstyle. Malinga hairstyle.
Good bowler.
No,
Left
but
arm
see,
quick.
the thing is, Shri, I just want to ask, how is it that Chepauk then makes pitches suitable for CSK?
You want the answer? Isn't the answer very obvious?
Obvious. But my point is, there are some state associations which will...
Name another one.
KKR.
What?
They made spin friendly wickets and then they made pace friendly wickets. जब जो उनको जैसा उनका टीम रहता है वैसा उनको विकेट मिलता
अभी
है.
तो उनको यही नहीं पता उनका टीम क्या है.
That's different. That's different. That's KKR's
That was
problem.
at the time of Gautam Gambhir, those 3-4 years that made a difference.
Now
Other
they
than that,
have
I
been
don't
at
see anything
loggerheads. The
KKR has
management
done.
and KKR curator, they have been at
The
loggerheads.
point is, Chennai Super Kings is the only franchise which is an exception. Why? Because the Tamil Nadu Cricket Association and the franchise are so well intertwined in terms of understanding each other, in terms of everything. There is no other franchise which is like, but I can list out a lot of positives also.
Okay.
In terms of each franchise and how they have probably even benefited from the association. But since we are on the subject of, what exactly are state associations doing where the big picture is concerned, I think they are lacking. They are lacking on multiple fronts. I'll say this, 2020, first year of the second year. Second year of the pandemic, the IPL had partially returned to India before it was again shifted abroad. And I was at the Wankhede Stadium watching the game, and one BCCI official was standing next to me. He said, "What do you think of the?" It was an empty ground.
Okay.
They're like, "What do you think?" I was like, "If I give you my honest opinion, you won't talk to me." So he said, "No, tell me. I really want to hear." I said, "This is Mushtaq Ali with a DJ playing there." and you put 4 overseas players on the field, and one DJ is playing some Bollywood songs. If you stop both these, what is the difference between Mushtaq Ali and IPL? There's no difference. This is not a world class tournament. There is so much to do. If you have not watched sport outside the country, I'm sorry. If you have not watched football in Europe, in UK, you've not watched NBA, you've not watched NFL. It's like मेरी कुएं के अंदर मैं बैठा हूँ, मुझे सब कुछ अच्छा लग रहा है, मैं तो world class tournament चला रहा हूँ. It doesn't work like that. You are not world class. You have a long way to go.
Yeah.
It's a fact. I mean, people may not
reality,
like it, but
in the meantime, that's reality. But right now, let's have a look at Spencer Johnson. 8 crore mark has been touched. Actually crossed. The 8 crore mark has been crossed for Spencer Johnson. Gujarat Titans and Delhi
Mr.
Capitals.
Malhotra. Kindly entire light.
Left arm fast. I just thought of him as a backup for Mitchell Starc when they were going,
half price में ले रहे हैं
but
ना
on,
उसे?
Then you
no,
have
on Twitter
Gujarat
I've been
Titans in
reading
these.
that people were gunning for him. Like in Australia, the Australian media rate him very highly.
But why these two teams are going after him? Now, do they
DC
need Spencer Johnson?
DC probably yes, because ever since they let go of Mustafizur Rahman, the only left arm seamer, they let go of Mustafizur Rahman and Chetan Sakaria. They only have Khalil Ahmed, who I'm not sure about because he has been like really wavered last 12 months. So probably they need one good out and out good bowler.
And जैसा पहले मैंने कहा था कि they still haven't figured out a partner for Nokia. That's what they're probably trying. I'm hoping that's what they're trying.
And Nokia without Rabada has been half the bowler he was.
Yeah.
There has been a clear difference.
So ये मैंने पहले भी explain किया था. So I'm hoping that's what they're doing and not just upping the price for Gujarat.
So technically they only have one spinner in Akshar Patel and part-time spin of Lalit Yadav.
Kuldeep.
DC.
Kuldeep.
Kuldeep.
No, but he's a pacer.
My bad. No, I'm just thinking the squad composition.
So who can be the four foreign players? Warner,
Mitchell
No, Mitchell Marsh, Nokia,
Harry Brook,
Harry Brook.
Harry.
And
Nokia, and
sometimes
Spencer Johnson.
no, Harry Brook पे depend करेगा ना यार कि is Rishabh Pant coming back? What is the composition of their?
They have
middle
also
order?
picked up Kumar Kushal, and for
It
a
is
very
actually-
hefty price.
Yeah.
So
7.2 crores.
Yeah.
He's a keeper.
10
batsman.
crores. 10 crores. For
10 crores
Spencer
bid
Johnson.
for Spencer Johnson.
I think Gujarat will go for him because they have a lot of money, and they need somebody.
Both the
to-
teams have a lot of money. Obviously,
But
in comparison,
logically,
Gujarat
DC
have
needs
higher
him more.
amount of money than
Gujarat
DC.
have more money.
Yeah, they have more money.
But yes, DC needs
him more
because GT already have Joshua Little also.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he did a reasonable
Decent
job.
Yeah, he's a good ball.
But you need backup, and I think DC have pulled out. DC have pulled out.
Yep.
Yeah. हम चाहते हैं कि गुजरात 10
Weren't you
crore खर्च करे.
expecting this, Chetan?
Yeah. I have
Spencer Johnson?
10 crores.
10
I have
crores.
no idea who he is.
Same.
Left arm pacer. From
Left arm
Australia.
pacer, that's all I know. Adelaide born, 28-year-old. That's what Google
Maybe
told me.
if he'll
immediately.
register his
28-year-old,
name in everyone's
28-year-old.
book this IPL season, maybe in the next
Maybe.
IPL
They've
season,
got
we'll
him.
be talking about him.
They've got him.
And yes, Spencer Johnson has been sold to
So-
Gujarat Titans for 10 crores.
Now
So
we have to
replacement
watch.
of Yash there?
No, Mitchell's का. Mitchell's
No,
का.
no.
अरे left arm pacer no. So
He's
now
gone
we
to
have to
GT.
see. Now we have to see कि 24 करोड़ के Starc काम करेंगे या 10
Yeah,
करोड़ का.
that's
Spencer Johnson.
But he's gone to Gujarat Titans, right?
Well, this is interesting, Sahil, that how teams plan and then they invest money very, logically.
Taimal Mills. I hope he's unsold.
This part of
With
the
that
auction
base
is
price, he should be
is
unsold.
one
overrated.
part where you
1.5
kind
crore,
of
very overrated.
get a sense of
His
teams
time
flexing
is
their
gone.
auction purse muscle.
Huh.
Because right now GT
He
and
played on ODI against India
DC
this
both
year,
have that
in
purse
the-
to kind of exercise that domination on the table.
He-
And that is what you are going to look
Spencer Johnson.
from teams who actually need certain set
Yeah,
of
he did
players.
for before the World
Yeah,
Cup.
and this is where business part of
जब वो
IPL
इंदौर
comes
में
in. You
बहुत
really
खराब
need
पिटाई
to
हुआ
put
था.
in
He
good
was the bowler who got hit for
business
some runs.
skills there,
Correct.
He
to
was the one
buy
who got hit
players
for
and to
some
buy
runs.
players
Yeah,
at a
he-
cost
yeah,
that
yeah, on
will
debut.
be very effective
Yeah.
for your team.
He's the one.
Correct.
who-
Spencer
Because
Johnson got
the-
hit for most runs on
most
debut.
runs in
ODI debut.
ODI debut.
इंदौर
That
में.
was a record, no?
Okay.
I guess.
And that fetches you 10 crores.
So, इससे बड़ा example है 5 sixes and you fetch 5 crores and so
Who
against
wants
someone
Adam
who is
Milner now?
You win a World Cup, you get 20 crores.
The economy
that's
says
still
RCB.
reasonable.
Adam Milner.
Adam Milner.
RCB 9.47.
Unsold.
नहीं. It would be a good buy for
Should
RCB.
be unsold.
He would be a good buy for RCB.
The base price is 1 crore.
Very good
So-
buy. Unsold.
बोला मैंने unsold.
Yeah.
No, but he would. I don't know. 1 crore pe he would have been a decent buy for somebody who needs a overseas pick. But RCB at this moment, do they need another overseas pick that they can't
exactly.
pick? I don't know. Lance Morris.
Lance
इनका
Morris.
बहुत नाम चला था.
Yeah.
कल शाम को हम जब preview कर रहे थे.
Yeah.
Another of those bowlers who gets that nice bounce, has a good
Yeah.
performance in the Big Bash.
There's a lot of chatter in the Punjab Kings side.
Punjab already has fast bowlers. Harshal
Unsold?
Patel, Rabada, Arshdeep Singh.
No one's looking
Nathan
quite
Ellis.
in-
Unsold.
unsold.
सारी auction यही होनी चाहिए. Accelerated.
Mustafizur.
Unsold.
Massive base price.
2
Who
crores.
was his agent was?
2
Who
crores.
has recommended him
my
a 2 crore
God.
base
Oh, there's a
price?
bid.
There's a bid.
CSK.
And
Chennai
CSK.
Super
CSK.
Kings.
CSK. Left arm pacer.
Mukesh
Leaving
Chaudhary
Akash Singh and getting Mustafizur.
Mustafizur, now Dhoni will turn his career
around.
and Mustafizur Rahman will become the next big story.
But then Chennai Super Kings have only 3.20 crore with them.
So they have 2 crores
So,
for base price.
yeah.
don't need
So they
to-
might take it. Yeah, they have.
Two
They
crores
have
base
taken
price.
him for 2 crores.
See, I had said that they'll go for Josh Hazelwood, but Josh Hazelwood ka availability ka issue hai,
Yeah.
right? So
Hmm.
from that aspect,
Chennai
they
में
need,
totally different bowler. no?
yeah, but you still need you need an overseas fast bowler. That's what I'm saying. They're not going to play him every match.
Yeah.
वैसे ही ठीक है?
Yeah.
So those 7 matches also, if he can play 4, that's good enough.
Yeah.
He's
So
an
the
option.
maximum
He's an
purse
option.
is with Delhi Capitals now,
Jared Richardson
13.15.
has a pick.
90 lakhs किसका बचा है?
That's of Rajasthan Royals.
They don't need to do anything.
Why are they Delhi bidding for Jai Richardson, boss? Kotla में खेलना है.
No, he's a.
But they are
He
different
can be-
bowlers when they play in a different
Yeah,
jersey.
I know. But RCB is also going for
Kyle
him.
Jamieson is the biggest
he's-
example of that, right?
RCB is
No,
also
no, but-
going after Jay Richardson.
I mean, Chinna Swami पे तो मत ही judge करो ना. But my point is, Jai Richardson can be very controlling on his
Yeah,
day.
has good slower ones also.
He has very good variations as well. So for Delhi, I can understand. RCB, I don't. RCB, I don't.
And there's a bidding war between the two.
Yeah.
दिल्ली कैपिटल्स तो आज मेरे को वो बॉर्डर का सुनील शेट्टी का याद आया देख के. वो एमएमजी संभालते हैं ना, हर चीज में बिडिंग वॉर हुआ है इनका.
तो यही करता है.
पैडल
That's been
छोड़ा
the
ही
trend with
नहीं.
Delhi
They've
Capitals.
like
They always
changed.
do so.
They probably have changed 4 paddle raisers. Kiran Gandhi, Mr. Gandhi was doing it once. Rishabh Pant had it. Ponting had it.
Everybody is having a good time
Yeah.
raising that.
I mean, he was unsold, right?
Huh.
So he's come back. Accelerated.
Wow. Imagine being unsold and coming back and then touching 5 lakh going forward.
No, because
5 crore.
the thing is कि उस time पे, if you, for example, if you can get a Mitchell Starc, why would you want a Jai
Yeah.
Richardson? So they were preserving money for that, but they didn't get Mitchell Starc. They were trying to spoil Mumbai's party, but उनकी खुद की party भी spoil हो गई. So now they're coming back for Jai Richardson. So I guess from
Praveen Amre has survived
what happened?
from that support staff thing.
Seems Delhi Capitals will take in Jay Richardson. Yes, RCB are out.
RCB are out.
Yep.
So
RCB
Delhi
again
will
big out,
Delhi
yeah.
will get a
Delhi
bowler.
will get Richardson.
I don't know what he heard.
Yes, so Richardson has been sold to Delhi Capitals for 5 crores. It'll be interesting to see who's the next player in the accelerated auction.
Rishabh Pant is.
No one to say. Well, this is an interesting round, you know, the accelerated round, because players come in, they go up fast, and we've seen some really good buys as of now. Especially, we were talking about Jay Richardson. He's been sold to Delhi Capitals for 5 crores. This is something very interesting. And we talk about Spencer Johnson. Yeah, we have first bid for Nuwan Thusara.
fact,
Nuwan
second.
Thusara, base price of 50 lakh,
50
and the
lakhs.
bids going
RCB
between
and KKR.
RCB and KKR. Yes. Spencer Johnson got a really good deal, you know, of 10 crores. And so did Jay Richardson as well. Right now, we're looking at Nuwan Thusara. Current bid is of 85 lakhs, and the bidding war is between RCB and Kolkata Knight Riders. So, I mean, Kolkata Knight Riders had the maximum slots before this IPL auction. You know, they really need to fill in. They really need to change the whole dimension of their squad. They have already did so by getting one big player. They've gotten stuck. But right now, what must be their strategy?
You know, get players who can just make up the combination.
Mm.
Because, you know, coming before the auction as well, they had the players, right? You know, Shreyas will be leading the side, Nitish is there, Venki is there, Gurbaz is there. So they had certain players. Also, you can't really rule out someone like a Russell and Sunil Narayan out
Mumbai
there.
Indians have also entered in this bidding war. Nuwan Thusara.
Fast bowler. RCB is there.
RCB is there. Mumbai Indians are there. And
And now
Kolkata
there's a
Knight
bidding
Riders
war.
have backed out, I believe.
KKR have backed out.
Yeah, KKR
KKR
have.
have backed out.
Mumbai Indians are looking quite interested in Nuwan Thusara. Oh, that's something interesting, isn't it?
That's again very huge amount, Sahil.
Fast bowlers
For fast bowlers.
demand, boss.
Demand, yeah.
Sahil
Clearly.
said that from the first go, you know, that you keep your eyes on all the fast bowlers. They'll be the ones who will be taking in a lot of money in this IPL auction. Yes, the two have crossed the 20 crore mark. And right now we are seeing at one who has also crossed the 4.50
Barring Kushagra,
crore.
I don't think so. There's any Anyone else who's crossed 5 CR mark apart from the
RCB out.
bowlers?
Samir Rizvi,
Samir Rizvi.
Samir Rizvi.
Daryl Mitchell,
Samir Rizvi, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Robin Powell.
A fun chatter going between RCB and Mumbai Indians. Must be talking about the strategy to go ahead. Or are they making up a deal just before putting up that paddle?
Mumbai have got him.
Mumbai.
got him.
Oh.
4.8 crore.
Seems like the conversation worked, isn't it, Chetan?
I mean, maybe they were asking them कि अगर if आपको pull out ही करना था तो इतना ऊंचा क्यों कर दिया price? I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe that happens a lot. With
But I
MI.
think
Doesn't
all
it?
the teams should discuss that with Delhi Capitals after the auction.
I know, right? But this was RCB and.
जरूरी नहीं है चेतन भाई ऐसा हुआ.
Oh, that's interesting. But yes, Mumbai Indians got Nuwan Tushara, and now we have Sandeep Warrior at base price of 50 lakhs.
Not a bad choice for a backup
For a
seamer.
RCB are discussing something.
78 lakhs for him, Sahil?
Unsold.
And unsold.
Wasn't a bad choice. Brings the ball back in. Good bowler. But the problem again was the base price because he's no longer an uncapped player. He played for India during that.
Yeah, during
series
COVID Sri Lanka series, right?
under
During the
Shikhar
COVID.
Dhawan. Yeah.
Shikhar Dhawan, yeah.
I haven't seen much of Luke.
When we had a problem of making an 11 eventually.
You would.
They could
Doesn't
have
seem that
taken,
any team is
RCB
interested
could have
in
taken
him.
him for 50-60 lakhs.
Yeah, they should have.
Handy bowler. Swastik Chigara.
Should get a bit. Another
Swastik Chikara.
UP T20 product.
Okay.
Opening batsman. Hits the ball long.
Is that base price of 20 lakhs?
He attended trials for almost, I think, every franchise this season. Both him and Samir Rizvi. Rizvi, I'm not sure went to all franchises, but majority of them.
Yeah. Unsold.
Unsold. But we'll see more of him in future.
One of the favorites of the young ones.
Yeah, he should have. He should have got a bit.
It's
Ritik
currently the
Ritik.
accelerated round going now, and we're looking at players who have been priced at a much
No, they
lower
always
value and getting
ask you
good
for
deals in
Is
this
round mein they
accelerated
do.
rounds. These
No,
players
usse
were
pehle nahi
unsold in the
aaya. Usse pehle
first
bhi nahi
round, and right now they're again in front of the teams. And now some players have gotten really good deals, and right now we have Ritik Iswaran on our screen at base price of 20 lakhs. Let's see what happens there to this young player.
Yeah, I know.
He's been unsold as well,
all 300
and
players don't come.
some good buys that have happened so far, Sahil, have done really well in the domestic. Do you think that, domestic performances, consistent
Singh.
performances are really
One
important?
name who has been flashing since 8 years now. I hope he gets a bit.
Tell us something about Himmat Singh.
Himmat Singh is favorite to lead Delhi in Ranji Trophy this season.
Okay.
But again, his returns in white ball cricket, except the list A format in T20s, haven't been that great. But he has been attending trials like since 7-8 years now. Almost every franchise he has been going to.
Okay.
Yeah.
But again, unsold in this auction as well.
Delhi के सितारे अभी ठीक नहीं है. लड़कों
He
में.
should have been an Australian.
Who?
He should migrate to Australia. And
Shashank Singh up next.
just a joke. I mean, they're spending 20 crores on Australians. हमारे 20 लाख वालों को भी नहीं मिल रहा है.
ये jealousy आ रही है एक.
नहीं, it's just a
हमारे
point.
वालों को नहीं मिला, बाहर वाले ले गए.
हाँ,
It's
obviously.
like
Obviously.
BCCI का कोई ऑफिस बेयर रिट्रीट होके बोल रहा है.
Obviously.
हमारे पैसा हमारा प्रोडक्ट हमारा पैसा बाहर
No,
वाला
I mean,
लेके जाएगा.
नहीं, if you hear the story, I mean, obviously he's a decent player. Can bowl and
Shashank
bat.
Singh as well?
Yeah, unsold. So
Unsold.
my point is, 20 lakhs is nothing, right? When you're spending 20 crores, and these kids are going to different Sumit Verma.
Sumit Verma
They're
up
going
next.
to like Sahil said, he's been to 7-8 camps. तो किसी ने कुछ
But
नहीं देखा.
then, Chetan,
He's in line to lead Delhi, और किसी franchisee ने कुछ नहीं देखा उनके
Well,
अंदर.
that's the
There's
problem.
a
That's the thing,
different
right? So,
format.
no, I know, but are you telling me
also
there
Sahil,
is
leading Delhi is
No,
a
no,
different story.
no, but I'm saying no, but he's still good enough to be in
Yeah,
the
to be in that
yeah.
league probably.
But my point here is, are there no other red ball players that have been picked up? That's not true, right? So,
but then
my
I feel
point,
that what
I understand it's all market dynamics. I'm just saying, I'm just making a point that 20
Yeah, agree
lakhs
to what
may,
you're saying, yeah.
you know, like we were discussing earlier also, okay, for these players, there needs to be a different category or a different selection system where at least they are part of the system in some way. You know, 20 lakhs is nothing for when you're spending 20 crores.
But Chetan,
So-
I think that is exactly why you have Ranji Trophy and Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy for them.
No,
to
I'm
be
talking
part
about the
of
IPL system.
No, but then
Talking about
IPL can't be a
the same
freebie for players like
no,
these.
the same thing that what Srini said.
You are in the IPL because you have taken that next step. Maybe you were
We're
just
not talking
late for
about playing
domestic
in the
cricket.
IPL.
No,
We're
I'm
talking
not-
about being a part of the franchisee in some manner, part of the club.
But why would
in a
you
way.
carry that big a load?
But Sahil, again, and
That's what we've been discussing, I think there's
But why? The
there
whole
has
idea of
to be.
IPL is to filter out.
Make a point.
Okay, so just look at this.
It's your argument that I'm taking forward.
No, I mean, see, at the end of the day, the franchise has to see merit. If the
Exactly.
franchise is not seeing merit, then there is nothing to be
And
said.
Shrini, ऐसा नहीं है कि uncapped players को
You
पैसे नहीं
become
मिले.
you become
You
part
look at
of the.
Sameer Rizvi, you look
No,
at Kumar
no, I'm
Prasad,
saying
they are getting money.
You become part of the IPL.
You have to see merit. If
Yeah.
there is merit, then continue.
अब ट्रायल में है तो समीर रिजवी 20 से 8.5 करोड़ गया. Umran Malik became Umran Malik
Yeah.
because of the
Because
IPL. only.
even
And I think-
Shah Rukh himself.
Shah Rukh
yeah,
Khan
Shah
himself,
Rukh
yeah.
Khan.
you know what Graham Swan said in the earlier part of this live made a lot of sense. He said that, you know, if team sees spark in a particular player, they'll go after that player. It doesn't matter what base price he's coming at, you know. So they'll definitely go after that player and they'll buy him in. And even if for a matter, you know, they don't get that player, they'll make sure that they raise that paddle for that player so that the other teams get to know that, you know, this player is of some merit and let's have him in our team. So I think
Okay, talking about Australian players only, na, Pat Cummins got 20 crores, Steve Smith is still unsold.
exactly, yes. So that makes a lot of sense that you really need to play well. And that's what Sahil clearly mentioned. You know, that's why domestic matches and domestic tournaments are so important, that you show your talent, you show your hard work there. You do come up with good skills and you don't show those things on field during the domestic tournaments, then it doesn't make sense, right?
Exactly. You know,
Nahi,
No,
there
PK.
this was he was trying to make a flying tackle. He was trying to make a flying tackle. Actually, जो उसने डुबकी
so
मार दी,
exactly.
Yeah.
No,
it's called
we
उसने
just
flying
saw
tackle
someone
मारा,
like a Shubham Dubey.
Yeah.
the
He
defender
got the bid
under
which
it.
he got, but
That's
in
called the
that
dupki.
same Vidarbha squad, you had
So that
players
is a
like
dupki
Karun Nair,
difference.
Dhruv Shore.
That's what I
But
was
there,
marveling at. He's
Karun
like
Nair
flying
has been
tackle
unsold.
मारा, but
Dhruv
the
Shore's
defender
name hasn't popped up yet.
dived in.
Shubham Dubey
And
got a
escaped.
bidder because he scored runs at a strike rate of 190 in the Syed Mushtaq
Yeah.
Ali Trophy. He's 29, but he's serving the purpose for one of the franchise.
He was the highest run getter for Vidarbha.
Yeah, and
Right.
he's scoring runs
Wait,
at
what has
a
happened?
strike rate of 190. So I think
I
that is
think
what
it's over, right?
not
Auction
over.
is
I
over?
think.
No.
No.
No, we have moved on to the next. Auction is over.
It says accelerated auction in progress.
Channel.
Well,
Naman Dheer has been sold to MI again. No, not again. But yes, he's been
Channel.
sold to the MI.
okay, the bidding is going on, and Sumit Verma unsold, as we were earlier talking about him. Harsh Dubey is unsold. Anshul Kamboj to Mumbai Indians at base price of 20 lakh.
Great. He's a good pick.
You
He was a
tell
net
us
ball-
something about Anshul
Yeah, he was
Kamboj.
a net bowler with RCB.
Mhm.
A couple of years back, has been a part of that Red Bull campus cricket, and also gave trials for Rajasthan Royals, and
Okay.
now he's been picked up by Mumbai. And he was a part of that MI trials as well.
Okay.
So now he's
He,
been
he
picked up
was
for
RCB camp. also.
RCB camp. He was a net bowler for RCB and good bowler. Bowls really quick and had a fantastic Vijay Hazare. Picked up 15 odd wickets. Had a good smat as well.
Yeah.
Didn't get to play a lot of games then, but in the Vijay Hazare, because of the combination and everything, he got to play a lot of games and picked up 15 wickets. Had a very good economy and average.
So he and along with him, Sumit Kumar, both of them for Haryana, who have been crowned the champions. So a good pick, a good steal, and I just hope he gets some games because that's the stage now he needs to move on to.
Yeah, but and it's good, that such young
Yeah.
players
He's
do
very young.
win a
He's very
team in
young.
the IPL.
Yeah.
Tanush Kotian has been unsold. The Mumbai spinner.
Yeah, because
is unsold.
he's suspect action also.
Yeah.
No?
Okay.
Yeah, he has that action problem. Mumbai off spinner. For a long time, he has been like repeatedly called out
In
for
and
action.
out, in and out. Yeah.
Yeah, just because of the action.
The auction is going on and we're talking about the players, some unheard names that'll perhaps be known in the upcoming IPL season. And that's the beauty of IPL. We get to know some interesting names in the auction, and those players, when they come onto the ground, they show their skills and they show their talent. Then they become known faces to each and every person in the country and outside the country as well. We were talking about Anshul Kamboj. Soumya rightly mentioned, how he has been in the domestic circuit, and now Mumbai Indians have taken him at his base price of 20 lakh. But there are some players who've been unsold so far, and it's going to be interesting, this auction moving forward, how young players will get in some good teams. Right now, the last name that I can see on board is of Anshul Kamboj. Okay, no, we have Sumit Kumar. So I was talking about Sumit Kumar. He's gone to Capitals for 1 crore.
1 crore.
Good buy.
Great. Good buy. Very good buy. Very good bowler.
And Delhi Capitals and KKR, they were in the bidding war.
Played a massive role in Haryana's final victory.
I
he
think
picked
you
up
should now
3
stop
wickets.
saying Delhi Capitals. You should say also in the bidding was this.
Delhi is there.
Delhi is there.
Delhi is there. ये थे साथ में. Delhi तो था ही था.
Coming to Sumit Kumar, he played a massive role in Haryana's final win in Vijay Hazare. Picked up 3 odd wickets, or top 3. That included in-form Deepak Hooda. So,
Yeah.
And I think he
But Delhi Capitals
and he
have
also
this-
picked up 15 wickets in total.
They have done this so far in the auction. They just, they up the price and then they go back, and that's how, the other teams are like, okay, ठीक है, अब 1 crore लगा देते हैं, 2 crore लगा देते हैं. But a good one, I believe, सौम्या आप ही बात कर रहे थे सुमित कुमार के बारे में जब हम अंशुल कंबोज के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, and
He
सुमित
too
कुमार
picked up 15 odd wickets in Vijay Hazare, recently concluded.
I think he's a long hitter of the ball. Lower down the order with the
Yeah,
bat.
he can
He
bat
can
as
like
well. He
meaty
can bat.
blows.
we
in
have
couple of games.
2 other players now. Kamlesh Nagarkoti unsold,
Not really surprised.
and
They-
Pradosh Paul also unsold.
Sorry?
Pradosh Ranjan
Pradosh
Paul.
Ranjan Paul. He's a red ball
Kamlesh Nagarkoti.
player for now.
I think that's a classic case of how they didn't take care of a bowler who was very promising.
Or
but-
rather, either they didn't take care or they took care so much that they overdid the taking care part.
Pradosh
कब
Ranjan
से
Paul.
तो for the longest time that I can remember, he's still not come out of NCA.
Yeah.
It's almost become his home away from home.
Home away from.
Nagarkoti, yes.
Pradosh Ranjan Paul is more of a red ball
Yeah.
batsman right now.
Tamil Nadu vice captain.
He
this
Tamil
year.
Nadu he led the Tamil Nadu team in the fag end of the Ranji Trophy last. Had a great season though in red ball.
Yeah,
He's a part of India A team.
He's vice captain this
Vice captain this year, yeah. Has a very unique style of celebrating his 100. That was instinctive, kind of a Bahubali kind of a celebration. He
Yeah.
puts his bat down, hangs his helmet on the handle.
Sure.
Yeah, and that's instinctive. So I just asked him, like, कुछ plan किया था? नहीं, वो excited हो गया था इसलिए रख दिया. That was his answer.
He's very young.
Rohit Raidu also unsold in the auction.
I think this is more or less done now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they're just like filling the blanks.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
It's over for us, but not for these players, Srini. They must be hoping for at least one bid in the auction. All these youngsters, at least, to get at
So
least
it's a
into
huge,
one
it's a
team.
huge inspiration. Even if a player at 20 years of age gets sold at base price, it's about being seen as like, what does a 20, 21-year-old want? Some kind of motivation, knowing
Yeah.
that he belongs.
True.
And that's
Someone
great
like
in itself.
Anshul Kamboj being around Hardik Pandya, Rohit Sharma, and all those Malinga now in
Yeah.
the dugout. We
That's
get a lot
huge,
of-
boss. Like I can give you countless examples of players who have returned from just IPL as a net bowler the kind of experience they've had and the kind of mental improvement they've had and the outlook towards game, that completely changes you. Even if you're not playing in the 11, the experience of being around players, of being battle ready for the battles ahead, it's a game changing experience for these young
Exactly.
players.
Yeah.
And it's no surprise that Ryan Parag, okay, people troll him for doing what he does in the IPL, but when he turns up for his domestic side Assam, he's a different beast, boss.
Yes.
He plays it for fun. He mocks oppositions. मतलब
Okay.
वो अलग लेवल का कॉन्फिडेंस उसके अंदर आ गया, and that's after 4-5 years in the RR setup, playing with the best in the business, facing Trent Bolt and all these bowlers in the nets. बहुत difference पड़ता है उससे.
Yes, and meanwhile, Punjab Kings have taken in 2 players, Ashutosh Sharma and Vishwanath Pratap, both at their base price 20 lakh each. Sahil, tell us something about Ashutosh Sharma.
I think it's Chhattisgarh.
Chhattisgarh.
No? Chhattisgarh.
Okay.
Chhattisgarh middle order bat, if I'm
He used
not
to
wrong.
play for Railways, if I'm not mistaken. Is he the same guy? Oh, no.
Chhattisgarh middle order bat for sure. I've heard about.
Okay, and Vishwanath Pratap Singh.
No idea about
it. Never heard about him.
Too long a name for a very short.
Then what do you say for Vijay Kumar Vaishak and Vidvat Kavirappa?
But they want Tane Tyagarajan, Hyderabad.
Tyagraj?
Tyagarajan. Punjab wants him.
Okay.
The teams must have done their homework quite well. That's why they have gone after these young players. Some unheard
This is
names.
what I was telling all of you. ठीक है, इस बार का auction शायद वो youngsters के लिए होगा after the bowlers.
Meanwhile, Shashank Singh also goes to Punjab Kings. Punjab Kings are after some unheard names.
I think filling in the blanks. They're just making up the space. They have the bursts.
They've got an Ashutosh Sharma, Vishwanath Pratap Singh, Shashank Singh, and
Did they get a decent batter?
Who?
Punjab.
Punjab. Yes, they haven't got one.
Because otherwise, whatever they do, like how much are you going to depend on one or two guys? You need a more stability top of the order.
okay, Tane Tyagarajan also to Punjab Kings at his base price of 20 lakhs. So in this consecutive fashion, they've gotten 4 players.
Yeah.
Gaurav Chaudhary. Pretty good job done by this auctioneer for the first time.
Yeah.
Considering it's and I mean I'm the other 2 auctioneers that IPL has had, the last 2, they've like kind of auctioned at the highest level in Europe and UK and everywhere. So considering all that, I mean, this is a very fine job.
She's a professional auctioneer as well, huh?
She is? I didn't know that. Is she?
She was the one who was doing the WPL.
No, no, she did WPL, but outside of the cricket, has she auctioned anywhere? Is she a
I guess
she's
she has.
a professional auctioneer.
What I have heard is that she's a professional auctioneer, and that's why she got in WPL and now IPL. On the basis of WPL, she got IPL.
No, no. What did she get WPL on the basis of?
She's a professional auctioneer.
Then that's pretty smooth, pretty cool.
No, this is an unheard name.
Robin Mins. And Chennai Super Kings and MI are quite interested in Robin Mins.
Wicket keeper, 21
bidding
year
mark
old.
has crossed
Robin
1
Mins.
crore.
Jharkhand.
Some tribal connection they're saying.
Plays for Jharkhand.
What connection?
Some tribal they're saying, like comes from a very small tribe or something.
Sounds interesting. Which means that both the teams, Chennai Super Kings and Mumbai Indians, have done their work quite well. That's why they're going after him. The only 2 teams.
1.5 CR.
And GT.
Oh,
we have also
GT.
done our work.
GT enter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but MI don't have anything left.
They have 2
I mean,
crore.
yeah, they just get 2.75.
They might have 2.75
They're ready to
crores.
put everything on the table.
Yeah.
पैसे ही नहीं है,
पैसे ही
खत्म.
नहीं है.
Okay, so it seems Robin Mins will go to Gujarat Titans for 2.80 crores. Now, this is something interesting. We really need to look for Robin
Yeah. He's
Mins.
a keeper
Soumya
batsman.
mentioned that he plays for Jharkhand, isn't it?
And he's a keeper
He
batsman.
belongs
He's a
to
keeper
Jharkhand, yeah.
batsman.
He's a keeper batsman.
Oh, SRH are in the bidding war. It's going interesting. It's very interesting. SRH versus GT
And
for
SRH have
Robin
put
Mins.
everything on board, no?
They're
have
all in.
3.4,
They
they're
need
all-
one
they're
player.
all in.
This is
They
not-
need
this
one
is not
player.
beyond
They've
the-
gone all in.
They've gone all in. खत्म बात कि चलो
Yeah.
इसको ले लेते हैं.
What will GT do? GT can go all in.
But
What
then,
is
you
GT?
know,
have already-
they
Arey,
have actually...
GT have already taken it, na 3.6. SRH only have 3.4.
हाँ, तो ठीक
So
है,
they just
then-
entered for those couple of crores or like couple of lakhs, you know, that's that. And they said, okay, GT, goodbye. Yes, Robin Mins to Gujarat Titans for 3.60 crores. This is interesting. We really need to look at Robin Mins and his performance. It'll be good to talk about Robin Mins, but the auction is also going a bit interesting. It was Mumbai Indians and Gujarat Titans in the bidding war for Robin Mins, and then SRH entered at the very last moment, but finally it's to Gujarat Titans. Next up, we have Bipin Saurabh. Bipin Saurabh, guys, have any of you heard of
It's like
Bipin
Harsha's
Saurabh?
school quiz, which I'm facing
Yeah.
right now. Bipin Saurabh, Robin Mins,
This-
this, that, Mara, Dimara.
Unsold?
I guess the IPL franchises haven't heard about.
KM Asif, Rajasthan Royals, Kerala, medium fast.
Yeah.
He played for CSK.
Sunrisers Hyderabad
He
are
played
having a word.
some games for CSK,
Haan.
right?
Yes. DC have the highest purse right now, 10.85 crores. No, I guess that's Punjab Kings with 12.35 crores. So that's Punjab Kings, then Delhi Capitals.
पंजाब किंग्स के पास स्लॉट कम है, पैसे ज्यादा हैं. साकिब हुसैन.
Saqib Hussain.
I think it has been a terrible auction for Punjab Kings.
For RCB.
Punjab
RCB.
Kings too.
For RCB. They haven't got anything.
Again,
Fast bowler, yes.
Fast
they
bowler.
could have done better with. They should have got at
Saqib
least one.
Hussain
Saqib
also.
Hussain plays for Bihar, right arm medium, 4 wickets in 2 games. That's it.
But what have these guys got? They just got Harshal Patel.
Mohammad Kaif.
He's, I think, Mohammad Shami's younger brother.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's
If,
interesting.
if he's the same guy.
He's
Yeah, yeah.
Ball
Shakal,
medium pacer.
look at the face.
Yeah, he's Shami's younger brother.
Sounds very interesting.
They're
Let's see
real
if any team is interested
Kuch
in Mohammad Kaif
Chacha
or not.
Wacha ka
Cousin.
bhai something.
Cousin.
Like, but they trained together.
Shami keeps on posting about him as well.
Yeah.
on social media.
Doesn't seem
He's
that
the same guy.
anyone's interested in him.
GT?
And yes,
probably?
he's unsold.
So Punjab has got just Harshal Patel and Chris Wokes at the auction. That's it. They did some shopping.
No,
abhi.
No, they
mistake.
bought 4 players, no?
No,
Four
but none of them
uncapped
like
players.
looked like making the 11.
Yeah,
So what team have they got?
they got the
ahead with?
players at their base price, and next up we have Abhilash Shetty at base price of 20 lakhs.
RCB have got Joseph, Yash Dayal, Tom Curran,
Tom Curran.
Akashdeep, Mohammad Siraj. That's it.
Ray Stopley.
Rajasthan Royals
And
have
Vaishak.
20 with them
Vaishak.
right now.
हो गया?
Hey, वैशक कुछ नहीं करने वाले भाई चिन्ना
मैं गिनवा रहा हूँ बस.
हो गया?
कर्ण शर्मा ना. We have Kern Sharma, no?
Mayank Dagar.
Mayank
Mayank
Dagar
Dagar.
तो भाई उसको पूरा
Anuj
season-
Rawat can also bowl.
Anuj Rawat is not playing a single game this season.
Next up we have Gurjapneet Singh. Well, Chetan, quickly, which team has done really well so far?
CSK.
Graham Swan said the same thing. He said that CSK,
CSK.
and
I
this
think,
auction can take them near to the title as well once
Yeah.
again.
अभी
think
fan
if-
bias नहीं आ रहा.
Let's ask Shrini. He has
नहीं,
never
Yeah,
taken
even
a
I
single
don't-
team's
No,
name.
CSK. I mean, they had
Chennai Super
Yeah.
Kings.
they had a title
And
Very-
you know,
very-
for a team that actually did so badly in the
2 years back.
2
mega
years
auction,
back,
No, I mean,
They've
look,
really
they
kind
had
of made up for it by leaps and bounds.
Yeah, they had a title-winning team. Raidu retired. Ben Stokes was released. And look at the players they've got. They've got
Yeah.
Shardul Thakur, who gave them a lot of balance early on. Then they've got Rachin Ravindra and Daryl Mitchell for, to fill up for Ambati Raidu and all. And I think that's a fabulous auction.
Then getting Mustafizur was a beautiful auction. They had a brilliant auction. Sensible auction.
Except that they have too many reserves now. I mean,
yeah, I think the problem is going to be sorting the right 11 now.
वो
And
धोनी
playing
छोड़
the
दो
right
ना, वो धोनी पे छोड़ दो ना,
That is on
वो धोनी
that
पे
is
छोड़
over
दो.
to
That's
Dhoni.
that's on Dhoni. So I think that's a fabulous option for them. I think MI have done decently well. They've
Yeah.
got those two fast bowlers
With the purse they had.
With the purse they had, yeah, they've managed it really well. But I don't know. KKR got their big buy. SRH, I think they have had. I mean, like Graham Swan said, SRH have had a very good player picking auction in a way.
But they always
What
do
is
that
he
in each
doing
and
on the
every
screen,
auction.
man?
Prince Chaudhary.
What comedy? Who is bidding?
Prince Chaudhary. Who's Prince Chaudhary? You know him also?
Of course I do. This is
Who is Prince
mockery,
Chaudhary?
boss. He played some sort of age group cricket for Delhi. And I
Oh,
know
he's the same. Acha.
who is bidding for him. Just tell me एक बार किसके पास
Punjab.
bid है?
Punjab Kings.
And
They
Punjab
want
have
Prince
taken-
Chaudhary. He's a leg spinner who doesn't turn.
Who doesn't turn.
Fifth player that they have gotten at the base price, and that's uncapped player.
He's the same guy you were talking about the other
Yeah.
day.
कुछ भी होता है auction में.
Next
Who's
up,
this?
we have
Jataved Subramanian.
Jataved Subramanian.
Oh gosh.
You were
There is a
talking
bid.
about,
Which means these guys are coming from somewhere.
yeah,
We have a bid for it.
we have a bid. Yes, we have a bid. SRH are bidding for him, and they've got him. His base price of 20 lakh. So Jataved Subramanian is with
I think
Sunrisers Hyderabad.
those
now.
domestic T20 leagues, like which are
Yeah.
aired, no, like the UP T20, the Maharashtra League, the
Saurashtra.
Saurashtra League, they have helped franchises to look beyond SMAT now.
Hmm.
They've helped tremendously. Like if you talk about a Samir Rizvi एक ट्रायल पे नहीं जाता अगर वो UP T20 इस साल ना हुई होती. No one would have seen Samir Rizvi. Like I know for a fact that Chennai Super Kings scout was there watching most of the UP T20 games. So no
Wait,
wonder
tell me,
कि
what has the UP T20 league done? Like, could you see the effect of that?
Yeah.
Like how?
So Samir Rizvi, Swastik Chikara, all
Okay.
these boys who like popped up on the screen. Then UP का जो T20 setup था, like how you know how things work in UP, right? But the way players performed this season, like there was a boy called Atal Bihari Rai. वो auction shortlist में भी था, but उसका नाम flash नहीं हुआ. Then you had one left arm spinner, so people couldn't look beyond Saurabh Kumar when it came to UP. Shiva Singh got the opportunities he did.
Yeah.
So I think all these, because UP, when you talk about UP, you're talking about a big country. There are so many players that UP T20 league got them all together under one roof, and it was being live streamed. The scouts had access to everything. I think it helped a lot. It
And the
helped.
performances were brilliant.
Yeah, the league was top notch. I think it was.
Great league.
Now, right now, if you look at Gujarat Titans, they don't have any slot vacant. They have 0 slots remaining, and they also have 7.85 crores with them, which means that they have done a decent job in this auction.
SRH don't have
And Rajasthan Royals have 5 slots with them, and they have only 90 lakhs.
SRH don't have any slots. GT does.
You know who had the worst auction for me? I think KKR had a very Gautam Gambhir unlike auction. This wasn't a Gautam Gambhir auction
So,
at all.
I mean, I'm still
I
not
don't- this
able
is-
to
this is
register
a
the kind of reaction he
horrible
gave when they
auction
got
for
Starc.
KKR, yaar.
I
just
don't
reading
think.
the-
I don't think. Kind of.
Okay.
They brought in enough bandwidth. Is it Zaid Khan sitting there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just say this, that RCB's director of cricket has said that we would have liked to have a crack at Mitchell Starc if he had come earlier.
Earlier?
Earlier, पहले तो
पहले Joseph आया था ना? So उसके दो उसके बाद आया था मिचेल
तो
स्टार्क।
डायरेक्टर ऑफ क्रिकेट को ये नहीं पता कि वो स्लॉट लिखा रहता है कि कौन कब आएगा,
RCB
किसके लिए पैसा बचाना है।
I can't believe he did.
ये पहले आया था, हमने यहाँ डाल दिया था।
हाँ,
आप पहले आ जाते।
I can't believe.
अगर वो पहले भी आता, अगर वो पहले भी
I
आता,
can't.
would you have given him 30 crores?
That's not the point. That's not the point.
That's
not the
I
point.
understand what you're saying.
Man, like you can't be such a headless chicken, boss. That there's no that.
नहीं मेरे ख्याल से बस भी for a change actually wrongly quoted.
No, this is from again. If it's from Cricinfo, so I. Do you want me to go on? Do you want me to go on, or should I just stay silent? So.
No, boss. Prince Chaudhary can't get a bid. What have they done?
So auction is over, and we got to see some really interesting bids. And I was talking about Gujarat Titans. They did a good job.
For sure.
They did a good job.
Under new captain.
Under new captain. But Chennai Super Kings, they got in really good players. That's that.
All said only for the 2024 season.
Yeah, I think that's the important bit.
Most of these kids who got picked, I know how many will actually get a chance to be part of the playing 11, whatever, the first 15, and difficult to say all these things. So I really wouldn't read too much into it. You know, maybe it's still only getting past this season and then preparing for the mega auctions next year.
Yeah. But KKR, I'm very surprised with KKR.
Well, let's talk about the whole auction right now, because IPL auction is over, and we'll talk about the wrap of this IPL auction. First up, we will be talking about the most costliest player, Mitchell Starc. We'll also talk about Pat Cummins, but we'll take team after team and we'll wrap up this auction. First up, we'll take in Chennai Super Kings, because Chennai Super Kings got in some really interesting players, especially Daryl Mitchell. Let's talk about Daryl Mitchell and Chennai Super Kings, Sahil. We got Daryl Mitchell in CSK, Sameer Rizvi, again a very interesting name. Shardul Thakur, Mustafizur Rahman and Rachin Ravindra, two New Zealand players. What's so special about these two players, and how this auction has solidified Chennai Super Kings for another season?
So Daryl Mitchell clearly for someone like Ambati Raidu and Ben Stokes, and Rachin Ravindra clearly for someone like a Moeen Ali whose availability is still not sure. So I think they fill the right players, they used the right players to fill the right slots available, and it was not mindless auction dynamics at play. They knew what they wanted, they went after it, got it, and right now look the most sorted squad sheet on paper, at least.
Absolutely. It looks good that they have done really good work at the auction table today. Next up, we have Gujarat Titans team. Gujarat Titans were the most seen team in the auction today. Srini, what about Gujarat Titans? They have got a new captain, and they really wanted to look forward to some players who can fill that void that was created when Hardik Pandya moved to Mumbai Indians. Do you think that all those slots have been covered pretty well?
Pretty well. I don't know. See, Hardik Pandya by alone by himself was pretty irreplaceable in many ways. If you were to kind of so I think and outside of Hardik, I would like to think that Gujarat Titans were more or less a pretty settled squad. Finalists, final winners in 2022, finalists in 2023, riding high on confidence.
So they have been really good in that sense.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they have been really good in that sense in the last two seasons.
Yeah, so I'm saying that the momentum itself is good enough to pull them off in 2023, 2024, and give them a good year once again. So I really wouldn't. They couldn't have done anything to replace Hardik.
Yeah.
So I think they use the money well.
They use the money well, absolutely.
Which they got with the sale of Hardik Pandya. And that's that. They just have to get past one season before they go back to big out.
Absolutely, good business strategy.
I also believe that Shubman has been given the captaincy. It's only for 1 year.
Okay.
I don't think many people know about this.
Okay.
The captaincy is only for the 2024 season.
Okay.
After which a fresh call will be taken.
Okay.
So that tells us many things about how it could go anyway.
Okay, so this is something big that captaincy to Shubman Gill has been given only for one season. That's IPL 2024.
I mean, it's
and
not
a
like
fresh,
he wanted a long term. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody will take a call.
Exactly.
next
And a fresh call will be taken after this season. But let's have a look at the players got in by Gujarat Titans in this IPL auction. Spencer Johnson, Shah Rukh Khan. Interesting name there. Umesh Yadav, Robin Mins. We were all, mincing our heads around this name, that who is Robin Mins. But Gujarat Titans did their homework well and they've gotten him in this auction. Then they also got in Sushant Mishra, Kartik Tyagi, Azmatullah Umarzai, and Manav Sudhar. We were talking about, one team that why they always, think something, do things differently at the auction table, and then everything goes haywire while the tournament is on. Well, there are a few names, on that chart. I mean, each and every person here can think of a certain team, but that one team is Sunrisers Hyderabad. They do things good at the auction table, but then something or the other turns upside down at the auction table and then during the tournament as well. But do you think they did a good job, Sahil, this time around?
I think they had one of the better auctions they've had in the recent past. Getting Pat Cummins, Travis Head, I think kind of adds a lot of stability and solidity to the squad when it comes to both batting and bowling. So I think they look pretty sorted on that front. And they already had someone like a Bhuvneshwar Kumar. You had the spin department sorted with Mayank Markande, Washington Sundar. So they weren't a bad team. It was just that it wasn't getting together. And now with Travis Head at top of the order, Pat Cummins doing the job with the ball, and probably one of the leadership options. You have Aiden Markram, Andre Klassen. So that's a formidable squad. It just needs to have the right, get the right direction and not much interference, and let the cricketers do their bit.
Yeah.
They should be one of the title contenders for sure. On paper, they look a very formidable team.
Yeah, on paper they do. But what about the ground? Well, we'll see that in IPL 2024. But on paper, they've gotten a big player. That's Pat Cummins for 20.50 crores. It's a huge amount. And one thing that everybody's waiting for, will Pat Cummins get the leadership role in the upcoming season or not? Or will it be with Aiden Markram only? That's a big question. But quickly, the players that they got in this auction are Pat Cummins, Travis Head, Jaydev Unadkat, Vanindu Hasaranga, Jataved Subramanyam, and Akash Singh. Next up, we have another interesting team, and that's Royal Challengers Bangalore. And one question this time as well. Chetan, will they get the title with this kind of team or not?
Which team?
Royal Challengers Bangalore.
If you want a very short answer, because we've had a very long day, no.
Yeah.
No.
No, full stop. That's Chetan's answer. Chetan, but do you think they did a decent job in this auction or not?
They spent 11 crores on a pacer, and the first quote they are coming out and saying कि अगर Starc पहले आए होते तो हम Joseph को नहीं लेते. Tells you everything. They didn't want Joseph. They stuck with Joseph. Best of luck to RCB.
Best of luck to RCB. They have gotten Alzari Joseph, Yash Dayal, and Tom Curran. So that's that for Royal Challengers Bangalore. Srini, what about Rajasthan Royals? Another Royals. They've gotten Roman Paul. Obviously, very interesting name. He was that one player who got in crores at the very first set in the auction. And then they have got Shubham Dubey. Another interesting name who's been gotten by this team for 5.80 crores. And then we have this Tom Cadmore. Now, two interesting names, Powell and Shubham Dubey. Do you think they did a decent job, the Royals?
I don't know how exactly would they justify 7.4 crore to Roman Powell, other than what these guys mentioned, the connection with their Caribbean Premier League franchise. Maybe if that's some parallel they were looking to draw from a very off-field standpoint, I don't know. I mean, like I'm pretty ill-equipped to answer that. But outside of that, I really don't see how he was worth 7.5 crore. Other than that, pretty negligent buys. And again, RR, I think it's been a trend with RR. It's you go into the auction, you make a buy. The year you buy the team, you look very good, and then somehow you just tend to like kind of go beating around the bush, like kind of by the time the 3-year cycle is over, you start looking for the next auction.
Yeah,
I think RR has reached the stage now where I think all their attention is to the mega auction that will happen next year. So whatever the mindset they came here with today was like just round up, because more or less our core is intact, kind of a thing. I don't see any relevant buys.
Just the two ones, they've just gotten 3 players in this auction, and 2 names that made the headlines today for Rajasthan Royals. That's that. Next up, we have Punjab Kings. Now, Punjab Kings have got in some really interesting players, because now when I'll read the list, you will get to hear some names that you wouldn't have heard quite often. And these players are Harshal Patel, Chris Wokes. These two are the players who have been heard quite a lot. But apart from these two, we have Tane Tyagarajan, Prince Chaudhary, Vishwanath Pratap Singh, Shashank Singh, and Ashutosh Sharma. And all these 5 players have been got in by Punjab Kings at their base price of 20 lakhs, which means, Sahil, that Punjab Kings have shown their trust in young talent, the players who did well in domestic circuit, and now they are showing some confidence in them.
I think more than that, what is striking is the fact that they are going to stick with most of the players who played the last season for them. That's why they went shopping for these kind of players, because not all of them or many of them are going to be in your playing 11. So if that is not going to be the case, they just got Chris Wokes and Harshal Patel. So these are the only 2 players I see making to the playing 11. Prince Chaudhary, Ashutosh Sharma, Tane Tyagarajan, I don't see them making the playing 11 even once during the tournament.
Yeah.
So that drives home the fact that they are going to stick to the 11 more or less which played the last season for them. And Harshal Patel and Chris Wokes are just an attempt to plug those holes in the bowling department, because lot was being expected only from the likes of Arshdeep Singh, because both Kagiso Rabada and Nathan Ellis weren't that consistent with the ball.
Exactly.
So I think that's what they wanted to address with Chris Wokes and Harshal Patel now.
Well, let's see what's their strategy for the upcoming IPL season. Next up, we have Mumbai Indians. Mumbai Indians have gotten a new captain this time. So it's going to be quite interesting to see this team in the IPL season. They have tasted success the most number of times, but here in the IPL auction, did they perform well? Let's hear it out from Chetan. What do you think?
We look at different teams. कि उन्होंने क्या किया again, which team are we talking about?
Mumbai Indians.
Mumbai Indians. So I mean, we look at different teams which needed particular players. I just got lost with the players which are being shown on the screen. So we look at teams which have done exactly what they needed to do, and I think Mumbai will be very happy with the kind of paces that they've got.
Yep.
They came with a specific target in mind. Probably wanted Mitchell Starc as well, but did not have that kind of budget because they've overspent with the player transfer.
Yeah.
But I think the first thing they wanted to do beyond the change in captaincy was get those pacers in.
Yeah.
And I think they've done a great job with that. So it gives them a lot of leeway in terms of alternating their overseas picks.
Yeah.
And I think they'll be happy with the. Is it a title-winning team? I'm not sure, because they'll need a lot of things to click for them, especially with their batsmen, in terms of their form and scoring those runs. But they'll
we'll
be
have
happy.
To see that in the coming season,
but
right?
what I mean is,
well.
What I mean, with the new captain as well. But what I mean is that they'll be happy with, and just we're talking about, they've got those players up, so they'll be very happy with
the players that they have gotten.
They've got
quickly. Chetan, we'll move to Lucknow Super Giants as well. Now, Lucknow Super Giants entered the bidding arena a bit late, but they've gotten the players that they must have really wanted. They've got Shivam Mavi, M. Siddharth, David Willey, Ashton Turner, Arshin Kulkarni. Obviously, they have gotten players, some unheard names as well. Now, the other team, that's Kolkata Knight Riders. Everybody was talking about Kolkata Knight Riders because they had the maximum number of slots to fill in. They've gotten Mitchell Starc, obviously a player who has made the buzz, the costliest player in the history of IPL. Mitchell Starc for 24.75 crores. We all have had a huge, discussion or like long chat around Mitchell Starc, so won't be going there. But other than Starc, they've gotten Rutherford, Chetan Sakaria, KS Bharat, Ramandeep Singh, and Ankrish Raghuvanshi. So they have also solidified their team, especially the bowling front, and they'll be looking forward to how Mitchell Starc will perform for them. Next up, we have Delhi Capitals. Delhi Capitals has also been very interesting this time around. Kumar Kushagra, that's one really interesting player for them at a price of 7.20 crores. Then Jay Richardson, this player also sold to Delhi Capitals for 5 crores. Harry Brook, overseas batter. We saw Harry Brook in the shades of orange the last IPL, this time around with Delhi Capitals for 4 crores. Then Sumit Kumar, Tristan Stubbs, Rasik Dar, and Ricky Bui. So,
Sorry to interrupt you, Suramya. Just right now, I noticed Delhi Capitals have 5 wicket keepers now
yeah.
in the squad. 5 wicket keepers.
Yeah.
My God.
And Rishabh Pant might actually
And
be
Rishabh
fit.
Pant also there.
No,
Well,
but
nobody-
he might actually be fit, so they might not.
Rishabh Pant is playing.
Yeah, and they will not use those 5 wicket keepers. So.
Please go ahead.
That's interesting, you know. And Delhi Capitals have always given that fun element in IPL auction this time as well. They tried to be in that bidding wars with a lot of teams, and then they didn't take up that paddle. But it's interesting that they have gotten 5 wicket keepers, as Sahil mentioned. But one team that really did their work well was Chennai Super Kings, and it'll be quite interesting to see how Gujarat Titans and Mumbai Indians play up and form their playing 11, because they are now with the two new captains, Gujarat Titans with Shubman Gill and Mumbai Indians with Hardik Pandya. So that's that. We
good
all
paces.
enjoyed this
No, but
IPL
Coetzee,
auction
like, kind of
and
was-
had great fun. But don't forget that this IPL auction crossed the 20 crore mark with Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc. Mitchell Starc is the costliest player in IPL history with 24.75 crores. And then it's Pat Cummins with a 20.5 crores. So this IPL auction was a lot about Australian players and also New Zealand players. But when we talk about New Zealand players, Chennai Super Kings were good enough to seal them. That's all about today's auction. Hope you all enjoyed our live show, and hope you all enjoyed our live streaming of the IPL auction. That's that from our side. Thank you so much, Sahil, Srini, and Chetan, for joining with us. And thank you, everyone, for joining with us on this platform. Right now, because IPL auction is over, and we'll talk about the wrap of this IPL auction. First up, we will be talking about the most costliest player, Mitchell Starc. We'll also talk about Pat Cummins, but we'll take team after team and we'll wrap up this auction. First up, we'll take in Chennai Super Kings, because Chennai Super Kings gotten some really interesting players, especially Daryl Mitchell. Let's talk about Daryl Mitchell and Chennai Super Kings, Sahil. We got Daryl Mitchell in CSK, Sameer Rizvi, again a very interesting name. Shardul Thakur, Mustafizur Rahman, and Rachin Ravindra, 2 New Zealand players. What's so special about these 2 players, and how this auction has solidified Chennai Super Kings for another season?
So Daryl Mitchell clearly for someone like Ambati Raidu and Ben Stokes, and Rachin Ravindra clearly for someone like a Moeen Ali, whose availability is still not sure. So I think they fill the right players. They used the right players to fill the right slots available, and it was not mindless auction dynamics at play. They knew what they wanted. They went after it, got it, and right now look the most sorted squad sheet on paper, at least.
Absolutely. It looks good that they have done really good work at the auction table today. Next up, we have Gujarat Titans team. Gujarat Titans were the most seen team in the auction today. Srini, what about Gujarat Titans? They have got a new captain, and they really wanted to look forward to some players who can fill that void that was created when Hardik Pandya moved to Mumbai Indians. Do you think that all those slots have been covered pretty well?
Pretty well. I don't know. See, Hardik Pandya by alone by himself was pretty irreplaceable in many ways. If you were to kind of so I think and outside of Hardik, I would like to think that Gujarat Titans were more or less a pretty settled squad. Finalists, final winners in 2022, finalists in 2023, riding high on confidence.
So they have been really good in that sense.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they have been really good in that sense in the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, so I'm saying that the momentum itself is good enough to pull them off in 2023, 2024, and give them a good year once again. So I really wouldn't. They couldn't have done anything to replace Hardik.
Yeah.
So I think they used the money well.
They used the money well, absolutely.
Which they got with the sale of Hardik Pandya. And that's that. They just have to get past 1 season before they go back to big out.
Absolutely good business strategy.
I also believe that Shubman has been given the captaincy. It's only for 1 year.
Okay.
I don't think many people know about this.
Okay.
The captaincy is only for the 2024 season.
Okay.
After which a fresh call will be taken.
Okay.
So that tells us many things about how it could go anywhere.
Okay, so this is something big that captaincy to Shubman Gill has been given only for one season. That's IPL 2024.
I mean, it's not like he wanted a long term. I mean, everybody will take a call.
Exactly. And a fresh call will be taken after this season. But let's have a look at the players got in by Gujarat Titans in this IPL auction. Spencer Johnson, Shah Rukh Khan. Interesting name there. Umesh Yadav, Robin Mins. We were all, mincing our heads around this name, that who's Robin Mins. But Gujarat Titans did their homework well and they've gotten him in this auction. Then they also got in Sushant Mishra, Kartik Tyagi, Azmatullah Umarzai, and Manav Sutar. We were talking about, one team that why they always, think something, do things differently at the auction table, and then everything goes haywire while the tournament is on. Well, there are a few names, on that chart. I mean, each and every person here can think of a certain team, but that one team is Sunrisers Hyderabad. They do things good at the auction table, but then something or the other turns upside down at the auction table and then during the tournament as well. But do you think they did a good job, Sahil, this time around?
I think they had one of the better auctions they've had in the recent past. Getting Pat Cummins, Travis Head, I think kind of adds a lot of stability and solidity to the squad when it comes to both batting and bowling. So I think they look pretty sorted on that front. And they already had someone like a Bhuvneshwar Kumar. You had the spin department sorted with Mayank Markande, Washington Sundar. So they weren't a bad team. It was just that it wasn't getting together. And now with Travis Head at top of the order, Pat Cummins doing the job with the ball, and probably one of the leadership options. You have Aiden Markram, Henrik Klaassen. So that's a formidable squad. It just needs to have the right, get the right direction and not much interference, and let the cricketers do their bit. They should be one of the title contenders for sure. On paper, they look a very formidable team.
Yeah, on paper they do. But what about the ground? Well, we'll see that in IPL 2024. But on paper, they've gotten a big player. That's Pat Cummins for 20.50 crores. It's a huge amount. And one thing that everybody's waiting for, will Pat Cummins get the leadership role in the upcoming season or not? Or will it be with Aiden Markram only? That's a big question. But quickly, the players that they got in this auction are Pat Cummins, Travis Head, Jaydev Unadkat, Vanindu Hasaranga, Jataved Subramanya, and Akash Singh. Next up, we have another interesting team, and that's Royal Challengers Bangalore. And one question this time as well. Chetan, will they get the title with this kind of team or not?
Which team?
Royal Challengers Bangalore.
If you want a very short answer, because we've had a very long day, no.
Yeah. No, full stop. That's Chetan's answer. Chetan, but do you think they did a decent job in this auction or not?
They spent 11 crores on a pacer, and the first quote they are coming out and saying कि अगर Starc पहले आए होते तो हम Joseph को नहीं लेते. Tells you everything. They didn't want Joseph. They stuck with Joseph. Best of luck to RCB.
Best of luck to RCB. They have gotten Alzari Joseph, Yash Dayal, and Tom Curran. So that's that for Royal Challengers Bangalore. Srini, what about Rajasthan Royals? Another Royals. They've gotten Roman Paul. Obviously, very interesting name. He was that one player who got in crores at the very first set in the auction. And then they have got Shubham Dubey. Another interesting name who's been gotten by this team for 5.80 crores. And then we have this Tom Cadmore. Now, two interesting names, Powell and Shubham Dubey. Do you think they did a decent job, the Royals?
I don't know how exactly would they justify 7.4 crore to Roman Powell, other than what these guys mentioned, the connection with their Caribbean Premier League franchise. Maybe if that's some parallel they were looking to draw from a very off-field standpoint, I don't know. I mean, like I'm pretty ill-equipped to answer that. But outside of that, I really don't see how he was worth 7.5 crore. Other than that, pretty negligent buys. And again, RR, I think it's been a trend with RR. It's you go into the auction, you make a buy. The year you buy the team, you look very good, and then somehow you just tend to like kind of go beating around the bush, like kind of, by the time the 3-year cycle is over, you start looking for the next auction.
Yeah.
I think RR has reached the stage now where I think all their attention is to the mega auction that will happen next year. So whatever the mindset they came here with today was like, just round up, because more or less our core is intact, kind of a thing. I don't see any relevant buys.
Just the two ones, they've just gotten 3 players in this auction, and 2 names that made the headlines today for Rajasthan Royals. That's that. Next up, we have Punjab Kings. Now, Punjab Kings have got in some really interesting players, because now when I'll read the list, you will get to hear some names that you wouldn't have heard quite often. And these players are Harshal Patel, Chris Wokes. These 2 are the players who have been heard quite a lot. But apart from these 2, we have Tane Tyagarajan, Prince Chaudhary, Vishwanath Pratap Singh, Shashank Singh, and Ashutosh Sharma. And all these 5 players have been got in by Punjab Kings at their base price of 20 lakhs, which means, Sahil, that Punjab Kings have shown their trust in young talent, the players who did well in domestic circuit, and now they are showing some confidence in them.
I think more than that, what is striking is the fact that they are going to stick with most of the players who played the last season for them. That's why they went shopping for these kind of players, because not all of them or many of them are going to be in your playing 11. So if that is not going to be the case, they just got Chris Wokes and Harshal Patel. So these are the only 2 players I see making to the playing 11. Prince Chaudhary, Ashutosh Sharma, Tane Tyagarajan, I don't see them making the playing 11 even once during the tournament.
Yeah.
So that drives home the fact that they are going to stick to the 11 more or less which played the last season for them. And Harshal Patel and Chris Wokes are just an attempt to plug those holes in the bowling department, because lot was being expected only from the likes of Arshdeep Singh, because both Kagiso Rabada and Nathan Ellis weren't that consistent with the ball.
Exactly.
So I think that's what they wanted to address with Chris Wokes and Harshal Patel now.
Well, let's see what's their strategy for the upcoming IPL season. Next up, we have Mumbai Indians. Mumbai Indians have gotten a new captain this time. So it's going to be quite interesting to see this team in the IPL season. They have tasted success the most number of times, but here in the IPL auction, did they perform well? Let's hear it out from Chetan. What do you think?
We look at different teams. कि उन्होंने क्या किया again, which team are we talking about?
Mumbai Indians.
Mumbai Indians. So I mean, we look at different teams which needed particular players. I just got lost with the players which are being shown on the screen. So we look at teams which have done exactly what they needed to do, and I think Mumbai will be very happy with the kind of paces that they've got.
Yep.
They came with a specific target in mind. Probably wanted Mitchell Starc as well, but did not have that kind of budget because they've overspent with the player transfer.
Yeah.
But I think the first thing they wanted to do beyond the change in captaincy was get those pacers in.
Yeah.
And I think they've done a great job with that. So it gives them a lot of leeway in terms of alternating their overseas picks.
Yeah.
And I think they'll be happy with the. Is it a title-winning team? I'm not sure, because they'll need a lot of things to click for them, especially with their batsmen, in terms of their form and scoring those runs. But they'll
we'll
be
have
happy.
To see that in the coming
yeah,
season,
yeah. But
right?
what I mean is,
well.
With the new captain as well. But what I mean is that they'll be happy with, and just we're talking about, they've got those players up, so they'll be very happy with
the players that they have gotten.
They've got
quickly. Chetan, we'll move to Lucknow Super Giants as well. Now, Lucknow Super Giants entered the bidding arena a bit late, but they've gotten the players that they must have really wanted. They've got Shivam Mavi, M. Siddharth, David Willey, Ashton Turner, Arshin Kulkarni. Obviously, they have gotten players, some unheard names as well. Now, the other team, that's Kolkata Knight Riders. Everybody was talking about Kolkata Knight Riders because they had the maximum number of slots to fill in. They've gotten Mitchell Starc, obviously a player who has made the buzz, the costliest player in the history of IPL. Mitchell Starc for 24.75 crores. We all have had a huge, discussion or like long chat around Mitchell Starc, so won't be going there. But other than Starc, they've gotten Rutherford, Chetan Sakaria, KS Bharat, Ramandeep Singh, and Ankrish Raghuvanshi. So they have also solidified their team, especially the bowling front, and they'll be looking forward to how Mitchell Starc will perform for them. Next up, we have Delhi Capitals. Delhi Capitals has also been very interesting this time around. Kumar Kushagra, that's one really interesting player for them at a price of 7.20 crores. Then Jay Richardson, this player also sold to Delhi Capitals for 5 crores. Harry Brook, overseas batter. We saw Harry Brook in the shades of orange the last IPL, this time around with Delhi Capitals for 4 crores. Then Sumit Kumar, Tristan Stubbs, Rasik Dar, and Ricky Bui. So,
Sorry to interrupt you, Suramya. Just right now, I noticed Delhi Capitals have 5 wicket keepers now
yeah.
in the squad. 5 wicket keepers.
Yeah.
My God.
And Rishabh Pant might actually.
And
be
Rishabh
fit.
Pant also there.
No, no,
Well,
but
nobody-
he might actually be fit, so they might not.
Rishabh Pant is playing.
Yeah, and they will not use those 5 wicket keepers. So.
Please go ahead.
That's interesting, you know. And Delhi Capitals have always given that fun element in IPL auction this time as well. They tried to be in that bidding wars with a lot of teams, and then they didn't take up that paddle. But it's interesting that they have gotten 5 wicket keepers, as Sahil mentioned. But one team that really did their work well was Chennai Super Kings, and it'll be quite interesting to see how Gujarat Titans and Mumbai Indians play up and form their playing 11, because they are now with the two new captains, Gujarat Titans with Shubman Gill and Mumbai Indians with Hardik Pandya. So that's that. We all enjoyed this IPL auction and had great fun. But don't forget that this IPL auction crossed the 20 crore mark with Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc. Mitchell Starc is the costliest player in IPL history with 24.75 crores. And then it's Pat Cummins with a 20.5 crores. So this IPL auction was a lot about Australian players and also New Zealand players. But when we talk about New Zealand players, Chennai Super Kings were good enough to seal them. That's all about today's auction. Hope you all enjoyed our live show, and hope you all enjoyed our live streaming of the IPL auction. That's that from our side. Thank you so much, Sahil, Srini, and Chetan for joining with us. And thank you everyone for joining with us on this platform. The whole auction right now, because IPL auction is over, and we'll talk about the wrap of this IPL auction. First up, we will be talking about the most costliest player, Mitchell Starc. We'll also talk about Pat Cummins, but we'll take team after team and we'll wrap up this auction. First up, we'll take in Chennai Super Kings, because Chennai Super Kings gotten some really interesting players, especially Daryl Mitchell. Let's talk about Daryl Mitchell and Chennai Super Kings, Sahil. We got Daryl Mitchell in CSK, Sameer Rizvi, again a very interesting name, Shardul Thakur, Mustafizur Rahman, and Rachin Ravindra, 2 New Zealand players. What's so special about these 2 players, and how this auction has solidified Chennai Super Kings for another season?
So Daryl Mitchell clearly for someone like Ambati Raidu and Ben Stokes, and Rachin Ravindra clearly for someone like a Moeen Ali, whose availability is still not sure. So I think they fill the right players, they used the right players to fill the right slots available, and it was not mindless auction dynamics at play. They knew what they wanted, they went after it, got it, and right now look the most sorted squad sheet on paper, at least.
Absolutely. It looks good that they have done really good work at the auction table today. Next up, we have Gujarat Titans team. Gujarat Titans were the most seen team in the auction today. Srini, what about Gujarat Titans? They have got a new captain, and they really wanted to look forward to some players who can fill that void that was created when Hardik Pandya moved to Mumbai Indians. Do you think that all those slots have been covered pretty well?
Pretty well. I don't know. See, Hardik Pandya by alone by himself was pretty irreplaceable in many ways. If you were to kind of so I think and outside of Hardik, I would like to think that Gujarat Titans were more or less a pretty settled squad. Finalists, final winners in 2022, finalists in 2023, riding high on confidence.
So they have been really good in that sense.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they have been really good in that sense in the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, so I'm saying that the momentum itself is good enough to pull them off in 2023, 2024, and give them a good year once again. So I really wouldn't. They couldn't have done anything to replace Hardik.
Yeah.
So I think they use the money well,
They use the money well, absolutely.
which they got by with the sale of Hardik Pandya, and that's that. They just have to get past one season before they go back to big out.
Absolutely good business strategy.
I also believe that Shubman has been given the captaincy. It's only for 1 year.
Okay.
I don't think many people know about this.
Okay.
The captaincy is only for the 2024 season.
Okay.
After which a fresh call will be taken.
Okay.
So that tells us many things about how it could go anyway.
Okay, so this is something big that captaincy to Shubman Gill has been given only for one season. That's IPL 2024.
I mean, it's
and
not like he wanted a long term. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody will take a call.
Exactly.
next
And a fresh call will be taken after this season. But let's have a look at the players got in by Gujarat Titans in this IPL auction. Spencer Johnson, Shah Rukh Khan. Interesting name there. Umesh Yadav, Robin Mins. We were all, mincing our heads around this name, that who's Robin Mins. But Gujarat Titans did their homework well and they've gotten him in this auction. Then they also got in Sushant Mishra, Kartik Tyagi, Azmatullah Umarzai, and Manav Sutar. We were talking about, one team that why they always, think something, do things differently at the auction table, and then everything goes haywire while the tournament is on. Well, there are a few names, on that chart. I mean, each and every person here can think of a certain team, but that one team is Sunrisers Hyderabad. They do things good at the auction table, but then something or the other turns upside down at the auction table and then during the tournament as well. But do you think they did a good job, Sahil, this time around?
I think they had one of the better auctions they've had in the recent past. Getting Pat Cummins, Travis Head, I think kind of adds a lot of stability and solidity to the squad when it comes to both batting and bowling. So I think they look pretty sorted on that front. And they already had someone like a Bhuvneshwar Kumar. You had the spin department sorted with Mayank Markande, Washington Sundar. So they weren't a bad team. It was just that it wasn't getting together. And now with Travis Head at top of the order, Pat Cummins doing the job with the ball, and probably one of the leadership options, you have Aiden Markram, Andre Klassen. So that's a formidable squad. It just needs to have the right, get the right direction and not much interference, and let the cricketers do their bit. They should be one of the title contenders for sure. On paper, they look a very formidable team.
Yeah, on paper they do. But what about the ground? Well, we'll see that in IPL 2024. But on paper, they've gotten a big player. That's Pat Cummins for 20.50 crores. It's a huge amount. And one thing that everybody's waiting for, will Pat Cummins get the leadership role in the upcoming season or not? Or will it be with Aiden Markram only? That's a big question. But quickly, the players that they got in this auction are Pat Cummins, Travis Head, Jaydev Unadkat, Vanindu Hasaranga, Jata Ved Subramanya, and Akash Singh. Next up, we have another interesting team, and that's Royal Challengers Bangalore. And one question this time as well. Chetan, will they get the title with this kind of team or not?
Which team?
Royal Challengers Bangalore.
If you want a very short answer, because we've had a very long day, no.
Yeah. No, full stop. That's Chetan's answer. Chetan, but do you think they did a decent job in this auction or not?
They spent 11 crores on a pacer, and the first quote they are coming out and saying कि अगर Starc पहले आए होते तो हम Joseph को नहीं लेते. Tells you everything. They didn't want Joseph. They stuck with Joseph. Best of luck to RCB.
Best of luck to RCB. They have gotten Alzari Joseph, Yash Dayal, and Tom Curran. So that's that for Royal Challengers Bangalore. Srini, what about Rajasthan Royals? Another Royals. They've gotten Roman Paul. Obviously, very interesting name. He was that one player who got in crores at the very first set in the auction. And then they have got Shubham Dubey. Another interesting name who's been gotten by this team for 5.80 crores. And then we have this Tom Cadmore. Now, two interesting names, Powell and Shubham Dubey. Do you think they did a decent job, the Royals?
I don't know how exactly would they justify 7.4 crore to Roman Powell, other than what these guys mentioned, the connection with their Caribbean Premier League franchise. Maybe if that's some parallel they were looking to draw from a very off-field standpoint, I don't know. I mean, like I'm pretty ill-equipped to answer that. But outside of that, I really don't see how he was worth 7.5 crore. Other than that, pretty negligent buys. And again, RR I think it's been a trend with RR. You know, it's you go into the auction, you make a buy. The year you buy the team, you look very good, and then somehow you just tend to like kind of go beating around the bush, like kind of by the time the 3-year cycle is over, you start looking for the next auction.
Yeah.
I think RR has reached the stage now where I think all their attention is to the mega auction that will happen next year. So whatever the mindset they came here with today was like just round up, because more or less our core is intact, kind of a thing. I don't see any relevant buys.
Just the two ones, they've just gotten 3 players in this auction, and 2 names that made the headlines today for Rajasthan Royals. That's that. Next up, we have Punjab Kings. Now, Punjab Kings have got in some really interesting players, because now when I read the list, you will get to hear some names that you wouldn't have heard quite often. And these players are Harshal Patel, Chris Wokes. These 2 are the players who have been heard quite a lot. But apart from these 2, we have Tane Tyagarajan, Prince Chaudhary, Vishwanath Pratap Singh, Shashank Singh, and Ashutosh Sharma. And all these 5 players have been got in by Punjab Kings at their base price of 20 lakhs, which means, Sahil, that Punjab Kings have shown their trust in young talent, the players who did well in domestic circuit, and now they are showing some confidence in them.
I think more than that, what is striking is the fact that they are going to stick with most of the players who played the last season for them. That's why they went shopping for these kind of players, because not all of them or many of them are going to be in your playing 11. So if that is not going to be the case, they just got Chris Wokes and Harshal Patel. So these are the only 2 players I see making to the playing 11. Prince Chaudhary, Ashutosh Sharma, Tane Tyagarajan, I don't see them making the playing 11 even once during the tournament.
Yeah.
So that drives home the fact that they are going to stick to the 11 more or less which played the last season for them. And Harshal Patel and Chris Wokes are just an attempt to plug those holes in the bowling department, because lot was being expected only from the likes of Arshdeep Singh, because both Kagiso Rabada and Nathan Ellis weren't that consistent with the ball.
Exactly.
So I think that's what they wanted to address with Chris Wokes and Harshal Patel now.
Well, let's see what's their strategy for the upcoming IPL season. Next up, we have Mumbai Indians. Mumbai Indians have gotten a new captain this time. So it's going to be quite interesting to see this team in the IPL season. They have tasted success the most number of times, but here in the IPL auction, did they perform well? Let's hear it out from Chetan. What do you think?
We look at different teams.